Everything was perfect. Even the half-underground house for one person, which is the size of the bathroom of the house I lived before. The fact that I had to work starting next was also not a matter to me. I've finally escaped from that hell-like house and got my freedom. I could live happily just from that one thing. But I'm pretty sure I told you to live as quiet as a mouse without any fuss, with not even your breathing sound could be heard. A man opened his mouth. His hateful gaze on me seemed as if he was seeing a hideous bug. I heard that you acted like a mad dog at the Crown Prince's return ceremony banquet. Those icy, deadly gaze seeming like it wants to kick me to death was familiar to me. It was the kind of gaze I always got from that house. However, it didn't mean I was fine, even though I had experienced it a lot. What was your purpose for acting like that? I couldn't breathe right at his aura. My lips started to tremble in fear. It was then a white chart appeared in front of my face. And I could see the words written line by line in the chart. 1. How do I know? 2. I didn't have a purpose. 3. With a pitiful tone of voice. Well, that's. What is this? I was going to ask what this was, however, as if something was stuck in my throat, I couldn't let out a sound. The man's voice threatened me when I just stood there without speaking a word. You better speak. I felt the deadly aura to the point it hurt my skin. I'll die when I don't give an answer. I unconsciously pressed the number 3 on the white chart. Well, that's the same words on the chart automatically came out my mouth without my wills. What's this? My mouth opened idiotically, still not believing what I just said. I couldn't guess what kind of situation I was in right now. I was in an unfamiliar place when I woke up and came to face these unfamiliar people whom all held deadly aura. I couldn't think a thing, as if I just woke up from sleeping. Well, that's next. The man didn't seem to like the incomplete answer, as he commanded me for the actual answer with a scary face. It was then when the new sentences eventually appeared in the chart. 1. I'm sorry, I'll act properly next time. 2. A stupid maid was the one to start all the fuss. 3. The lowly ones treated me low. The me who is the only daughter of Eckart. I didn't have time to sit around thinking of what was going on right now. I hurriedly picked an answer while taking hint of the mood here. Even though I know nothing, I must speak of something in this situation. This was the result of my reaction from all the painful experiences back then. I'm sorry. We wouldn't have met each other like this in the first place if it was something that'd all be solved with a simple apology. My line was cut by him right away. My heart reached the bottom from the stabbing tone of voice he used. I curled my body up instinctively. Then the man spoke in an icy tone. Penelope Eckart. Penelope Eckart will withdraw our name Eckart from you for some time. The line and the name was very familiar. I raised my head in a lightning speed. Then I could clearly see the face of the man I couldn't see well before. The man, who was some distance away from the bed, was not one of the people of that house, but a foreigner who I've never seen before. The blue eyes that reflects the ocean and the black hair that reminds me of obsidian. Above them was a long bar that was similar to the phone's battery sign with the white word that sparkled. Interest. If my eyes are perfectly fine, then the white sparkling words above the man's head definitely said interest. Definitely no parties or banquet during that time, and you're absolutely not allowed to leave the room. You think over what you did wrong and think of what you do from now on during. Where are you looking at? The man's emotionless face turned to a frown, as if he was unpleasant with me staring at something else than where I was supposed to look. However, I couldn't react to that, and only kept on checking the bar above the man's head. Interest 0%. No way. I unconsciously shook my head couple of times. It was really unbelievable, really. The rumors saying that you went insane was true. The man glared at me for a moment from my weird actions before turning away from me. He walked toward the door with big and fast steps, as if he didn't want to stay in the same place with me for even a second more. Interest 0% is moving away from me. What did I do wrong? It was the time I think about what this situation was about while staring at the back of the leaving figure. I felt someone's eyes on me with the aura seeming to mock me with a smirk. I turned my head to see another person with pink hair standing with his arms crossed in the shadow by the door. He had the same blue eyes as the person who just left. His face held a smile that seemed to ridicule. Interest -10%. The white words sparkled above the boy's figure. It's even a negative. Fool, bitch serves you right. Unlike how he has a pretty face, he swore some nasty bad words and left the room following the man who previously left. Thud the door slammed. I stayed seated with my head blank for a long while in the room where only I existed. My head didn't work well and I still couldn't figure out the situation I was in currently. I thought for a while and realized that the place I was in and the two people I just saw were both somewhat familiar to me. It's a lie, right? I could finally speak what I wished to speak when I was left alone, but I didn't have time to notice that. I couldn't believe this. This was not something that happens every day for me too. There's no way though. It can't be that the scene from a game I was playing before falling into sleep was replaying like it's reality, and with me as one of the characters in the game. I'm dreaming right now. There didn't exist another case for this other than that. However, no matter how much I pulled on my hair and pinched my face, I still couldn't wake up from this dream. No, I say no. Penelope Eckles, she was the villainess of the most popular game for girls these days and the heroine of the difficult mode. Them feeling regret that they bothered their sisters and the protagonist attacking their hearts little by little was enough for me to dive into this game and drown in it. Me, who once chose to take a look at the game, was now drowning into the game. Reaching the ending was easy, even though it was my first playing these kind of game. It was fun, I agreed on that. However, the normal mode was way too easy even for a beginner like me. From the start, all the male lead's interest towards the heroine started with 30%. It was to the point it could be called easy mode and not normal. I saw every character's ending within 3 hours of time. Then a card popped on the screen which said the hidden ending with a drawing of luck on it. $100. Are they crazy? Why is it so expensive to see the hidden ending? You needed to either pay a crazy high price for it or finish the hard modes of each characters. Shit, it's already midnight though. I thought about the class I had early in the morning, however that didn't go for long. Whatever, let's get it done with. I was insane being controlled by the game. I wouldn't have done anything like this usually. My fingers excitedly clicked on the hard mode button. The different prologue video played, this time with a grand BGM. The heroine changed to her. It was unexpected that the heroine changed in this mode. She was the villain from the normal mode, the fake mistress of the Duke family. The story was set before the heroine of the normal mode appeared, so it felt like a whole different story from a different game. Maybe this is why this game's so popular. The detailed illustration of the heroine in the hard mode appeared on my screen. That woke me up for good. The unique system of this game was not like any other game. This made me be more interested in this app. The villain who was evil to the angel-like heroine was the one who was winning the hearts of the strictly love-breed male leads now. That gave me the excitement and heart flutters that I couldn't quite explain. I proceeded to the main story of the hard mode. I was overly confident about this since I finished all the normal mode routes. Even though it was called a hard mode, I expected that the choices of lines would be just a bit more difficult to choose. However, that was just my mistaken guess. Why did I die again? Hard mode was extremely difficult. The heroine, who was the villainess from the first place, it was set that raising the character's interest was freaking hard. It wasn't only that the interests raised with my hard work all dropped down to game over after just one smallest mistake. Not just a normal game over thing, but very disturbing death of the heroine. Why did this have to be so extreme? The illustration was also so realistic and cruel. I frowned at the illustration of the heroine getting sliced on the neck by the crown prince. This mad game, I died several times due to the hard choices I made. Sincerely in the game, frustration filled my heart at this horrible system. What was the producer thinking making the difficulty setting like this? I died so many times that I started to feel the stress playing this. Please let me live for once, please. My goal was to unlock the hidden ending, however it was long ago since that goal was forgotten. I will have to see this poor pitiful villainess not die and live happily with at least one of the male leads. What makes the villainess the guilty one? Honestly, it was the author who made her the villainess. Unlike the heroine from the normal mode who've gotten everyone's love no matter which choice I made in, the villainess who was only abused and mistreated no matter how much she begged for love reminded me of my life before. I'm seeing the endings to this. No matter what, I was killed again due to the older bastard brothers. The sound of me gritting my teeth was heard in the room. I don't remember how much I died here now. My two hands, which clenched my heated up phone, trembled. I thought that I was getting too emotional to this, but I couldn't stop my fingers clicking the reset button. I started all over again from the start. I chose the lines slowly raised their interests and gotten fame, glamour, and money to open up the new route. Why, but I died again. I was annoyed to the point I had a thought of just buying the interest using money. If the producer's goal was to make others pay for the damn thing, then they succeeded greatly. Since they made me, who treasures money like no one else does, want to use up my money for this, I didn't use my money till the end, but I was on fire the whole night to see the ending of at least one of the characters. Die and start over, die again and start over. Die and die again. I only died until the sunrise, however I wasn't able to see the ending of any of them till then. Fuck again, me who was going to press the reset button again couldn't handle it anymore as I fainted to sleep with my phone in my hand. And when I opened my eyes, Penelope Eckhart, said the man with the blank gauge bar above him with the sparkling letters written interest 0%. We'll withdraw our name Eckhart from you for some time. I was the villainess in the game which I never got to see the ending of. Lady, wake up now, I heard someone whispering above me. Even though I was fast asleep, I was able to wake up even by the smallest presence of someone. I refused to believe in what had happened to me, which kept me awake all night hoping that this was all just a dream. I wished so hard for me to wake up from it, and I think I fell asleep during the process of that. Lady, the cautious voice was heard again. Is she calling me? The two men with blue eyes left already, and from what I remember no one was in this room except for me till the very last moment I was awake. For that reason the one who could be called a lady was me alone. I was drowsy when I was lost in my thoughts that I couldn't answer the call right away. It was a moment later when I heard a rustling sound from the back. I was somewhat awake from sleep now. I was about to put my strength to my body to get myself up from the bed. A lightning-like pain was felt on my forearm from outside the comforter. My eyes automatically flashed open. I screamed as I got up from the spot, kicking the comforter away. Next I pulled my sleeves up. It was to check my pained forearm. This I was shocked to see the flesh shown under the light sky blue pajama sleeves, making my jaws drop. The thin forearm was covered with blue bruised scar of the needles. If it weren't a human flesh, but some kind of fabric, it would have had lots of visible holes on it. It was when I was still shocked by the sight of a drop of blood on one of my forearm. You're awake now, unconcerned casual voice came from beside the bed. I turned my head towards that direction to see a brown-haired girl with lots of freckles. She was a maid. In the illustrations every maid's had no faces drawn, and all wore the same maid outfit, including the girl standing in front of me. I don't know where she hid the needle she poked me with, but there was nothing in her hand. She was observing me with the face of mockery and some kind of satisfaction. What's up with her doing this kind of thing to a person who was doing absolutely nothing? I opened my mouth in desire to snap at her. However, no words came out of my mouth no matter how hard I tried. Why isn't anything helping me out in this kind of situation, damn it? When I only glared at her with no words said, the maid acted as if nothing happened. I've prepared the bathing water for you in the bathroom, so go and wash yourself first, lady. An evil smile was reflected on her face as she started to make the bed. She seemed to be used to doing this to this body. I sat still, biting on my lower lip, but was forced to enter the bathroom due to the maid's push. She told me she prepared the bathing water, but the only thing in the empty bathroom was a bucket filled with cold water. It was freezing cold, like ice water, that it gave me goosebumps just by dipping my fingertip, and I didn't expect any service in helping me bathe, but this is just too extreme. There were some stories about how the villainess got the worst ever treatment, but nothing explained something this specific. I was once again forced to realize from the overflowing feeling of reality that I've actually entered the game. I pulled up the sleeve to see the scar with dried blood covering it again, and when I did I sort of teared up. What's this? Nothing like this was shown in the game. Suddenly an image popped up in my head as a reminder. It was an illustration of the villainess with the open-shoulder dress, unlike the other illustrations that had not the smallest mistakes in it. On the illustration of the villainess had several small dots drawn on the one forearm. Nuts, I thought those were actual birthmarks. If it weren't, then maybe it was something important that would be mentioned in one of the stories I failed to unlock. Who knew those were the traces proving all the abuses? Though this was unbelievable, I was once again surprised of how detailed the story was plotted. Lady, breakfast has been prepared. Are you done yet? The maid urged from the other side of the bathroom door. Says her who isn't a match for me. I felt annoyed, but with no choice I dipped my hand into the freezing cold water again. To me, who suffered the worst for years from my step-brother bastards, this was not even tickling. I was the villainess anyways, so while I was at it, I wanted to make needle marks on that bitch as she did to me, but I had to give it more time for me to investigate everything first. Because unfortunately I was in a state where I couldn't even speak freely of what I wanted to speak. The moment I stepped out the bathroom drying my face with the towel, I could see the table all set with some food on it like the maid had said. Seemed like I even had to eat my meal in the room, probably because I was grounded by the first son of the Duke. "Take a seat, lady." I was pulled by the maid's hand and sat on the seat by the table as soon as I did, though I couldn't do anything but to frown. The food prepared as a meal for a human didn't look edible at all. On the plate was a piece of blue moldy bread, and on the bowl was a kind of thick gray soup with undefined solids floating around. "Hurry up and eat, I know you're hungry." The maid smiled widely as she urged me to eat. I clenched my teeth and glared at her. A white square screen popped into view right in front of my eyes. Flipping the table. "What's this, you crazy? Bring me the chef right now. Right now." Shove the fork in the maid's mouth. "You tell me to eat these that not even the dogs would eat, then how about you do it first? Eat." I've experienced the game over twice. At this scene, when I chose one, every one of the workers ran to the Duke, acted pitiful, and poor to confess the villainous troublesome actions. The son who grounded the villainess hears about this and grows so furious that he prohibited anyone offering a single drop of water to me during the grounded days. So I died in hunger. On my next turn I chose to. Then the son of the Duke, who was just coincidentally passing by, jumped in to get the villainess off of the maid. During the process, the villainess, who was pushed, roughly fell, and the fork which fell on her afterwards stabbed her neck. It was really a ridiculous way to die. In the end, there's only one to choose. This scene is probably the episode which held the story about the relationships between the villainess, who became the heroine, and the workers here who worked in the mansion for a long time. However, me, who didn't want to see the scene where the heroine is mistreated from the start, just skipped the episode to the next one after dying twice. It was because there were tens of episodes I had to unlock anyways, even if it weren't this one right now, though in front of my eyes there were no return buttons that would take me to the page that enabled me to choose the episodes from. Damn, I sorrowfully glared at the maid standing next to me as I powerlessly clicked the number 3. Once I did, as if someone was controlling my body, I started to move automatically without my wills. My hands held onto the spoon and scooped up a spoonful of rotten soup. My wills of me not wanting to eat this may have affected my movements, as my hands with the spoon started to tremble on its way to my mouth. The drops of gray liquid fell on the table. No matter how strong my wills were, I couldn't stop my body from moving on its own. In the end, the spoon with the soup was shoved into my forcefully open mouth. The warm sensation of the gray liquid was felt on my tongue. At the same time, the horrible taste of it was sensed. This wasn't food, it was the taste of the boiled cup of organic garbage. My body continued to act on its own as it forcefully gulped down the garbage water which has entered my mouth down my throat. The maid who watched gasped as if she didn't expect me to really eat it. "Ugh, I feel like I'm going to vomit," I gagged. I was trying so hard to forget the feeling I was currently feeling. I'm guessing that once is enough. I wouldn't die just by consuming a spoonful of organic garbage. I let out a sigh of relief since I've safely got over an episode. It was my misunderstanding. My hand which held the spoon with didn't stop doing what's. Even afterwards I had to keep on shoving the moldy blue bread and the gray soup in my mouth. It was not due to my wills. The maid's face paled at the sight of me forcefully eat the overdosed foods. My body, which repeated those crazy motions, came to a stop when the Duke's son happened to come in. "What are you doing, young Master Reynold?" The maid came to panic at the sudden appearance of a figure. Me, on the other hand, didn't have the time to focus on that. I had to cover my mouth with both my hands so fast. I gagged so much I felt as if everything I've consumed today was going to come flooding out any moment now. Why do I have to experience these things? I've already experienced these things enough even before entering the game. How many times did I have to suffer all the pains given by the two bastards in that hell-like house? But I have to experience these things over again even in this fictional world. A strand of salvia escaped my mouth out through my palms. I felt myself tearing up due to this unfair situation and the disgust. I groaned like a person who just drank poison, seeing that the pink hair approached me with a shocked expression on his face. "Hey, are you okay?" He stopped in his words. He froze still with more shock shown on his face as he looked at what was set on the table. This moldy blue bread, rotten soup. It was a mess. No one would be able to guess that this was served to a lady from the Duke family. Not even the commoners would eat these garbage for breakfast. The sight of the half of those foods gone, and his pale younger stepsister covering her mouth. The face of the pink hair who turned his face to look back at the maid changed to a horrifying frown. Hey, what did you just feed her young master this as well? The maid turned pale at the deathly aura and started to shiver in fear. He obviously wouldn't have guessed. How would an extra who was just passing by have guessed that the fake lady who was always making a fuss of one or another would be eating the rotten food purposely prepared without any complaints? The pink hair snapped at the maid who wouldn't properly answer. This is more than enough humiliating to dare mock our family, a mere maid like you, doing these things to the one she's serving. Young master, that's a misunderstanding. Young master, get lost. Scram from this room. Young master, I'll kindly explain this whole thing to my father and brother. Is there someone out there, butler? Thinking that this life was a gift from the god for the pitiful me, however, I succeeded in enduring and finally escaping the dang house. I was accepted into the famous university that everyone in the world knows about. There was a house I could fully relax in, even though it was small and dirty. There were nothing left but things that would help me on the way to the brightest future after I left the two bastards. What I'm trying to say is that Penelope's life, which every littlest mistake takes me to my death, isn't any better. Never mind. Far worse. It would be a different matter if I at least was the heroine of the normal mode, whose every decision lead her to walk the flower path. But why to me, who've just succeeded in escaping the hell-like house? Just why? Slam! I screamed, slamming on the sink. The girl's beautiful face reflected on the mirror showed a horrifying expression. The sight of her looking more furious than sad certainly made her look like the greatest villain in the game. I sighed deep and ran my hand through my hair to flip it. I thought of things about Penelope. Penelope Eckart, a villainess of one game, the heroine of the hard mode. Penelope was actually a commoner with no surname. Penelope, who grew up going from place to place with her poor mother, catches the interest of the Duke, who was desperately searching for his lost daughter. When her mother, who suffered an illness, passed away, she was adopted to the Eckart Duke family. There was only reason she was able to turn into the lady of the Duke family. It was thanks to her appearance that matched the lost daughter of the Duke. The pink hair inherited by the dead Duchess, and the clear blue eyes which symbolized the Eckart family. I thought of the second son of the Duke, whom I just saw not too long ago. His hair was the color of the lovely pink, however the hair color of the women in the mirror was more towards flame color than pink. And the turquoise-colored eyes that slightly differed from the rest of the family members. He should have continued finding his daughter. Why did he have to take in a random kid? As Penelope grew, she did not to look like his daughter anymore. The Duke soon lost his interest for her and locks her out of his sight. All that was left for Penelope, who lost the Duke's interest, was her two step-brothers and the workers abusing. It's so similar to my life to the point it feels unpleasant. Penelope's life and the treatments she got was awfully like mine. It was something I didn't notice when I was playing it as a game. I suddenly started feeling down. Fake lady. Every worker's working in this mansion called Penelope fake. Penelope herself was breathtakingly beautiful, but to others' eyes she was only a mere clone that didn't even look like the original. Maybe the story flowed differently if she acted cute towards others, but her personality hit the bottom even though she was only a girl who just coincidentally happened to enter the family. Flashing back to the prologue of the story, it was explained she was always on guard towards everyone like a hedgehog with spikes up, and always caused trouble wherever she went to, no matter the place or the situation. I wondered why the choices of lines were all something that would surely cause a fuss. I nodded my head, finally understanding why all the choices I had to choose from were that insane. Penelope was actually a villain who seemed powerful just by her name, unlike how naive the normal mode heroine looked like. She looked so keen and sharp. But I sort of understood Penelope just today. No, just a few hours I've experienced the treatments she got for only for few hours, yet I think it was enough for me to understand how her life must have been. Even though she's called a fake, how could they wake her up poking her with needles? Even so, she's a girl picked up by the Duke himself. Not even one maid would wake the other maids that way. It was when she was 12 when Penelope was adopted to the Duke family. If she was abused from that day and on, there weren't that much things a little kid could do to the adults who wouldn't even listen to her words no matter how hard she shouted. Is this a proof trying to prove she's a meant to be villainess? Nothing could change the fact that she was abused all the time, even until today. No characters were the least merciful towards Penelope, and the motions that killed Penelope inside were rough and insane. I feel a bit sorry for her. I raised my hand and stroked Penelope's fragile soft cheek. The figure with strong shade of pink hair reflected in the mirror looked sorrowful. However, I got rid of the feeling of pity towards the other who's sorry about who. It wasn't the time to think about things in peace. I was Penelope now. It meant that I could die in the male character's hands anytime like that Penelope did in the game. It was fear that I felt when I reminded me of that. I searched for a pen and a piece of paper. As soon as I got out of the bathroom, I needed to figure out a way to survive as long as I'd become Penelope. In this hard mode it was hard to raise the interest of one, and a drop to a negative leads to death. It was even worse for the Duke's second son. His interest was already in the negative. It would be death that'll come for me if his interest didn't rise to a positive soon. There was a need for me to organize some information about the game. It was fortunate that the fake lady at least had some things she deserved as a lady. In the large room stood a luxury bookshelf and a desk. I didn't hesitate to go to it and take a seat. I dipped the end of the quill into the ink. Characters first. There were 5 male characters in total in the game: the 2 sons of the Duke, and the Crown Prince, the Wizard, the Knight. The hard mode started with their interests at 0%, or negative, unlike in the normal mode where it started with 30% of interest in each one. I started to write down everything I remembered on the blank sheet of paper. First, Derek Eckhart. He was the first son of the Duke, technically the young Duke of the family. Derek was a typical noble man. He was generally uninterested towards Penelope, as he was too busy preparing to be the next Duke of this family. However, there were strong and intense contempt and hatred towards her for taking his blood-related sister's place. In the game, Derek killing Penelope himself was rare. However, he didn't forget to punish her whenever she made a fault. Then the player will be given a penalty, and their choices of lines to choose from would be restricted. Just like today, I cannot leave the room due to the punishment given yesterday. Anyways, next, the youngest son of the Duke, Reynold Eckhart. This kid, well, there's really nothing much to explain. A very wacky and active guy with a bad temper, having a critical personality, and is always picking a fight with Penelope on every single thing whenever he encounters her. As he's the leader to those who abuse Penelope, him being first to abuse Penelope is not even surprising. What is surprising is that he's always the one who brings Penelope to her death through some unexpected weird ways. Now that I see, these two are somewhat similar to the bastards in our house, aren't they? I clicked my tongue going over the information of the 2 that I've written down. These 2 had the easiest routes to master in normal mode. It was because these 2 had family love and not lover's love for her, since they were blood-related. That being said, Penelope was not the least related to the 2 through blood, therefore it had the higher chance of having a different ending than in the normal mode. However, I shook my head. I scribbled a big X on their names I've written. They have no answers. These 2 are hopeless. Adding to that, Reynolds' interest starts at a negative. Not even a 0, but a negative. Why would negative be a negative? This was what the producer was telling me. There's no hope in the first place, so just give up on an ending with Reynold. Besides, I was a person who go nauseous even just hearing the word oppa, so I decided I'd fully give up on them. Next, the Crown Prince, Callisto Regulus, the Crown Prince. The only information I have about him were all from the normal mode. The Crown Prince who depreciates his life due to his unfortunate childhood events meets the angel-like protagonist and heals his heart before he punishes the villainous Penelope. That was a justice has been done, but from Penelope's perspective, the Crown Prince was a grim reaper. He was the one who killed Penelope the most. In the hard mode, I pressed the reset button so many times during his route that I don't even remember what happened in the whole game. Let's not even go close to where this guy is. I remembered the illustration with Callisto slicing my neck several times. I felt chills down my spine. Crisscross. I drew X on the Crown Prince's name many times. Then I quickly moved on to the next. The next was Vinter Verdandi. He was a wizard and a marquis. As a wizard, he works with his identity as a marquis hidden. He exchanges information and mysterious objects, and thanks to that he is able to find out that the protagonist is the Duke's lost daughter. After that, he gains information about the villainess making evil plans. He either warns the protagonist or blocks the danger himself. Besides that, he was a character who was the most helpful in getting her honors and glamours. He presented romantic magics in normal mode. He was a sweet man who helped the protagonist from behind. But I don't know how he was in the hard mode. I was already busy dying from the Crown Prince and the two sons of the Duke before Vinter's rout even started. Anyways, he had some high possibilities and hopes unlike the three previous brats, so I decided to let it be for now. And last Eclipse, being a knight of the Duke family, Eclipse was a commoner. The Duke, who went out to the town at night, happened to see Eclipse, who was outstanding in swordsmanship, bought him at a high price to bring him in and make him into a knight in training. Later he becomes the youngest sword master, and is given a status as a noble. He wins the title of young and handsome guy. Eclipse was the one character you can most expect an ending from out of the 5 males. He was the only one who felt sympathy towards Penelope until the end. Penelope was his last master he had served, and I think that's why he was the one least to stop Penelope from bullying the protagonist, even though I never even met him in the hard mode. Ha ha ha, there's nothing much that'd help me at this point. I let out a deep sigh looking at my finished list. I didn't know much about the hard mode since everything blocked the way in it. Even if I did, I don't know if it'd be useful or not, since I don't know how the system may differ from the game in reality. The one thing I know for sure though is that I die when the male character's interest reaches negative, and that there's a time limit I have to reach an ending in. Penelope's coming of age ceremony, I must finish the route of at least one of the capture characters before that day. That's because it is that day when the protagonist makes her debut in the story. Per Penelope, she loses everything due to the real daughter of the Duke appearing just when she becomes an adult. That was the start of the normal mode. If I didn't end up with anyone until then I was most likely to die from one of them, even if I don't act like a villainess. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee that I wouldn't die before that even starts. I can't die. I clenched my teeth thinking about my sorrowful future. Yes, I can't die. I've just escaped from that rotten house. I can't just die in a game like this. I'll not die no matter what. My morning class at school is waiting for me. I'll live and go back to where I belong. I decided, blankly staring at I don't know what that I'd live. It was then knock knock. I heard the knocking sound from the door twice. Before I even had the time to hide the papers with the information I've written down, the door opened abruptly. Lady, the person who appeared in front of me was an old white-hair butler. He didn't come in but stood by the door as he spoke. His Grace is commanding for your presence. I knew that the words written on the paper wouldn't show in his eyes, but I felt unpleasant at his rude attitude. There was a manager when I lived at a house. Even though that manager didn't seem to like me, he didn't open the door like the butler did just now. Moreover, this world wasn't based on democracy but classism. I was deciding on whether I should just deal with it or do something about it. But before I decided on what to do, a white box appeared in front of my eyes. One, throwing the objects in the room. You dare open the door to my room without my permission? Do you wish for death? Oldie 2, if he has something to say, tell him to come himself. 3, glares at him for 5 seconds, then gets up. Okay. I forgot about it again, that I'm not in the state where I can get angry over things however I want. However, I also didn't want to act like what any of the 3 choices that are given to me are forcing me to do. I thought while choosing the third one as my option, annoyedly interest or whatever, I need to do something about this option chart. Okay, it was fortunate that the Duke was calling me at this time. I hid the papers I wrote on deep in the drawer before getting up from the spot. Then I followed the butler out my room. I only knew about this mansion through just a few illustrations, so I took this chance to carefully look around the places. The mansion was gigantic in size, just like some buildings you can see in a movie that showed a castle in Europe. Penelope's room was on the 2nd floor. Inside, the mansion seemed busy. I met quite a lot of workers while walking through the halls. The gazes of the workers who glanced at me when I walked by didn't seem kind. However, I ignored them without any fuss. These kind of gazes don't even bother me the least, since I've felt these gazes way too much before I even came here. The butler who was leading the way got down to the 1st floor and soon arrived at the well-decorated door. It seemed to be the Duke's office. Knock knock. Your Grace, I escorted the lady here. Come in. The door opened. With the butler opening the door, I stepped in the room feeling a bit nervous. Actually, there wasn't anything to be nervous about. It's only a single scene from a game. Even so, my hands continued to quiver a little. It was due to me subconsciously being reminded of my blood-related dad, remembering the attitude of the Duke towards Penelope in the game. I was fully in the room now, but the Duke didn't even raise his head. I hesitantly approached his desk and stood. I hid my quivering fingers and bowed down for a greeting. There weren't this much details within the game. However, my voice didn't come out, so there was no way I could show my presence through speaking. Also, I felt like this is what I had to do, judging by the aura. "You've come." The Duke finally took a glimpse of me by slightly raising his head. He had the same black hair and blue eyes as those that Derek had. His face showed no emotions, just like the high-status nobles shown in the illustrations in the game. At the same time, a white box popped up in my view. 1. Why have you called? 2. I'm busy. Please get straight into the point. 3. Glare without any words said. I pressed on the choice number 1 out of the rest of the insane answers. Why have you called? I heard there was a fuss today morning. As soon as his sentence reached the end, the choices in the box quickly shifted to some new choices. 1. Your Grace has nothing to do with it. 2. You probably want this fuss happening. 3. It wasn't my fault. This was all that stupid maid's doing. I lost control of my mentality reading those choices. These insane choices, of course. This was something I've experienced once before when I was playing the game in the other world. I was happy to press on the second one as my choice, my plan being I will make Penelope a sassy chic femme fatale. However, thinking that this came back to me in this reality left me speechless, even though I still am titled as a villainess. Which father on earth would treat his not even blood-related daughter so well? Shit. When I didn't speak for a while and just stood on the spot, the Duke put down his pen he was holding and lifted his head up to see me. He held a sharp and keen aura within his eyes as he looked at me. I hope this decision does no harm to making a death flag. I chose number 1. Trembling inside, I clenched my teeth to try and not say that word out. Your Grace has nothing to do with it. However, I couldn't stop that word in the end and instead came out really weird. Penelope. The Duke opened his mouth. His voice was as cold as ice, holding no warmth whatsoever. There was no change of the story flow no matter how much I tried. Like this, has it already been 6 years since you came to this house? I went back in my memories searching for the right information about the game, setting the heroine on both normal and hard modes. Were at the same age, 18. Penelope had been adopted to the Duke house when she was 12. That meant that yes, he was correct. I remembered the one thing I've forgotten about the game. The 18th birthday is when the coming-of-age ceremony is held for everyone here. That means that there were not much time left until the day of the coming-of-age ceremony for Penelope, right? Then how long do I have? It was when I was working my brain at the suddenly remembered information. Thankfully, the Duke continued with his words without me having to choose one of the 3 choices. I don't know if you know, but it's not easy to step a foot in this house. Only the ones who've proved that they can be of use to our house can go through the gates of our Eckles mansion after several strict inspections. I didn't hesitate or save anything to provide you support. I accepted everything even after seeing you in your luxurious life doing inexcusable things. However, I can't seem to figure out what good you have brought to our family these past 6 years. True, I would have held a sliver of his interest if I at least looked like his blood-related daughter in appearance. However, Penelope's hair and eye color turned into a color too different from the right shade of pink and the color blue. I wanted to nod while saying that his words were all true. However, my body didn't move an inch after the Duke started speaking from the system controlling my body. The white box which had disappeared from my silence popped up again once. So what do you expect me to do? Are you going to kick me out of this house now too? I'm not the one at fault. 3. Kneel down. Finally, I was glad to see an actually normal answer I could choose without hesitation. It was an excitement I've never felt since coming to this place. I knew it wouldn't, but just in case they disappeared, I quickly pressed on 3. My body was automatically moved to kneel down from some kind of force, kicking my back side of the legs hard and pushing my shoulders downwards. Why is it so strong? I was expecting this, but it hurt more than expected. That my eyes slightly watered. You, what are you doing? The Duke seemed more shocked from the thud sound than I was. His eyes widened. I never chose this as my decision when I was playing this. I mean, it didn't make sense. Why would a cheap gourd kneel down? I don't know if the producer was lazy or thought it was a waste of time, but they made the next decision overlap with the choices in normal mode. 1 is me kneeling down, the only way to make you satisfied. 2. Glare with no words. 3. I'm sorry for everything, Father. I hurriedly pressed on 3 like I did before. I'm sorry for everything, Father. The voice that came out of my mouth was loud, probably because I chose 3 as if I was certain and confident 3 was it. What? The Duke asked as if nothing made sense. It was then the white box which was now familiar to me popped up. Hidden Quest: The Lost Title of a Father. Mission complete. As a reward, the function choices on or off is given. Do you want to off the choices, yes or no? With nothing holding me back, I clicked on the yes without hesitation. The choices is now off. If you wish to see the choices again, shout choices on. And finally that annoying white square box disappeared completely from my view. Awesome, I celebrated inwardly while clenching my hands into a fist. The hidden function choices on or off had permitted me to call the Duke father. If I choose off for the choices in the game, the lines are gone, and only the number 1, 2, and 3 are the only ones shown on screen. At times the simple replies or the answers could be typed with the phone keyboard. By simple answer or replies I meant yes or no, the characters' names, and etc. It was an easy function to gain in the game when it's played on normal mode. I think the purpose of it is to prevent the repeating situations depended on by the lines chosen, and also to project the flexibility of the game, and the encouraging speedy play. However, even with the given function I rarely used them. There was no use of using it, that was how easy and fast the normal mode was. That's why I didn't pay much attention to this scene in the hard mode. It was because I only chose the aggressive lines. I didn't know the hard mode would work the same as the normal mode. I wasn't able to get the choices on or off function due to me choosing the wrong lines, but it wasn't a needed function to me who was addicted in choosing the right lines for the villainess. I didn't know back then that the addiction would become a poison to me later on, and that later on would be right now. I heaved a sigh at my foolishness back then as I recited the words by my will and not from the 3 lines I had to choose from before. Hearing the words coming out of my mouth by my will was so touching to me that I could cry. The tears literally lingered in my eyes from that, and the Duke, who never seemed to have heard the word father from Penelope, didn't seem to believe that I had just said that, as his already widened eyes widened even more. I continued with my words, not the least affected by the Duke's reaction. I apologize for making a fuss during my grounded days. I wasn't able to show the manners as superior to the lower ones, and that caused this scandal to occur. I will deeply reflect on my actions for the remaining time I'm grounded, for there won't be a fuss like this happening next time, so please forgive me this once, father. I begged, kneeling on the ground. When you think of it, the fuss made in the morning wasn't my fault. A maid bullied me. My fault. My asset was the situation where I had to beg for help from someone. However, the past actions that Penelope had made before I became her had forcefully made me do this without a choice. I was in a situation where I couldn't live without kneeling down. My life wouldn't be in danger right away, even if the Duke doesn't like me. However, if I don't take this situation seriously just because I got the function to turn the choices off, there'll be a high possibility of me taking the route where the penalty would be the only thing waiting for me. It was an obvious thing. Penelope was already grounded right now after creating a fuss and made another one during it too. The so-called young Master Derek was the one to ground me this time. And I know that acting stubborn and aggressive right now would only lower his interest towards me. I understand how immature I've acted up until now. If you give me another chance, I'll do my best to show my use to this family until the day of my coming-of-age ceremony. I didn't move an inch from the ground even after I was done talking. I've never begged kneeling down on the ground, even to my real birth parents. This proves just how shitty this game is. I'm begging with my body down to the ground. Just hurry and say okay already. I was slapping myself mentally straight after waking up. While I was tired, I needed my rest. The Duke looked down on Penelope as if he was seeing some stranger. He wasn't able to easily let out words. His jaws moved but didn't mumble out a sound for a while before he managed to let out a sentence. I get what you're saying. Get up from the floor now. Yes, I got up without hesitation. My legs were too tired to the point that I couldn't keep my position any longer. The words spoken by Eckert family are heavy. Penelope. The Duke spoke in a low tone, still looking at me. Those words had a lot of meaning to it. Thank you. I won't let you regret forgiving me today, father. You should leave now. I hurriedly moved my body at the same time his words ended. It was due to me worrying what if the route changes because I acted slowly. I felt a sharp gaze behind me from when I turned the doorknob and until when I got out to the hall. I felt a refreshing emotion realizing that he gave a different reaction than when I entered the room earlier. However, I decided to not mind any of that. The Duke wasn't a character I needed to raise the interest within, and he was an existence that I won't have to deal with until the ending at the coming-of-age ceremony. I gently closed the door behind me and turned away from it. It was then I'm certain that I told you to live like a mouse without causing any commotion. A cold-toned voice entered my ears. I turned around from the surprise. There by the hall where the shadow took over stood a figure in an unpleasant position. In the dark I could see the shining letters written to show interest 0%. The barely seen black hair and ice-blue eyes. It was the first son of the Duke family, Derek. Emily, a loyal maid who worked for this family for almost 10 years. Derek walked out from the shadow. The man who came across the large hall within a second arrived in front of me in a short time. He looked down at me with a sharp aura held in his eyes. It was as if he was looking at some trash. I didn't do anything wrong, but I had to cower myself from the hatred and disgust I was getting from him. No one wanted to be your personal maid, even though we've said we'll pay extra. Out of all those maids, the one maid volunteered to serve you. And I guess today's the end of that, since you went crazy and chased out your one and only personal maid, not knowing your place. I felt unfairness rise within me from Derek's words. When did I go crazy to chase her out? The one who went crazier than I did was that pink head. And it was me who was almost chased out of life eating those rotten food. I wanted to shout due to the annoyance of this situation. What stopped me from doing so was the interest 0% above Derek's head. Hold it in. If it goes any further down than that, I'm dead. I inhaled and exhaled a couple of times and calmed down. Interest 0%. I was already tired after talking with the Duke. Also, since I've only focused on trying to off the choices, I didn't remember much of what happened in this scene in the game. That's why I decided to use some help from the system. Choice on how guess she served you at night in bed. Maybe she have been chased out because she have done something that was worth being chased out. Glare without saying a word. Scanning through the choices, I hurried and mentally shouted choices off. Do you want to off the choices? Yes, no. I hurriedly pressed yes. If I chose one of the three, I would be heading to hell. The time seemed to have passed a lot from me doing all that Derek's gaze grew more colder. How looks like my words aren't like words to you anymore. His gaze was so sharp that he even looked like he was going to kill me. I opened my mouth with no choice. I apologize for the fuss. How many times would I have to beg like this, even though I did nothing wrong? I was also a person that I had a thing called pride, so I felt disgusted and bad to bow my head down like a slave. However, this was nothing if the purpose of it was to live. Besides, these people aren't real but just some fake characters from the game. That bitch scratched me and left a scar here. Father, brother, of course a mouse like bitch acts like one, like a beggar. I begged for forgiveness countless of times before I went out to live on my own in my previous life. This was the same situation of that time in my previous life. It wasn't that my life would have been in danger if I didn't beg for apologies like in this game. However, I was pretty young that time that every situation seemed killing to me. That's why I lived begging on the ground to the point my hands seemed to become feet. Comparing that to this wasn't something that I could find unfair of. Penelope did create major fuss unlike I did. I don't know if it's due to my experience in my past life that apologizing all my life to live seemed really easy to me. This is annoyingly similar. I opened my mouth thinking about the time in my past life. Just like you said, I didn't know my place up until now. What it is my fault that I wasn't able to handle my situation well in the first place, so you don't need to fire her. I was just on my way back to my room after apologizing to Father. Hearing my words, Derek's expression changed to a weird one. His slightly wider blue eyes was refreshing to see. It was the similar reaction to that of the Duke's. I opened my mouth. Repeating these dialogues weren't that hard since I've already said these lines multiples of times. I will live my life so quiet from now on that you won't even notice to mind anything, so please forgive me this once. I bowed my head. Was I too lifeless while talking? I came to realize just how insincere my tone was that it started to worry me now. But he wouldn't slice his sister's neck out of nowhere, even though it's in a cruel game. I waited for an answer with a light mind, trusting my thoughts that this wasn't a situation with the cruel psychopathic crown prince involved. I wanted this to end quick and go back to the room. Even standing was a torture now that I think about it. My body's not in the best condition due to the incident in the morning with the maid, and I didn't eat anything after that. Derek spoke after more than 5 minutes, unlike my desire for this situation to end quickly. This once I'll forgive you, just this once. Without giving me a chance to thank him, he added, However, keep in mind that this will be the last time I'll be forgiving you behaving that way." It was a more unpleasing reply than the Duke's reply. I felt relieved that it wasn't an answer related to death like how I expected. But no words of thanks came from my mouth no matter how I tried to force it out. "Yes, this is only for my safety." I bent my back forward and bowed with a disgusting feeling like how I did to the first bastard in my last life. After that I immediately turned to head back to my room. It was then all my head started to hurt as I felt dizzy and nauseous. My sight was blurry. I don't know if it was this sudden relief that came to me from the fact that I didn't die, but all strength left my legs. I soon lost my balance and stumbled. I'm falling. I was getting closer to the floor. Someone roughly grabbed onto my one shoulder. Hey, I felt the force pulling me back up. I turned my head and saw flaming blue pupils right before my eyes. Derek had caught me from me falling. "I've heard that you eaten rotten food." I felt my mentality swooshing back to me as I heard his emotionless voice. He asked when I just stared at him in surprise, "Don't you need a doctor?" My complicated mind settled down in an instant. He knew. He knew that it wasn't Penelope's fault. He knew, but he still tried to push all the responsibility to me and even the maid's wrongdoings. If I didn't ask for forgiveness, he'd probably jump to kill me with no hesitation. I felt like I'd just been dumped with iced water. "No, young master." I snatched my hand out of his. It was an unconscious movement that came from my survival instincts. But soon after that I regretted it. He probably would have felt unpleasant, so I forced a smile on my face. "I've already told you just earlier that I'll do my best for you to not mind me at all. So mind your own business." Then I politely bowed once again and quickly walked away. I would look ridiculous as I was walking down the hall so fast that probably looked as if I was running away from something. However, that is correct. I was scared if he'd take out his sword at me. I couldn't notice from hurrying down the hall towards the stairs. The look on the face of the man remaining behind me. "The first young master." Derek unexpectedly repeated what Penelope said before she left. The bitch couldn't even call the Duke father, but always called him and Reynold brother. The image of her pale face when he caught her from falling wouldn't leave his mind. The blue eyes flashed as he watched Penelope leaving, as if she's running away. But soon he turned away as if he's disinterested. Interest 5% over his head sparkled the letters written in white, which Penelope failed to notice. I hurried up the stairs into my room. After abruptly closing the door behind me, I straight on jumped onto my bed. My stiff body melted as soon as the soft and squishy mattress came in contact. It was only almost lunch, but it felt as if a whole day has gone by. I inhaled and exhaled a bunch to calm my heart down, which was beating hard due to the nervousness I felt when I was with Derek. A little later, absurd laughs escaped from my mouth. "Ha, look, I'm still alive." It wasn't a useless thing to do when I continuously repeated the game after failing each time. Judging from me being able to call Derek the first young master, even though I was panicking a lot at the time. A while later, the images of the game popped up in my mind. When I first tried the game in the difficult mode, Derek's interest bar was one of the major concerns, unlike the other characters. When I've increased the interest of his on me by a little through some carefully made decisions, it would go down more on the next choice I'd make. I really didn't know the reason why. Why does his mood change so much in the game? My question was only answered through countless of deaths. Derek hated Penelope so much that he was terrified when she called him brother. That's why whenever I chose one with the word brother in it, the interest would just sink lower. How picky! He's even worse than our oldest bastard. I frowned and complained. Anyways, thanks to that I was able to keep myself alive. Let's never call him brother from now on. I repeated that over a few times in my head. Of course I'm going to try and not face him, but I had to keep that in mind in case some things happen. Thinking about this and that on the bed, I started to feel hazy. I need to eat something. Food is the main source needed for everything. It was lunchtime now. However, from the shock I've gained today, I didn't really feel hungry. Whatever, feeling lazy now, I closed my eyes. Sleeping was the first thing in my mind. Maybe it was because I wanted to escape from reality. Soon after closing my eyes, I drifted to sleep. "Why is this in your room?" A voice colder than the crystals in the midwinter could be heard over the head. Then a loud shout was heard from the side. "Answer, you sneaky bitch, you stole it, Reynold." The Duke warned Reynold, who was spitting out swear words. He didn't seem to hold his anger in with his mouth closed that he started to stomp. What's this? I blankly looked around the space and lowered my head. Small two hands, I could tell right away this was Penelope's dream. Speak, Penelope, how do you have the Gong Mua's necklace? I thought I told you that you can't enter the room. Father, I told you that bitch stole it with no doubt. Even with the Duke's warning, Reynold didn't hold his fury back. Penelope glared deathly at him as she shouted, I didn't steal it. I didn't do anything. Shut up, stop lying. Then why did the gift Father gave to Yvonne come out the drawer in your room? Reynold shouted with the dangling necklace in his hand. It was her first time ever seeing that accessory. Without a doubt, Penelope shouted and refused to admit anything. I don't know, I never went into that room. I saw everything. It was then from the crowd came out a man budging through people. The Duke and Reynold turned around to face him. Butler, I've seen Lady Penelope going up and down the third floor often these few weeks. I've checked just in case, but Lady Yvonne's room door wasn't locked. Everyone's gaze, including the Duke's, turned to the little girl. Even Penelope couldn't see ignore all these gazes, treating them as it's nothing. It wasn't me. She stepped backward. It was true, she went up the third floor often. It was the floor where the least amount of people walked around, and it was also because it was the floor that connected to the pathway to the attic. She only went up there because she didn't want to be with her abusive maid, but not with the intention to steal anything. Even more so if it was something that belonged to the real lady of the Duke family. I really didn't, Father. I never once went into that room. Penelope shouted, looking up at the Duke. She looked at him with the gaze of affection and trust. He was the one who brought her to this place himself, after all. However, the Duke would only ignore her with an icy cold gaze. You butler, lock every room on the third floor securely, especially Yvonne's room. Of course, Your Grace. Also bring the jewelry maker to the mansion tomorrow. Father. Penelope froze and placed her face pale as a white sheet of paper. The Duke didn't say a word to her as he left the place. You should have left the mansion when we told you so, stupid idiot. Reynold whispered after making sure the Duke left. Then he pushed Penelope roughly and followed after the Duke. Trash, Derek coldly muttered, watching Penelope roll on the ground like trashed garbage. The scene changed after that. Penelope visited many stores and bought a monstrous amount of jewelry and accessories. She spent so much of the money that Derek and Reynold would go crazy, saying a bitch who doesn't know her place. And after that she never called the Duke father any longer. The small sound was enough to bring me conscious. I sleepily opened my eyes. Another set of knocks came after getting no reply from me. The knocking seemed to be rushed, which made me realize the anger and impatience of the person knocking. I slowly sat up and opened my mouth. Who? Before I even finished my sentence, the door burst open. Lady, it's me. A bright light came shining in the room from where the door was opened. It was dark in the room, and judging from that, it looked like the sun has already set. My eyes burned due to the sudden light shining in the room and frowned as I turned my gaze to the person who opened the door. Butler, I came here because there was something urgent I had to do. There weren't many times when the butler came to find me in such a hurry. Then I thought I felt my heart drop, even more so from the dream I just had. What urgent thing? Did those brats blame me again? What am I guilty of now? My voice came out shaking very much when I asked the question. The butler explained why he came bursting into my room. I thought it would be best to pick Lady's new personal maid before dinner, so my mind went blank from the words that came out so casually from the mouth of one man. Wait, I raised my hand and stopped him. The butler paused, however he seemed to be displeased with me stopping him because he faintly furrowed his eyebrow. Is that all? The first thing I felt when I heard what the butler said was ridiculously relief. Soon, however, rage started to take over the feeling of relief. The reason why he opened and entered through the door to my room without my permission was just to pick a new maid. I was left dumbfounded at the reason the butler has stated. Butler, I called him with a deep, low voice. Yes, lady, what's your name? Pardon, he asked as if it was an unexpected question. I decided to be big-hearted and repeated my words for him. What is your name? It's Penelope, lady. Then what is my name, lady? Why are you asking these questions all of a sudden? He seemed to dislike me asking questions totally not relating to the topic here. His crease between his eyebrows dug deeper. Answer what you're asked. What is my name? You're Penelope Eckhart. He answered, having no other choice. Yes, Penelope Eckhart, a noble. I nodded and applied force when I spoke my name out. Then I continued with my words. I've never heard of any mannered rules that allow others without a last name to just burst in the noble's room without permission. Have you, stupid Penelope? If she was angry with these ignorances and hatred, then she shouldn't have screamed and made a fuss, but use her title and rank as a noble to show the lower ones their place instead. So that they don't see you easy to mistreat you again. Formally adopt a noble by the Duke family, and a gong neo at that. What a good title to use in these sorts of cases. It was better than one rich family's unknown whore son. Adding to that a story of a man bursting into a young noble girl's room however they want seems like one case that would happen to commoners. Aren't I right? I smiled innocently after finishing my words. Of course, as expected, the effect was great. Lady the butler shouted in panic, hearing my words which cannot possibly be heard by anyone else. The gaze that once looked down on her trembled, and that was one satisfying sight to see. I erased the smile I put on my face and spoke with a low voice with a serious face. Do I need to point out every single thing you know? My throat hurts. This was an expression mostly used by the high-class nobles who have no higher-class nobles to look up to. For an example, the sword of the Empire Duke Eckhart, who doesn't have to look up upon anyone excluding the royals. I apologize. Lady the butler seemed to have understood the meaning of this as well. He kneeled to the ground immediately, as if him standing stiff and confidentially in front of me just now has never even happened. That I have made a mistake from the urgency in my mind. Please forgive me. Watching this scene made me feel refreshed. The feeling I had since the morning till before I went to sleep was now covered with the refreshing feeling. For a brief second I had a thought maybe this was too much to treat a person this older than I am, but I still didn't tell him to get up. That was because Penelope must have looked up to this person who's been ignoring her the past 6 years. I think I'll be displeased if I had to face you for a little while from now, I said coldly, looking down on the butler. Of course I don't think it's only me who feels that way. I could only let the words I actually wanted to speak when I turned around so my back faces him. So if you have anything you wish to accomplish that involves me, send someone else instead of coming yourself. But lady, the idea of picking the new maid wasn't my yes or no. I coldly cut through his line. All I want to hear from you are either the two words. Yes, I understand, lady, the butler replied with a noticeably creased face. But what about the dinner? I don't need it, so get out. Taking that as my last words to him, I turned on the spot without even seeing the butler rise from the floor. Soon I heard careful footsteps leaving the room. The door closed in a different manner that it was opened. The room was filled with darkness again. I felt a wave of worry going through me right after thinking back to what I just did. What if he reports every single thing to the Duke? Well, what can he do anyways? Even so, there would be nothing he could do. There were nothing I could do right at this moment, and I could repeat what I just did over and over again if it was to help reduce Penelope's feeling of unfairness. Besides, it was just some scolding with words. I didn't make a fuss and throw anything and scream. You could raise your fame while playing the game by improving the relationship with the people around you. That later on helped you to unlock all 5 characters' endings. However, I had no intention on doing it like how you would in the actual game. Since I didn't need to see all the endings, it would be a waste if you waste your emotions on the people that had nothing to do with any of me. Fame my ass, I'm already busy trying to maintain the current interests of the 5 characters to survive. All of these could only be done playing the game. It's too much work when it's reality. I closed my eyes once again, setting all my thoughts aside. It was time to regain my sleeping time that has been interrupted by the butler and Penelope in my dreams. Penelope seemed to be a diligent person, judging from how my eyes opened so easily early in the morning without the help of a maid. This was a surprise when you think back to the personality Penelope had. I got up from the bed and did a light stretching move. Just then, someone knocked the door to my room as if they were waiting for me to wake up this whole time. For a while I sat still on the bed and stared at the door. It was because I was curious if my warning last night had actually taken effect. It became certain that it wasn't the butler knocking, because the room door bursting open even after a while of no reply didn't happen. Who is it? I finally opened my mouth and checked who came in. Lady, it's Reyna. It was the head maid. It seemed like my method I used yesterday had worked. It was a satisfying result. Come in. The door opened and a mid-aged woman entered my room. Have you slept well? Why did you come? I've come for the lady picking the new personal maid. Do you have someone in mind by any chance? There's no way there would be one. I didn't give an answer to the head maid's question, then she opened her mouth again to speak as if this was expected. The next words that came out her mouth was, of course not someone volunteering again. If you don't, then picking a new. Who was the maid who served me before? Are you speaking of Emily? Yes, Emily, I asked, pretending to be curious. Was she fired from the mansion? No, she wasn't, but... Then what is she doing now? Her eyes held questions, seeming to ask why I was asking her such questions. She was punished to do the laundry for 3 months from now, due to her not being able to serve the lady well. Is that so? But why are you? Anxiousness started to show on her face as her mask of confidence started to fall apart. Looks like she knows briefly what happened then, or maybe she was the real agitator hiding behind that maid. I calmly spoke, setting these suspects aside. Tell her to just continue being my personal maid. Pardon me, it's uncomfortable since I don't have anyone to serve me this instant. Even though I pick one, they'll be amateurs until they learn things. If this is the case, the previous one who has experiences would be better. If it was Penelope, she wouldn't have bothered to include these extra information. However, since this is my request, I decided to be more caring to this matter. If you understand, then I'll ask you to bring her up. I'll leave that to you. I smiled at the speechless head maid whose jaws were dropped. However, lady, the second young master Reynold also punished that child from her mistreatment to the lady. So you can? I stopped her from her excuses and asked. Then the head maid's mouth shut, being once again speechless. This was going well. It's only been 2 days and people in this house never did as I told them to do right away. I had to either scold or warn them. Is it always like this? The play with the ranks and titles were a must in a novel or a movie. However, in the normal mode it wasn't really like that when you remember how all the people in the mansion would just listen to the heroine and does whatever she asks for. I started to feel annoyed not even a minute after I decided to think of this as a positive change. It's best if you just do as I say when I tell you to. I even said I'll ask you to, and I'll leave that to you in the sentence. These words added the meaning of trust and plead in the sentence. Did I really had to behave like how Penelope did? I told you that this is uncomfortable. If I told you to, then bring her up here. Or does the head maid want to serve me personally instead? Then I'll bring her up after I ask for his grace's permission, lady. It was a statement that she wouldn't do as I say till the end. I laughed from the ridiculous situation. No, you don't need to. I'll go see father right now myself. I stood up from the spot. While I'm at it, I'll tell him on what exactly happened yesterday in detail, then I'll reveal that I've forgiven Emily. Where is father right now, lady? The head maid's eyes widened when she saw me ready to go out any time. The case that had happened yesterday has been taken care of with a small punishment of 1 maid, but if I were to get involved, then things could get complicated. She abused the gongnu, and one of the sons of the Duke witnessed it. His Grace has left to the royal palace earlier. Is that so? Then later when he comes back I'll bring Emily right away. The head maid spoke in a panicked voice, worried if I'd go find father. I wasn't able to understand lady's mercy right away. Being so old, I apologize. Watching the bowing head maid didn't make me feel refreshed but rather bitter. I wasn't going to raise my fame points by getting closer to people around me, but I felt like the fame I had right at this moment was reaching the negative. Should I bring Emily right now, lady? The head maid suggested, panicked but carefully. I hope this kind of thing doesn't happen again, Reina. I spoke to her, thinking about how my day's already ruined. You may leave. Emily came into my room with breakfast in hand. She must have heard something intense from the head maid because she came up so soon after Reina left. Lady, I'll prepare the breakfast. Emily's hands that was setting the food in front of me shook badly. She seemed to have suffered a lot mentally from what happened yesterday. It seemed like my crazy action of eating the rotten food last time was worth it because the food on the plates looked okay today. Fresh salad and juicy steak looks okay on the outside. I didn't feel like eating it though, probably because of the shock my body felt eating the rotten food. I slowly brought the food to my mouth, staring at Emily, who was standing stiffly beside me. Her eyes couldn't meet my eyes. Is she feeling any guilt though? She probably is dying to know why I chose her to be my personal maid again. Without even finishing half of the food given to me, I called for Emily. Emily, yes, lady. She, who was deep in her thoughts, jumped in surprise as she answered in a loud voice. I reached one hand out to her. Hand me the needle. What, the needle you used to poke me with every morning? Emily reacted a second later. She figured what I was talking about. She would inhale sharply, then kneel down with a pale face. Lady, I am sorry, forgive me, she apologized while smashing her head on the ground. Really, why did she do such thing if she was going to apologize like this? I felt ridiculed and at the same time, disgusted that I wasn't the person she should be apologizing to right now. I felt my mindset of trying to treat her better being cast off, and when it did, a dangerously sharp voice came out my mouth. Didn't you hear from the head maid? I hate speaking of something twice. Lady, hand me the needle. Emily, who was trembling so hard, looked as if she'd collapse any minute. However, she started to go through her hair, which was tied up. Soon a giant needle was seen in her hand, which came out of her hair, nicely hidden. Now, was it? Of course, Penelope was always the victim. They were this intense she would have wanted to scream at the maid who'd always abuse her but couldn't due to her having no evidence. Here Emily handed me the needle with her trembling hands. I stared down at the object that had continuously hurt Penelope up until now. It was a mere metal piece that wasn't even that big. However, yesterday I realized how painful this thin and little needle could provide a person. How painful would it have been for her? No one would have noticed, even though your arms go weak with bloody scar marks due to the pain you'd feel every morning when you wake up. Raise your head. I clenched my teeth and commanded. Emily hesitantly raised her head. Despair could be seen in her wavering eyes, as she was probably thinking about things she would experience now from the violent Gongyu. Watch this closely, Emily. I reached my hand without the needle out in front of Emily. It was one fragile-looking milky white hand without a scar. It was flipped so the back of the hand was facing the ceiling. Then I planted the needle on it with the needle Emily handed me without hesitation. Lady, it was me who was poked deep with the needle, but it was Emily who screamed as if she was the one who got poked instead. Then I plucked out the needle that was planted halfway in my hand. Blood drops started to from on the piercing. I prepared myself for this, but it really hurt. It was to the point I would get teary-eyed. But I didn't show it on the face as I smashed the needle back into my hand close to where I poked myself a moment ago. This time I couldn't endure the pain as I let out a sound. Lady, Emily breathed hard as if she was having a panic attack. Emily, not knowing what to do, let out tears at my reckless actions. It was a scene quite funny to watch. What she's so scared about when she did things far worse than this before. Lady, why are you doing this? No need to cry like that, Emily, since this is the scars you made on me. I replied in a gentle tone. Then her face expression went blank. It may be 2 at this moment, but it could always become 3, 4, and 5, maybe even more. Emily stopped breathing at my words. Her trembling stopped as well. I'm going to accept whatever you'll do to me without having a single doubt on you from now on. The bathed water you'll be preparing, clothes, food, everything. Lady, the more you do, more the scars that'll appear on this hand. It'll be totally visible someday. If then wouldn't a day come when someone notices it? There would be people wondering who could be the abuser who doesn't know their place to ignore the member of the Eckles family. To give an example, just like Brother Reynold. I verbally attacked Emily while smiling like a blooming flower. I'm only saying that all these depends on your attitude. My personal maid didn't give an answer to my threatening words. Her face was so pale to the point even I thought she was choked by someone just now. Get up now. You must do your job now that your master has finished her food. I took back the arm that I reached for her. I then turned my gaze to the big window by the table. Emily stood up from the spot abruptly after a while more of kneeling down. Then she started cleaning the table with the robotic speed and skills she's fast to learn, it seems. It was fortunate. I think I could easily use her now and in the future. The way people will look at me would have been the same even if I did get a new person to be my personal maid. I couldn't stay still doing nothing forever, so I decided to make allies who I could use. My personal maid who lead abuse on Penelope, and at the right timing a chance was given to me. I also liked Emily's personality of straight on doing what she's told to do without any question. I was watching Emily with such thought until she finished organizing the table fast. It was then the door opened all of a sudden with so much force that I wondered how the door didn't break. From that I turned my gaze in surprise. The hair with the lovely shade of pink fluttered in the air. Reynold Eckles was glaring at me with a frown on his face. He hurried in the room. The bar that showed interest -3% was so close to me. Just what are you planning on doing? Reynold, who was approaching me with, creating a dark aura, frowned even more and gave a deathly aura when he witnessed Emily standing by the table. You young master. Emily froze and spot her face pale. I hurried looked at the table. Every dishes were on a tray and only a fork was still set in front of me. I had a terrible feeling about this situation, so I grabbed the fork and set it on the tray. I looked around me if there were anything that could be used as a weapon, and spoke after I confirmed that there weren't anything that dangerous. "You should leave now, Emily." She abruptly raised the tray from the table, as if she waited for me to say this. However, Reynold shouted when she did so, "Don't you dare leave, hurry," I said, looking at Emily as if telling her to leave before the aggressive young master starts to fuss around. Emily seemed to have understood the meaning of my words because she hurriedly left the room. She looked like me yesterday, running away crazily from Derek to survive. Emily finally left when Reynold's displeased gaze fixed on me. "Answer, what are you planning that you do this?" I thought of what to say for a moment. Penelope always talked informally to Reynold in the game. Reynold was 2 years older than Penelope. It was understandable if they fought like a cat fighting a dog, since the two didn't have a major age gap. Just like how the second bastard in the house and I are like. To be accurate, he abused me and I was always the one getting beaten. I considered talking formally to Reynold like I speak to Derek due to him being older than me, but that thought came to an end. It would funny if a person who spoke to him informally just yesterday speaks formally to him now. "Did you decide to straight on ignore my words?" Reynold asked displeasingly when I didn't reply. "Look at that, how impatient," I replied him, like how Penelope would. "What is this that I did? Why are you saying that you're going to use that bitch as your personal maid again?" Interest -3 sparkled dangerously above the fluttering pink pretty hair. What should I answer with to avoid the death flag? I thought on switching the choices on but decided not to. No, even if I do there would only be useless lines. I gulped, staring at Reynold, huffing in fury. If it was Penelope, she would definitely say "they're not your business" or "get out of my room," which would bring her closer to her death. That's nothing to worry about. You don't have to worry about that. However, I wasn't Penelope, so I slightly sugarcoated those words. Renlad wouldn't take in anything I say nicely anyway. I sugarcoated those words though, so I thought it was going to be enough to deal with the situation. However, it seemed to have done the opposite effect of what was expected, because the emotion in Reynold's gaze turned from dark to deathly. "Feeding her master rotten food is nothing to worry about, do you know that's? There are boundaries of annihilating an Eckart. How dare she, a mere lowly one, not knowing her place? We don't need that kind of maid in the mansion. There are countless others who are begging to work here until they die, even without being paid," Reynold shouted. I, who was going to conclude all this by saying "this is nothing to make a fuss about," became speechless at his unexpected reaction. Looking at him, being angrier than I, the victim was, made me laugh. "How dare you, a mere lowly one, not knowing your place?" It was always the line Reynold would say to Penelope. "Do you laugh in this situation?" he said, frowning when I smirked for a brief moment. "Just how lowly were you being seen by others that you are going through these insults?" "Yeah, that's right. Just like you asked, how did people see the Duke's daughter so lowly that none of the workers here would right away listen to a single word I say?" I calmed myself down, knowing if I said that I would be dead. "I met Father because of the incident yesterday." I looked at him with a stage colder eyes. "Yes, Father probably agreed, since I told him we had to fire that bitch immediately," Reynold confidently added with a puffed chest, as if he was proud of his actions. Did he want a compliment or something from his fake younger sister who he hated up until now? Unfortunate for him, I didn't plan on doing so, Father, and the older brother desired not to fire Emily. What? Reynolds' blue eyes widened when I continued with a calm tone. "Father and brother did. And you aren't going to be the male lead. I'll choose C and ending with so don't you worry." I once again told him to take his mind off this matter. "So you don't need to mind my business, Reynold. I'll take care of my business myself. Just take your mind off my things, insult me or whatever, and leave." "I have to take a shower. Can you leave now?" I said, glimpsing at the room door. Reynold frowned. I was surprised because it was an expression I've never seen in the game before. And at the same time my heart dropped in a sudden thought that was brought up in my mind. Wait, is the interest level going to drop lower now? No, I didn't act like how Penelope did in front of Reynold. Instead, I carefully chose the words he would accept. But why? It was then the empty gauge bar above Reynolds' lovely pink hair started to sparkle. Interest 3%. What the? My mind went blank. Why did it just rise? It rose 6%. At that I was dumbfounded as I kept looking back and forth at the gauge bar and Reynold. It was then when Reynold opened his mouth and muttered, "I'm the idiot here to show consideration for you even for a short moment." The blue eyes that glared at me seemed to hold heavy sadness. He walked towards the door. After finishing his sentence, I was probably seeing things. I decided that it was me seeing things while watching him leave the room. The door slammed shut and silence followed. Soon after that I supported myself, leaning an elbow on the table, and started to think. Something felt weird. It was not bad seeing the characters whom I thought I had no hopes and interest rate rising with my own 2 eyes. Are my lines better now with the choices turned off, since not all of the interest rate of the brothers who hates me dropped to a negative? I should keep it off all the time. I stood up from the spot after deciding on that it wasn't a lie when told Reynold that I had to shower. While pulling on a string that signals the maids to come up, a thought went through my head. That I couldn't call Reynold a negative anymore. The timeout that seemed as if it would last forever stopped sooner than I thought it would. An invitation from the palace. Yes, lady, the eldest young master told me to tell the lady to prepare for it. The eldest young? No, the eldest brother did. I stopped myself from calling him the eldest young master like how the workers here calls him, and reminded myself to call him the eldest brother in front of them. I was this family's daughter, the youngest member after all. Anyways, to think Derek actually told me to do so. He didn't tell me directly, but this meant the end of my timeout. This is the invitation. Lady Emily handed me the invitation in mannered way. The name Penelope was written the paper that had the golden dragon that was the symbol of the royals drawn on it. The second prince's birthday ceremony. It was tomorrow. I should hurry and prepare for it. Even while muttering that, I still didn't feel so glad that my timeout was over. The days were so nice during the timeout without having to face the 2 brothers and being served well by Emily. Basing on the game plot, Derek, Reynold, and I would continue to intervene with each other's business. Wait. I was thinking about the events that will occur in the future when a sudden thought interrupted. If I'm going to the palace, then I might see the crown prince. No, not even might. It's certain there wasn't a scene that showed Penelope going to the palace, but I was sure about the fact that I'll be meeting the crown prince because it was the first episode of the crown prince route. I subconsciously screamed as I remembered the illustration where the crown prince sliced Penelope's neck multiple times. No, Lady Emily looked back at me in surprise. I mustn't go. Should I just say that I'm sick so I can't go? That was the only choice left if I were to avoid that crazy brat. I panicked as I asked Emily, who looked down, probably thinking if she did anything wrong. Emily is father also attending the ceremony tomorrow. His Grace is busy with work tomorrow, so the first young master is escorting the lady there. I felt depressed. If I didn't want to go to the ceremony, then I'll have to talk to not the Duke but Derek, but if I do, then there's a risk of his interest rate decreasing. I would have tried gambling if it was Reynold. Instead, I let out a sigh thinking back to Reynold's interest rate that just rose from a negative. I was busy enough already, even trying to keep it at 0%. I shouldn't even think to take risk by gambling against Derek. Lady, are you okay? You've turned pale, Emily cautiously asked, glimpsing at my serious facial expression. Leave the room, I have something to think about. I gestured with my hand, sounding annoyed. I let out a sigh as soon as she left the room. I'll die when I don't go, and I'll die when I do go. How insane is this game? I started to miss my heavenly days during my timeout. It'll be fine if I avoid him the best I can. Right, I thought back to how the story flowed, but there were nothing much to remember. Meet the crown prince at the maze in the palace garden, then die before a proper conversation starts again and again. I'm not exaggerating when I say I had to press the reset button every 5 seconds. I think just not attending, saying I'm sick, would be the best. It was then when a smart idea popped up in my mind. Should I try dying? It isn't a bad idea when you think about it. I mean, no one knows. I might be able to go back to my world if I die in this world. What is the system going to do about it when the player reached the game over? Giving up fast would be better than trying to reach the ending of the game with one of the characters who I have no hopes in. Also, this game has the reset button. It even sounds angelic. Reset button, of course. There aren't back button or other icons visible, even though it did on the phone screen when playing the game. The only thing I could see at the moment is the square chart with the choices, but wouldn't a reset button exist when the choices on-off system exists? Why didn't I think of this before? As long as there's a reset button, it's best if I take everything face to face. Awesome. Let's see the crown prince and die. I was half dead from waking up earlier than usual and getting all the treatments. I took a bath in a tub of water mixed with milk and fragrance extract, then got some massages and did both a face and body mask. This boring steps were repeated multiple times. I was half dead when I got out the bathroom and was sitting at the makeup table. However, that wasn't all. Lady, how is this dress? This was bought last time and weren't worn once, so it's new. How about this earring? This should go well with the dress. I think tying half of your hair would be better than tying them all up. What do you think? How do you want your makeup? They kept on asking, holding me down. Do they actually hate Penelope? They were more excited than I was. I raised my head and looked in the mirror. It seemed like all the treatments I got this morning did their work because my face was glowing even more than usual. Well, it surely would be fun to decorate a face like this. I nodded, understanding why they react this way, and spoke. Take that dress back and bring the one that covers all my neck. I'll wear the least amount of accessories I should wear and take it easy on all the others too. The maids jumped in shock from my words, then added, But lady, it's a party, the one at the royal palace. At that the words also seemed to ask, won't you need to dress up the prettier than others? The reddish-pink dress that would widely make my neckline visible that the maids brought surely would go well with Penelope's crimson-pink hair. And the accessories that looked like it was a set with the dress would complement Penelope's splendid beauty, but I wasn't going to the palace to show off the beauty like a peacock would. But then I couldn't possibly say that I was going there to die, so I just babbled things out like how Penelope would. You don't need to try too hard, just do as I say. The maids couldn't convince me longer after hearing my cool tone of voice as they walked towards the dress room with a saddened face. The 3 dresses that the maids later brought were all decorated calm, unlike the last dress. This one. The dress I picked was the dark green evening dress. It covered my collarbones, and it was the color of dark green, which didn't pop out much. I wore the dress and forced the maids in to do my makeup as lightly as possible. I wore small emerald-colored earrings that resembled Penelope's eyes and called it at that. After the makeover I looked in the mirror and saw a girl so virtuous that I thought I was going to the church to pray instead of going to a fancy party. This would be enough to be almost unseen, unlike me, whose face was bright with satisfaction. The maids' expressions were all dark. Only Emily stay and the rest can leave now. I ordered them to leave, then I asked for one more thing from my personal maid. Emily, could you prepare the gloves that are the same color of the dress? Lady, you're going to wear the gloves as well. If I do, then it'd be perfect. Emily fidgeted as if she wanted to stop me from that also. Then what? I can't go showing this to everyone, I said, showing the needle marks on my hand. The needle marks were faint, and it was now hardly visible. However, there could always be some nobles with keen eyesight to notice this. Emily's face went pale as soon as I showed her. Hurry and bring it. Okay, I clicked my tongue, watching her leave in panic. There were moments where she became a little hesitant after treating her a little well. These days there were needs to make her feel nervous when facing me. Later the preparation was done with me putting on my gloves. Derek scanned me from my head to my toe and made a face seeming to say, this is rare. It seems like you've turned more human-like these past days of your time out. It was our first meeting each other's in days, but his attitude on Penelope still stayed the same. However, I didn't have time to get upset about it. It was because of the shining gauge bar over his head. Interest 5%. What the when did it go up? His interest on me has risen without me even knowing it. 5%. At that I was a little dumbfounded. If his interest towards me rises when he didn't see me, just how much does he hate Penelope? If I knew about this earlier, then I would have spoken to him about not going from being sick. I started to regret my decision. But it was too late. The fancy carriage with the symbol of Eckles on it was standing in front of the main entrance. I bowed slightly as a greeting, then reached my hand out to the bodyguard standing nearby. It was because the carriage was higher than I thought. I couldn't see what Derek was doing since I was busy with lifting my dress up to get on the carriage. It was when I successfully got up the carriage and turned around to look at Derek. He had his hand stretched forward, looking at me with a stiff face. What's up with him? I tilted my head in confusion of what he was doing. But we needed to hurry up and start going if we want to be at the ceremony on time. There was no way he'd ride the same carriage as the carriage I was on, so I waited for the carriage door to close. But then Derek, who was frozen in place, got in the carriage. What's happening? Why is he climbing up in here? I searched through my memories to see if I'd done anything wrong. However, nothing came up into my mind. It was obvious because we met today just now and only just said hello. While I was doing that, Derek sat down on the seat on the opposite side of where I was sitting. You're riding with me? His brows creased from my questioning. You have a problem with that? No, it's not that. What's wrong with you? You've never done anything like this before. I shook my head, making sure I didn't say that out loud. But even though I said that, his crease didn't leave his face. If you have a problem, you ride the other carriage, he said with a cold tone. I glimpsed out the carriage window, actually considering to do as he suggested. However, he already closed the carriage door while he was coming in, so it would look funny if I opened it again and left. I don't dislike it. I looked back at Derek and forced the half-hearted words out of me like it. And then I carefully glimpsed at Derek to see his reaction. He who glared at me for a moment turned his head to the side. I mean, if you dislike this that much, why are you making it awkward and uncomfortable for both of us? Is this a new way to annoy Penelope? I was dumbfounded at his figure letting out all the cold aura. But that soon changed when I took a look above his head. Interest 6%, it went up by 1%. I was staring at it wide-eyed when the carriage started moving. Yeah, what could possibly happen in the carriage? I had the whole 6% interest with me. There wouldn't possibly be a case that will make this 6% drop in such a short time in the carriage. Remembering the words, if you can't avoid it, enjoy it, I decided to take it in as a good thing. However, soon after departing, I regretted riding the same carriage with Derek. Its suffocating saved me. It seemed like eternity until we finally arrived at the palace. It was only a moment of time where I could just watch the cold, handsome man sitting with his arms and legs crossed. In the silent carriage existed only silence, which made me super self-conscious to even breathe properly. I decided to try opening the window when I couldn't take it anymore, but Derek stared at me as soon as I started to move, so I couldn't do a thing. When I flinched even just a little after that, he would open his closed eyes abruptly and glare at me. Why are you looking at me like that? I sweated, glimpsing at the interest 6% once a while. I shouted in delight mentally when the carriage stopped at the palace. I could finally escape this carriage of death. I'll hurry and get out, then take in some fresh air. But before that happened, Derek got up so suddenly as soon as the carriage stopped. After he would open the door before me and get out, then take it. Derek reached one hand out to me, who got up with my dress held up with my hands. Did you eat something weird? I blankly stared at Derek, who was trying to escort me with wide eyes. After a while he frowned. What are you doing? Aren't you going to get down? I came back to my senses and looked around me. The gazes of the nobles who also just arrived were all looking this way. Thank you, I hurried, took Derek's hand and got off the carriage with my hand on his. We walked up the stairs to the ballroom. Entering young Master Derek Eckhart and Gongyu Penelope Eckhart from the Eckhart family. It was around when the giant door to the ballroom opened, following the loud shout of the servant. Don't be rash. Derek's cold words reached my ears. You didn't forget that your timeout has just ended yesterday, have you? If you make a fuss again, then it won't end just with some timeout. My feelings of excitement disappeared from his words. I wanted to talk back to Derek's displeasing words, but I held it back. Okay, I'll be careful. I put my effort in making a smile. While I spoke, after my reply, Derek turned his face away from me. I pouted at the time he wasn't looking. The party held at the palace went by really smooth. In other words, it was very boring. Right after we entered, Derek left my side and was now busy greeting other people. Compared to that, there were no one coming to talk to me. It seemed like the rumors of me making a fuss did a great effect. I looked around to see the noble ladies of Penelope's age dancing and whispering as a group. I watched the scene in a corner where not much people passed by. I'm not lonely. This is definitely not brainwashing. Really, I had a clear reason why I came here, and I might be able to escape this horrible place if I succeed. Just when is that damn crown prince coming? More people were glimpsing and gossiping about me as time passed. It was when I thought I reached the limit of taking in all the stairs, entering Her Majesty the Empress and His Highness the Second Prince. It was finally the start of the actual event that happens in this chapter of the game. The nobles who were giggling and talking all either bowed, kneeled to the ground facing the entrance. I also bowed, following what all the others were doing. The Empress and the Second Prince did power walking in a confident pose down the red carpet, and it seemed like they were saying, "We are the royals." The golden hair, which was the symbolism of the royals, shined under the bright light of the ballroom. They walked across the ballroom to the stairs, then walked up the stairs where the seats where only the royals had the rights to sit. I, who was watching the whole scene, was surprised at the sight of the Second Prince sitting on one chair. Isn't that the seat for the Crown Prince? The seat the Second Prince sat on was the seat in the middle, which was located higher up than the other chairs. The golden throne with a fancy golden dragon decoration, it was the seat for the Emperor. However, the Emperor almost never showed up in the game, so normally the Crown Prince would sit on it instead. But why is it the Second Prince? I was dumbfounded with the Empress and the Second Prince being so calm when they did something like that. It was as if it was totally a normal thing to happen in the first place. Is it allowed because it's the second prince's birthday everyone may rise? The second prince who sat on the seat commanded the people rose up as commanded. I thank you all for attending to my birthday ceremony even when I'm sure everyone must be busy. There's not much prepared for today, but I hope everyone to have a great time. With the second prince's speech finished, the party officially began. No, it was going to be until a loud noise came from the entrance all of a sudden. What's happening? The nobles all turned to face where the noise came from and started to chatter. A figure walked through the crowd into the ballroom. The sound of the footsteps could be heard at the same time. The sound of something being dragged was also heard. It's the crown prince, someone shouted. I hurriedly turned to look at that shout. Elegant blonde hair that seemed like it was made with real gold swayed in the air, the shining golden hair of the empress, and the second prince now seemed to be a joke. The blonde golden-haired man with a red cape fluttering behind was the one who really was shining to the eyes. Isn't that a person? That's people who stood close to the crown prince started to scream. I didn't realize from being distracted by the crown prince's appearance that's something he dragged in here with him was a person with absolutely no movements. Happy birthday, dear brother. The crown prince who reached the stairs tossed the person in his hand. Brother Crown Prince. The empress got up from the spot and pointed at the crown prince. What disgraceful thing are you doing? How is a big brother attending his little brother's birthday ceremony? A disgraceful thing to do, mother. You're a crown prince, and yet you do this horrible thing at a place where you're not even invited. The empress' face ignited bright red and trembled, not allowing herself speak about a person who was dragged in here. What do you mean I wasn't invited? Those words are saddening. Who are you to come to a place like this? It's because I was invited that I set aside all my duties to come running here. The crown prince shrugged sarcastically. He didn't look sad at all, judging by his face. I couldn't understand the situation of the two. Is the empress not the crown prince's birth mother? While I was thinking that, the crown prince added, but the servant who brought the invitation was too immature. The crown prince then bent down low and got up as he forcefully pulled the dragged body by the hair so that he was halfway standing. His face wasn't shown due to the black mask, however, seeming from the dark and fitting clothes he was wearing, he seemed like a murderer. He'd not give me the invitation I told him to give, but do other things instead, so I taught him a little lesson. Why didn't you pick more proper servant, little brother? It was then the crown prince used his free hand to slide his sword out the right away, sliced the neck of the murderer. Blood started to spurt out like a water fountain. I'll replace my gift to you with this. The crown prince tossed the head to the second prince's foot. The ballroom was filled with the loud scream of the empress. The head of a person's what was rolling like a ball on the floor. The second prince's face was pale as if he was going to faint any moment, and couldn't speak a word. Send the servant like him again with the invitation if you want a gift from me again. The ballroom filled with shocked people. Only the crown prince smiled. Within all those people his keen and sharp smile resembled the lion from the hell. He left the room as quickly as he did when he entered the ballroom, only leaving us with shock and fear. The crown prince was completely out of sight when the people letting out their breaths that they were holding back until now could be heard. It was the same for me. What I shuffled through my memories, grabbing onto my chest. Something like this really never happened in the game. No matter how much I thought back about the game, this kind of huge incident never once happened. It was too huge for it to be not mentioned in the game, like about the needle marks on Penelope. The crown prince, who was not in a great relationship with his brother, the second prince, leaves the ballroom displeased with the small incident. This was all that was mentioned. How is this a small incident, you crazy game? I panicked mentally, looking at the servants cleaning up the blood and the corpse. It was then when a white box popped into view. The episode The Crown Prince with the Iron Blood Callisto Regulus has begun. Would you like to go to the maze garden? Yes, no. I thought about it for a while. The crown prince I saw was far crazier than how I imagined him to be, which made me doubt a little. I think I'd get sliced the second we meet. However, the fear for death is only a second long. I came here to die anyway. If I endure it once this time, then I might be able to go back, and I also had an insurance with me called Reset. If I really do die and not go back, then I can always click the reset button. Thinking that, I calmed down my trembling hand and pressed on yes. Then everywhere around me turned white. The moment I opened my eyes again, I was standing at the entrance of the maze garden. This is useful. I was actually quite worried because I tend to get lost often, but I didn't know it had the teleporting system just like the game. Now let's march to death. I stepped in the maze garden already prepared. Thankfully I didn't get lost at all in the maze. Maybe it's the system being mannered because the lights only lit up on the path I should be taking. I walked through the big maze for a while following the lights. How much longer? I've walked for quite a long time, but the lights didn't seem like it was going to turn off somewhere. About when my foot was starting to hurt from wearing the high heels, a light on the far distance from me that was sparkling more than the other lights were could be seen. It was finally the end. I reached that end, then took a turn. The place was very spacious with a small water fountain with a bench you could sit and rest on. What the where is he? Looking around me, I could see no other lights that were on. I was pretty sure that this was the end of the maze. However, no matter how much I looked around me, there were no hints of the Crown Prince. I tilted my head, then hesitantly walked towards the water fountain. Then I felt something cold and heavy by my neck. I wondered what mouse it was that was wandering places. The Crown Prince walked towards me, his sword circling my neck. Sting with the sensation of my flesh being sliced, something hot dripped down. But I wasn't able to realize that I'd been cut. Isn't this the Eckart's crazy fuss maker dog? Brilliant golden hair with the moonlight reflecting on it, and the crimson red eyes that seemed to be soaked in blood. The Crown Prince, who was staring at me in interest, smiled with a ghostly expression. However, that only lasted a moment. To think you'd come and follow after witnessing the scene at the ballroom. Seems like you have a death wish. I felt goosebumps from the Crown Prince's expression, suddenly turning emotionless. Speak, why did you follow me like a sneaky mouse with the sword dug deeper into my skin? But what felt more stinging was the deathly aura directed at me. Then I realized that the Crown Prince is going to kill me right now. Reset button. I wandered around with my eyes trying to find the reset button. Though I'm going to die anyway, it would be nice if I knew where it was before I die. Judging from you having no answer to my question, shall you start your last farewell to your brothers? However, wherever I looked, I'll be nice and deliver them the Eckarts your last words. The reset button was not seen anywhere. Reset. There's no reset button. I felt like I was about to faint. The reset button wasn't at anywhere I looked. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince seemed like he was actually planning to kill me because he raised his sword up. Wait, I shouted in panic. Then the Crown Prince spoke, tilting his head. Looks like now you have the mindset to speak. That's right, I will tell you. I nodded my head crazily. The sword he has lifted up was now once again was set by my neck. Go on. Well, I did say that I would tell him because I was panicking, but my mind went blank now that I was going to tell him. I mean, what do I say really? I cannot say I followed because I intended to die, and I shouldn't die as long as I knew that the reset button didn't exist. Should I turn on the choices? However, it wasn't guaranteed that I could live even if I do turn it on. It was actually because it was not on that I survived until now. I can hear your brain rolling to come up with something from here. It was then when the Crown Prince smirked coldly, not being able to wait a moment of me crazily trying to come up with something. I'm very excited of what you'll say. The interest gauge bat shined dangerously over the top of his head. It'll have to be a reasonable excuse. I really dislike someone blocking my way in the middle of anything, he muttered, bringing the sword to my skin with a little more pressure than before. Warm blood streamed down my neck, fear of death and pain. That took control of my brain. I like you. Therefore, without thinking anything anymore, I spit out the words that even I found was stupid. What? His crimson eyes widened. I shut my eyes closed tight and shouted. My mouth was already out of my control. I've been liking you the whole time. I thought I could comfort you from the previous incident because I thought you would be hurt by it. This was a totally idiotic dialogue that didn't appear in either the hard or the normal mode. It was true that in the normal mode the heroine faces the Crown Prince and comforts him, but that was only possible because the heroine didn't witness the scene where he sliced the murderer's neck off. Shit, even though I didn't know what to say, why did I have to say that I like this insane brat? But if you think about it, there could only be one reason why a noble lady would follow a man into this kind of creepy maze, is what you could say if it's a talk between a normal man and a woman. By you crazy game, I'm possibly going back home because I'm going to die now. It'll be a 1-star review with me curing it. I closed my eyes and trembled, prepared to feel the pain that'll come down on me soon, but no matter how much I've waited, the sound of a sword slicing through the air couldn't be heard. A Duke family's crazy dog in love with the royal family's wretch. The night breeze tickled my nose bridge. I carefully opened my eyes, listening to the low mutter of a Crown Prince. That is such an unexpected excuse. The blood like red eyes was right in front of my eyes. I was not breathing since I didn't know when. He stared at me with his face filled with interest. You probably didn't see me that lot, though. You probably just took a glimpse at me for the first time at my safe return ceremony. Actually, I didn't see him then either. I only saw him today for the first time in my life. It was obvious, since it was after that ceremony that I reincarnated into this body. I replied, my body tense. I fell in love at first sight that day. What part of me do you like? Well, I was speechless for good this time. What could I say? No, how could I? I remember drawing X several times by his name when I reorganized the novel last time I glimpsed at him, and forced to reason out my brain before he loses his cool. Your facials make you very attractive. To think my only charm is my face, this is making me sad. You are very brave and is very skilled with your sword. Your reasons are just things that could come out inside any box. Do you not have more original and interesting reasons? That's well, I was now about to faint from all the replies and questions I was getting. To be honest, I was barely able to stand up right now with my shaky legs. The cold and keen sensation on my neck scared me very much. The Crown Prince's smirk grew bigger and bigger each time I tried harder to hold back my tears. I was crazy for a moment there. It was crazy for me to try and die from this kind of horrible creep. It was right when I was about to faint backwards. Alright, though I'm not so satisfied. I'll let you free for today. The blade of a sword that was digging into my skin was removed with those words. I raised my head in surprise when the Crown Prince spoke in a voice filled with excitement, his crimson eyes glowing. However, you'll have to explain specifically why and how you came to like me the next time we meet. I nodded my head like an insane person. Go and leave now, he spoke, while sliding his sword in its sheath. At that moment, the interest gauge located above the brilliant golden hair started to shine, then interest 2%. I stared at it for a moment, dumbfounded, not because I was happy and relieved, but because it was very ridiculous. What are you standing there for? Looks like you want to play draw the red line game again. The Crown Prince spoke while looking at me stupidly standing, his thumb motioning a slice on his neck. Not at all. I jumped on the spot, then drew back. I turned around completely and started fast walking just when it seemed like I've arrived at the entrance of the maze by backstepping. At that moment I couldn't think of giving a proper farewell greeting to a royal like how I should. Walking fast and not running when I could feel the Crown Prince's gaze on my back was the best manner I could provide. I started to run like crazy just when I turned to a corner. The cold air grazed past me, stinging my cut neck, but I was too busy in my head to even feel the pain. There's no reset button. It was that fact that scared me the most. Just before the Crown Prince was going to slice my neck, the fact that my insurance I've trusted up until now doesn't exist. It meant that I cannot die like how I wanted to. What if it's really the end when I die? What if I don't go back to where I came from but really just die? I was just a normal female student. I didn't have the biggest guts to deal with these kind of dangers. The only choice left for me now was to reach the ending with one of the characters. But how could I endure and reach an ending with one of the characters who tries to kill me the moment I make even the smallest mistake? The fact that all the male characters' interest went up wasn't important to me. That kind of thing, even though you try hard to raise them up, they'll always drop in one go like a sand castle would. What if I work my butt off trying to raise their interest on me, but it all just drops in a go like it did in the game? Then it's death. But I didn't want to die. Why should I when I survived risking my life trying to escape from my blood-related brothers? Why do I have to die that ridiculously in a crazy universe like this when all I do is curry favor with the bastards I don't even know? Tears fell from my eyes and the sound came along with the huffing, but it was all out of my control. Thanks to me running all the way back by following the lights, I found myself back at the entrance of the maze garden faster than I reached the center of the maze. I was only a few steps away from actually exiting the garden for good. I bumped into a person in front of me who I couldn't see from the dark. Me, who wasn't mentally stable at all, felt immense fear rushing over me from the thought that the Crown Prince may have chased my back. I was going to start running again when my wrist was grabbed. Let go, I screamed, scared for life. Let go of this lady. Why do I have to die? I don't want to die. Lady, I, who was shaking the hand I was caught, came back to my senses at the sensation of someone grabbing tightly onto my shoulders. Are you okay? The ultramarine blue eyes that were wide with surprise came into view. Then I saw the silver hair shining under the faint light. Then I came to see the shining interest 0% above it all. Calm down, I am not going to hurt you, I gasped from crying when the guy spoke with a pleasing voice, making me stiff. Is it one of the main character again? I felt despair when I realized who it was that I'd bumped into. Vinter Verdandi, he was a sorcerer and a marquis. I'm fine now. I calmed down quickly just from the fact that it wasn't the crown prince. I raised my hand up shakily up to my eyes and wiped the tears down. I wanted to go back home. I didn't want to be here at this place even for a second longer. Adding to that, I didn't have any mentality left in me to face Vinter either. I've caused the trouble to a person I've never met before. Please forget what happened right now then. I spat the words out after roughly wiping my face. I bowed as a greeting, then tried to walk past him, but then I was stopped again. You're bleeding a lot, he said, pointing at my neck. You're also so pale. I'll take you to the doctor here. It's fine, I need to hurry back somewhere. Then at least take this. Unlike me, who didn't want to deal with this right now any longer, Vinter didn't let me go but took something out his breast pocket and handed it to me instead. Lay this over your wound and press on it, will stop the bleeding. It was a white handkerchief. I stared at it for a moment before accepting it. I couldn't walk back into the ballroom when I was bleeding like this anyway. I bowed once again and opened my mouth to speak. Thank you, I will be sure to return the favor. There is no need for that, he rejected as he reached his hand out towards me. Then instead I wish for the sadness to be gone in these beautiful eyes the next time we meet. The warm hands were so close to touching the areas around my eyes that I could faintly feel the heat. Interest 9%. I was all too focused on the letters shining above his head that I couldn't check to see how he was looking at me. I've actually stopped bleeding by the time I arrived at the door to the ballroom with the handkerchief pressed against my neck. No one knew if Vinter secretly casted magic on it. Knowing that he was a sorcerer, I flinched to a stop when I was about to enter the ballroom to check on myself. I didn't know wearing a dress with such dull color would be this much of a help today. The blood stain on the dress I was wearing were hardly visible due to its dark color. Thanks to that, I only had to give my hair a little touch before I went, and finding Derek was very easy. Our Mr. Capture target with cold aura was shining alone out of all the people surrounding him. He told me to just stay quiet and not make a fuss. He'd be mad if he saw my neck cut. I was too focused on thinking back to the warning Derek gave me when we arrived at the royal grounds that I didn't notice the gazes of people all looking at me. Didn't notice that I wasn't fine just because my dress was fine. Brother, I called him out quietly. Fortunately, he heard this quiet call that was close to a whisper from all the way in the crowd, because he turned to look at me right after. I think I'll be leaving now. I'm not feeling too well. Derek's blue eyes widened when he spotted his pale little sister, who looked like she was about to faint with a blood-soaked handkerchief pressed against her neck. Right now everything turned black. That moment, in an instant, the last thing I saw was Derek running towards me with a pale face as I fell unconscious. I didn't remember anything after I fainted at the ball. Lady, quick, hurry and bring a doctor. Urgent shouting and rushed footsteps could be faintly heard. The fact that I was lying in bed for days suffering just from a small cut on my neck made me laugh. It was as if all the stress I've ignored due to the fact that I was busy trying to survive exploded all at once there. I've dreamt of lots of things during those days. I thought I was going to dream about Penelope's past now that I'd become her, but it was all my past that I've dreamt of. It was not too long since the day I entered a high school which only the rich family's kids goes to after I was taken into that house. I was packing my things up after class when someone tapped on my shoulder. Hey, your brother is searching for you. He told you to come to the gym storage room. He was one of the kids who favored the second bastard, who basically had the central power and controlled the school. I headed to the storage room without thinking much about it. I did notice that the second bastard was sort of involved with bullying in school, but it wasn't that serious to be thinking about. Brother, I carefully stepped into the storage room, quietly opening the door. I couldn't see anything from the dark. Then something was abruptly put over my head when I was wandering in the place. It seemed like a plastic bag. What me, whose face was covered, was thrown deeper into the storage room, then was beaten up badly. Tens of foots kicking and stepping on me. I didn't have a second to recover consciousness. All I could do at the moment was screaming from all the abuses coming at me while cowering. Wow, now this is refreshing. Where did this beggar thing even come from? She's not in the level to be attending the same school we go to. Hey, but aren't we in big trouble if her brother's no nonsense? Her brother hates her to death. I followed my father to a meeting, and she was brought up in their conversation. Their brothers just shivered in disgust. They grinned and said those trashy words while watching me trying to get back to my senses with the energy I have left. Those words hurt more than their actions on me just a moment ago. Hey, from now on make sure you don't come into our view and don't say a word about today. With that said, I heard the footsteps of people leaving out the storage room. I was lying there on the floor completely still for at least 1 hour after that. It was because I was in so much pain that I couldn't even move. It was long after that when I could barely stand up again. I took the plastic bag off my head and saw both my bag and my uniform ruined. I headed to the washroom and started wiping all the footprints on my uniform until I realized that it wasn't the uniform I should be worrying about. In the mirror I saw blue on my eyes. From that I could know that I was kicked, not only my body but my face as well. A laugh escaped my mouth at the sight of me, seeming to say I've been beaten. I didn't remember the feeling of when I was being kicked at because I was out my senses and because my mind was blank then. I trudged my way to that hell-like house. I hated the house so much that I'd rather die than to go in, but there were no place to go to other than that house. I was unfortunate when I entered the house. There had to be my stepdad and my 2 stepbrothers all having a little snack time in the living room at the time when I did. I'm back. Since I wasn't someone who could join them, I hurriedly bowed to greet them and hastily headed to the stairs. Wait, stop there. Usually they wouldn't care if I came back or didn't, but that day had to continue to be a bad day because the second Batar called me out. Hey, I told you to stop. I ignored him and continued walking. The second bastard got up from the spot when I did. I was grabbed by the wrist before being able to reach the stairs. Hey, what's all this? Why do you look like that? Nothing much, I just fell, I answered with my head shook. It was intended to hide my blue bruise on the eyes with my hair. Hey, look at me. Were you beaten up? No, like I just said, I fell. I told you to raise your head. I wanted to go up to my room and rest for today, but he had to block me from doing that and pulled my hair up. You, what's up with that bruise? Which bastard did this? Who in hell? My messed up face was revealed by the brat's hand. It's nothing. Oh, this is nothing. How is this? It's really nothing. Seriously, it's nothing. I told you it's nothing. I think I was out of my mind because I shouted at him and also shook his hand off me without my wills. Even my stepdad and the oldest stepbrother widened their eyes. It was probably because they've never seen me angry for me to act like so. That moment I thought I couldn't get more miserable than this, the fact that they were having a nice time eating fruits while I was being beaten up in the gym storage room. Since when did you care for me? That view of the 3 having a family time in the living room when I walked in through the door made me envious, jealous. And me who couldn't join them was, please just leave me alone. Did I ever ask for you to do something for me before? I didn't even do anything, but why are you guys keep? Silence filled the living room that could make one have goosebumps. I always thought that crying meant loss and failure, but I couldn't stop myself that moment. All the tears I held back up until now flooded out my eyes like a waterfall. I cried like a little kid, not knowing what kind of face they made while watching me. A few days later, by the time the bruise on my eyes disappeared, the second bastard came to me and spoke. I caught them all and beat them up until they're half dead. Those were the words he spoke without even saying hi. I already sort of knew from the rumors saying that some of the troublesome kids were hospitalized all at once. Just how much did those bastards look down on you to do that? He muttered, looking at me, who shook my head. Anyways, those things wouldn't happen again, just so you know. Even though I wasn't thankful to the second bastard at all, I became even more isolated in school. Nothing got better, in fact, they'd bully me more sometimes. Thank you, brother. I wanted to scream that it was his fault instead of forcing those thanking words to him. Why do I need to thank you when you're cleaning up your own mess? I just really is what you said it was. But why isn't she waking? Loud shouts were heard, but I couldn't figure who and what they were saying. My head hurt. I opened my eyes that wouldn't easily open. At least do that. Obviously you, along with that insane bastard, the crown prince. So loud someone immediately came to me as I squeezed my voice out. Hey, are you awake? Everything was blurry. I couldn't see the person's face too well. But I could immediately tell who it was thanks to that familiar voice. It was the second bastard from the house. I hate you. I forced my voice out into saying the words I couldn't before. Really, I hate you so much. I hate you 100,000 times more than you hate me. I hate you more than anyone in the world. I closed my eyes, finishing my words, feeling a little refreshed. And I wasn't able to see because I was falling back asleep, the blue eyes trembling like it would during an earthquake, and the pink-haired person as stiff as one can be. I was able to get up after 4 days has passed. Lady, you're okay now, right? The first thing I saw after opening my eyes was Emily with teary eyes. Yeah, I'm fine, that's really fortunate. Do you know how worried I was? His Grace the Duke and the young masters were also really worried about you, lady. Is that so? I replied half-heartedly, because Emily also probably didn't meant any of those she said. Then Emily nodded her head in big motion and spoke. Of course, the first young master was pale when he ran to the mansion with Lady in his arms. My oldest brother did. Yes, His Grace the Duke ordered and brought all the talented doctors in the capital, while the butler was barely able to stop the second young master from leaving to the royal palace. I was quite surprised at her continued words. She might be exaggerating a little, but set that aside. Them giving Penelope a care at all was unexpected. I thought something might happen to you, lady. You must have had a hard time. Emily, a hard time? My foot, don't say that. I'm lady's personal maid. It seemed like quite a lot of things had happened when I was unconscious. My mind was a little blank, staring at Emily because she was the girl who was in tears mentioning personal maid in front of me when she was also the one who poked me with a needle before. Alright, this is not the time for some chit-chats. I'll be right back. That you lady is now awake. Emily got up from the spot in a hurry when I nodded my head and spoke. Bring some melon sherbet on your way. I checked the mirror directly after I got up from the bed. My face looked horrible from 4 whole days of being unconscious. My neck, which was scratched with the crown prince's sword, was wrapped thick and securely with bandages. Why did they wrap it around me so thick? If someone were to see this, they'd think I broke my neck instead of thinking it's just wounded. I felt trapped by these bandages, so I thought of taking them off me, but I decided to just let it be for a little while longer. It was because I thought it wouldn't be that bad to act like a patient for a while. It was around when I was resting on my bed after finishing the clam soup and the melon sherbet that Emily had brought to me. A knocking sound on my room door was heard. Lady, it's Pennell. The visitor was Pennell the butler. He didn't do things such as coming in without knocking anymore after that incident the other day. However, that couldn't stop me from frowning. I thought I told him to let others come to visit me if he had business with me. I sent Emily out my room instead, since I didn't forgive him completely yet. Go and check the reason why he came here. Emily did as told without any further question. What came out her mouth after she came back was unexpected. Lady, the butler said that His Grace is calling for you, father. It was not allowed for anyone to deliver the orders from the owner, the main power of this mansion, to the others. I could understand why the butler had to come himself this time for that reason, so I stood up from the bed. Emily, bring me an outerwear. Are you not going to change clothes, lady? Emily asked, as if it was rare for me to not do as so. Currently I was in a white one-piece that I woke up with. It wasn't too formal to wear when seeing an adult. Have you seen a patient dressing up before? I replied, taking the outerwear Emily had brought me. Did he really have to call for me when I only regained consciousness today? It wasn't intended, but it was true that I created an incident at the ceremony in the royal palace. I was punished with time out last time. I wonder how much I'll be scolded today. If I wanted to avoid at least a bit of the blame for that incident, I had to act as if I'm in pain. Thanks to being unconscious for a while, my face was already like a face of a patient without even me trying to look like one. Phew, my life! I let out a deep sigh as I left the room. The butler, who has been out by my room door for a while, readjusted his posture the moment I came out my room. Shall we go now, lady? Then he set one hand on his stomach and reached his other hand out in the direction where we were going to go. What the? It was not like I didn't know the way to where I am supposed to go also. He's never done any of these up before to me up until now. The butler bowed and opened his mouth at my suspecting stare on him. I cannot walk before the master I am serving when I'm a mere servant working here. I searched his face to see if he was trying to fool with me, but there were no traces of insincerity shown on him. Instead, he seemed like a prepared knight who've waited for this moment. Please take the lead, lady. His well-mannered words were heard differently in my ears. I've been waiting for you. I'll be serving the lady well today, just like the owner of a store treating a regular who haven't visited for a long time. The aura of the mansion was noticeably different today. Why is everyone acting like this today? All the servants who used to be busy glimpsing at me were all bowing in manners whenever their eyes met with mine. That time I didn't know that it was all thanks to the butler walking behind me, giving them a warning with his glares. Lady, please wait a moment. It was when I arrived at the door to the Duke's office. The butler, who was silently walking behind me, walked past me to the door. Your Grace, Lady Penelope has arrived. Let her in. The butler opened the door for me also in a very well-mannered way after the Duke spoke from inside. Please head inside, lady. I felt a bit awkward entering the room. It was as if he's been training his manners when I was sick. You came. The Duke was sitting on the sofa today, located on the front side of his work desk. Have you called? I greeted, bowing my head. He nodded at my greeting and gave me his permission to sit. Have a seat. I sat down on the sofa across from where the Duke was sitting. Then in my brain, I went over the excuses I've come up for this conversation. The Duke slowly opened his mouth to speak after a while of silence. The reason I called for you today, Father, may I quickly say something first? I quickly cut through his line. Then I stood up from the spot I was sitting on, then kneeled down on the ground next to the sofa. I apologize for everything. This was my plan, apologizing before everything. It seems like I didn't look back on my actions during my time out enough that I caused such a fuss again in the royal ceremony and brought shame to the family. The words I prepared came out my mouth like a spilling water. I mean, would he go far as to kicking his daughter, who just woke up from being ill, out the house when she's confessing like this? No, wait, it seemed like my plan has worked, because the shock he must have felt was noticeable on his face. I'll not dare bring up the words for you to forgive me. I know the best that I'm at fault here. What do you? I'll take on any punishments you give without opposing. So enough. I was about to ask him to spare me a little, but him shouting with his one hand in the air made me shut my mouth before being able to ask that. Penelope Eckhart. The Duke called my name with a low and deep voice. Does not work anymore after I used this strategy once already. I started to feel worried. I replied, gulping, yes, Father, rise. Pardon, that was unexpected that I had to question it again when I did. The Duke's one eyebrow flinched. An Eckhart doesn't kneel down on their legs no matter what the reason is, so don't lower yourself so easily like that, Penelope. No one can make you kneel to the ground as long as you're an Eckhart, even though that someone might be one of the royals. The Duke raised his voice when he said the word royal. Following that, he commended, if you understand, then rise from the ground right this moment. All right. I abruptly got up from the ground and once again sat on the sofa. My heart beat at the Duke's impressive charisma that I wasn't able to witness while playing the game. Did I say something wrong? I was thinking that when the Duke started speaking again. Penelope, the reason I called for you here is not to scold you or anything. Then it was to hear about what happened in the royal palace in more detail. Now tell me what happened between you and the Crown Prince. I looked back at the time before fainting the other day. At his words, I followed the Crown Prince, intending to be killed, then almost got my neck flown off my body from his sword. Then I saved myself from dying by talked about how I liked that insane bastard. I felt chills down my spine thinking about that again. Well, I came up with an excuse, not noticing that the Duke was intensely staring my face, which was getting paler by each moment. I was going to get some fresh air in the maze garden and happened to meet His Highness there, but then it had to be when he was in a bad mood, so it was far different from what had originally happened. It felt like I was becoming into a professional liar since the day I got here, but what else could I do? I cannot speak the truth, and it wasn't all a lie. So the Crown Prince messed your neck up like that just from him being in a bad mood? Huh, no, not messed up. If it's not messing your neck up, then what's that on your neck? He's not a coyote or anything. But he had to point his sword to a noble girl just because he was in a bad mood. The Duke shouted in anger. For some reason I thought I could hear the Crown Prince saying things such as how noisy somewhere. I quickly responded. It was me who got into his nerves in the first place. Good job. Pardon, we could demand the Crown Prince for a favor. Using how he was a harm to you as a threat, you've become a great member of an Eckhart, Penelope. I was about to go crazy at the Duke's unexpected reply. Each time he spoke we needed to take down a peg or two of his someday. Anyway, he became way too prideful after gaining the title as a hero of the war. Father, those were the words that could bring chaos to this family. If anyone else were to hear them, those were an insult to the royals. The Duke continued with his speech as if nothing happened, unlike me who was flustered inside. Penelope, you should know that us Eckharts aren't on anyone's side. We are just sitting on the fence, neutral. Yes, of course. Nope, I didn't actually, not at all. Though that's the case, it's hard to resist anything if we don't have a backup. Her Majesty the First Empress has passed away, and people who supported the Crown Prince have decreased in numbers. The current Empress is the second wife of the Emperor, the second Prince's mother. No one knows who would become the next Emperor at the moment. I didn't know the Crown Prince had this kind of a backstory. It was because that damn game was about nothing but capturing the heart of the male leads. Of course he had a reason for acting like a mad dog at the banquet. I didn't understand why the Empress and the second Prince sent a murderer to the Crown Prince at first. So you continue to be you onwards as well, said the Duke, put on a smile of satisfaction as he changed the topic of the conversation. You've acted well in this case, so I shall reward you then to punish you. Do you have anything in mind to ask for? A reward? I came here expecting to be punished. I didn't think I'd be rewarded like this. I just sat there staring blankly at him, when he slightly nodded his head once. Do you want a jeweler to visit again, or do you perhaps want to throw out all of your dresses and order some new ones since this season's coming to its end? My jaw dropped at the reward options of a different scale of what I could think of. What a windfall. However, Penelope already had so many of both the jewels and dresses of those she bought before that those that the Duke offered weren't really needed. I thought of what I wanted as my reward and soon answered thoughtfully, I'll tell you what I want as my reward later, after giving it some more time to think about it. The Duke and I were finished with our talk, and I just closed the office door behind me when a white box appeared before me out of nowhere. Your fame has been +5 due to the reformation of your relationship with the people working in this mansion. Total 5. A feigned laugh escaped my mouth from the ridiculousness of this situation. Just what did I do for me to earn this? I really didn't try and improve my relationships with the people around me. If I had to think of one thing I did, then it'd be threatening them a little so that they don't look down on me. Was me being wounded a little by the Crown Prince really that of a big deal? I was fascinated by many things flowing in an unexpected way, including the way the Duke acted. While at it, I also somewhat felt a little proud of myself in a way, since be it interest or fame ++ always meant something good here. Great, let's continue with this flow of things onwards as well. Lady, you're back. Emily welcomed me, who just stepped into my room. I nodded my head half-heartedly as I hurried to my desk and sat on the chair. It was because I had a lot to think about besides thinking of what I want as my reward as well. Lady, this Emily followed along and handed something to me. The thing you held against your neck on the day you fell unconscious. The first young master told me to just throw it away, but I washed and kept it just in case. I stared at what Emily handed to me, a white handkerchief. It was the one Vinter Verdandi lent me. I totally forgot about it. Thanks, Emily, I complimented Emily, who've done thanks worth thing. Her expression brightened when I did. The handkerchief that was once soaked in blood was clean white now. I thought of what to do with it as I looked at it. I do need to return the courtesy somehow. It was unwanted care, but I still needed to be polite about it. Besides, there was a need to meet him at least once more, since he was also one of the capture targets. Emily, can you tell the butler right now to bring in a jeweler tomorrow? A jeweler? Emily tilted her head from my request that came out from the blue, then clapped once. Are you planning to buy some new accessories for the upcoming festival? Festival? Emily answered me immediately when I asked in confusion. The festival celebrating for the birth of this country is held next week. I heard that the festival will be held on a much bigger scale due to His Highness the Crown Prince's return. Don't mention the Crown Prince, Emily gasped, her mouth shut from my tone of voice that suddenly turned cold. I was sick of even thinking of the Crown Prince. I motioned my hand, annoyed, towards Emily, who started to study my face. Go to the butler now. Okay, I'll be right back. Emily left, and the silence greeted me in my room. I tapped on the desk with my one finger and got lost in deep thought. So next week's the festival. In the game, the episodes specified for meeting with each of the capture targets are unlocked in an order. For instance, I had to get through with some of the episodes in Reynold and Derek's route for the Crown Prince's route to be unlocked. That's why it was sort of unexpected that I met Vinter right away after I met with the Crown Prince. But he was a character I'd meet in the banquet that day anyway, so nothing much changed within the story as it flowed the same up until right now. All that's left now was the last capture target, Eckles, the knight who appears after the meeting with Vinter. It was around when the festival took place when the last capture target was brought into the mansion. What did Penelope did during the festival again? In the hard mode of the game, I was only notified that the Duke brought in the new capture target, and was never able to see him. I was too busy dying while playing the episode Festival Day together with either Reynold or Derek. I feel my blood boiling thinking about that again. In the end, the result was I was never able to have even just one single peaceful date at the festival with anyone. I hurriedly opened a drawer and took out a piece of paper I hid before I went through my writing at a fast speed and muttered, I need to get him before the Duke does. I decided on something after almost being killed by the Crown Prince. To finish one route as soon as possible and get out of this damn place. Since I can't try and die anymore, to do that I need to focus on raising the interest of the most manageable capture target. Eckles, my eyes sparked looking at his name written on the paper. I choose you. I was busy exploring the mansion lately. I wouldn't be exaggerating even if I said that the Eckhart mansion was the size of a town. The training area for the knights and their dorms along with a small forest could be seen when you passed the beautifully decorated garden and a wide field of grass. There must be an escape hole somewhere. I was doing this in order to find a secret way out of the mansion grounds before the day of the festival. Though it wasn't easy since this place was so big, I walked back to the gardens with droopy steps after failing to find an escape hole again today. Then I requested Emily for a little snack and tea setup and read a book under a big tree afterward. It was around when the story was reaching its climax I heard a little rustle behind me. Emily, can you hand me a bookmark? I was close to finishing the chapter that I kept my eyes on the book while I reached my hand towards where Emily should be at. No reply came back though even until I finished the last page of the chapter. Emily. I closed the book and turned my head. Are you okay now? Beside me stood a person holding a tray with some snacks. It wasn't Emily, but someone I didn't expect to see here. Interest 8%. I let out an idiotic sound seeing the interest gauge bar above Derek, who I haven't seen in days. It was at 6% the last time I saw him. I didn't know what caused it to rise. A cool breeze held the faint scent of flowers as it whooshed between me and Derek. My sight was momentarily blocked by my hair fluttering before me, and thanks to that I was able to get back to my senses. I realized that I was idiotically staring up at him, and stood up. Derek stopped me when I did. No, you don't need to get up. It's fine, I was going to go back and now anyways. Then do you not want the desserts? I creased my brows, moving my gaze onto the tray he was holding. It had to be him who brought this out of all the others. Did Emily requested you to do such a thing? No, I told her that I'd bring this to you since I had something I need to talk to you about. With me, what does he who hates Penelope to his death have to say to me? But that curiosity didn't last long as I figured out what he meant. It's about what happened the other day, right? Though the Duke let it be and even gave me a reward, Derek would surely not let go of this matter. Let's just think of this as the continuing of an apology of what I was going to do in front of the Duke. I held back a sigh as I carefully chose my words, then I babbled out the words like a robot soullessly. I apologize that I made a fuss when you told me, especially not to you. Must have been flustered. First, young master, I spoke to father, and told him that I'd give myself a timeout by staying within the mansion grounds. If you think that I deserve a harsher punishment, that's not. He coldly cut through my line. That's not what I was going to say. He was faintly frowning when I took a look at his face. What the it's not? I asked, continuously glimpsing up above his head. Then what? Why did it go back to the first, young master? Pardon, no, never mind, I didn't say that right. Derek changed the topic before I got the chance to figure what he meant by that. I came here to give you this. With one hand holding up the tray, he used his other hand to dig into his breast pocket. My eyes went wide at the thing that Derek was holding out to me. It was a scarf for women, which didn't suit his big hand that well. This is, you can't continue to look like that every place you go now. He muttered coldly, glimpsing at my neck. My neck was still wrapped with bandages so that I looked more like a patient. I must look hilarious like this, but Derek's face was emotionless without even a hint of a smirk. There are already so many bad rumors of you going around. You don't know that other rumors will form when you go around with a handkerchief a guy you don't even know the name of gave you. Always consider your place in the social circle and the weight you have on your shoulders before taking actions. My jaw dropped while looking back and forth at the handkerchief and Derek. He was talking about the handkerchief that Vinter gave me. Derek told Emily to throw it out, but it was washed and nicely stored in the drawer in my room. How did he know that a man gave me this? I felt goosebumps on my arms at his amazing insight and perspicacity. I thought he'd scold me right when he opened his mouth. I didn't know Derek would also be like this. I thought of how I could take this and then spoke. Thank you. I decided to be nice to Derek and tried my best not to make skin contact with him while accepting the scarf since he hated Penelope so much. It looks pretty expensive. It wasn't wrapped or packed like a gift would be, but I could tell this was expensive just by the texture of the scarf when it was passed onto my hands. I smiled at the gift. I'll use it well. First, young master. I raised my head from the scarf and thanked him. Derek's eyes wavered for a moment, then his expressionless face suddenly stiffened. What's up with him? My heart dropped at his reaction. I was looking anxiously at the interest gauge bat above his head. I forgot something important. He turned his back on me and with quick steps he walked out of the garden with the tray on his hand. Why is he acting like that? All of my eyes widened while looking at him leaving. Interest 10%. The numbers glowing in white changed above his head. Just what's up with this game? Derek disappeared in seconds, leaving me muttering behind. I couldn't get a hold of what was causing the interests of the sons of this house to rise. Well, it's because I didn't know what caused those interests to rise that I kept on dying in the game. I couldn't help but feel like my days here are gradually differing from the game I've played. Found it. I was finally able to find a secret way out as a result of searching one for days. The wall that surrounded the whole mansion was almost like an iron barrier. Therefore, it was fortunate that I was able to find an escape hole by the knights' training areas, which I think was used when the knights were skipping their training. It was well hidden with the bushes that there would have been no way I could have found it if not for me tripping on a small rock and falling on top of it. Why won't this damn game provide me of any of these things and information? I shook the dust off my clothes, then kicked the rock I tripped on. Afterward, I readjusted the scarf around my neck. I moved on from the bandages to the scarf that Derek had given me. It's fortunate that I found one before tomorrow. Tomorrow was the day the festival begins. I was really anxious up until now. Of course, I would be easily able to leave the mansion for tomorrow if I simply got the permission from either the Duke or Derek. But there's no way that they'd allow a Gongnir to go alone on the streets where it'll be crowded with people from all over the empire. Even more so when I say that I'll be going to the slave market that secretly opens at night time. I'm going through all these to save you, so you better meet my expectations, Eckles. I muttered, staring at the escape hole that I just found. Then I fixed the bush into its original form, which was ruined by me falling on top of it. It was when I got up from the spot finished with fixing the bush. Hey, what are you doing over there? The voice came from behind. I jumped in surprise and turned around. I suspected my eyes after witnessing what was written above the head of a figure. Interest 7%. I haven't seen Reynold in a week yet. His interest has risen 4%. Do these bastards have to not see Penelope at all for their interests to rise? I felt somewhat upset. I didn't know this while playing the game, since I had to unlock the episodes to think you could raise their interests this easily. The time I've spent resetting the game was wasted. What are you blankly staring at? I asked you what you were doing. I got to my senses at Reynold's urging words. I moved my gaze off the interest gauge bar and spoke. You know, just taking a walk, just taking a walk. Reynold narrowed his eyes at my reply. You had to be taking a walk at where the escape hole is located at. What a coincidence. I was barely able to control myself from gasping out loud. Goosebumps rose on the back of my neck. Just how did that brat realize I covered it well again? I glimpsed at the bush again. There was no difference to how it looked before and after it was messed up. I tried my best to calm myself down as I changed the subject as if nothing had happened. What about you? Why are you here? I was just heading back since I finished today's training. Now that I see Reynold's pink hair was damp with his sweats, I could sort of see his body through the thin and white training clothing he was wearing. He has some nice body. Unlike his pretty-looking face, his body was hard with muscles which made him look weirdly sexy. Yeah, you want this kind of entertainment too, to survive in this house. I scanned him once more, then spoke in a prim way. Then you go to wherever you're going. I'll continue with my walk too. Then I took some steps forward. I was going to continue to walk away until hey, really know your limits. I heard a voice behind me. I wanted to ignore him, but I had no choice to turn around for his interests. For what, have you already forgotten that 4 years ago you broke your leg, trying to go over the wall like that one knight who was going to skip his training, which caused the walls to be extended higher? It would make over 10 books if you were to write down all the words those knights said to defame you. I knew that the wall surrounding the mansion was taller than I expected. Those things really happened. This kid's really. If it was 4 years ago, it was when Penelope was 14. She would have mastered all the manners by then, even though she started learning manners later than the others have. I started to get annoyed at Reynold's words that revealed an extreme part of Penelope's past which wasn't mentioned in the game. I'm not doing anything like that. Those words I spoke weren't at all faithful even for me. Reynold heard what I said as he spoke with a scary tone of voice. Just get permission from father and leave the mansion confidentially. Don't repeat what you did in the past and get defamed at again. I told you it's nothing like that. He didn't say anything further after my words. Instead, he stared at me in disbelief for a moment longer before he left the spot. I was watching the interest 7% getting further away from me. Quest. Would you like to proceed the quest? Date at the festival with Reynold. Reward Reynolds interest plus 3% and others. Accept, reject. As expected, a quest appeared in front of me. I have to do this thing again with that brat, and the reward is only 3% of his interest. I snorted, thinking back to how annoying he was a minute ago. While playing the game, I really wanted that 3% that I accepted the quest. Followed by I had to press the reset button infinite amount of times. What was more upsetting was that I still wasn't able to complete the quest. I'm not doing it, no way. I pressed on refuse multiple times without having to think about it longer. How can I have a successful date at the festival with a guy who growls whenever he sees me? I didn't feel that 3% was wasted. I had 10% and 7% with me already. Besides, I wasn't working my butt off like this to simply have a date at the festival. I glared at the spot where Reynold was standing before and thought, annoying, hate him. If he said that in such a tone in front of the real Penelope, she would definitely want to give it a try. I threw down the bedcover that I tied into a rope down my room window, muttering the words that I couldn't say in front of Reynold yesterday. Then I pushed myself up on the window frame using all my strength. That was all I needed to do for me to be out of breath. It was the first day of the festival. I patiently waited until Emily was done with serving me for the day yesterday, then immediately took all the bedsheets I had and tied them together into a rope. It was the most classic way of escaping. Now let's do this. I got up from the window frame after my breathing became steady again. I already prepared for today's day out. I was wearing a thick robe that covered my face and my hair. I also had with me a few gold coins and a check that I got from the Duke as my reward for the incident that happened on the other day. What was left now was to successfully get down from my room, which was located on the second floor of the mansion. Why do I have to go through all this? I complained, looking down from the window, and started taking action. I held onto the rope and slid down it with fast speed. It was only on the second floor. I've concluded that it was possible to safely climb down from my room after wandering around within the mansion grounds a couple of times. I'm sure it was possible. Shoot. The bedsheet I've tied into a rope was shorter than I thought. I couldn't check before as I couldn't see well how long it reached down from my room. I thought it would be fine because the rope was pretty long. I could wake someone up if I were to jump down from this height, and it was possible that I could get injured if I were to make a wrong move. Just realizing that eyeballed length was different from the actual length had made me panic. I looked up to see that the distance from where I was at to my room window was pretty lengthy. I didn't have enough power to climb back up. I was barely holding onto the bedsheet, which was the best I could do. What do? I sniffled at the situation where I couldn't help myself either way. It was then, hey you, what are you doing right now? A voice came from below me. I glimpsed down below me and met eyes with someone. A sound of that person feigned laughing followed after those words. Reynold, his pink hair reflected the moonlight. Reynold was looking up at me from below with the eyes seeming to be looking at a senseless thing. Why do you come out from there? Are you kidding? The room below your room is my room. I closed my mouth shut. How was I supposed to know that his room was the room below Penelope's? Are you This is so ridiculous that I can't find the right words to say. Are you trying to escape right now? What do you mean escaping? I was startled at his question. I was just going to go out for a walk. To walk seems like it's a trend nowadays for the girls your age to climb a wall when you're going out for a walk. I couldn't find the right words to reply with, so I stared far into the mountains instead. However, there was one thing that I've forgotten from panicking. It was that my arms reached its limits to hold on for any longer. All the strength left me at that moment. As I slid down the rope, I shouted, grabbed onto the end of the rope just before completely falling down to the ground. I was now clinging on to the end of the rope, swinging side to side like a spider climbing its one strand of the web. Hey then, Reynold shouted as he climbed up his window frame at a fast speed. His face when he jumped out from his window looked a little pale. Let go, Reynold, who was now standing on the ground outside, said as he opened his arms. What? Let go and jump down to where I'm standing. I'll catch you. That moment I was barely able to keep myself from saying, how am I supposed to trust you if you don't want to? Then you can just continue to cling on to that. My hesitation didn't last long. At his next words, I had no other choice. Please don't miss me, catch me well. I ordered. He wouldn't purposely let me die, though I'm his hated little sister, right? I was finally able to let go of the grip after thinking that over and over again to convince myself that I'd be fine. I felt the immense wind blow past my cheeks just when I started to feel butterflies in my stomach, like when you ride a roller coaster. Caught you. I opened my eyes to see Reynold smirking like a devil would. Put me down. I realized that my face was really close with his and hurried down from his arms. Reynold asked while I was fixing the robe I was wearing, where are you planning to go? Just for if you say that you're going out for a walk again, then I'm heading for father right away. I glared hatefully at the brat who cut through my line. Why did I have to get caught by him out of all the other people here? It's still better than having to be caught by Derek. I heard that the best time to be enjoying the festival was when it's dark out, and that seemed to be right because the streets were already crowded with people. The busy street was decorated with fancy lanterns and various stands. I've seen lots of these sorts of festivals before coming to this world, so I was quick to walk past everything disinterested. Hey, are you sure that you came to enjoy the festival? Reynold asked, finding this rather weird for something that Penelope would do. I glimpsed over at him once before answering him half-heartedly. I am enjoying it. You're not even asking to buy anything for you. You usually go mad when you see accessories, he commented, pointing at the stands selling kinds of stuff for girls. Then did you actually think I came out here just to have fun at the festival with you? I stared at him for a moment, then speechlessly turned back. Honestly speaking, nothing came into view, be it the whole festival, or whatever. I was way too conflicted because I didn't know where to start looking for Eckles. Hey, come here for a minute. Just then Reynold caught me by my hand and dragged me somewhere. Derek wordlessly followed behind the two of us. Look, they sell some fine things here. The place Reynold led me to was one stand that sold some jewels. My welcome. Take a look, dear customers. A lot of new things have arrived for today from the east. I stared blankly at the man as I was confused about what I was doing right now. When I did, Reynold shouted at me in frustration. He told you to take a look around already. I looked at the jewels at his words. Those certainly were some very unique-looking jewels that seemed like it could be seen only during the time of the festival. However, I didn't feel the want to buy any of these. Penelope's jewelry box was already overflowing with accessories. I lost my interest in them real quick. But then this looks fine. An arm reached out from behind me. Derek then picked one accessory up. It was a bracelet made of platinum string and with little jewels in the color of a well-ripened plum hanging. Goodness, I knew you had a great taste on these things, mister. To tell you about this bracelet, it took 3 months of a full day and night using the rare jewels found only in that mine over there in the east. The stand owner started spitting out those words while literally spitting. I felt a bit weird staring at the bracelet that Derek was holding. It was because I felt that the jewel's color was similar to those of my hair. Hey, no way he'd give that to me. I looked up at the 10% and thought, then this one for me. It seemed like Reynold was about to pay any minute, so I hurried and picked up a thing that interested me. The stand owner who once babbled about the bracelet shut his mouth close this time. Are you serious? Reynold formed a deep frown on his face while looking down at what I was holding. It was the same for Derek. Yes, this mask. What I chose was a white mask that's been set far in the corner. Only the eyes and the mouth part, which was curved upwards into a smiling face, were the places that were carved through. It reminded me of a Haho mask. Thinking about it, there was no way they'll let a little girl like me get into the slave market even though I wore a robe. Therefore it was a reasonable and clever decision to make. I'll buy this. Hey, I wanted to ask you this for a while now, Reynold asked with serious look on his face in response to my conclusion. Are you not well these days? I'm asking you if you suddenly feel dizzy at times, or your mind goes blank to find yourself in a different place later when you get back to your senses, or anything like that. Just say so if you don't want to buy me this thing. No, it's not that I don't. You're saying you really want this thing. Yes, I ended up shouting at Reynold, who was asking me the same question repeatedly. He looked at me in disbelief but ended up paying for the mask as well. Just then a noise came from the distance. I turned around to see a group of people going down the streets in costumes. The fireworks started, which made the street even crazier with people. It was the start of the parade. People came out from everywhere to see the parade. I was continuously bumped by the rushing people. Hold on, a sleeve that looked like it was a part of some fancy clothes came reaching out for me from the front. I looked up and found Derek looking down at me with an emotionless face. Thank you. I really thought I was going to be washed away by all these people, so I hurried and grabbed onto his sleeve. But it seemed like I've grabbed onto the wrong place on it because something rattled at the part one was gripping on. It was then when the parade people went past us I gripped onto Derek's sleeve as tightly as possible so that I wouldn't be washed away. However, Penelope Derek's panicking face gradually moved further away from me with the sound of something snapping. No, I was transferred somewhere by all these moving people and was just barely able to get away from them a while later. When I regained my senses, I realized that I was in the corner of a creepy and dark alleyway, with only a golden button that snapped off of Derek's sleeve and a mask that Reynold got for me in hand. Where am I? I furrowed my eyebrows while looking around me. That moment a white box appeared in front of me from nowhere, and the episode "The Unlucky Slave from a Defeated Country" Eckles has begun. Would you like to go to the slave market? Yes, no, my jaw dropped. Suddenly, thanks to this, I was able to start Eckles' route, which I thought wouldn't happen from those two following me. I was transported to the entrance of the slave market immediately after I pressed yes. It was a really shabby building, so you couldn't even have guessed this would be the right place. I saw a few people lining up at the entrance. Each one of them had a mask on. Knew it. I was clever to buy this. It wasn't fancy at all, unlike the ones that the other nobles wore, but it didn't matter as long as it hid my face. I put on the mask and lined up behind those people. I didn't forget to check the robes so that my hair color wouldn't show. It wasn't too long after when it came to my turn. Please show me your invitation. A large man reached his hand out to me. You need an invitation to this thing? I was flustered. I didn't expect that you needed an invitation to be able to get in. You didn't inform me about any of this, you crazy game. The man frowned scarily as I panicked without giving him a reply. Don't you have an invitation? This place only operates for the people with memberships, so you cannot enter without an invitation. Now then, wait, an idea popped up in my head when he said the word membership. I hurriedly dug my hand into my one pocket. Here, what I handed to the big dude was the button from Derek's sleeve. The symbol of the Eckart family was carved clearly on the button. The man's eyes widened when he saw the button in my hand. If it's about my invitation, I forgot it at home. This will do. No. I didn't notice such a high and noble person welcome in. He rushed and made a way for me to enter. I walked in ever so casually, but I was surprised inside. This is how powerful the Duke family is, or maybe even more so, of course. You never knew if this trick worked, from the Duke being the VIP guest who comes sometimes to get some useful slaves. This whole slave thing was bitter to think about for me. I'll escort you to the auction. A server in charge of escorting people in came to greet me by the entrance and led me in. I followed him down the small stairs from behind. How long has passed since then? The stairs came to its end when an area with a dim light coming from it could be seen. Soon I've arrived at a vast and luxurious space that I wouldn't believe that I was in that shabby building I saw earlier. This vast place was hidden here all along. The large hall was decorated like a coliseum so that you could look down at the stage from the grand seats. Have a seat here and take this. The servant took me to the very front seat where you can see the stage the best, then left after handing me a picket. The picket was for the auction. I sat in my seat looking down at the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is finally starting. The auction started not long after the chained slaves walked up the stage after the auctioneer's loud announcement. 10 gold, 10 gold. Is there anyone else sold with 10 gold? The slaves all wore a gloomy face as they were sold to the nobles. Each slave's worth got better than the ones sold before them, as some of them started to do some fascinating tricks, and some of them had an incredible appearance. 100 gold, 100 gold. Is there anyone else? 102 gold. It soon became a battlefield in here, with all the people reading others' face and the atmosphere. And finally, everyone, now's the time you've all been waiting for. Coming up the stage right now is today's last slave. I, who has stared at the stage in disinterest up until now, straightened my body up at the last slave going up the stage, a barbarian from a defeated country. I introduced the slave Eckles. Grayish-brown hair, he was handcuffed, and his mouth was also covered shut, yet his eyes shined sharply at the audience as it was Eckles. Everyone here must have heard the rumors about this slave, right? The auctioneer smiled and said. I didn't hear any rumors about Eckles, however all the others seemed to know as they nodded their head. But there's always a large difference from what the rumors say and when you see for yourself. That's why we hosted a special event for our audiences. Have a look. One servant threw something at Eckles with a hand motion of the auctioneer. It was a small wooden sword that kids used when they learned swordsmanship for the first time. What are they up to? I tilted my head in curiosity. When I did, the sound of a cage sliding open was heard from one corner. Hyenas jumped up the stage, 5 of them at that. What is that? What are they? I was shocked at the sight. The hyenas walked around Eckles, who was standing still in the spot, and drooled as if they've starved for days. Both his arms and legs were cuffed, large movements were restricted from it. A small wooden sword was all that was given to him. Adding to that, all he was wearing was a piece of clothing that covered his lower body. No protection at all. That's just too much. My heart dropped. It was as if their intention was for Eckles to be eaten by those starved beasts. What should I do? I started to think if I should shout out that I'd buy him before anything happens. Just then the largest hyena jumped for Eckles at the same time. Eckles lowered and rolled his body over to the wooden sword and stabbed it in that hyena's one eye at a lightning speed. He finished off by giving the hyena a good kick. The hyena cried and fell to the floor. It soon lost its consciousness, as it was now motionless. Growled. The remaining hyenas jumped for Eckles all at once after that. I let out a short scream. He was able to fight them one by one, but I was sure it would be too much to handle a lot of them all at once. However, it turned out that all my worries were for naught. Eckles dodged hyenas' sharp claws and teeth with his restricted movements, and fought them off. With just a wooden sword, 2 more hyenas were down in seconds. Only 2 were remaining. One hyena aimed for Eckles' back when he was busy fighting the one in front of him. Eckles twisted the neck of the hyena he was fighting and quickly turned around to face the other one. Then he stabbed the hyena in its stomach. With that wooden sword that's not sharp at all. The last hyena dropped to the floor bleeding, leading to the end of the fight. Blood dripped down the hands of Eckles, whose shoulders were heaving. Silence filled the space. Then one by one people started to give their applause. "Thank you," the auctioneer announced the end of the show. Eckles went hyper after seeing blood and kept on swinging his sword though the fight ended. He swung his sword dangerously at the people approaching him to restrain him, but he flinched as he fell unconscious before he was able to strike them. Then he was dragged off the stage. It seemed like they attached something to him, probably to prevent the slaves from acting out. Haha, he's quite an energetic one. It's hard to control him in a normal way. The auctioneer laughed and calmed the startled audience down. "Now then, shall we go nice and easy and start the bid with 50,000 golds? 50,000. The auction for Eckles officially started. The starting budget for him was already on a different scale. I got nervous as I focused on the auction. 60,000, 90,000, 100,000. I see 100,000. The price of Eckles increased rapidly. At this rate, I expected the price to easily reach 10 million. 200,000. Now I see 400,000 over there. Thankfully, people willing to get Eckles started decreasing in numbers as time went by. There weren't too many people willing to buy a slave who came from a defeated country with over 500,000 golds. Especially when he was too wild to be used as a night partner. Unless there are people insane enough that'd do that. 500,000, 600,000. I see 600,000. You could afford a small house with that many golds. Now there were only 2 people still betting. I couldn't see their face because of their mask, but I could tell that one was an old woman with wrinkles all over her neck while the other was a fat man. Their keenly half-closed eyes sparked in greed. I could tell the reason why they wanted Eckles from that. 900,000. The old women raised 300,000 more to the precious price, which made the price now 900,000 golds. 10 million. It's now 10 million. However, the fat man didn't back down. The auctioneer's jaw dropped as he moved his gaze to the old woman. The woman seemed like she gave up though, because she threw the picket to the floor in anger. 10 million. Is there anyone else? 5-4. The countdown started. I cautiously looked around me. It was to check if there were anyone else who looked like they were going to challenge the fat man. 3-2. I finally raised my picket in the air when I realized that there wasn't going to be anyone who would bet higher than that. 100 million, 100 million. Dead silence. If there existed a sound for people turning to look at me, then I'm sure it was going to be really noisy. When the auctioneer's jaw dropped again, he tripped on his words a couple of times as if he couldn't believe what he just heard. Then soon shouted in joy, 100 million. She said 100 million. Is there no one else? There was no way there'd be someone else. Even if there was, it wouldn't have mattered. That was because from the start I already decided that I'd shout out 10 times the number that the last bettor shouted. My life depended on this, even if it wasn't 100 million but 10 billion. My eyes met with his when I called his name. His eyes sparked dangerously. I could tell that he was going to try and kill me immediately after the pain disappears. I couldn't bring him to the mansion if he was going to keep acting like that. I bit on my lower lip deep in thought, then took the mask off of my face with my free hand. Look at me, Eckles. I couldn't think of another way to calm Eckles down other than this. I could only hope for him to face the facts. Look at the face of your owner who bought you with 100 million golds. My face, which was covered with a mask all along, was revealed. His gray eyes widened instantly. Probably because of Penelope's breathtakingly beautiful and alluring face, which didn't go well with a place like this. I didn't waver at all when I continued to stare straight at his eyes. It's not that I had money to burn that I bought you with that price. Not a single noble, no matter how insane they are, would spend 100 million golds on a mere slave who came from a defeated country, you know. It was true, judging how no one bought a slave spending over even 10 million golds during the auction. You could build a castle in a suburb at the capital of the country with 100 million golds. Say that you escaped by being rebellious and by acting out, but what can you after that? You don't even have a country now to go back to. Eckles clenched his teeth as if I touched a nerve in him. He struggled to get out from my grip, but that only made me apply more strength into my arms and raise it up again. I stared down at him. I really hate those stupid people who don't know their place. I saw a possibility in you and willingly paid that price. That's all there is between me and you. I didn't only spend an extreme amount of gold on him, he doesn't know what I've been through just to get him. Therefore you'll have to prove to me what you're worth so that those 100 million golds that I spent on you does not go to waste. If not, I'll just ruthlessly send you back here. You got that? I asked, my eyes shining dangerously honestly. Even I didn't expect for me to go this far. I didn't know I was this desperate to survive through this insane game. If I wanted him to calm down, there was no other way than to coldly make him accept the reality. That he was no longer a noble in his country, but a mere slave to be sold. Eckles' eyes wavered. He seemed to have realized that I didn't buy him just to toy him around for pleasure. Nod your head if you understand. I need to hurry back home. We stayed like this for a while until he nodded his head just barely enough for me to notice it. Thankfully there were no changes to his interest gauge bar. That was more than enough for me. Miss, are you hurt anywhere? The auctioneer hesitantly walked up to me when I rose back up with the mask on my face again. It seemed terrified as he held a whip in his hand. Hey, yes, do you have something you'd like to say? I motioned my head towards Eckles, who tottered to stand up. Undo the cuffs. What? Take off the cuffs. But miss, this slave is. Get rid of everything restricting him except for the choker on his neck and the handcuffs. I'm going to take him home myself, having no other choice. The slaver gave one of the workers signal with his eyes. Eckles soon became free except for the hands. The workers and the slaver backed off immediately, but Eckles didn't do anything but just stood there. And you, I pointed at one worker who whipped Eckles most willingly. Me, take off everything you're wearing now, except for your underwear, and hand them all over to him. I threw a money bag with some gold coins in it at them. Do it quick. The once half-naked slave was soon in a shape where he could wander around outside. It was almost the end of midnight when I came out of the shabby building. I was very tired from spending the whole night with my guards up. A deep sigh escaped my lips as I looked up at the sky. I went through a lot to get here, but I had no idea how I was going to go back. Just follow me for now, I said, glimpsing at Eckles, who was standing behind me. He didn't say anything back. It was an impertinent thing for a slave to do, but I didn't have the energy to correct his actions, so I just let it be. I led Eckles and entered the closest alleyway by that shabby building. I was going to head for the largest streets that way. I can ask for directions from a passerby. It was when I just turned the corner of the tortuous alleyway. Over there, look, they came out. A group of people who were standing in a distance from us all came rushing up to us. They blocked the small path of the alleyway. Well, hello, a man who I didn't know walked up to me through the crowd. He was short but fat, who I set my guards up high and questioned. When I did, the man smirked in disbelief and let out a feigned laugh. You don't know who I am, huh? How am I supposed to know who you are? I'm that person who all people call their hope. Clury Master the servant came rushing out and blocked the fat man who was about to spit out his identity. Lady, it was already morning by the time I arrived at the Eckhart mansion with Eckles. The butler and Emily came running to me as soon as they spotted me. Lady Penelope, just where did you go in the middle of the night? Emily shouted and asked when the butler couldn't continue with his words from their reaction. I realized that secretly bring Eckles in was impossible. Does father know too? Of course, everything was a mess. The young masters both went out with the knights in attempt to find you while a slaver came by in the middle of the night. I slapped my forehead at Emily's words. That slaver bastard who suspected my identity came to get paid as soon as the sun rose. Before I even did, and to think that Derek and Reynold would go and do all that. Shoot, I shouldn't have brought those two with me. Emily didn't waste a single second as she pushed me in through the gates. Quickly go in, lady, hurry, lady. Who is that? The butler blocked Eckles, who was following me into the mansion. He's going to be my personalized bodyguard from now on. Show him to a room and prepare it so that he can rest there. Lady, that's butler freaked out, scanning Eckles from head to toe. You can't do that, lady. How can we allow someone we don't know the identity of into the manse? Butler, only a few days passed from that day, but it looks like you already started to take my words as a joke again. I was very tired, therefore very sensitive. I wanted to throw myself on the bed right away, but there were mountains of things I had to deal with beforehand. I didn't have the time to argue with the servants here. I ask you to prepare it well so that it's comfortable to Eckles. Understood, lady. The butler bowed, having no other choice. After I asked you was a threat. But thankfully it ended before I had to threaten him. It was when I stepped into the entrance. Hey, you! Reynold, who was pacing back and forth, was the first to notice me. The Duke, who was sitting abruptly, got up from his chair at Reynold, shouting, Penelope, father! I unwillingly took a few steps back at the Duke's sharp gaze. The Duke seemed like he was going to shout at me like Reynold did, but held it back. Instead, come to my office now. A huge sigh escaped my lips as I watched the Duke leave. How should I beg for forgiveness this time? All this just so I could get Eckles. I turned to face Eckles in resentment, but that resentment melted in me as soon as I read what was above his head. Interest 18%. I had to contain myself. He was the only hope I had with me. Meanwhile, Reynold spotted Eckles standing behind me as he muttered in detest, What's that beggar doing here? Follow the butler, Eckles. I hurried and commanded, scared that this would turn into a fuss. Follow the butler, my foot. This is the Eckart mansion. Reynold made a face that looked as if he had a lot to say right now. But he didn't continue, probably because he knew that I had to get to the Duke's office right away. The same went for Eckles. He opened his mouth, seeming as if he wanted to say something but didn't. Hurry up, be a good boy. I ignored that he wanted to say something. I didn't have time for that right now. I handed the mask I held in my hand over to Emily, then followed after the Duke, who left a little while ago. Click! A cold and sharp voice pierced my ears as soon as I stepped into the office. Penelope Eckart. Yes, father. I politely stood in front of him. The Duke was sitting, his back facing the desk, started explaining everything from the very beginning to the end. The Duke's heavy tone of voice was as cold as ice. I couldn't see his face from here, so I became less confident if I can get away with this successfully. I didn't care if my fame dropped from it as long as it didn't affect the interests of the two brothers. Thinking hard for a while, I decided to try the method I've used up until now. I apologize for going outside without even telling you, father. Those are the words I hear the most from you these days. It worked for the first and the second time, but not for the third. I was lost for words. You always apologize like this, but it seems like you didn't really look back to it. What do you think? That's I bit my lower lip and said the words that the Duke always wanted from Penelope. I swear I didn't do anything to bring disgrace to this family, father. I didn't stay up all night waiting for you just to hear those kinds of words. The Duke slammed his fist on the table. As soon as I finished my words, I gasped in the air in surprise. He was always ignorant towards Penelope, so this was the first time ever seeing the Duke get angry like this. I got scared at this unexpected reaction. What am I supposed to do? My mind went blank. I already expect that just apologizing wouldn't work this time. Derek. It was the Duke who stopped Derek from scolding me any longer. What are you doing, being rude to just burst in here without knocking when I'm talking to her? Derek's eyes wavered for a split second. He let go of my shoulders and backed up a step. Then he bowed to the Duke. I apologize, father. My shoulders hurt a little. I rubbed my one shoulder with my hand as I watched Derek. What the why won't he leave? Derek stood beside the desk and stared at me as if it was the most obvious thing to do. It was the same with the Duke. They both looked willing to hear me out. Now there's another one I have to deal with. I sighed mentally. All right. I get what you tried to do, the Duke said after clearing his throat once. It was fortunate that the excuse I've thought up beforehand seemed reasonable enough to him. But his questioning didn't end there. But if that was the case, you could have just set him free after you bought him. Why did you bring him here? Eckles is very skilled at martial arts, father. That's one reason why I bought him with such a price. I started spitting out all the words of excuses that I've prepared to say. I wish for you to accept Eckles as a knight in training. He seemed quite useful as our family's knight, yes. I believe it'll be more beneficial to officially train him rather than to make him a servant here where he cannot show off his. I can't stand hearing more of this. Derek cut through my line. There's an overflowing number of people who are grateful just being able to work in this mansion as a servant. But right now you're suggesting that we train someone who's not even a commoner, but a slave. Besides, what are you going to use him for if he's been trained? The Duke also seemed to be agreeing with Derek. Stop getting in the way and just leave already. I suppressed the tiredness I was feeling and answered. I'm going to use him as my personal bodyguard. Your personal bodyguard? I can't forever wander around having not a single bodyguard to guard me. The Duke's eyes widened a little. What do you mean by you don't have anyone guarding you? There are over 20,000 knights working in the Eckles grounds. Yes, but I also know that I have a bad reputation among the knights, father. Isn't that why you didn't make any of them as my bodyguard? The two both closed their mouths shut. Every noble lady had at least 5-6 bodyguards with them. The number of bodyguards for a noble lady increased from there depending on her family's noble rank. When I asked Emily about it, she answered that Penelope didn't have a single bodyguard. If she had to go out somewhere, a knight who had nothing to do would come with her, but that was all. Just how bad did people think of her? I was just guessing when both of them went speechless. That made me go speechless too for a moment. I don't want to entrust my safety to those people who are not willing to protect me. It's not guaranteed that what happened to me today won't happen again after leaving this place. Leaving? They both shouted almost at the same time. What do you mean by that? Leaving, I mean, the Duke asked in an urgent voice. It's just as what I said. I'm an adult now. My eyes widened again at their reaction, then shrugged. Please allow me to choose my bodyguard myself for my safety. I beg you, father. Brother, I shook my head. The two didn't say anything to refuse. More like couldn't than didn't. What happened today wasn't entirely my fault. It was a big problem if there weren't a single knight worried enough to willingly follow their master going somewhere alone. Especially when that master's a member of this powerful Duke family that can affect the country. To be honest, I wasn't doing this just to get a knight to guard me. I only needed an excuse for Eckles to stay at the mansion. First, fortunately, my plan worked all right. You must have had a tiring night today. Go up and get some rest now. I'll tell a doctor to come to check on you after you get some sleep. Thank you, father. I didn't need a doctor to check on me since I wasn't hurt anywhere, but I didn't argue any longer. Then I bowed once and walked to the door. And Derek, you stay, the Duke added just when I stepped out of the office. I glimpsed behind me to see Derek by the door, as if he was following me out. Just what's up with this dude? I hurriedly closed the door to the office. What else did he want to scold me for that he'd want to follow me? The door I closed didn't open back. I was finally able to let out a sigh of relief. But then a white box appeared before me. Date at the festival with Derek. Quest failed. Try again. Reward Derek's interest plus 3% and others. Accept or reject. What? No, never. There were still many days left until the festival ended. However, I clicked on reject as there was absolutely no way I'd go to see the festival with him again. I continued to stare at the disappearing white box, feeling unfair. Of course, that wasn't what actually happened. One of the worst things can happen when a feeble noble lady goes in an alleyway without a single guard. Do you get it? The reason why I'm going to use Eckles as my bodyguard. Sorry for worrying you, brother. With that said, I walked past Reynold, who was stiff on the spot, to the stairs. Eckles was emotionless, and Emily was looking at the ground when they followed my back. Another term for hatred could be onlooking. The people working here who only watched Penelope from afar when she could be in danger any time. There was no way I could think of them in a good light. I couldn't also when I thought of me and what I'd been through before coming to this world. I was walking up the steps. Stayed at the festival with Reynold. Quest fail. Try again. Accept or reject. I clicked on reject straight away. Eckles followed me like a puppy through the hall until I got to my room. Emily freaked out when he tried to follow me in my room, so I opened my mouth. Until where are you planning to follow me? Eckles was blocked by me from coming in. But he tilted his head, then spoke without much hardship. You told me to prove my worth. I was a little dumbfounded at his reason for acting so well up until now. Seems like he really hates the idea of going back to the slave market. Then I spotted the yellow marble on the choker he was wearing. The ring. That was when I was reminded that I had a tool I could use to suppress him. The excitement I felt when I saw interest 18% was gone as my head cooled down. It was still fresh in my mind, the sight of him killing people after breaking the cuffs in one go. The polite and well-mannered knight who showed up in the normal mode, who was still loyal to Penelope till the end even when he knew that his master was like a villain. However, Eckles, who wasn't yet trained, was even more dangerous than I had expected. I came to think that maybe the choker was the reason behind his loyalty towards Penelope. I can't be fooled by his innocent-looking face. He's a guy who beat up all those hyenas with just a wooden sword. I opened my mouth after reminding myself not to be fooled. That doesn't include you being my night partner. Then you heard the conversation, didn't you, that I brought you here in order to use you as my bodyguard? Yes, Eckles nodded. It's your first mission to make all the people here to accept you in this mansion. Mission? Yeah, I can't forever keep on arguing with people to let a useless one in the mansion, you know? I said in a cold tone, and it was when I realized that it sounded so half-heartedly. Therefore I added, I trust that you won't disappoint me, right? Eckles slowly nodded his head at my question. I thought I saw his gray eyes sparkle. Interest 20%. Note, his interest percentage changed just then. It was now closer to 30% of interest, which is where all the male leads' interests start at in the normal mode. When will I be able to get it up to 30%, and when will I be able to get it up more to see the ending? I felt tired of everything, thinking about how I still had a long way to go. Emily escorted Eckles to the room that the butler has prepared for him. Yes, lady. Just then, master, a dry tone of voice pierced my ears. I'll do my best to be complimented by you. Then I held a hand up and patted his currently dirty hair. Eckles rubbed his head against my hand as if he was waiting for this, but that still didn't make the fears I felt for him to completely go away. Nevertheless, the hope of getting out of this place, I'm really happy that it was master who got me out of there, master. Made me determined and willing to make my next move. I didn't come out of my room, my excuse for it being that I was going to go for a self-timeout after I brought Eckles in this mansion. Derek and the Duke didn't kick Eckles out this mansion after hearing my false explanation that day. They also didn't do anything about me staying in the room, not showing my face for days. But I heard from Emily that the Duke was searching through each noble family for any person with the name Cleary in their full name, which made the chills go down my spine. Not only that, but I also heard that the training time and its difficulty for the knights have increased all of a sudden. There's no way he'd go finding that pig. There wouldn't be much problem even if he did, but I felt weird because the thing seemed like it was flowing rather strangely. Whatever, I threw the book I had in my hands, then just flopped onto the bed. The warm sunlight at noon came through the window and shined in the room. Thankfully, a short period of peaceful time to relax was granted to the poor me after clearing an episode rescuing Eckles. No one bothered me even if I slept and ate and read books for the whole day. Timeout is always the best. I wanted Derek to put me on timeout until I'm able to see an ending if possible. They wash my clothes, clean my room, give me food when it's time. This is like a dream. Knock knock. Lady, are you still lying on your bed? You should get up now. It's time for lunch. What's for lunch? I lied in bed and looked at Emily coming into my room with a tray. It's pumpkin salad and fried chicken legs. Is that all? I didn't try and hide my disappointment. I told the cook about how you wanted to eat something spicy, and he said that he specially invented this sauce. Really? I got up from the spot in excitement. I've been repeating the words spicy chicken leg in front of Emily for days, and it seemed like those words finally reached the cook's ears. Goodness, I feel like your taste has changed in food. You didn't even look at strong-flavored foods before. Emily tilted her head in wonder while she set the plates on the table. Though she hated and looked down on Penelope, she did work as Penelope's maid for years. She seemed to be finding it strange that the one she's served has changed in some ways. They say that people's taste in food changes as they grow up, true? Emily nodded, then she dropped the topic as she told me, go ahead, lady. Emily, who doesn't play tricks on food anymore, started separating the meat from the bone on the plate. Thanks to that, I didn't need to do that myself. How is it? Chew the food well before swallowing. Even while separating the meat from the bone, Emily didn't forget to check on me from time to time. I came to wonder if she was that maid from before at her wholehearted serving. But even so, I didn't let my guard down. She wouldn't be able to guess even in her dreams that I'm still keeping an eye on her while eating. Anyways, this should be sweeter. It's not the taste of that spicy sauce I ate back then. I was able to relax completely on eating after I was certain that nothing was wrong with this food. What I wanted was the spicy chicken I ate with my friends sometimes. The cooked spicy chicken was really just fried spicy chicken. I should start saying sweet salty now in front of Emily. It wasn't the desired flavor, but still ate it as I liked the spiciness that I haven't eaten for a long time. I'm full now. I set down the fork when Emily immediately took the plate away and set the dessert down. The festival's coming to an end now, Lady Emily said to me, who was eating the melon sherbet. Is it? Yes, you'd always go out on the festival days and brought in some new unique jewels each time. Were there none of them that caught your eyes this time? I don't know. I was too focused on a certain something that time that I didn't even get to see what was there at the festival. Now that I think of it, I remember Reynold saying something like that too. Seemed like Penelope really did go mad when it came to jewels. What a diligent customer she was to a lot of stores. I already felt tired just by imagining her visiting from stores to stores buying jewels. Right, the butler said that the thing you ordered from a jeweler through the butler has arrived. Orders? What do you remember when you called for a jeweler before the festival started? Now I remember. I totally forgot about it until now. Should I bring them right now? Emily asked, seeing that my face was getting serious as each moment passed. I lightly nodded my head, yeah, right away. Emily came back soon after she left with a box in her hand. The pretty velvet-colored box looked luxurious. I took the box and opened it right away. Wow, the color's so pretty, Emily said in fascination when the circular ultramarine blue gem was revealed from the box. Lapis lazuli usually had a hint of gold and white parts to it. It was more valuable when the color got deeper into blue and when lesser of those gold and white colors were included in it. I checked it out by spinning the box in my hand, but not a single white or gold parts were spotted in a deep blue gem. I like it, I put on a satisfied smile as I set the box down on the table. It was worth the money after all. Are you going to give this as a gift to His Grace, lady? Emily asked, still looking at the cuff button with a circular lapis lazuli planted in it. There's no way I'd give it to the Duke. I answered her question no, and requested. Can you bring any one of the jewelry boxes? I own a jewelry box. Of course. Lady Emily seemed curious about what I was going to do, but did as requested without further question. Take a moment later, Emily set down a big and heavy-looking wooden box on the desk. I stared down at it for a little while, making it look like I was thinking of something. Before speaking at the right timing, I have something I'd like to ask someone to do something for me. What is it? Do you by any chance know anything about the informant at the upper portion of the streets? An informant? Emily muttered, then spoke. I don't know much about it, but my roommate probably does. She worked at the upper portion of the streets before she came to work here. Is that so? I paused for a moment before continuing. What's her name? Her name's Rena. Where is she right now? But I can do this better than Rena can, Lady Emily added. Sure, she knows a lot, but she also has a big mouth, she said as she studied my face. She seemed scared of being pushed away if I called that other maid over. Emily, this job needs to be secretly and sincerely done. The person will also need to act depending on each situation. The real reason why I chose to keep Emily as my personal maid was so that I could leave these sorts of things to her. There was no one more suitable for the job than Emily was in the first place. You despised me so much before, however, I purposely tried to make her feel more worried, to warn her once. And how could I possibly trust someone who despised me? Lady Penelope, it was a topic that I haven't brought up for a long time. Emily's face turned pale in seconds as if she remembered the past. I never thought badly of you after that time, lady. I tried my best and served you the best I could. Anyone at the mansion could say the same thing, Emily. Emily stopped talking at my cold words. She thought a little and said, You know that I'm sharp with taking a hint and acting depending on the situation, lady. I was amazed by how fast she realized that whining wouldn't work on me, and changed her plan to trying to prove what she can pull off. Quite amazing. I noticed from long before that Emily was smarter and sharper than the other extras here, and seeing it now proved that she certainly is. That's also probably why she had the idea to abuse Penelope with a needle. Emily tried to convince me with a desperate face on think about it. I never once failed to do what you told me to do. So please leave it to me. I'm your personal maid. After all, there was a long silence after that. Tap tap. The only sound in the room now was my finger tapping on the desk. Before all the hope escaped from the uneasy maid. Okay, I accepted. I'll try trusting you this time. Lady Emily looked at me with a touched face. I never thought that she saw me in a good light after I threatened her with the needle. But thinking that one's trust is about to leave for another makes someone vow their loyalty to the one. Thank you, lady, I'll never disappoint you. I half-heartedly nodded at Emily, bowing at me. Open the jewelry box. She moved instantly after I commanded. From now on until my time out is over, you go to the informants after the morning serving. Then you'll request them to find a person for me. A person? Who are you looking for? I'll write down all the things about him that they need to know to be able to find him. All you need to do is just show that paper to them. You can use how many of the jewels in that jewelry box that you need to pay them. There was the overflowing amount of jewels in the box. Unfortunately, Penelope didn't have much money, so the only thing I could use to pay them was with all these jewels. It didn't really matter even if I used all of it in that box, as there were several more jewelry boxes overflowing with jewels and where they store all of the valuables. Okay, I can do that, lady. You'll be able to find that person real quick. But you can't request this thing to an informant whose job is finding someone. Then who? Only the places where they trade very valuable information and objects. Only the highly advanced agencies where the high-ranked nobles would go to. That you have the ability to find some on your own, right? Yes, of course. It was said that Vinter owned one of those agencies. In the game, the base of the agency that he operated was said to be the most well-known and the biggest. So she'll be able to find it easily. I already knew that he was a marquis, a sorcerer, and that he secretly operated an agency. If I wanted to meet him, then I'd just have to go to the parties that he might consider going. But Vinter was one of the main male characters, and he also had the most possibility after Eckles. I decided to make use of what happened in an episode from the normal mode to have a more dramatic meeting with him. After coming back to the mansion, the heroine goes searching for her lifesaver who helped her find her real family. All she knew about him was that he was a sorcerer with a rabbit mask on. However, when she encounters Vinter in a party to debut as the realizes right away that he was the one who helped her by just his eye color. How does that make sense? How do you know a person just by looking at their eyes? I felt embarrassed at me, who once was laughing in joy because the normal mode was so easy. I didn't intend to attend every party out there to meet Vinter like what the normal mode heroine did. I'll just make it so that he comes to find me instead. I opened my mouth, and one more thing, don't make it noticeable to them that you're the maid of a high-ranked noble lady. How? Just make it so that they think that a noble lady is secretly finding a man who she fell in love at first sight. Oh, my lady! Emily jumped in the spot at my whispering words. If it's something like that, just asking me would be faster. I creased my eyebrows at her reaction. High-ranked people are what all the maids gossip about together. If it's a single especially handsome noble man, then I already have them stuck in my... Emily, I cut through her words. Can you do what you're asked to do or not? Answer just that. Leave it to me, lady. I'll be sure to find out who the lady fell in love. It's nothing like that. I made that clear. I could guess what she was thinking right now. She doesn't know anything, but Emily didn't seem to believe my words as her eyes continued to shine. Looks like spring's finally approaching, our lady. I had no choice but to roll up my sleeves to bring her back to reality. Act wisely. The existence of your needle will depend on how you do on this job. This is a chance given to you, Emily. You might actually be kicked out from this place by doing what you weren't asked to do. The back of my hand was now all healed so that the needle marks weren't visible anymore. However, there was no way that Emily wouldn't know what it meant by me showing the back of my hand, as she made a solemn face. Did I develop affection towards her? I felt a little sorry to see that face. Just then, knock knock, lady, it's Penel. Is the butler? If you forgot, a knocking sound came from the door. The butler never once opened the door without permission anymore. But even so, I always waited a few seconds before allowing him to open it. Come in. The butler cautiously opened the door and bowed. What is it? There's an invitation for Lady Penelope from the royal palace for me. I tilted my head. The second prince's birthday ceremony happened not too long ago, so there shouldn't be any other parties happening at the royal grounds for a while. Yes, lady, it seems like there's a small party on the last day of the festival to celebrate this country's victory. I frowned. What was up with the royals to plan parties so often? There was already a banquet celebrating the return. Quite a magnificent one at that. No, it said that this time His Highness Crown Prince himself hosted it. I turned my head to face the butler in a robotic motion at his next words. The Crown Prince. Silence. The word Crown Prince was almost like a prohibited word to say within the mansion grounds. Those red eyes seeming to kill me right away. My neck was healed, but it started to hurt again just by thinking of him. I couldn't refuse the invitations from the royals without having a good reason why. My hands formed a fist as it continued to tremble. What did father say about this? That's the butler hesitated. It only came to you, Lady Penelope. The invitation didn't come to anyone else here but you, therefore, His Grace doesn't know yet. I couldn't pretend like it didn't bother me anymore as I slammed on the desk and got up. Lady, both Emily and the butler looked my way in terror from the invitation. But I couldn't mind their stare at the moment. He's totally out of his mind. That bastard, he's far more insane than the games showed me. That bastard didn't forget about me, forget my foot. He's probably doing this on purpose for that, probably to end my life. You'll have to explain specifically why and how you came to like me the next time we meet. I trembled in fear as I remembered what he last said to me back then. This wasn't a part of an episode, you insane game. I panicked as I remembered the storyline of the game. But no matter how much I searched through my memories, all right, I never came out of the maze garden alive in the game, now have I. What should I do with the invitation, lady? The butler cautiously asked. What do you mean by what to do? I let out a huge sigh as I ran my hand over my hair. I'm sick. I sat back down on the chair and leaned back for support. I actually felt like I was melting from an illness that I didn't have a moment ago. I have a very high fever, butler. I spoke with half-closed eyes. He looked flustered for a moment, but really only for a moment. It's really unfortunate for Our Lady to be sick like this. Is it because of the cold? The butler was a professional from working for tens of years in this mansion, to immediately ask for the reason. Note, the butler is asking this because he knows that Penelope isn't really sick but is telling him the excuse to use for her to not attend the party. It would be better to say that I still have the aftereffect from that incident. Understood, lady. The butler bowed politely and left the room. I pressed my forehead when my head started to hurt. That was when Emily asked with a worried face, Lady, are you okay? Should I tell His Grace about it to bring in a doctor? No, there's no need. I was going to refuse but then changed my mind. Actually, yes, call a doctor. I should intensify their worries on me so that they allow me to stay in for longer while I'm at it. I'm not coming out from under my comforter for a while, at least not until the Crown Prince forgets about me. Emily started to carry out what I told her to do for the next few days. It was fortunate that the cuff button was made in time. No one suspected Emily from going outside often since the festival didn't end yet. They were all so disinterested until I brought out the jewelry box. Their attitude changed instantly. Emily informed me about what happened during the 2 days when she went out to seek for the informers. Everything she told me went in one ear and out the other until she said a strange bass with no one other than the man wearing a white rabbit mask there. Great, he took the bait. What she said matched with how the game showed it. I stopped Emily from explaining any further by raising a hand. You worked hard, Emily. Even though it was raining, you can go back now and rest. Okay, I'll come back when it's time for dinner. Emily was energetic till the end, even when she was soaked from head to toe. Thankfully, it didn't seem like she caught a cold or anything. Clack, the door closed and the silence filled the room. I turned around and looked out the window. The world seemed to have lost its colors as everything was in the shades of gray. Why does it rain for the whole day? The weather made me feel even more down than I already was. I hated rainy days. It was because it was raining on the day I felt the most miserable. I envied my friends who always had their mother come and get them with an umbrella. I couldn't have felt more embarrassed and miserable in my life than when the kids asked me without any bad intentions, "Don't you have a mom?" when I was walking across the school field in the rain. Those emotions I felt never changed even though time passed, and when I grew up. People sticking to one of their friends who have umbrellas at the end of the school and young master. Hurry the hell, the weather forecast didn't inform that it was going to rain today. Now I'm all wet, how annoying. Secretary Kim, hurry home. Then what about lady, who cares? She'll come back herself somehow. Hurry and start the car. The car getting further away from me, I was left alone at the school gates just in seconds, as I then had to just my luck. I frowned deep at a piece of memory that popped up in my head. I shook my head a couple of times and tried to get rid of the feeling of sadness. As if I have the time to be sitting around, watching it rain while feeling down. I stood up from the spot. I needed to do something, anything, so that I can get out of this damn place even a second faster. I left the room with an umbrella in my hand. It was very quiet everywhere. It was as if no one was outside because of the rain, though there were a few people. I slowly walked through the garden. I came out here thinking that I really should be doing something, but I couldn't think of anything to do now that I was out here. I was walking to where there would be lesser people, more like a place where I wouldn't bump into the two brothers. For how long did I walk? I was heading to where my legs were taking me and realized that I was at a very familiar place. It was the forest that leads you to the training grounds. Thanks to my suffering to find an escape hole before, I could realize right away where I was. It's a place where I could bump into Reynold. I already encountered him once here when he was finished with his training and was going back. Not only Reynold, I could also bump into Derek here. Nope, I came out way too far. I turned around without any hesitation. I did come out thinking that I should be doing something, but that didn't include meeting with the two whose interest rises when they don't see me. It was when I was about to take a step forward back to the mansion. The sound of the wind blowing was heard from somewhere. To be specific, it was the sound of one swinging his sword. They train when it's raining too? I heard that the training time and its difficulty increased for the knights. I felt a bit absurd. Everyone would be able to guess, if they're not stupid, that it was all because of me who took in a slave with no identity as my personal bodyguard. I started walking towards where the sound came from. I was actually curious about the knight's reaction. Would they be talking bad about me? It really didn't matter though. It wasn't the real me who was getting bad-mouthed on. I should check if Eckles is also there while I'm at it. But no one was there in the training grounds except for one person in the corner swinging his wooden sword. I couldn't see who it was at first. It was because his wet gray hair looked so much like the monotone sky. I walked slowly and carefully so that he wouldn't notice. I could see the person clearer as I approached him. The man was shirtless while he was swinging his sword vertically like a machine. There were big and small, deep and shallow scars visible on his muscular back and arms. He looked brutal and pitiful. It's cold out though. The man didn't seem to have noticed me approaching him, maybe because of how focused he was. And right when I got to right behind him, the man turned around in the speed of lightning, along with the sound of something slicing the wind. I blinked once and noticed something was cold against my neck. Haha, Eckles looked at me while his shoulders heaved wildly. I got goosebumps at the deathly aura aiming at me. It was a great reflective skill for someone who was swinging his sword only up and down to have. He was glaring at me until his deathly aura softened up as he started to realize who I was. The deathly aura disappeared completely as he now seemed flustered. Eckles frowned after noticing that it was me. Master, he seemed flustered to the point that his voice trembled. It was then when I realized that I wasn't breathing at all. My lips trembled a little before I started to speak. It's the cold wooden sword was still on my neck, but I forced the words out in a friendly manner, as if nothing had happened, and also as if I wasn't surprised or scared. It's raining, Eckles. His gray eyes that were looking at me wavered once again. Followed by that the interest gauge bar sparkled. Interest 23%. 3% of his interest rose instantly, but I wasn't in a situation where I could be happy about it. Why are you first? Can you get this away from me? I asked, glimpsing at the wooden sword by my neck. It's cold. With a sound of realization, he raised his hand with the sword up in the air. That moment a shadow of a long object was shown on me. I instinctively closed my eyes. I knew he wouldn't slash me with it, but it was, like I said, instinctive. I opened my eyes again when I heard something breaking. I looked down at the ground to find a broken wooden sword that has been thrown really hard. What the one? I raised my head. Eckles dropped down to the sloppy wet mud on his knees. Master, I'm sorry, he apologized, kneeling on the ground. How dare I to? Master, the frown on his face resembles a child on the verge of crying. punish me, it started to rain harder than before. Raindrops dropped on and back down from his nose and his chin continuously. He looked pitiful, but then I noticed where he was looking at right away. The crimson ruby ring I had on the index finger of my left hand. A thin sigh escaped my mouth. I looked at Eckles and at the broken wooden sword. Who knows that he might come at me when I moved my finger on him, even though he told me to punish him. The wooden sword was now half buried under the mud. The sharp end of the wooden sword was still poking out from the mud. If I were to fall on top of it, then it might actually. I trembled at the terrible thought. Out of the blue I was reminded of the line choices that I've turned off for a while. If I was playing the game, then I would have died in such a stupid way in this scene. If then I would have clicked on reset and continued to play this episode until I lived through it. I wasn't certain of it though, since I never got to this episode playing the hard mode. But I could guess now that I stayed in this world for a while now. That there would have been choices right now at the scene if it were a game. What does Penelope have to say right now if she wants to live? I coldly looked down at Eckles, who was kneeling down before me. He did sad puppy eyes as he looked down at the floor, but I wonder what he's thinking inside. A slave who lost his country in a day and fell from being a noble to being a slave. He must feel terrible about his state right now, where he was sold with money, that now he has to kill his true desire and act well to a haughty noble girl who he probably hates. It wasn't hard guessing what he is probably feeling. The sight of him swinging his sword even though no one was there, and with that breathtaking deathly aura at that. From that I could realize just how much anger and fury he was holding all, and there was only one answer to this. Just smile kindly like the heroine of the normal mode, as if you don't even know what a deathly aura is, and tell him that it's fine and that it isn't that of a big deal. But no matter how much I tried to force myself to say those words, it wouldn't come out. Just how can you say something like that? I almost died from that wooden sword. Eckles, I clenched my hands into fists, and found other words to say instead. Is someone picking on you? I still needed to act well in order to survive, at least as long as I'm still Penelope, the villain of this game. People here don't treat the knights this strictly. Why could it be that you're still training in this kind of weather? You alone. At that I forced a smile, studying him intensely in case he tries to kill me. I urged him to answer. When I did, his once emotionless face turned into a face of a dumbfounded someone. You're all wet to the skin. I tilted the umbrella a little so that it covers the rain from him too, though it wouldn't do anything since he was already drenched. His long lashes looked heavy with the small raindrops caught in them. I reached out my hand and swiped both of his eye area as if to dry them. Tell me. Who told you to do such a thing? Eckles flinched when my fingers touched him, as if he's been stamped with a metal stamp heated with fire. Then he answered while exhaling, No one made me do this then? He paused, then he moved his gaze from the ring to my eyes. I wanted to formally become a knight so that I could stay by Master's side as soon as possible. That's why I've been training alone, Master. I smiled gently at his answer. How highly commendable. The gray eyes that were looking at me weren't wavering anymore. I should give you a prize for training so hard. I looked up above his head, which was sparkling again, then I acted my best to hide what I was thinking. Should I tell them to set a cover here so that you can do your training without getting wet, or do you have something you wanted? Eckles shook his head no without saying a word. Then I rolled my gaze over to the broken wooden sword. Yes, I should get you another sword since that one's broken. I should call an armorer, or would a blacksmith be? I would like. He opened his mouth and cut through my words. I would like for Master to visit me often. I was left speechless at his unexpected request. I looked at him with a slightly widened eyes when he continued. Master has never once visited me after leaving me at this place. I thought Master has forgotten me. His gaze on me somehow looked as if he was doting me. Just as if he was begging for love. I didn't know if that was a horse laugh or a self-helping laugh that escaped my mouth. I was certain of it now, the discomfort I felt from him even when he kneeled to me after beating others like a murdering machine. Just like I was putting on a mask of a kind master for his interests, Eckles was also acting like my loyal dog for his survival. I thought I brought in a puppy, but maybe it was a baby tiger instead. Idiotically, I never once suspected that Eckles' route was dangerous, as I thought all along that his would be the safest. But now I wasn't sure it was my fault for not trying out every character's route. But even so, I couldn't stop now. Alright, anytime if that's what you want. Interest 25%. Eckles faintly smiled at my answer. You're going to catch a cold. Eckles, his breath was visible in the cold air. I told him with a gentle tone when he straightened his back. At the same time, the umbrella was tilted back towards me. The rain started to pour on. Eckles again. Stop with your training today, this is an order. I turned to my back. With that said, it was when I was about to take the first step forward. Master, Eckles called me. I glimpsed back at him, and saw him still kneeling on the ground. He didn't try and avoid the rain as he only stared at me. Aren't you going to give me any punishments? I almost hurt Master. No, not just almost hurt me, you almost killed me. I forced a smile even with my trembling lips. Punishing a loyal knight for only some small matters is something that only some idiotic storytellers would do. Eckles. You didn't do that on purpose, right? I didn't give him the chance to reply to my words as I quickly walked away. I felt the gaze not leaving me until I was completely gone from the place. My one and only bodyguard, who didn't receive an order to get up again, nor was ever forgiven for his actions by me. Thankfully, he didn't try and stop his master from leaving again. I walked at a fast speed, not caring whether or not my dress got wet. Everything passed by me so quickly due to me walking so fast. I was moving in a completely different manner than how I was walking earlier. It wasn't that Eckles' route was safe. My mood dropped to the very bottom at the truth I just realized not too long ago. Actually, it wasn't entirely unexpected. Every male lead's interest started from either a 0 or at a negative. I kept on dying before even being able to reach the middle of the story of the routes playing the hard mode. There was no way there'd be an easy route to take. What was I thinking? What did I trust so much that I approached him without any fear? The wooden sword that sliced through the rain to my neck before I even got to him. I flinched just by thinking about it. I stumbled to a stop at the sudden dizziness from a headache. I didn't have the mentality to realize that my clothes were wet as I reached out for the wooden pillar next to me for support. My trembling legs felt like it was going to lose all the strength at any moment. I glared at somewhere on the other side of the fog until the dizziness left me. Then I muttered the one thing that came up in my head: I should hurry and meet with Vinter. 25%. Eckles had the highest interest out of all the others. However, something blocked me from getting excited over it. Derek's and Reynold's rose only around 2 to 3% each time, and 5% at most. But as of Eckles, who I've met not too long ago, his interest was rapidly rising. The faster something rises, the faster it drops. Looking back to the time I played the game, the interest in the hard mode often dropped at unexpected scenes. That's why I can't fully depend on Eckles for my escape. I should go for another in case things go wrong. I felt the cold rain drop onto my arms, which helped to cool my head. Yeah, that'll do. That now wasn't completely unexpected, so no need to panic. I calmed myself down. My rushed breathing gradually turned stable again. Nausea I felt washed out with it. Emily will freak out. I looked down, feeling something cold, and saw my shoulders wet. I clicked my tongue and started walking. I started to feel cold and tired now that I've calmed down. If I didn't hurry back in the mansion, I was sure that this week Penelope's body would fall ill tomorrow. All the informants that Emily went to find finished what I've requested them in less than 2 days. Lady, here these are about what lady has requested them. Emily set down the black tea and a piece of cake that I asked for on the table, then set down envelopes on the same tray. The cake and the tea was set. Each envelope had some beeswax to seal it, and it was stamped with their group symbol. I closed the book I was reading and opened all the envelopes. In each of the envelope was a single piece of paper with many names and the noble family names written on it. A single or 2 names were the only differences between each paper. Is this all? I asked, scanning the paper lists. Emily straightened her posture. She seemed to have thought that I didn't like the results she brought with her because she panicked and started explaining. They said it would be helpful if Lady explained a little more about that person, that way they can be more. Emily glimpsed at the lists as her voice grew quieter by seconds. Of course she would be freaking out. She left so confident that she'll find the person in no time, but a list with so many names came in return. This wasn't Emily's fault, though. A nobleman who attended the second prince's birthday banquet with a white handkerchief. The information I've written on the paper I gave to Emily wasn't enough to be able to detect a person. It was a basic of the basics to always have a handkerchief with them at a party. I'll go find some other informants, lady. No, it's fine, this is enough of lists. I shook my head at Emily's words. It wasn't like my real intention was finding a person. It's the numbers of the informants you went to. You said that you've visited many places. Emily finally softened her once tensed expression. Now I see there's one missing. She tilted her head, finding it strange. I checked the envelopes again. None of the symbols were representing the white rabbit. I thought theirs would come immediately. I was left in vain at Vinter not taking action. There was only one way left as long as he didn't show himself. I had to attend every party that he might attend and find him myself, just like the heroine from the normal mode did. How annoying, I sighed. Should I go to them again? Emily asked me cautiously, noticing my disappointment. No need anyways. How did the paying go? Right, I gave all of them the right amount of gem. Good job, I said, thinking about the upcoming parties that opened in the normal mode. You've worked hard for a past few days, so you have the remainder of the gems. That's Emily's jaw dropped as if she thought the reward was too great. No, I'm fine, lady. I'll bring the box back after the cleanup. Why don't you like gems? Then I'll give you some gold coin. No. Emily shook her head in big motions as she refused. I don't want any of those, lady. Those words made me stop thinking about other things and turn around to face her. She didn't look so well. Don't people usually get excited and accept the rewards? Emily didn't seem excited at all, but rather looked as if she was victimized. I don't need those rewards, lady. Instead, then I remembered something I promised with Emily. No need to worry, I'll get rid of the needle just as I promised. You don't have to, lady, can just keep it. I raised an eyebrow in confusion. A person who freaked out about the needle now wants me to keep it. I slightly frowned at her unknown intentions. Out with it, what do you want? Emily hesitated at my cold gaze as she started speaking what she wanted. I want to be lady's real personal maid. I gazed at Emily to try and detect if this was what she really wanted, then spoke uncaringly. You already are my personal maid. I can't do anything more about it. Lady Emily kneeled to the floor. I'm sorry I've done so many bad things to the lady up until now. How dare I, not knowing my place? It's obvious for lady to not trust me. Emily, but if you give me just one more chance, then I'll prove it to you. I'll prove how useful of a maid I can be. I was lost for words at her reaction. So what you're saying is you want to be my right hand? Yes, I couldn't understand up until now. Emily was always out for abusing Penelope. That was how much Penelope was looked down on in this mansion. An existence worse than the workers here. That was the fake Gongnya here. Is she thinking maybe she'll get rewarded bigger than this if she sticks with me from now on? If that's it, then shame on her, because Penelope wasn't given an allowance on money since she liked to waste them on unnecessary things. She could only buy the jewels by calling over a jeweler and purchase through the butler or the duke depending on the situation. Emily would know about this the best since she has been working as Penelope's personal maid for years. What is she planning? Emily spoke confidently when I stared at her, suspicious. You can keep the needle with you and show it to the Duke when you find me doing something suspicious. Do you mean that? Emily powerfully nodded her head at my question. I didn't examine her face too hard, but it clearly wasn't the face of a person lying. I thought about it for a moment with Emily kneeling before me. This was an unexpected situation to think an extra who I thought would take action if I gave her a reward worth it would voluntarily say that she'd side with me. Is this one of the game episodes? To be honest, this was something that wouldn't make sense if it were to happen in real life. However, it wasn't something that would negatively affect me. Whatever it is, having one loyal maid would be useful. My thinking didn't last for long. Then take the jewelry box with the remaining gems back to where it was before. Lady Emily rapidly rose from the spot with a touched face. Thank you, lady. I'll do my best to serve you from now on too. Take your leave now. Emily didn't stop thanking me even when I hand motioned her away annoyedly. Just when Emily left my room, a white box appeared in front of my eyes. Your fame has been +10 due to the reformation of your relationship with the people working in this mansion. Total 15. Interesting. I casually read the sentence in the white box. My fame that I've already given up from the very beginning was surprisingly rising. Brilliant sunlight was shining into my room through the big window in my room. The table that was once set by the window was pushed off to the side and I was sitting on the floor as dozing off. I thought of going out for a walk, but I was restraining myself from it since I didn't know where, when, and how I would meet the two X's. But sitting like this with the sunlight bathing me made my mood in place for going out for a walk. How peaceful. Actually, it wasn't the time for me to be like this. I've waited for around 2 more days since I got the reply mails from the informants that were delivered to me through Emily, but still no reply came from Vinter. That's why I had no choice but to request something to the butler. Gather all the party invitations that high-ranked young noblemen would attend to. Just like that, the butler seemed uneasy at the news that I was going to start participating in the social circle again. Note: social circle, for example, will be things like parties/tea parties and other social meetings. Just how much of a fuss did Penelope make before that he would reflexively make a face like that immediately? Phew, my happy time out life, now the peace have come to an end. I pitied myself, who was now about to attend all the possible parties, to find Vinter. Just then the window I opened a little suddenly opened wider until it was open all the way. Soon after that a strong wind came through the opened window into my room. I opened my eyes in surprise. But I couldn't help but close them again at the strong wind that hurt my eyes. My hair swayed and made a mess on my face. That only lasted for a moment, though the strong wind that blew so suddenly has stopped just as suddenly. The area was calm again, to the point that no one would believe what just happened. I slowly raised my head. Just what is? Q? That moment a weird crying was heard. Dumbfounded, I turned my gaze to where the sound came from. On my dress that I was wearing a white fluff ball. Q. No, a rabbit. I couldn't continue with my words at this unbelievable situation. A strong wind blew, and then a rabbit appeared in my room. I rubbed my eyes to see if I was seeing things, but still I could see the white baby rabbit in front of me. QQ. The rabbit tilted its head while staring at a human before it. Then it would hop its way to me. In a flash the white fluff ball was on my legs. Ha! Where did you come from? This is the 2nd floor, Q? There's no way you have been taken from the wind. The rabbit blinked its red eyes and tilted its head again as if it didn't understand a word I said. Well, if you actually understood my words, then it would be more of a horror than this. Just then the rabbit that stared at me for a while opened its mouth. 2 cute front teeth were visible from that. But at the same time, mission is completed, a male adult's voice came out from the cute rabbit's mouth. I was frozen for 1 second before screaming and backing away. Because of that, the rabbit that was on my leg was thrown off to the floor. For a moment I thought I made the wrong move, but fortunately the rabbit landed perfectly on the carpet. Then it looked up at me as if nothing had happened. Q? What was that? Just now didn't a man's voice come from that rabbit? It was a mere animal that was of the size of my fist, but I still put my guard up, scared. I waited for a while, but the rabbit still didn't speak. I muttered, unable to think of anything. What the was I just hearing thing? Mission is completed. If you want to hear the requested, please come find our base yourself. Oh my gosh, just as I thought I was hearing things, the rabbit's mouth opened once more with a man's sound coming out of it. I freaked out again as I backed away from the rabbit. I backed away so fast that my back was touching the pole of the bed. The rabbit didn't intend to scare me further, as it didn't come any closer to me. This is the White Rabbit Informant Group. Farewell. With that said, the strong wind started to blow into my room again. The wind stopped, and I raised my head, combing my messed up hair. The rabbit with a great presence was gone from my sight. Just what as I stared blankly at the carpet where the rabbit was a moment ago. Then I remembered the way Vinter contacted the normal mode heroine. It was very rare for him to make a move himself in order to hide his identity. He usually used birds, mouses, puppies and other small animals to deliver messages, but I remembered the most used animal was the white rabbit, which represented his informant group. I also remembered the time I thought this was quite romantic. But the reason why I was this surprised was it wasn't said that the animals delivered messages by talking. The game wasn't voiced. I only read the messages he sent to the normal mode heroine through letters, so I didn't expect that the animals would speak out loud the message. A low man's voice that came out of a small and cute rabbit. I let out a sound at the dramatic thing that just happened to me. Why does he do that when there's mails you can send and the coworkers you can deliver them through? He's not crazy like the others too, is he? I shook my head side to side at the thought. I was already stabbed in the back once by Eckles, who I thought I was going to go all in on. I was doing this to raise his interests in case Eckles' interests dropped suddenly, but if he's not trusted either then. No, there's no way all 5 of them are crazy. I shook off the thought as I thought back to the normal mode story and the time at the party where I met Vinter. He was a well-mannered man who would lend his handkerchief even to a villain. His interests might be easier to raise. First, I'll go find him. I rose from the floor after I calmed down. When I did, I realized how far away I was from the spot I was dozing off a while ago. I felt a little embarrassed that I ran away all the way here scared by a fist-sized animal. He wasn't watching all that, was he? Anyways, it was great news that he contacted me. I didn't have to go to parties to find him now. A white box appeared again in front of me when I was thinking that. The episode A Strange Sorcerer Vinter Verdandi has begun. Would you like to go to the White Rabbit's base? Yes or no, wait. It wasn't like the system could actually hear me, but I still ordered as I turned around. I rushed to get ready. I needed a little preparation if I wanted to sneak out and in again without anyone knowing. First, I wore the robe I wore when I was off to get Eckles. Emily tried to throw it away multiple times, but I secretly got it back and hid it in the closet. Then I took out a sapphire necklace from one jewelry box. That was what I was going to pay him with. I also packed the gift I ordered to give him later just in case, along with his white handkerchief. Should I bring this with me too? I held the mask that Reynold bought me and thought. He sent the rabbit into my room already. If he has done that much, there was no use in hiding my identity. But I was going with the high-rank noble lady secretly finding a man concept right now. I'll stick with the concept for a while. I put on the mask, then took a look in the mirror before dashing to where the system chart was. All done, let's go. With the white light flashing and disappearing, I found myself in an alleyway with only a few people passing by. Is this it? In front of me was a shabby building. On the old door to the building was carved a white rabbit, not too noticeably. I've already seen this place through the game, so I knew that this place was Vinter's base. I walked up the stairs and was about to knock with no hesitation. But when I raised a hand to the door opened automatically before coming into contact with me. I felt the chills down my spine as I thought of someone might be watching me. I stared at the dark space behind the door through its opening, then opened the door wider and went in. Inside was the same as what I saw through the game. A desk and a bookshelf and a sofa for greeting the customers. It was one normal-looking office. However, no matter how much I looked around, one person I was seeking for wasn't seen anywhere. Did he go somewhere? I came here almost immediately after the rabbit came by. I thought if I should go back to the mansion or not, but I decided to wait a little since I was already here. I was going to go back to the mansion by a carriage that the White Rabbit group used since I didn't know a way back. The carriage here was the same as the taxi in the other world. But there were no workers working here where they sell more valuable information than the others did. What kind of an informant does not use a coworker? I thought, but soon guessed the reason. Well, it's probably because of it that he sends a manly talking rabbit that brings up the goosebumps. I closed the door and sat on the sofa. I was going to rest here while waiting for him since I was a guest invited to this place. I once again took a look around the place. A noise came from somewhere and I could feel the vibration from it. What's happening? I jumped up from the sofa. The shaking of the building calmed down immediately. Was it just me? I tilted my head and was about to sit back down again. Once again I could feel the strong vibration enough to make me lose my balance. I stumbled but was able to hold on to the sofa as I screamed. I only came here to see Vinter, but what's this? The vibration stopped immediately like the last one did. Earthquake? I held tightly onto the sofa and prepared myself for the next shake. I waited like that for a while, but nothing happened after that. I took that chance to go and check the outside from the window. I didn't know about the natural disasters in this world. I looked out the window to see how the people here covered for themselves. But the outside was surprisingly peaceful, as if nothing had happened. No one came out from wherever, even though the floor shook twice. Even though there aren't many people, there's more than this building in this alleyway. The festival was still ongoing, so it should create a fuss if a natural disaster was to occur. I frowned and leaned my ear against the window. No sound could be heard, so I thought maybe this place was soundproof. But bam dash! The sound came from somewhere else. In this building behind my back. I jumped in surprise and turned around. Then I noticed something strange on the wall. What's these lines for? A rectangle was formed on the wall. I approached it. Thud. That sound once again ringed in this space again. I was finally certain of it, that the sound was coming from the wall where the rectangle was formed. I reached my hand and touched the line. This as I looked at it closely to see that it wasn't a line but a crack. That was nothing other than a door. A door seeming to lead down to some secret pathway. Is it trying to prove that he is a mystic sorcerer? My heart skipped a beat in excitement. This was something that could be seen in novels or movies. In the game, Vinter always appeared like a ghost in front of the heroine if she was feeling down, and showed off shillelagh pretty magic. The producer's intentions were pretty clear on this Vinter character. Your one and only healing man who appears and makes your mood whenever you're sad. Is probably what they aimed for this character. The normal mode was really easy, but Vinter's was the easiest. Unlike the other tricky male leads, he started pouring his interests to the heroine from the start. That's why I didn't cross his name out on the list I made he's carrying just in case. Even though now I'm trying to raise his interests on me. I stopped thinking and started examining the area. How do you open this? It didn't have a doorknob, and it wasn't the kind of a door that you could open without a knob. It was only a crack with the shape of a door. Definitely sure it's not just some kind of office interior. I rubbed my chin and stared at the door seriously, then I tried laying my hand on the door again. Who knows, there might be a hidden button. Just when I was feeling the door with my hand, the white square box appeared. Hidden quest. Reveal the sorcerer's secret. You have found the sorcerer's secret space. Would you like to enter? Reward unknown something. Accept, reject. I widened my eyes at the sudden quest. What? It was a quest that didn't appear in the normal mode. I checked the reward and frowned as soon as I did. The quest was just like it said, hidden, so it didn't tell you what the reward was. Just like the choices on or off system. Do I need to? I considered for a little on the spot, glaring the accept button. Vinter's interest was the only thing that mattered to me, and I didn't really want to know his secrets. Every people have their privacy, and what do I gain from revealing it? Interest's not the guaranteed reward. What if something bad happens? I was just about to hit the reject button. Bam! Once again the loud noise filled the room. The wall vibrated. This time I was watching with my own two eyes. But if this is Vinter's secret base, then it means that Vinter might be in there. Now I realize that I've waited for quite a bit, he still didn't show up. I shouldn't think this short-sightedly. This could be one of the hard mode's routes that I failed to unlock while playing it. I carefully read the letters in the box again. It only had the reward and there were no penalties for fails. Even if I failed this quest, there wouldn't be anything much happening afterward probably. Yeah, you know what? I'm here already. I'm going to see him today before I leave. I changed my mind and pressed accept. Then the door opened with a somewhat large sound. The secret pathway was revealed. I entered without hesitation. Behind the wall was dark and large hallway. From the outside it wasn't a place big enough for a pathway this big and long. I felt like a heroine in a movie, which made me feel excited. The loud sound continued to come from in the pathway. I raised my hands to my ears and covered it. What is he doing? The noise seemed to be coming from the space in the other end of the pathway. The bright light was coming from the place as well. I walked down the hallway with my ears covered and stopped in tracks when I arrived. An extremely large, about the size of the Eckles family's mansion, field was revealed. Each wall had so many bookshelves with so many books stacked on them. The Eckles family's library in the mansion was extremely big, but this place was the level of a national library. While I blankly looked around the magic space that I didn't even get to see while playing the game, there were so many other things to see besides all the shelves and books. Glass cages on the floor and inside it, filled with varieties of accessories and jewels that I've never seen before in my life. Or are they fossils? There were giant bones of many unknown animals on the other side of the room. This place is like a museum, I muttered, looking around the dreamy place. Goodness, this place is great. To think there are more secretive things in the already secretive place in a secretive place. I was going walk around to see them more closely, and took my hands off of my ears without me realizing it. And when I was about to take a step, the loud sound that I forgot about for a moment there brought me back to my senses. Hey idiot, I told you to aim for that thing. Like this? Like this, thud crack, be careful of the fragments. I saw little kids scatter from each other in one corner. At the same time, sharp ice fragments started raining down. Each kid had an animal mask on: lion, cat, squirrel, puppy, pig. Be careful. We're dead if one of the boxes get ruined. The Sir Sangdanju will kill us. The kid with the lion mask barely managed to avoid the ice fragments, and rose and shouted. Okay, I'll carve the area carefully then. One kid muttered sorrowfully as he picked something up. A staff? Are they sorcerers? The other kids who ran away from the fragments came back and raised their staffs too. This time you do the left, I'm doing the right. The 5 kids surrounded the giant ice that was higher than their heights. I studied the ice. I saw something stuck in the middle of the ice, frozen. That didn't look too strange for me if I remember it correctly. That's the ancient sorcerer's relic. Ancient sorcerer's relic earned. This necklace is one of the ancient remains that Vinter discovered in the north, and is an artifact that the ancient sorcerers used. It changes color if poisonous things are near. The other relics are destroyed during the departure, therefore it is the one and the only relic left in the world which, if you earn this item, the scarcity is acknowledged as Vinter's interest. I didn't remember what percent of Vinter's interest rose. There is a reason why there's only one relic left in the world. Just then one kid with a pig mask on shouted a weird spell. At the same time a white light brimmed from the staff and the light was shooted like a laser. And thud! It caused an explosion as soon as the light touched the ice. Get away! The kids ran away from the ice again. The white fog was soon lifted and through it was the ice with a small hole that almost reached the box in the ice. Wow, guys! We finally created an edge, we did it. We really did, let's try it once more. I was shocked while watching the kids jump from happiness. Those reckless kids, you treat the ancient relics like you treat a newborn baby. Judging from what they are doing, they're surely going to break the ice, but the box inside it too. Hey kids, I hurriedly rushed over to the kids. Kids, stop! I stopped the kids who were casting that weird spell again. Just what are you doing? 10, no, 11 years old? The kid's gaze turned to me. The lion mask moved his staff from the ice and pointed out to me. Who are you, Auntie? What do you mean, Auntie? I turned serious, but you're wearing the mask that looks like some noble aunties. Yes, scary noble aunties' face it was when they commented that I realized that I was wearing a mask. But why a noble aunt? I tilted my head and kind of understood. Maybe a white mask with a smiling face reminds them of a noble woman. I'm not a noble and I came here as a customer. I calmed myself down and explained, acting mature. I asked, who are you guys? We are the Sir Sangdanju's top pupils. Idiot! You're not supposed to say that. Hey, the customers are not allowed in here though. They can't come in here. How did she come in? I couldn't think straight with all the kids talking all at once. I wasn't good with kids even back in the world I belonged to. I was flustered of what I should do when this kindergarten line popped up in my head. Kids, stop, hocus pocus, everybody focus. The kids closed their mouths at my shout. I quickly added on to that before one of them says anything. Who I am and who you guys are aren't important right now. The problem is that you guys are trying to break that precious relic. Don't you guys have pegs and hammers? Did your master order you to break that ice like that? I was asking from pure curiosity, but the kids lowered their heads, taking my words as a scolding. Then they muttered. Actually, Sir Sangdanju gave us this before he left. The kid showed an awl and the hammer small enough for them to use. The other kids saw that, and showed me theirs too. The ice was too thick and hard that it was impossible to break with ease. And the ice has a spell cast onto it so that the broken spot regenerates back to its original shape after a few minutes. I thought we could quickly pull this off since we can use magic like Sir Sangdanju can. The kids let out all their sorrows. I sighed and reached my hand out to them. Hand that over. I approached the giant ice with the awl and the hammer in my hands. The kids followed after me, clearly curious. It's true, the carved place on the ice started to grow back to its original shape again. I stared at the process. I watched to the end and saw that the regeneration had a limit. The carved place wasn't completely covered back. I might be able to do this if I do this right. I asked the kid with the lion mask. Do you have some hot water? Yeah, we can make some with magic. Can you spray a little around the edge without it touching the edge? Since the relic could get worn out. The kid powerfully nodded and pointed the wand out to the ice. Water started to come out from the end of the staff. A moment later. Now stop, wait until I tell you to, and spray it again when I do. Okay. I stopped spelling out what they did wrong and instead helped them. The surface of the ice melted a little because of the hot water. I set the awl on the ice and hammered it, careful to not touch the box. A long crack was formed on the ice around the box. I hammered around the crack a few times and got rid of a lump of ice. The edge of the box was revealed again. I didn't touch anything further and stared at it. Was just as I thought. The ice regenerated far slower than the first time. This exact same place was curved. There's only one way to use if I want to break the ice without damaging the relic. What is it? Precision method. I announced to the kids, whose eyes were shining. I'm saying that we shouldn't use magic but slowly carve and melt it ourselves. The kids were very disappointed. They probably thought that they could easily break the ice apart. But the place that was already carved and regenerated once regenerates slower than before. Then we should keep carving the same spot, right? Yes, that's right, I nodded my head. I will carve the ice with the lion mask and the remainders carve that spot continuously after that. Okay, I started to feel bossy at all the shining gazes on me. I also felt excited since this was something I was good at and well knowledge of. I started working with the ice with the kids. To be honest, I read a lot about this from a book but never once tried it myself. I thought I was going to do this kind of thing until I get sick of it when I get into university. I smiled bitterly. I didn't think that I would be doing something I wanted to do in my life in a game. Now hammer this part, don't make the pointy part point on the box. It'll leave a scratch if you do. I want to try. Me too. The kids I thought were reckless were more cautious and detailed than I was while working on this. I didn't know how much time has passed after that. The box was half out the ice when I and the kids were about to faint from tiredness. I thought the floor would be a mess with all the water, but it was just as clean as before. It was because the ice didn't melt that easily with the magic casted. My back. I got up from crouching on the floor. It looked like the kids were also in pain because they were muttering complaints while punching their sore spots with one hand. I'm tired, me too. But we made it through half. One of the kids shouted while looking at the relic. You're right. I also moved my gaze onto the relic and smiled, finding that there wasn't a scratch on the relic. Good job, guys. It's all thanks to Auntie. Yeah, it's thanks to Auntie who showed us how to do it. The kids gathered around me and clapped. I told them that I'm not an ant. I felt the sorrow rising in me, but I clapped along. It was only a mask anyways. Just then, who are you? Behind me I could hear a very cold voice, enough to give me goosebumps. I froze on the spot with my hands in a clapping position. I totally forgot about it, the reason I came here. What are you doing here? I turned around like a robot that needs some oiling. Not too far away from me stood a man with a white rabbit mask. I cast a spell so that no normal people could come in or even notice this place. The ultramarine blue eyes which were visible through the small hole on the mask was as cold as ice. He reached a hand towards me while he said that. A big and prosperous staff incomparable to the ones that the kids had was pointed directly at me. Judging from you wearing a mask, are you a sorcerer? A white light started to form at the end of his staff. It looked like it was going to shoot me at any moment. I gulped and tried to think of something. I couldn't straight on say I came here to complete the hidden quest. Just what should I do in this situation? Should I take my mask off right now? And just show him who I am? I was hesitating. Interest 9%, the bars shined dangerously, and then interest 1%, interest 2%, interest 2%, interest 1%. My jaw dropped at the small letters appearing suddenly above the bar. What the? What's that interest 3%? No, no, please. His interest that was 9% suddenly started to drop. That wasn't all, it didn't completely stop at 3% as the letters were still dangerously shining as if it had dropped more. I bit my quivering lower lip. There wasn't any penalty. The system didn't say there was going to be any penalty, but why? It was fortunate that my face was covered with this mask. If I didn't, I would have cried while staring at the interest bar. Vinter didn't move an inch, waiting for my answer. It would be best for you to start explaining how you got in here immediately. That my mind went blank at the sudden interest drop that I've never experienced since I came to this world. I couldn't think of anything to say because I was too flustered. My mouth would move to try and say something, but nothing came out of it. We took her in. The kids dashed over in front of me and shielded me. Auntie seemed to know a lot about relic excavation that we brought her in and asked for help. Yeah, we almost finished it thanks to Auntie's help. Look, sir, sang Danju. The kids covered for me and pointed the ice behind us. Vinter's eyes widened for only a moment before scolding the kids. Didn't I tell you guys so many times that you guys should never bring an outsider in here? Auntie said that she wasn't an outsider but a customer. And the homework you gave us was too difficult. I didn't know that the kids I met just a few hours ago would cover for me like this. But I didn't have the time to say thank you right now. Vinter's cold gaze changed at the word customer. He looked at me and the relic back and forth a couple of times before setting his staff down and politely bowing. I was impolite to a person who helped the children. I apologize. No one can usually come in here. This was the first apology from one of the male leads after Eckles' insincere apology. No one apologized to Penelope here. However, it wasn't like I was happy to hear an apology for his impoliteness. I found myself pathetic to carve some ice from being excited at the excavation scene that I've never really seen in my life before, and because I was scared to die. I thought I was going to die there. The fear and the horror I felt when the interest started dropping so fast. This world was scaring me. I didn't even have the time to be happy from all the dangers around me. I moved my quivering hands behind me and held them together. Then I opened my mouth to speak. I didn't know it was a secret place. Excuse my rudeness. I forced my chin up even though my head was wanting to shook so badly from the fear. I needed to act like an arrogant noble lady who doesn't know what fear is. It was terrible. Vinter seemed a little surprised at such a light and sweet voice and my confident attitude. Please come this way. This is not the place to talk about requests. He politely tried to escort me out of this place. It seemed like he wanted to get me out of here as fast as possible. I walked slowly as I could to see if the system chart appears. I did enter the mysterious and secretive place as the quest has explained, but the white box showing me if I failed or not didn't appear yet. Seeing how Vinter's interest fell, it seemed like entering and coming out again without being caught was the hidden quest. If that's the case, then I failed for good. Does all the hard mode quests not inform me about anything like this? What a crazy game quest or whatever. I'm never accepting it again. I decided that multiples of times in my head as I approached Vinter. As soon as I got to him, he turned around and moved to the hallway. Am I a monster who harms kids to you? I felt awfully bad about this. It was my fault for sneaking into this place, but I didn't really do anything here but to help the kids out and play with them. Just then, noble Auntie, goodbye. Let's play again next time, Auntie. I looked behind me and found 5 animal-masked kids waving their hands at me. The lion mask who tried to cover for me first brought a finger to the mouth and winked. Cute little ones. I felt a little sorry that I had to leave like this without having the chance to thank them. I waved my hand back. Though my face couldn't be seen through the mask, I still smiled at them. Then I noticed the rabbit mask who stopped in tracks and was watching me and rushed to him again. We didn't speak a word while walking down the hallway. How did things turn out like this? I stared up at the interest 3% with depressed eyes. I probably died from the laser beam from his staff if it weren't for the kids who defended me. Vinter was going to be my insurance for just in case Eckles' interests drop, but now I was in a state to be thankful for Vinter's interest not falling anymore. I let out a deep sigh mentally. The hallway was a lot shorter when we walked back out. Vinter stood by the open door and waited for me to exit first. I walked past him, shivering inside but perfectly fine on the outside. Vinter exited the place right after I exited and turned his back to me to tick his staff to the door we just came out from. The door that opened sideways closed. I blankly stared at the door that just closed up. The rectangular creak was completely gone from the wall as well. I didn't think I'd be able to locate the door if I was to come here again next time. Vinter didn't give much of a reaction. He seemed to be locking the door several times using magic with his staff. After that was done, he lowered the staff and moved his gaze to me. Thank you for taking care of the kids. But it is too late to hear out your request, so please come again next time. Honestly, I thought he was going to ask more about how I got into this place. But he didn't and spoke well-mannered. I looked at the window in his words. It was noon and the sun was starting to set. I haven't focused like I did today in a long time that I didn't realize how much time has passed. Emily probably realized that I was gone long before now. I'm screwed. A conversation with the Duke confirmed. I wanted to cry now that things have come to this. I decided to go stubbornly. I didn't come here to request anything but came here because the White Rabbit came to me and delivered the message that I should. I waited for quite a long time since there wasn't anyone here. I could have gone back and come back next time, but I'm quite busy to visit again. Truthfully, I had more than enough time, but I spoke in a way that I was too busy to come again. This was the pride of Agongnia. I was waiting when those kids came out from that place and asked me for help. Do you get it? This isn't my fault but your fault for coming late. I pointed at the wall where the door was before with a brazen face. Vinter seemed flustered ever since I mentioned the White Rabbit. It didn't seem like he had the power to see if the outsider who entered his secret base was the customer he contacted today. He bowed his head and apologized. I am sincerely sorry. People usually come a day or two after they get the message. I didn't think you'd visit us this soon. I am to blame. My face went red. It was fortunate that my face was covered with a mask. What the they had this kind of convention? How was I supposed to know that the nobles usually come a day or two after they get the message? I've turned into a person who impatiently went to get the result of my request as soon as the message was delivered. And the summary of the requested is: desperately finding a man I saw in a party. Vinter could have realized that it was him who I was trying to find right after he got the request. Since I aimed for that when I was writing the word handkerchief. I couldn't look up at his face after thinking that far. Pretend that I never requested anything. We'll call it even for you making me wait and me intruding that place. I babbled out any words from embarrassment and turned around. I don't care about the plan or the additional request now. I was going to think about all of that again after getting out of this place. I was just about to exit the White Rabbit base. Wait, his desperate voice kept me from walking to the door any further. Please wait a moment. What is it? I turned around, unable to take another step towards the door. The ultramarine blue eyes stared straight into my eyes. I cannot let a lifesaver who took care of the kids for me leave like this, especially when I was impolite to you by making you wait. I felt a question mark pop up in my head. Why all of a sudden when he was strongly wanting me to leave just a moment ago? I denied his exaggerated words. It's fine. Also, I didn't do much to be called a lifesaver. Please give me a chance to make up for failing your trust, lady. Vinter cut through my words and pleaded. I was going to reject his offer and was about to tell him to make up for it the next time we meet. I had to hurry back to the mansion before things get too complicated. Also, I had to change the plan that was ruined by me accepting the hidden quest. But in that moment the letters above his head shined and interest 6%. I changed my mind. Then let's hear the result for my request. I moved to sit on the sofa. Soon Vinter walked over and sat on the seat across from me. He motioned his hand in the air. Then a teapot and 2 teacups came flying here out of somewhere. That caught my interest as I watched the teacup pouring the tea onto the cups by itself. My face was already covered with a mask so it wouldn't show that I was interested. Have a sip. He lowered his hand and the teapot gently landed on the table. I held the teacup and took a sip of the black tea that was at a perfect temperature. Vinter opened his mouth to speak. I don't know if the lady knows, but only a very few people know that this informant group is operated by a sorcerer. I know that you're a marquis too. I nodded, white muttering mentally. Adding to that, people who saw that place never went back with their own 2 feet. I almost spit out the black tea I was sipping at what he said. I asked in a cold tone, setting the cup down. Are you saying that you're going to try and kill me right now? What? No, that'd be committing a crime, Vinter answered, flustered. What I'm saying is that the magic that erases someone's memories takes away the person's energy that they fall asleep. Therefore, they cannot go back with their own 2 feet. I cleared my throat, feeling embarrassed. I am supposed to erase ladies' memories as well, however. Vinter, on the other hand, calmly continued with his words. I couldn't possibly thinking about my rudeness towards you earlier. The informant group's top priority is the trust between them and the customers. If I were to erase your memories, then I'll have to erase everything, including you sending us a request, but I do not wish for that. I frowned when he said erase your memories. I almost had to attend parties to pretend to find him. Thank goodness that didn't happen. So what is it that you want to tell me? Please keep what you saw today in that space as a secret. In return, I will provide you with anything you want to know about that person you are seeking if I can. I was surprised at his offering. Just what's so important about that place that he goes this far? What is so important about the kids in there? Are they like the descendants of the traders? They are the rescued, imprisoned, and abused orphans of the semi-magic organization. Semi-magic organization? Were there such an abstract setting to this game? I went through my memories but couldn't remember anything like that. Vinter explained in a somewhat bitter tone. At around the time when the magic started being commercialized, people who pretense of being faithful Christians started to strongly suppress the sorcerers, saying that it was secretly dark magic that went against and messed up the doctrine. The royals' culture is also linked with the divine messages from the gods, so the way people treat on the sorcerers is getting harsh these days. Vinter paused for a moment, then continued. There are some heathen groups announcing a false statement that only when the time comes to when all the existences which cast those kinds of magic will the true emperor that the god chooses will be born. The lady probably knows that the remnants from the Rayla's new country, which lost in the war that was led by the crown prince not too long ago, are making many troubles these days, right? Of course, nope, not at all, but even so I nodded my head, pretending that I knew it all. It is such a false statement that nobody would agree to, but surprisingly there are many nobles who thinks the same. The nobles, why are they doing that kind of thing? Usually they are the nobles who operate a business with magical tools. Sure, they use the sorcerers to produce magical tools, but they do need to erase their existence if they wanted to monopolize all the markets that use magic. While playing the game, I didn't understand why Vinter hid the fact that he was a sorcerer. I just thought it was just because. I didn't know there was this kind of reason behind it. I thought it was just some simple story setting, but the crown princes along with Vinter's background held the reason behind everything about them. The more I stayed in this world, the more I came to compare this to the game. I plead to you, lady. Vinter bowed his head as he pleaded again. The children's life depends on this. The interest 6% above his head shined as he worried about the children. I realized immediately that Vinter's interest will rise or fall depending on how I answer him here. I opened my mouth to say that I will keep it a secret. But wait, I felt like something was out of place. How is the interest related to this? Everything happened so suddenly today, especially the hidden quest. Requesting something to the White Rabbit informant group wasn't something that happened in the game in the first place. Then a light sparked in my eyes. It was because I've found a big error in my thinking. The story setting I knew so well was when the game was set as a normal mode. I don't know Vinter in the hard mode. Vinter was decent and a person with good nature in the game. He would help out poor people and would take care of the orphans. The sorcerer who was walking in the slums to help people there meets the real Gongnu who was adopted and was being raised by one poor commoner. The kind heroine who was able to come back to the mansion with the sorcerer's help started to donate her things generously and take care of the unfortunate children along with him. A question came into my mind while thinking of the story setting. But why did kind and good-natured Vinter bring the heroine to Penelope's coming-of-age ceremony? The time where the fake Gongnu gets the most attention. No matter how much I tried to think of some other reasons, nothing came up in my mind except that he may have wanted to piss Penelope off. Lady? Vinter called me when no answer came back from me. Something was strange. The hidden quest that appeared out of nowhere, the downfall of Vinter's interest. I, who didn't know too well about the hard mode storyline, have been twisting the story from how it was supposed to flow while trying to avoid my death. But what if all of my actions were one of the route included in the hard mode, only that I didn't notice? I held on to my quivering hands and turned on the choices that has been off for a while now. Choices on. I needed to check now. A white box immediately appeared in front of me. Would you like to on the choices? Yes, no, I clicked on yes. Then the choices appeared in front of me. 1. Why do I have to? 2. I wonder, I don't think that's a good deal. Don't you have some rare gems? 3. And what if I go on, telling everyone about the kids here? Then what are you going to do? I sighed mentally. Why are my bad feelings always right? These sorts of situations were everywhere in Penelope's life. She was the one who was hated by all the capture targets in normal mode too. I chose one of the 3 with my shaking hands. And what if I go on telling everyone about the kids here? Then what are you going to do? It's been a long time since my mouth moved on its own. As soon as my sentence ended, the eyes visible through the holes on the mask stiffened. The aura coming from him was now totally different from before. Then even your trivial noble rank will be at risk, dear customer. He whispered in a shrewd tone about my identity. It wasn't him asking for a favor just because he had his head shook, it was a warning. So he knows. No wonder there's no way he wouldn't know who I am as long as I told him that I got the white rabbit from him. Penelope in the normal mode thoughtlessly babbled about everything despite Vinter's warning. Choices off. I turned the choices off and spoke this time with my wills. I'll make sure to watch my mouth. His deathly aura disappeared after hearing my answer, and interest 8%. The decreased interest rose to close to where it was before. I felt so miserable to feel relieved about this. I stood up from the spot. Are we finished with the conversation? I need to get going now, it's getting too late. I was too tired on doing a masquerade party on my own. I wouldn't have come with a mask on if I knew this was going to happen. Vinter stood up following after me and looked at me curiously. What about the information about the person that lady is finding? I don't need it anymore. I raised my hand to stop his sentence. I coldly spoke, already done deciding in such a short time. I know who it is thanks to the other informant. He flinched and stiffened. It was probably an unexpected blow to him. But that wasn't refreshing to me. He was fairly normal comparing him to the other capture targets, but my plan to raise his interest in case something goes wrong was a fail. It was because of that damn system that I was forced to know his secret, and because of that, everything got twisted. And at that, Vinter was going to find the normal mode heroine soon. A lovely lady who he meets every once a week at a ghetto, and the crazy bitch from the Duke family who has his weakness. Now I couldn't even aim for Vinter's kindness that I've had hopes on. I'd rather go for capturing other capture targets who has yet to meet the heroine, and won't for a longer time. I gave up to care about how he sees me now. I coldly ignored the interest 8% as I walked past him. Then I remembered something. You guys offer an information in return for keeping something a secret if I am correct. Then I walked back to the spot I was at a moment ago, and took something out of the pocket of the robe. I don't need any information, but instead give these to that person. Since the reason for coming here was to add a request. I set the white handkerchief and the old-fashioned velvet box by the teapot. What message should I deliver these with? Reciprocate is all he needs to understand. The ultramarine blue eyes slightly widened. At that moment, interest 13%. His interest rose high despite that, however, I didn't hesitate to approach the door. Then I'll be leaving. With that, I've paid back all the debts I owed him before. I should hurry home and cross out some things on the paper. I was opening the door, but just then, the door shut back closed the moment it started to open. I was flustered when I saw an arm above my head, his hand against the door. The man who approached me from behind so fast was keeping the door closed with his arms out. I was in a position where I was trapped between him and the door. Lady. A low voice rang throughout the room. I was visibly flustered from the unexpected position I was in. What is it? Do you still have something to say? Vinter replied after a moment of silence. I want to return the favor as you've watched the kids for me. It's fine. I wasn't supposed to enter in the first place. I'm the kind who cannot live on when I have debts to pay back. He lowered his head down towards me while speaking. The two masks were now a level closer. Is he perhaps threatening me to make sure that I keep my mouth closed? My throat felt dry even if he didn't act this way. I was still going to watch my mouth as I didn't wish to get involved with him any deeper. I leaned against the door on my back trying to get even a bit further away from him, but still tried to look calm and relaxed as I shrugged. I don't really need anything specifically. My ass your name will be crossed out from the paper when I get out of this place. Vinter waited a moment before stating something out of the blue. I'm a sorcerer. I have a skill where I can do things that most of the others cannot. I suffered as I couldn't understand where he was getting with this. So is he saying that others cannot kill me but he can, or what? I was trying to find the words to reply to his threats. Please visit us whenever you need help. That moment a white box appeared behind Vinter's head. Hidden quest revealed: the sorcerer's secret mission completed. You have successfully figured out his secrets in the sorcerer's secret space. The sorcerer's help one use is given as an reward. Would you like to accept the reward? Yes or no? The reward was so absurd that made a feigned laughter come out from me. Fear decision-making and the fierce worries that I had to experience due to the unexpected quest. Isn't the reward too ridiculous, thinking that it is given to me who is currently running away from the situation, thinking in mind that I'll never going to see him again? How cruel. Pardon? Vinter asked when I muttered to myself. I softly pushed him away from me. I didn't use my strength in pushing, but he backed away anyways. He was how completely behind the system box. Then I secretly pressed on yes, while pretending that I was taking my hands off him. I'll visit again when I need something. I was in a position where I had to accept even those kinds of rewards that seemed to ridicule me. It was because I didn't know when and how I'll come to use it if a moment comes where my life's in danger. Though there's no way that'll happen, at least there shouldn't be. You have received the sorcerer's help one use. Shout favor to use. I checked the system box for the last time before I turned around and opened the door. And when I was finally out of Vinter's base, the sky was already dark above the alley. I felt despair as I walked down the short stairs from the entrance of the base. What am I thinking, forgetting to ask for a carriage to take me home, idiot? I completely forgot about it as my head was spinning back in there. That I couldn't teleport back home. Should I go back in and ask for help? I thought, looking back at the door I came out from. However, the thinking didn't last long. It was me who confidently acted as if I didn't need your help. How weird of me would he think when I enter back in and ask for a carriage? I couldn't handle any more ridicule today. It's too long to get back. I hope the Duke is still working when I get back. I stared at where the end of the alleyway. Thankfully, the end of the alley was bright with lots of lights, still shining due to the ongoing festival. Even the crowded sounds could be heard from all the way over here. Let's head to the main street first, then I'll be able to find some place I could rent a carriage. I quickened my steps as I thanked that it wasn't a maze-like alleyway that I went through to save Eckles. I got out of the alleyway to soon be greeted with the main street. The place was very similar to the streets I visited with the two sons of the Duke last time. I had to rent a carriage, but not a single one was visible as people were the only things moving. I frowned as I looked around. Then I saw it in armor with a very familiar symbol shown on it. Show us your identification card. The two knights with silver armors on from not too far away approached a not too kind-looking man and asked for his identification. Why are you asking for my identification card? There has been an order to crack down the hidden criminals during the time of the festival. Hurry it out. That's a small conversation went between the man and the knights. I've seen those armors before. I was trying to remember, then I widened my eyes. That's the symbol representing the Eckarts. I looked around once again to see the knights from the Eckart everywhere with a small space between each one of them. Why are they here? Are they perhaps here to find me already? I felt my eyes wavering. Emergency, the one who is currently in charge of the Eckart Knights was Derek. It meant that Derek could be here somewhere. I'm dead when I get caught sneaking out secretly. It was me who said that I'll be in a timeout. I looked around me once more. I needed to get back home without being caught by Derek. But then what's going on? A familiar voice was heard from where the man and the two knights were. Commander, have you arrived? The knights bowed as they greeted someone in a strict manner. I looked that way, hoping what I was thinking isn't correct. Black hair, a man walking with a fancy black cape on a pure silver armor with Eckart symbol on it. It was Derek. He instantly arrived at the scenery. My heart beat fast, nervous of if I'd get caught. But fortunately I was wearing a robe, hood, and a mask which hid my face completely. There's no way he'd recognize the mask, is there? It was a week ago. Derek, who hated me, wasn't a person caring enough to remember the mask I bought back then. The street was crowded with people, so he wasn't able to spot me. I crouched down as much as possible. I was thinking of moving carefully while hiding myself in the crowd. Great, that's the group. Talk about timing, there was a group with people wearing masks coming my way. I was waiting for the right timing to move while glimpsing on Derek every second. He who was listening to a guard suddenly tilted his head up. And the direction he tilted his head towards was directed exactly at me. I backstepped from surprise. And that moment, our eyes met. He held a curious look a second ago until it gradually changed to one frowning. You shit. I turned my back towards him before he could fully recognize me, then hurried back to the alley I came out from. However, the end of the alleyway was blocked by several buildings that looked almost like Vinter's base. If Derek were to follow me in here, there was no doubt that I'd be caught. I raced up the staircase without having much of a choice and thud favor. It hasn't even been 5 minutes since I decided that I wouldn't use this so-called favor. An awkward silence corrupted the space. Surprisingly, Vinter was standing on the same spot I last saw him before I left. My face lit up bright red at his surprised ultramarine eyes. Thank goodness I'm wearing a mask. Please come in after you close the door. Vinter, who was staring at me in surprise, soon moved out of the way so that I could enter. Shoot, how embarrassing. I cleared my throat and quickly closed the door from the embarrassment. I looked at the door to see the dark alleyway, but Derek was nowhere to be seen. Did he lose me? Even if he did, it was too soon for me to relax. I'm doomed if he goes back to the mansion and finds me missing. Sorry that I changed my mind so suddenly, but I'm still allowed to make one wish, correct? Of course. That wish, I'll use it now. I want you to take me to Hamilton Street right now. I got straight to the point. I had to get home before Derek does. Vinter should have a way for that, as he can use magic. If it's the Hamilton Street. He seemed to be thinking where it was. Where, huh? It was a street a block off from the Eckart mansion. He already knows who I am, so it'd be much easier if I asked him to take me to my room. But I decided to continue to act as if I didn't know he didn't. I wasn't going to see him again after today anyways. It's hard to reserve a carriage due to the crowd. I spat out an excuse a second after that. Didn't you bring a bodyguard with you? I could see that his eyes have turned serious through the small holes on the rabbit mask. I thought of my one and only bodyguard at the mansion. Eckles is a bodyguard by the title, but I wasn't going to use him like one. I need to treat him more carefully and seriously, as if I treat a baby now that he's the only hope I have. I shrugged and answered him with a lie. There's always a secret or two that every ladies have. He erased the curiosity in his eyes. Vinter seemed to have understood a little of what I was saying. Then he took out his staff from his clothes and he reached his other hand out towards me. May I ask you to lay your hand on mine? It looked like he was going to teleport me there as expected. Thank goodness. I laid my one hand on his, feeling relieved. The squeezed my hand soon after. That moment a white box appeared right in front of me. You have used the sorcerer's help one use. Teleporting to Hamilton Street. It may be a little dizzy. With that said, the white light blinded my eyes. Vinter and I were standing in an alleyway with very few people that was located by a familiar street. We moved instantly to Hamilton Street with magic. Great, I'll get to the mansion earlier than Derek does now. I smiled when a question popped up in my head. We use Vinter's magic to teleport, but the feeling of it is similar to when the system teleports me. I tilted my head in curiosity. You can let go now. Vinter spoke from beside. What, my hand that you're holding onto? I lowered my gaze at his words. I saw my fingers interlocked with his. I shook his hand off, jumping in surprise. What the sense when was I holding onto his hand this tightly? I only freaked out for a short moment until I saw his hand returning back to its spot and realized that I may have gone too far with my reaction. Ignoring that, I sincerely thanked him since he did help me out. Thank you for your help. Vinter shook his head politely. It's nothing. I am happy to be able to return the favor. I guess the trust is rebuilt between us again. I let out a small laugh. Vinter was a marquis, a man with a high rank. Seeing that he can lower himself like this for his informant group proved him to be loyal to his character title as the odd sorcerer. Vinter stared at me with an absurd look at my joke. Then are you going to visit our base again? I wonder. My smile faded as I looked straight into his eyes. Will there be a reason we'll meet again in the future? There was a moment of silence with a cold breeze. The two of us hiding our identity with a mask on, staring at each other even though we both know who each other are. Though he'll never be able to guess that I know who he is. It would be the best to continue to act as if I don't know who he is. For him who will soon encounter with the heroine, and for me as well. Since we both hold the secrets of each other that will benefit neither of us. I turned my back towards him with my farewell. Then I was just going to step out of the alleyway. If a reply comes back from the person who the lady sent the gifts to. Vinter's voice made me stop in my tracks. After I deliver them to that person for you. Is it fine to deliver those to you? I slightly tilted my head towards him in the spot. The man wearing a rabbit mask standing in the alleyway creeped me out a little. No, I couldn't imagine what kind of expression that the face under that mask would be making right now, however. Interest 15%. The rising interest despite my cold rejection was a little unexpected. I immediately headed to the mansion after parting with Vinter. More specifically to the tall mansion walls that were surrounding the mansion. I'm sure it was around here somewhere. I was focused on searching around the walls. It was to find that escape hole. The wall wasn't only tall but wide too, which made it harder to find it. Around when I was starting to panic with the thought of Derek might come soon. Found it. I was finally able to find the hole. I crouched down. The hole was small, so I had to crawl in through it. And the moment I started to shove my head through, step with the sounds of the footsteps. Penelope Eckart. The icy cold voice ringed in my ears from behind. So it was you. I froze in spot. Please, I called out to all gods I knew in a single second. Please say that I'm hearing things. But there was no such thing as gods in this crazy game. Get up immediately. I jumped back up at the sound of him gritting his teeth. His eyes that gave me a deathly glare was shining more clearly than the interest 13% did above his head. I wasn't able to think of the words to say at this situation. How there's no way I wouldn't realize it when there's only one girl to walk around, wearing such a hideous mask. Derek, being sharp, understood right away what I was questioning him as he answered while smirking. How dare you call it hideous? I felt my anger rise at the mockery but soon lowered my head. It was because the bar above his head has started to glow. Just why are you doing all this? Derek frowned and forced me for an answer. Speak. I let go of the case of when you complained that you wanted to go to the festival late at night. I even let go of the case of when you brought a slave who we don't know what his goal is, to be your bodyguard. But just what is the problem for you to act this way again? The act this way we mentioned meant me escaping the mansion without a single guard. Sadly, I've got nothing to tell him no matter how he forces an answer out of me. I'm sorry. I apologized to him. All this felt unfair to me, but there was no other choice. I couldn't tell them that I was doing this to find a way to live through all of you. I'll take any punishments you give me first, young master. Punishments. Unfortunately, this method didn't seem to work on Derek any longer. Derek, hearing my words, frowned deep. All you ever do when you see me is ask for punishments. That is, do you want to be punished that bad? I panicked at Derek's furious look. Who in the world would be wanted to be punished like this? Of course I didn't want to be punished. He took my hand roughly before I could say anything after him. I was almost dragged by him when he started to walk in a fast speed. What's up with him? Just what is the punishment he's going to give me? I felt fear at the scary aura he was letting out. I never knew this kind of contact would be made with him who hated Penelope to death and me. Where are we going? first young master?" I asked, staring above Derek's head in unease. No answer came from him, though. "What's up with today's luck? Do I need to kneel and beg now?" I was deep in thoughts now at the unexpected events happening. No way, though I am his hated stepsister, there's no way he'd stab me like the crown prince would just because I left the mansion for a little. I tried to think it positively, but that didn't last long. Well, probably now with a sword, but he would kill me in other ways, isn't he? For instance, dragging me into the mansion and introducing the hideous-looking me to all the people in the Eckart mansion. Making the smallest mistake I made into something big and chasing me out from the mansion. Even more so on the Duke, who was the one who brought Penelope here in the first place. These sorts of things were what they were good at when I made the wrong choice in the game. Yet do what you want, I decided on giving up. It's not like anything would change even if I were to beg now. I was used to all these things from the incidents in my previous life, so this sorts of things I always dealt it this way. Unlike Penelope, who didn't know how to control her angers. I gave up on everything and followed Derek as expected. The place he led me to was the mansion's main front gate. The guards who were guarding by the entrance spotted Derek and bowed. Until then I definitely thought that he'd drag me in. However, Derek strayed on past the metal gate. Just where's he taking me? I stared at his back with wide eyes. The unease that I trapped within me has started to explode within me again. We walked a while to the main street, then slipped into another street with barely any people. We passed by some buildings and met with the pathway up. Through that we could see the flourishing trees and grass fields. The road wasn't your ordinary road, as it was decorated with several very detailed small lamps that were brightening up the area. The beautiful sight reminded me of fireflies. Then I took a closer look at the grass and the trees to see that they were all treated with care, just like the ones in the well-cared garden. Then I spotted the sign with East Hill written on it, and because curious. Why are we here all of a sudden? I dimly knew of this place. This was a walkway made by carving a mound owned by the Duke family. It was also the usual date location for the normal mode heroine and the capture targets. Of course, it was my first time here, as I was never in a situation to date any of them. The walkway was luxurious, however, access to it was strictly controlled. It meant that ordinary commoners could not enter. Are you planning to stab me where there are no people? I stopped in my tracks after I passed the sign. Just a moment, then Derek coldly turned towards me. What is it? Why are we going up there? Didn't you say you wanted to be punished? Follow without complaining. He turned back again and started walking again. In a flash, we passed the entrance and climbed onto the ramp. I couldn't talk back to that, as there was something I said before. I also couldn't predict what he would say if I were to say I didn't want to go. I followed him without having much of a choice, but this body got tired too fast even when we didn't walk that much. And I had to almost run rather than to walk at his fast speed. Ha ha, I breathed heavily behind the mask on my face as I thought. Is the punishment he's going to give me perhaps climbing up this hill? If that's the case, then he really was a cruel bastard. Not being considerate for a lady, Derek continued walking fast without looking back. Without holding back any longer at that sight, I spoke. Wait, what again? He didn't stop walking this time, as he replied annoyedly. And that was enough to make me feel scared again. Even so, I couldn't continue to be dragged like this by him. The robe I was wearing was already dirty on the lower ends. It's hard to keep up if you walk that fast. I protested with a timid voice. I thought he'd ignore me, to be honest. Or if not, he'd at least spit out insults like he did every time. Surprisingly, however, his steps began to slow down. And soon there was a constant distance between him and I. I'm fine, right? I glimpsed up above his head. Interest 13% was shining brightly like an indicator even in the dark. For how much longer did we walk in silence? A beautiful gazebo was seen from afar. At last we reached the top of the hill. I looked inside and frowned. What the? I thought this was the date spot. It was mentioned as a place for a secretive meeting between a guy and a girl in the game, but it was empty inside when I looked in it. I'm scared of being alone with this dude. I moved over to the bench powerlessly. I was out of energy coming up here. I was desperately in need for a break. Come this way, but before having to take a step, Derek dragged me again. It was only after we reached the top of the hill that he stopped walking. Look down I did as he said, having no power at all to protest. But my eyes grew wider at the sight. You'll miss a lot if you were to underestimate this place just because of the hill. Under us we could see the spectacular view of the capital city where the festival was in full swing. Night streets embroidered with colorful lanterns, antique buildings and countless people streaming through. There was no festival episode in normal mode, and I wasn't able to get far enough to play the festival episode in the hard mode. Therefore the scene right now was something I didn't get to see even in the game. I looked down the hill fascinated. I didn't know it was this of a beautiful world down there when I was in the streets myself. I couldn't even think about feeling the beauty of the city then. I was always so full on guard, and always stressed out thinking of plans of things that may happen just in case. It was the same on Earth too. I didn't have the chance to look around me in my entire life. But now that I take a step back and look at the world, why does it feel so realistic? This was a weird, way too weird feeling. My heart, it felt weird. It's nothing more than a scene in the game. It was then Derek raised his hand and pointed it at one place. Look over there, Penelope. I got out of my imaginations and moved my gaze at where he pointed at. The place wasn't far from this hill. It was a large street where a lot of people were walking through. There were 2 knights in their silver armor, running in a fast speed in the middle of the crowd. That's a man was running away from the 2 knights who were chasing him. But it was only a moment after that he came to a stop and was caught. It was because the place was too crowded for him to get away. It seemed like he stole something, which was a pretty common thing that happens especially during the festival times. Reality or in the game, people are all the same. I was thinking that when Derek, who was staring at the same scene, opened his mouth. Those robbers are nothing. Many culprits of much harsher crime appears from everywhere around you during the festival. There are probably much harsher things happening at where we can't see from here. There was a murder incident yesterday at a bar by Hamilton Street. Though you who's always been in your room wouldn't know. Are you slagging me off right now? I looked up at Derek, curious. I didn't get why he was telling me this all of a sudden. Things are like this even in the areas the Duke family watches over. What do you think it'll be like in the small streets on the upper portion, where many culprits and dangerous people roam around? His continued words made me realize that this was a conversation continuing from the scolding from before we came up here, by the escape hole. If so, then is this an admonition or a mockery? Now all there's need for me to do is figure out his purpose on leading me up here. Are you planning on befriending those people and start hanging out with them now? Here's an immediate response to my last question. It's a mockery. What did I expect? I sighed once and spoke, leaving a moment of silence before I did. I swear I didn't do anything that would bring down our family's reputation. It's not you who chooses what's good or bad for the reputation. Reputation is what follows after your actions. That is why I wore a mask. I shrugged. Then Derek icily glared at me. What if there are people who recognizes you immediately like I did? No, before all that, do you think that the people who find out that you're a girl would leave you be with your mask on? I'm not a little kid, first young master, I replied without hesitation. It is true I have made a lot of scenes up until now while not knowing my place, but even so, I'm not an idiot who enters a dangerous place with my own wills. I was scared of how he'll answer me with now that I've said this to him. But it was something I had to go through anyways, at least once. I didn't have a chance to properly confront Derek as I was busy handling the Duke up until now. So I had to draw the line between us that we both shouldn't cross, just like I did with Reynold. You say you're an idiot. Are you saying that not even an idiot, but a gongnu would crawl through the hole to escape? The reason why I went out secretly without telling anyone about it is, I worked my brain to come up with something while buying me some time by slowing down my speech. An excuse that's not exaggerated but enough to make Derek, who's more harder to deal with than the Duke, understand. I told you that I'll live like a non-existent person so that you wouldn't have to mind at all. And the first master also wanted this. So I only went out and came back quietly without making a scene. Yeah, that's right, you told me to live as quietly as a mouse would. So I quietly went out and quietly came back. A brilliant excuse, but it didn't seem to satisfy Derek as his expression hardened up even more. What's your purpose on going to that place? He didn't stop his interrogation. And that made me tired. Do I have to tell you that too? You better answer me. I was going to search for a person by requesting an informant. I knew that an excuse such as "it's a lady's secret" would only work on Vinter. I held in a sigh as I took a portion of truths and lies to make something up. It was something I did every time in front of Derek. There's a person who helped me out at the royal palace, and I wanted to apologize as I lost his belonging he has lent me. Derek, who was making things difficult with all those questions, shut his mouth as soon as I finished my sentence. I felt refreshed at that sight. It was because I was talking about Vinter's handkerchief that Derek had ordered the servants to throw away. Derek kept his mouth shut for a while, then opened his mouth heavily. If it was necessary, we could have them do the things below us. The rumor that a nobleman, a lady who hasn't been married yet, is looking for a man of unknown origin is a disgrace to this family. I made a wedge with a smooth recitation. Penelope, seen from Derek's point of view, also needed a change. It's not a parasite who yells at me every time and makes nonsense and stubbornness, it's just a little bit of a thought. So whatever I do, won't you mind me completely? I looked at a good 13% with cold eyes. I've lowered myself as low as I can and said it politely so there won't be a fall. But he didn't even have a rise, Penelope. But why? Derek opened his mouth with a deep sigh. You're an adult soon, so I won't bother you until you don't want to know your destination. But if you're going to go out, don't use the dog hole, just use the front door proudly. I'll tell the butler, favorite 17%, or you can drag out the slave you bring in. Derek's favorability has risen. I didn't understand. Not only his favor but also his words to me. If I'll die in your hand without knowing what my mistake is, then why do you do me a favor? Considering Penelope in the past, his questioning of a secret outing was justified. And if you go anywhere and run around like a crazy dog, then it's all up to him. However, it was an unexpected scenario that he would continue to admit to going out like today. Won't you punish me? I asked with a puzzled look. Derek frowned instead of answering. You didn't walk all the way to the mansion wearing that stupid-looking mask, did you? What? He suddenly reached out to me. Then he grabbed the mask I was wearing on my face. For lowering Eckart's status, this is confiscation. The mask came off without a moment's. A cool night breeze touched my face, which had been tightly covered all day. Looking up from a narrow view, Derek seemed very cold and angry. But when I saw him holding my mask of Haho mask with open eyes, I felt somehow this is today's punishment. Is it an illusion to look happy? Leonard bought it for me. I mumbled absent-mindedly, looking alternately at his face and my mask taken away. Take this then. He popped out something to me. I carved magic on the jewels. When you wear it, you can activate the protective magic and the appearance change magic. The wizards who carried it said it's going to look like a boy your age from the eyes of someone else. On his large palm, a handkerchief with a platinum string bracelet with finely scarlet gems showed up. The things that were originally attached were broken because they were cheap, so I changed them into the best garnet. Derek added. He sounded like he was grumbling. I looked down at his big hand in a big way. On the first day of the festival, sneaking out to save Eclipse, it was the bracelet that Derek picked out when I picked up the mask. Looking at the right plum-colored jewels, I thought it was similar to my hair color, but I didn't think he would give it to me as a gift. Because it was enough pink, I thought you'd keep it and give it to the FL later, but it's already the second present. Expensive-looking scarves and magic bracelets. When I looked up and saw Derek's blue eyes again, I felt strange. Why? That's how the words popped out earlier than I thought. What? Why do you give me this? I glanced down at the bracelet again, asking so. When I switched to a top-class garnet, the small gems of crimson glowed brightly in the dark. Even I, who was not very interested in accessories, had such a fine figure. But rather than gratitude for giving the bracelet, they were ahead of questions and doubts. He and Leonard have had a history. The vulgar thing, the eyes that looked like dirt on Penelope's memory. You didn't like me being extravagant, wasn't it that you liked accessories? Derek seemed a little embarrassed for some reason at what I said. I like it, I admitted mildly. Even in the game, Penelope couldn't use any fancy accessories. But it was the only way to fill solitude and sadness. My complete jewels that I didn't steal from others. I don't know why you're giving me this because you despised me so much. I didn't know how far Derek had figured out what I was saying. I'm sure he's got a stiff look on his face because he remembers what I said. If you don't want it, get rid of it. He easily flipped the handkerchief he had put on the bracelet. A sparkling platinum string crashed to the ground and he rolled over the dirty dirt. Struggling with his absurd behavior, Derek turned and quickly walked down the slope. It was a moment when I was wondering if I should follow. Derek and Festival View Quest success. Would you like to get a reward for system? Yes or no? Suddenly a white square window popped up in front of my eyes. I was stunned with laughter. Is this quest still not finished? I definitely pressed refuse when asked if I would do it again before, but why is it a success? I frowned and nervously pressed yes. The writing in the square window changed rapidly. I got favorability plus 3% and magic bracelet from Derek for system rewards. Oh, this is a guitar reward. I remember it saying favorite guitar, but not like it. I didn't really care because I didn't need anything. I looked down at the bracelet rolling on the dirt floor with cold eyes. Mean bastard. Eventually he crouched on the floor and picked up the fallen bracelet. So you really throw it away? When I was shaking off the soil that was covered by the wind, I suddenly felt sad because I was in such a desperate situation where I had to be rewarded and receive something like this. What's the use of a gift? Favorite 20%. I whined dissatisfiedly as I saw the white writing getting smaller and smaller. The last day of the festival, which had been long and long for nearly a month, has come. Emily made a fuss that there would be more spectacular parades, acrobatic troops, fireworks, and other attractions than ever since it was the last day. She meant to go out together, but I didn't want to do that at all, so I ignored it lightly and overslept. Having just got up and had a sandwich for breakfast, I sat down in front of my desk after a long time. It's been a long time since I came here. Seeing that they all clashed one by one throughout the festival, it seemed like it was time to turn over a big episode of the game. But it still stuck when I first came. Every single day was like a dying crisis. Of course, I'm still at the end of my tightrope. I couldn't do it. There is a long way to go. I'll have to do an interim check. I opened the drawer and pulled out the paper I had kept hidden deep. It was the basic setting of the male leads, who first came here, and wrote it down so as not to forget it. I took out a new piece of paper and began to write down my earlier favorability and recent developments. Derek Eckhart 0% to 20%, Leonard Eckhart 10% to 10%, Callisto Legals 0% to 2%, Eckles 0% to 25%, Vinter Verdandi 0% to 15%. As I wrote it down at a glance, the difference from the beginning was clearly noticeable. Unexpected. Looking at Derek and Leonard's favorability, I opened my eyes round. Especially Leonard. It was a far lower favorability than other male leads, but considering that it started in negative territory, it rose by as much as 20%. So was Derek. Is it because I ran into him most often? I tilted my head and thought about their unexpected good defense. Just by looking at the paper written down at the beginning, I had put an X in their names without any sign of consideration. However, the two's favorability was not something to be happy about. Because I had a slight increase in my favorability when I don't meet. It was highly likely that Penelope was eased from being extremely hated to just disgraceful. Because I didn't act recklessly like the original fake princess. If we keep running into each other like this, we can maintain it. Both were not stable, considering that the basic favorability given in normal mode was 30%. But I didn't have a reset button, so I didn't even intend to take risks and raise my favor. I firmly drew an X on Derek and Leonard's names as before. Next, Crown Prince. This guy is, well, not even a moment's consideration. I hit the X several times without a break and moved on to the next. But soon after, the hand holding the pen stopped. As planned, Eckles was currently the number one favorite. Now if you raise just 5%, you will fill the basic favorability of normal mode. It was not as difficult as others. Eckles' favorability was very wide of the increase. If it goes on like this, it would be quick to see the ending. Well, I've been so busy since last time that I haven't been able to meet him. Around the name of Eckles, Sharp Nib constantly drew a circle. In fact, I said I was busy by mouth, but nothing else was so busy except the day I met Vinter. Nevertheless, I did not come and find him. Why do I feel so uncomfortable? I still remember that day clearly. A wooden sword aimed in the blink of an eye, a ghastly look as if it were an enemy at any moment. Reflectively shuddering, I strove, cynically caressing the ruby ring in my left hand. The moment the dog bites its owner, you just pull the leash. Of course, the moment the leash strangled the dog, he had to endure a fall in favor. I thought it was the only breakthrough, but why do I feel like I'm going to do something if I don't get it? I shook my head away from my anxious thoughts, and then I went on to the next one. Vinter Verdandi. He was the first character to taste the fear of a plunge in favorability. I already decided not to look back at that moment, but when I saw the figure of 15%, I was a little worried. Although Vinter had the biggest drawback of having the fastest contact with the FL, he also had the advantage of being the one of the top person of the 5. The speed of printing paper with the tip of a tap and pen gradually increased. I threw my pen in the air without making a clear decision. Why isn't there easy route? It was then. Knock knock on the door. I was extremely sensitive because I was scribbling down important things that others should not see. Therefore my voice stretched out sharply, unintentionally. Who is it? This is Penelope, miss. It was the butler. Wait. I grinned and relaxedly arranged the papers lying on my desk and put them deep in the drawer. He allowed the visit only after putting the pen I was holding on to the pen stand. Come in carefully. The door opened, and the butler came in. What's going on? I'm here to tell Lady that the Duke wants to have a luncheon with Lady after a long time. Lunch? I blinked my eyes. It was an unfamiliar remark. Ever since I came in here, I've been eating alone in my room. Compared to the dinner of a nobleman I know, it was honestly a series of absurd diets, but I was satisfied in my own way. It was better than eating rotten food or starving like the first time. Emily, who never bumps into the Duke and his sons for nothing and who is often stabbed by me, is attentive. How perfect a self-meal it is. I didn't want to go all the way down to the dining room on the first floor and face an uncomfortable person for lunch. Moreover, I was already feeling bloated when I imagined that I was eating under the eyes of employees who hated me for being a princess. I don't mind eating alone in the room as it has been. I wanted to avoid it if I could avoid it, so I gave a moderate refusal. The period of self-reflection is not over yet. The Duke said he have something to tell to the lady, so Lady must attend. If it's your saying that all my brothers are joining too? Of course I'm doomed. I managed to catch a crumpled look. It was foolish to show a blatant dislike in front of the Duke and Derek's closest aides. Mind control. I breathed a deep sigh inside. Butler, I have one thing to order before I go to the dining room. Give me your order, Lady. At my words he looked different. If you have any digestive medicine, will you bring it to my room after lunch? You mean the digestive medicine? He asked back as if he was curious about the unexpected digestive medicine, even though I had not eaten yet. Yes, I nodded strongly because I'm going to rush from now on. I followed the butler out of the room. It was because everyone was waiting for me downstairs after all the preparations for the luncheon had been completed. There was no time to procrastinate on the pretext of preparation for one-sided notification that could not be rejected. The Duke seems to be very busy with the royal palace these days. As I was walking down the hallway in silence, the butler suddenly talked to me, adjusting my stride. I had no idea that the Duke was busy. He seemed to be coming home late, but I wasn't very interested. I think he did, but I responded with a silent nod of the head with an expressionless face. For some reason I felt the butler carefully watching my face. In the past, every time the Duke was at home, he attended the dinner table regularly. By any chance did you have any inconveniences at the dining room? The question that followed quickly crumpled my forehead. Was Penelope like that? A brim is also good. What good there could be stuffed food in my throat in that position? If you see it, you'll only receive nothing but despised or ignored. She's really, however, I couldn't blame her thoughtlessly because I thought I could see why she attended the Duke's dinner. In the past, I, who was always quick to give up, never acted like Penelope. But that wasn't less miserable either. The sound of tableware coming from the dining room, the simple greeting of a day, asking each other the flawless family without me. Lady Penelope, Lady, I blinked at the voice calling me Penel, who had already reached the front of the stairs, looked at me with an unanswered eye. I didn't feel uncomfortable, I answered casually as I went down the stairs ahead of him before he found. I've been on my guard for making a mistake, so it's a good idea to take care of my meal in the room. I really think so. No, I'm not. I made a slip of the tongue. Perhaps it was surprising that Penelope's mouth said such a sound, but the butler made a slip of the tongue. He hurriedly stopped talking and changed the subject. The Duke was very lonely because Miss didn't come out of the room. You're not going to blame me for participating in the dinner. The butler's words made me laugh. If your dog doesn't come out of your house, you'll have to look into it. The head of the household feels lonely, but there seems to be no sincerity in looking into whether his youngest daughter, who he adopted himself, eats or starve in the corner of the room. Well, would my first brother think so too? That's my self-help question. The butler tried to say something, but I was a step faster. Open up. Before I knew it, I had arrived at the dining room. He stood respectfully next to the tightly closed door to serve the meal and gave an arrogant nod to the waiters. I bowed and complied with my orders, but the eyes that shed to me were not beautiful. It didn't matter, I couldn't afford to care less about the little extras. The door opened, and through it the faces of the humans I really had to deal with. Middle-aged man with the brusque face at the top of the table and likes 10% sitting side by side on his right likes 20%. Do you have a sense of time or not? Why are you so late? As soon as I entered the room and saw 10% likable started a quarrel, frowning. It was the beginning of a dinner in hell. I naturally moved to the left because they were sitting on the right side of the Duke. The butler, who followed and pulled out the chair, withdrew after confirming that I was perfectly seated. I walked on my feet and felt as if I had become a sinner who had been sent away. You said it's luncheon, but your table is broken. It was a feast of sumptuous food that had never been seen since coming here. Of course, it would be difficult to eat these much-needed foods because we have to solve them in a room on the second floor, but I realized the location of Penelope. By the time he was dazed, a heavy voice fell from the Duke sitting at the top. Prepare it. A full-fledged meal has begun. In fact, I didn't know much about the order of tableware used by the nobles. But Penelope wasn't always so common sense. Therefore, even if you don't use proper etiquette, you won't be much flawed. It's a good thing you don't have a reputation to lose. I looked down at the tableware set in front of me to make sure everyone was holding a spoon with a side glance and to follow. And then a cool smile immediately popped out. All the dishes I was given were for plate by young children who had just learned how to use the fork. What's the matter? Perhaps he heard my laughter, but the sharp eyes of the Duke right next to blossomed into me. It's nothing. I shook my head in a hurry. And I listened to the tableware casually. Come to think of it, they wouldn't care what kind of spoon I was eating with anyway. If you cared a little bit, you'd already know the Duke right next to you. Someone in the kitchen dared to play this prank on a princess table. I held up the biggest spoon in the mood of playing with dolls. It was the biggest of all that lay, but smaller than a teaspoon. I tried to scoop up the soup with it, but it was only a rat's tail. Fork couldn't even lift the lettuce from the salad. The knife, which is good in size, was so slow that it could not even penetrate the surface of the meat that was baked smoothly. This is interesting. I took turns lifting the utensils as if I were playing a joke. And I touched the steaming food in front of me with them. I wanted to see if I can't eat it. How on earth did Emily fly the food so hard when the kitchen was in such a bad situation? Come to think of it, was even if rotten food is distributed, employees working in the kitchen are poorly treated. Emily has brought me a whole bunch of healthy food since I threatened her. In addition, sometimes when I talk about the food I want to eat, she even made it awkwardly. I should give her a prize when I get back to my room. In the meantime, I felt a little sorry for Emily for setting up an iron wall. In addition, I thought, looking at the dishes that had been randomly shriveled on the plate with my eyes. You'd better kill the flag. After all, I couldn't eat a single bite properly. As expected, the Duke and the two brothers had no idea whether I was eating or playing with food. This was Penelope's position. The festival is already over. It was when the meal time was somewhat ripe the Duke opened his mouth with wine. But I was the first target. You're not going out on your last day. Yes, in a state of irritation, I answered bluntly. Penelope must have been out on the last day of the festival. I didn't want to do that, and I didn't want to please the Duke because I couldn't even touch these delicious things in front of me. However, my cold attitude instantly turned the eyes of the first and second. I'm blinking in favor of you swordsman. I looked back at the Duke with a smile that had not come out. I'm on probation while he's been using his word of duty for a long time. The Duke kicked his tongue as if my answer was disapproving. I've never seen a cripple claiming to be on probation because of a single slave. Leonard was sarcastic. No one responded as if it were ever happening. I didn't even expect anyone to shut his mouth, so I didn't care and threw a stop to myself. There's other reason why I called you to have lunch today. Meanwhile, the Duke told me the real reason why he even called me here. Because of the upcoming hunting competition. Hunting competition. I pondered over the contents of the game. It didn't immediately occur to me whether there was such a thing. It's going to be held again in the northern forest of the palace. In the meantime, the Duke gracefully laid down the tableware and continued to speak. As you all know, this hunting competition is significant. The Crown Prince decided to release rare animals representing each country, including royalty and aristocrats from the country that was subjugated by the war. The eyes of those who support the Crown Prince for not participating in the war are not favorable. At times like this, it would be better to consolidate our status. So last night at a meeting of the nobility, Eckles also expressed his intention to attend the hunt. They were words that had nothing to do with me anyway. While half-heartedly listening to the Duke, I suddenly remembered the hunting contest in the game. The Inca Empire holds a hunting competition every quarter, to impose indirect pressure on rare creatures or slaves in each defeated country. I have seen a brief background explanation while playing normal mode. However, FL was not able to attend the hunting competition at this time. This is because Penelope secretly fed poison to the returning real princess, who was jealous of the attention of the male leads. FL, who couldn't go to the hunting competition because she was wandering, instead raised Eckles' favorability left in the mansion. It was the moment when Penelope's last hope left. Since then, the hunting competition has disappeared as a woman like a relative who has failed to see the evil deeds of the cruel empire persuaded the Crown Prince. And at the end of Crown Prince Route, Penelope is simply tortured as all the atrocities she committed against the FL are revealed. It was a torture of freezing the heart alive so that it could not die and feeding the poison that had been fed to the FL one by one. Penelope's face, which had been cruelly melted by the poison. I shuddered reflexively as a series of vivid illustrations emerged. It was then the Duke, who talked about the aristocratic meetings, suddenly turned to me. Penelope, yes, I didn't listen at all to what he said, but I was stunned and stuttered like a fool. Fortunately, the Duke take it lightly. A vote was made at the meeting to lift the ban of woman participation. Participation banned, yeah, what do you think about it? I couldn't answer the Duke's question right away. What's that about? I didn't know what kind of violence Penelope had in the hunting competition. I felt uneasy as I hesitated. The Duke asked me again whether I would participate. If you're going to participate, I'll tell them to trim your hunting gear as well. Father, it was then. Boom. Pink Hair pounded the table violently and shouted loudly. That crazy bitch, know that girl, she did something last year, and she's going to do it again. Leonard, the Duke, kicked his tongue and called out his second son. When I think of the time when aristocratic's daughters were flocking around and begging me, that it's like keeping them in prison at every hunting contest. But despite the Duke's dissuasion, Leonard stared at me furiously until the end and shook his teeth. His eyes were looking at the bandwagon. First of all, we need to figure out what the situation is. I went out as brazen as Penelope. What did I do? Do you ask because you don't know? Then if I know, do you think I'll ask? The words I wanted to shoot at Leonard, who had a sneaky answer, filled my throat. But I had to put up with it. We need to know the whole story by provoking him. But the answer I really wanted came from an unexpected person. I asked other ladies to make a crossbow that they didn't care about. The calm voice compared to Leonard made me turn my head. The first one stared at me with blue eyes and whispered softly. You must have already forgot. Even though it was dangerous, you took it with you, overpowered the guards like a beast, and running around to shoot and kill Countess Kellen and her flock at the tea party. So for a while there was a rumor that someone was teaching the crossbow to a crazy chimpanzee in Eckles. As soon as Derek was finished, Leonard smiled coldly and sarcastically. I'm going to get ruined. I couldn't answer anything back because of the enormous violence that I couldn't get rid of. But it wasn't as surprising and shocking as I was prepared. Yes, she's the worst villain in the game, and she should have done that. It was not as drunk as some of the truths you see at the opening meeting, but it was a sufficiently manageable line. Stop it, I'm sure she had regretted enough while I was silent. The Duke stopped two men who peeled me off in a quivering voice. It was not a bad timing, even though I had already been reprimanded. As the two sons shut up, the Duke looked at me with a grave look and warned. You still remember that Eckhart's mouth is heavy, Penelope. Yes, you won't be disappointed this time, father. I answered promptly. I heard the sound of grinding my teeth from one side to see if the medicine was getting better. Okay, that's all I'm going to say. The Duke lightly struck the bell on the table, as if all the words had been said. Then the door of the dining room opened and a servant with a cart pulled in. It was a dessert. I didn't even eat. What kind of dessert is that? I looked at the servant with gloomy eyes, each laying down a different dessert. A middle-aged woman named Mrs. Donna has long been in charge of the Duke's kitchen. And that's how much they understood their taste in food. In front of Duke and Derek were teacups with black tea, and in front of Leonard a plate with handmade cookies. It was my turn next. I didn't mind anything because I originally liked desserts. What is it, however, I had no choice but to frown at the plate placed in front of me. It was a mellow milk pudding. The woman who was putting down my dessert laughed at my clean dishes without any sign of eating. It was such a small sound that only my ears could hear. The eyes met. Her eyes were full of ridicule, as if she were dying of joy. Let's try it, shall we? I quickly dropped the smallest spoon on the floor before she left. Marbles and iron bumps into each other, and makes quite a lot of noise. Naturally, everyone in the dining room looked at me. Oh, sorry, my hand slipped. Will you pick it up and take it? I gave the floor a big wink of apology. Mrs. Donna was also nonchalant about my unexpected behavior. She looked very familiar, as if she could do anything about it. Sure, don't worry about it, lady. If it were Penelope, would he have thrown a spoon over Mrs. Donna's head and already got up? No, I asserted myself. The old woman, whom I learned from the butler's words, has been a regular participant in the meal of the Duke for an uninvited seat. In other words, no one else has dealt with her except on a time like this. It's a family dinner where she only left out while pleasant conversations are exchanged. It is a position where she forced herself to sit in while enduring alienation and misery. However, if the Duke did not like the dishware, he would never have tried to share it with her again. Penelope knew this well, therefore she would have endured hunger and anger desperately. If she couldn't even participate in this event, she'd never run into this family. But not me. I looked down at Mrs. Donna, whose face was so expressionless that I was embarrassed by her fuss. Oh my God, sorry, I slipped again. The second smallest spoon fell in front of Mrs. Donna, who was just getting up with the spoon I had dropped. The attention of the humans who were drawing attention was drawn back to me. The Duke kicked his tongue disapprovingly. What are you doing? I'm sorry, the pudding is so soft that the spoon keeps going off. I replied with a shrug, Derek's cool blue eyes fixed on me. Leonard was no different. It's all right, lady. Mrs. Donna also picked up the second spoon that fell beside her without complaint. Well, have a good time. It was the moment when she was raising herself and greeting. I threw the last spoon right on the floor. Penelope Eckhart, the Duke's face and voice froze in an instant. What are you doing? Leonard laughed as if he was dumbfounded, and Derek glared at me with a frown on his face. The white letters on their heads began to flicker. I got up from my seat, dragging my chair noisily. I'm afraid I can't eat dessert because I don't have any more spoons. Sit down if you're finished with what you want to say. I'm thinking of going up to my room. The Duke's face was gradually filled with anger. What's the point of doing this at a luncheon after a long time? I'm so hungry, father. I overpowered my stomach. My unexpected words wriggled the eyes of the Duke and the sons. What, I'm not as good at using tableware as I am 3 years old, so I can't eat a bite of these foods. As if I were a real child, I looked at their face with a gloomy look. The untouched food had not cooled yet. If I go up to the room as it is, it will be all up to the employees. Stupid Penelope would starve his people to death every time. Right, ma'am, I smiled innocently, and asked Mrs. Donna for her consent. Oh, lady, her face went black and white in a moment. It was funny that the previous confidence and ridicule disappeared from nowhere. A cool silence fell on the dining room. Main dish with no small toy utensils and no signs of touching. The white plate without a single sauce was so clean that it was hard to do so without complaining about the seat. I now knew well without having to see where everyone's eyes were. I'm going to go up and ask Emily to get me a sandwich so I can eat it with my hands. Have a good time, father brothers. No one helped me this time. As I opened the closed door and left the dining room on my own, I suddenly burst out laughing. I threatened everyone I'd shoot them with crossbow. Yes, I'd say yes. Isn't it really funny? Such a wicked woman was being held captive because she couldn't do such a thing. But nevertheless, I was not the only one who could laugh at such Penelope. I feel so sorry for her who sat there till the end enduring hunger. For pity's sake, coming straight up to the room, I took out the book I was reading from the bookshelf and sat down at my desk. I confidently left the dining room saying I was hungry, but I wasn't that hungry. Rather, I was honestly worried that it would affect Emil's favorability after I came out of the mess. At the end there was no change. I was worried that I couldn't check their faces properly because I was paying attention to the Duke and Mrs. Donna. You're not going to lose your favor if you throw your spoon in a rude way. I thought so, but soon I decided to take it easy. Well, if you're a little far away, that's not much. It may be a relief, but it didn't matter how much change was made because they were X-rated anyway. As long as it's not a deathly plunge. I tried so hard to focus on the contents of the book. It was that moment. Knock knock, I heard someone identify herself. Lady, it's me. Come in. Emily gladly allowed herself, and opening the door, she carefully stepped inside holding a lidded tray. Are you reading? What's that? As I asked with a glare, she put down the tray she had brought on the desk and opened the lid. Steamed soup, steaks, and sandwiches were neatly laid out. I immediately frowned. This is because the steaks plate was the same plating as the one at the dinner. It's a new one because the Duke ordered it, lady. Maybe she heard the whole story, but Emily slowly took a look at me and added, and this is what the butler told me to bring you: a small brown bottle of digestive medicine. No thanks, I don't want to eat much, so take it out. Fortunately or unfortunately, I had nothing to eat, so I had nothing to upset my stomach. Emily cried when I told her to take it back. I heard you wanted to have sandwiches. You're hungry, hurry up and eat, lady, it's okay. And I ate earlier. You haven't had a proper meal all day, so just a little bit. Not just today, it's always been. I threw down the book and grazed my brain irritably. Was there any food you brought that could be called a proper aristocratic meal? Oh, Lady Emily was at a loss what to do with my cold look. I knew it was a useless vent. Emily has been good enough to me as long as I can. It is not that I was very dissatisfied with the meal, which had only 1 or 2 dishes and desserts. I never starving, but still in my situation. No, this situation and background facing Penelope was irritating and driving me crazy. Stop carrying that and go out. I don't really want to see your face right now. Emily eventually took the tray back with a somber face. I thought I was too much for someone who took care of me because I was worried, but I didn't feel very sorry. From the moment I left the dining room, I opened the book again, pressing down on my rising emotions. But soon after I threw it back down as if I had thrown it back. I'm annoyed. Standing up in front of my desk, I went to bed and lay down. A luxurious antique room ceiling was visible. The owner of the room couldn't even get a proper meal, but it was funny because it seemed to be wrapped up in a plausible way. Why should I come all this way and go through this shit? I couldn't understand it at all, so I muttered to myself. If someone other than me was possessed by this game, I might be happy to see such a spacious and lavishly decorated room. But I wasn't particularly impressed with these things. It is because the place where I stayed at my parents' house was also luxurious and spacious enough to live in. But ironically, living in such a fancy room, I was worried about eating the next day. After the second son of a bitch graduated, bullying at school reached its peak. It was basic to keep getting cut in line and eat the last meal of the day, and it was usual to deliberately hit the shoulders and make them spill the plate. Even if I starved all day and went home, I couldn't eat right away. Except for me, they did attend a nice family meal. Where is his pride now that we have succeeded in escaping? It was truly foolish. I should have had enough food to last, unlike Penelope, who has a maid. I didn't have anyone to feed me. She used to leave work right after finishing the dishes. I held my stomach tightly and went to the kitchen only when the men of the house finished their meal and went into their respective rooms. Then I put rice in a cold soup or poured the leftover side dishes into a large spoon and rubbed them to eat them. However, I often spits it out without a bite more than when I can eat it whole. While the rest of the soup or side dishes tasted terrible, mixing vinegar, sugar, salt, salted fish, and sometimes unknown things. It was the second son of a bitch, a beggar, so why are you sneaking around like a rat? He sometimes hid and watched me like that, and then giggled out and sarcastically. So I had to suffer from malnutrition and chronic gastritis until I escaped from that damn place. I was really like a beggar. Looking back on the past, I smiled weakly. I thought maybe it was much better to be a fake princess now, which I thought was no better than me. That's enough, it's nothing more than past. I jumped out of bed. At times like this I had to move my body. Staying still will only erode you into gloomy thoughts. I took out a shawl and went out of the room. I was going to take a walk. I was just going down the stairs across the hall, lady. I happened to run into the butler who was coming down from upstairs. He asked with astonishment. Where are you going outside the house? You're going to East Hill to see the fireworks? East Hill? As I asked back, I immediately remembered where it was. Not long ago it was a small hill where I was taken by Derek and came down alone. Penelope must have been out to watch fireworks on the last day of the festival every year. I found out why the Duke asked such a question at the dining room. No, I shook my head straight away. I wasn't romantic enough to go all the way there just to see fireworks. What are you doing this time? I'm bored. The butler put on an awkward face. It may be quite embarrassing to see a kid who had been going steady until last year suddenly change her attitude. But it didn't matter. A wicked woman is bound to boil with whims. To celebrate the victory, the finale of this festival will be much bigger than last year. Fireworks will be everywhere. I don't know why the butler is holding me back and telling me this story. It was very uncomfortable to face him because he was also at the luncheon earlier. Good luck then. I brushed right past him, Lady Penelope. But I couldn't go down the stairs because of the urgent voice that held me. Why down a notch? I stopped and looked back at him. The old butler hesitated for a while and managed to open his mouth. I'm on my way back from organizing the attic under the direction of the Duke. I'm on my way to deliver it to you. To me, I wondered why the butler told me that. The passage to the attic was at the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor. So I've never been there. Why? Don't you often go up when you're young? When you first came to the dukedom, you saw fireworks in the attic. The Duke probably told me to clean up the attic because he remembered it. You have to say what you want to say right away, butler. I cut off him coldly with a sarcasm, burst into laughter. I've been in a position where I couldn't go up even though I wanted to. Thanks to someone who felt uncomfortable for me climbing up there often, the 3rd floor was closed and I couldn't get near the attic. His mouth shut. I wouldn't have been this aggressive if I were normal. The butler happened to have a bad time. It was because he caught me who was on my way to calm down my anger because of the strangely overlapping situation with the past. My sharp point carved deep wrinkles on the butler's forehead. Mrs. Donna was fired immediately, miss. He carefully opened his mouth again with a darkened look. The Duke was so angry that she was kicked out naked without a penny of severance pay. There was no more punishment for this woman, who had been a duchess for a long time, and who was a fallen family but who had enemies in her own right. I opened my eyes wide at the unexpected news. Looking at the butler with a puzzled look, he calmly continued. But Master Derek has come forward and burned his employment contracts and letters of recommendation, so she won't be able to find a job in the aristocracy. So do I owe you a toast? I blinked and asked back in a cold tone. It was a little surprising, but it wasn't exactly a pleasant story. Why didn't you take any action last time to solve a problem that can be solved right away? What's with the measures? I would read about how long Emily had worked and threaten her to live quietly. When I recalled Derek at that time, I felt even more pathetic. You don't have to give me all that stuff, it's not my responsibility anyway. The Duke was heartbroken by the day. He seemed to keep worrying about your skipping meals. So what do you want me to do? Pressing down the words that filled my throat, I forced up the corners of my mouth. If I go down to the dining room and eat now, will my father feel better? Princess, it was then. It's all my fault today. The butler suddenly bowed deeply in front of me. I opened my eyes wide. My biggest fault is that I haven't been able to faithfully support you under the pretext of being busy. If you punish me separately, I'll take it sweetly. By the way, my lady, could you please accept the Duke's sincerity? I looked at the butler with a strident glance, bowing before me. After leaving the dining room like that, the Duke thought a lot about how to get rid of your hurt feelings. Then he came up with what you liked when you were young. You know it's very rare to withdraw an order once you've given us what the butler said was true. It has already been 6 years since he locked up all the doors on the 3rd floor, and banned her from entering due to a small commotion that took place shortly after she was adopted. But now that you want to withdraw it, it must have been shocking in many ways to see your abused foster daughter who showed you her broken heart. The butler stooped more closely, seeing me thoughtless and silent, thinking that there was hope. The old man opened the 3rd floor, which was closed himself, and arranged the attic with all his heart. So let's get out of here, lady. I looked at the butler with a dull face without an answer. If it was really Penelope who was here now, not me, she would have been so happy. One of the humans who led the bullying was fired and the family's attention was drawn. How satisfying would this situation be for the deacon, whom I have always felt sorry for, to nod his head to me. But it's late. I wasn't Penelope. Why didn't you do this for her at least once before I came into this body? If so, this stupid, pathetic little girl would have forgiven everything, unlike me. It's too late at the moment. The butler's pupils, which found my face distorted in a mess, expanded greatly. Oh, lady, when the embarrassed man raised his back completely, yes. How can I ignore my father's sincerity? I had a quick look on my face. I was just on my way out for a walk, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to go there after a long time. When he looked like he was going to cry, I went back to my arrogant Penelope and said, "Take me to the attic." It did not seem to have fully opened the 3rd floor. Crossing the hallway, a large 2-door was tightly locked with a chain wrapped around it. That's the lady's room, isn't it? Penelope's room was pretty good, but the FL's room was different from the size of the door. It wasn't offensive or upsetting. How can a real daughter and an adopted daughter be treated the same way? You need to know your place. As I passed in front of it, the butler looked at me with a particularly. Of course, I didn't show anything. When I opened the small door at the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor, a spiral stone staircase came out. It seemed to be a turret built in preparation for the invasion, but it was poorly managed compared to other places, perhaps because it had not been used for a long time. Be careful with the high stairs, lady. The butler went up first and warned me. I grabbed my skirt and carefully climbed the stairs. The attic at the top of an old narrow stone tower. It's definitely a secret place for kids to like. He climbed and climbed spiral stairs with no end in sight. After a long time, the stairs broke as if they had finally reached the end, and an old door came out. The butler opened it up with familiarity and went inside. After that, I honestly didn't have much expectation. Even the attic was made by roughly removing the place used as a warehouse. But the place I entered was surprisingly good. Like a small study, on one side of the attic was filled with books, and on the other was a cozy couch and a fireplace. There was a large round window in the middle of the window. Through an open window gap a cool breeze came in and tickled the bridge of the nose. "Do you like it, my lady?" the butler asked me with a satisfied face when I looked around. I answered mildly, "This good." "May I bring you some refreshments?" "No thanks, I'd rather stay here till late in the evening." "Of course you can. The Duke has already allowed us to spend as much as we want." I liked it. Feeling a little better, I spoke in a softer voice. "Thanks for your guidance, butler." "Don't mention it then. Make yourself comfortably, lady." The butler bowed to me and went down to the attic. I walked slowly inside, looking around the quiet interior once again. Penelope deserved to go up a lot. Comfortable, desolate. She was just adopted as a Duke daughter and was perfect for a hated child to hide without knowing the reason. I arrived in front of a large open window, then I glanced out. The sight of the window was very large. Therefore the city streets were not as visible as when I followed Derek on the hill a while ago. Instead, it was good to see the endless sky and scenery, as there were no buildings high enough to block the view. I left a couch covered with blankets and flopped down on the bare floor in front of the window frame. The sun was setting outside the window. It was when I was staring blankly beyond the horizon, where the red sunset was overflowing. Suddenly I heard something behind my back. What? Someone with the pink hair just opened the door coming in and met my eyes. Why are you here? After finding out that it was me, Leonard stopped making a gesture and frowned. First, do you think I'm happy to see you? I glanced over his head and answered back calmly. I'm here because the butler showed me around. I'm not talking about that. Leonard glanced up and down at me, then laughed. You're off the third floor, aren't you? Oh my God, who's the reason keeping me out? Out of nowhere I snapped at him with a coy smile. The entry ban has been lifted from today. My father gave me permission, that's why he suddenly asked me about the attic I didn't use. So why are you here? I'm not off limits like some idiot. He walked in sarcastically. The figure was frowned upon. I didn't want to be disturbed alone by an unwelcome, uninvited guest. I was irritated to death. I came first, so I was telling you to stay away from my seat. But he was not a man who'll listen to who said something. Leonard came into the attic without any distance, and lay down on a fluffy couch. And stared at me with languid, downcast eyes. You're sitting on the ground there, that's a perfect seat for you. Why do you want to stay here, not in your room? It's because the second master of this house wanted to. Oh man, just a fist trembled. I wanted to put flowers in the face of a mean fellow, but I held it back desperately. 10% favorability, 10% favorability, it's just 10% earned. Only maintenance was the answer. Trying to ignore Leonard, I concentrated again outside the window, but he wouldn't leave me alone. What are you going to do sitting there like a rock? I'll just watch the fireworks and go right away, so don't worry. Sad I can't see the smoke field from here. He giggled and said, nonsense, it's the last day of the festival, so everyone else left early, and the slave boy you dragged will still be hit and run. What? My mind went blank as if I had heard something I couldn't hear. I slowly turned my head towards him. What does that mean? Surely he's stay alone, training himself, and die. Leonard grinned and replied deftly. I was speechless for a long time. I stammered and barely asked why on earth. Because I had him do it, you crazy bastard. I hear Eckles' favorability dropping vertically. What nonsense is going on? While I didn't care. No, I jumped out of my seat to check his favorability right away. And I was about to leave the attic in a hurry. Are you going to see him? He caught my wrist roughly. Lovely pink hair fluttered before my eyes. Before I knew it, Leonard, who had risen like lightning, was holding me. I frowned at my nervousness. Let go of me. It's late. He's been watched by me the moment you brought him in, Leonard said playfully, winking his eyes. My eyes were stunned. With a deep sigh I forced out his hand and recited nervously. Why are people so childish? Be kind, it's creepy to hear such a thing coming out of your mouth, man. He rubbed his arm too hard. I glanced sideways at favorability 10% above his head. What did he eat wrong today? Today's luncheon, which only I couldn't eat, was excellent. In other words, there is no reason for him to act like a man who is so impatient after having a meal. Of course he did that every time I ran into him, but today he was unusually serious. If you don't like me here, just say yes, I'll give you a space. I finally sighed and decided to step down. I was the only one to suffer more. It was best to avoid it, so tell me to get out of here quickly. I'll get myself out of here. I was quietly waiting for his answer. Don't you have any conscience? A man who stared at me suddenly uttered, nonsense. What? How dare you crawl in here? I couldn't help but laugh. You look like a grumpy daughter-in-law who doesn't like it. I didn't mean to laugh at Leonard, however I could see a spark in his blue eyes that heard my laughter. I quickly lowered my eyes and answered back obediently. What do you mean by that? You've been doing things you haven't been doing lately. And you've been stuck in your room, so I was wondering if you'd finally come to your senses. I'm crazy. I think this shameless little bitch has changed a little bit. I swallowed a sigh that leaked out into the temple. I don't know why I'm here to get rid of my anger. I, who used up all my anger during the conversation with the butler earlier, honestly felt tired and burdened by this situation. Along with the Crown Prince, Leonard was a time bomb that should not be touched as much as possible. I sweetened him with a tired voice. Leonard, don't spin around and say anything you want to say. Do it right away. Why are you doing this all of a sudden? You were going to make a wish here again, seeing if it was fireworks or shit, right? But before my words were finished, he stole them. I hope Yvonne never comes back to this house again. No. I wish she could disappear or die forever, the wish you had made here 6 years ago, knowing that you had lost Yvonne on the last day of the festival. Leonard's face before his nose was reddened by the glow of the sunset that leaked through the window. He was laughing furiously. The eyes were livable. Penelope did that. I had no choice but to stare at him in surprise. I didn't know that I lost FL at the festival. Come to think of it carefully, it seems to have come out as if it were in the game's prologue, but it was not particularly memorable because it had nothing to do with the story's progress. You became a princess overnight in the common people, so you might wish that the real princess would not return. Anyway, I was convinced of her behavior because I was in the position of Penelope. In fact, it may have been easier to understand because she has already experienced the situation of becoming a daughter of a rich family overnight. However, FL's second brother Leonard seemed to hate the fact that she climbed up to the attic again and again, which she had done in the past. How do you feel as you wish you've been in Yvonne's position for 6 years? Leonard's momentum was terrifying enough to believe that the dead-ending flag had blossomed. I looked at him, staring at me as if he were going to kill me, and picked out what to say. What's there to say without messing with that dirty temperament? On a miserable day when she lost her only brother, she even encountered a wicked woman who was taking her place. If you behave like the original Penelope, you'll be in big trouble. I started by rolling my eyes reflexively to see if there was anything around that would kill me. There was no sharp object in the attic, but it was useless to find such a thing. If Leonard, excited, pushes me out of the window or chokes me, I'll die. I was very young back then. Once I fell from the window, I opened my mouth with difficulty. I'm sorry, I apologize. Now I've been reflecting on myself a lot, so please forgive me. Self-reflection, but Leonard didn't let go of his anger at the apology that I had chosen for my pains. Okay, it's all in the past, so let's ask, why did you do that? Even if Yvonne came back, I wouldn't have kicked you out right away. It was the most difficult situation I've ever faced. Him, even a mild apology doesn't work. What should I say now? I was running out of words because I didn't even do it. I was sweating profusely. Answer me, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have come up here, but I wasn't thinking straight. Is it easy for you to say sorry, Leonard? My father didn't tell me how he changed towards you. Tell me how to seduce a duke at that young age. I'll learn too. The situation was getting out of hand. His likability gauge began to glow dangerously. Leonard's eyes glared at me. It was not clear whether it was because of the sunset pouring out the window, or whether he was bloodshot with so much anger. It was unfair, and my mood gradually subsided, but I tried to judge coolly. This situation was dangerous enough, and should have been avoided quickly if it could not be defeated. I slowly opened my mouth. I'm so sorry I did that when I was immature. I sincerely apologize, but losing your sister has nothing to do with me. I came here today because the butler asked me to watch the fireworks show here. I heard my father gave me permission. So I've been here for a long time, and I'm going back soon. You're noisy. Leonard suddenly rubbed his fingers through his ears as if he were bored. You were brought here as a substitute of Yvonne. I thought you'd be good at mimicking. I prayed with all my heart. You've made a rumor about crossbow chimpanzee, and you've brought in a slave boy who don't know his origin of, and you've already lost your reputation. It was always the back of prudence and disregard. I don't know how long you're going to make a chisel in this mansion. Someone's face overlapped with Leonard's face, which he scoffed at by twisting the corners of his mouth. Why do I have to come all the way here and see the beggar walking around? An auditory voice rang out in my ears. I've never said I didn't want to see anything like that. I'm afraid I'll be kicked out. A substitute? But why did it make me think of what happened earlier that I managed to calm down? Have you ever treated me as a substitute? My mouth chattered on its own as if the crossbow-shooting chimpanzee had become my switch. Leonard, who didn't even listen, growled straight at my question. Then you don't even know the root of it. I picked you up and made you a princess. How much better do I have to treat you? Or should I treat you like a queen? Yes, be nice to me at least once. What if I feel good, I'll give you a copy of your missing sister. I clenched my teeth, sarcastic, and laughed with a messy face. On the other hand, the sarcastic corners of Leonard's mouth slowly went down. I felt the temperature in the room getting colder every minute. If it was just such a quarrel a little while ago, the present day Leonard was ferocious enough to tear me apart, and kill me right away. Hey, he called me in a subdued voice. And favorability -2%, something that I was worried about happened. Be careful of what you say, don't be so rude, how dare you. Why? Because we're on this on topic, just better to speak up. You think you're the only one who hates me, right? 12-year-old Penelope was pictured in front of my eyes. I knew I couldn't do this anymore, but I couldn't stop myself, so am I. If I had known I'd starve with a great duke, I should never have come, no matter how much you asked me to come with you. Penelope Eckhart, how did I seduce him? It's nothing, just like you said to me, it's just a bunch of crap. Stop right there, Leonard warned grimly. Favorability 1%, the favorability has fallen again. He looked angry but inwardly embarrassed. It's always been their privilege to look scornfully at and sarcasm. Penelope would be surprised to see him like this, because when he got angry he rushed in with a groan. Perhaps I was surprised by the sudden change in my apology for not going against my feelings as much as I could. Either way, I felt sick and tired of it. I've been starving for days and days without my mother's funeral because I don't have any money, and one day your father called me a daughter and said to go with him. Have you ever tried the rainwater falling next to a decaying corpse? The 12-year-old Penelope painted before my eyes gradually turned into a 14-year-old myself. What about the leftovers of someone's? Have you ever mixed up what you put together to buy food that tastes like trash? You've never had one, have you? Why did I wish your sister would never come back? Favorability 1%, favorite 4%. Leonard's favorability dropped in an instantaneously. If I didn't want to die, I had to shut up immediately, and at least spoil his knees. I'm afraid I'll go back to that time. But instead of praying that I was wrong, I chose to reveal the fear and desperation that I hid desperately. Because Penelope would have done that at that time, and I would have prayed to God that the real princess wouldn't come back. I'm afraid I'm going to go back to my life looking on the streets all day begging someone to drop some food. Penelope. Say it, I'm listening. Leonard called me in a stifling voice. My still cry is over. I faced him, breathing heavily. The fear that favorability would fall and die has disappeared. Even if I die right away, I won't regret it for Penelope, who grew up in lost anger and disgust. And it was just a moment of silence, and quietly waiting for the end to come. His head flashed like a flash. 7% likability. I thought you were. Leonard was speechless with a stiff, frozen face. He deserved it. It's a story of those low-down lives that he's never heard of before. After a long pause, he managed to broach a word. I didn't know you had such a hard time. In an instant things turned around. I felt indescribable when I saw Leonard puzzled, who had no idea what to do, just like me, who was sweating and choosing what to say. You must haven't know, Penelope. You think that you've always thought I was in fact so clever that I twisted the Duke of Eckhart and took your sister's place. That's if so, I hope you know now. I stared at him with cold eyes, and I felt a prick of my brain when you accused me of being a necklace thief. I was a 12-year-old commoner who couldn't even write properly. Leonard's mouth, which was open to answer something, was as sweet as a lie. I could see the blue pupils slowly being colored by shock, but none of it was refreshing. It was then, beyond Leonard's back, a loud roar rang through the sky out of the open window. During the meaningless war of attrition with him, darkness lay outside even with the sunset. Fireworks have begun. Leaving behind the beautiful sight of colorful fireworks embroidered in the black sky, we both looked at each other silently. Every time the firecracker exploded, the colorful shadow of light shone on Leonard's face, and repeated that it would disappear. Maybe that's why his expression staring at me, I thought, seemed a little bit nervous. At that moment, the top of the pink hair glistened once again. 14% likability. The favorability has risen sharply. It was almost at the same time that a white window appeared before my eyes. Festival view quest success with Leonard. Would you like to receive a reward for quest? Yes, no, I smiled, disheartened at the quest window, which suddenly appeared in a situation that should not have appeared. Whether or not the favorability is broken, will you succeed if you meet the requirements of the quest? But in the end, yes, this situation, which had to press yes, made me shudder. Reward favorite plus 3% and crossbows of Leonard for has received. Looking at the sensitivity of rising straight away, I felt the steam ahead just subsided like a dying embers. Unlike me, a brilliant fireworks display was still in full swing outside the window. Even if I get kicked out of this house, I'm just going back to being a poor commoner. It's weird, I muttered to myself through the loud firecrackers. You always make me miserable, like a beggar, worse than a slave. Leonard's wobbly face was completely distorted by my voice. Perhaps it was from this point on what I began to imagine after I left the dukedom. I looked at him for a moment with my burning eyes like ashes and turned around. Penelope Leonard called me and tried to catch me with an urgent gesture. But I left the attic without even pretending to look back. Coming down the dark stone steps alone, I alternated with Leonard's likes and impulsively non-talking conversation. Favorite 17%. It was a really generous result for a person determined to die. Of course, the past of Penelope I poured out was all a great lie. I don't know her past, that didn't even come out of the game. He said he ate rainwater next to the dead body and that he ate leftovers and leftovers. All those nasty stories, he must have been like this. It's just an assumption I want to make. Not my story. Other rewards earned by completing the Leonard and the festival quests were paid shortly after that. The next morning I had breakfast that Emily had brought me from the table and near to the window. How does it taste, lady? Emily asked me gently, looking at me. The quality of the meal had improved significantly, unlike before. It was like the aftermath of yesterday's work. The chef woke up early this morning and cooked himself. It sounds like my breakfast so far is not made by the chef himself. Emily immediately shut her mouth and took a breath at my pick point. I'm not trying to blame you, so relax. I put down my fork for a moment and looked at Emily. I know you've been trying so hard for me. Oh, lady. I'm going to hug my man for sure. Don't worry, as much as you've tried, the rewards will follow soon. Emily burst into tears at my words with a bucket full of emotion. I've never asked for compensation. From now on, you're going to act modestly. It was just after breakfast. Soothing Emily, the butler came to visit. My lady, did you call me? Standing in front of the door, he bowed politely. I nodded roughly. Come in. Excuse me. The butler came before me carefully. Thank you for the attic. I'm just going to say thank you. I'm glad you did. I smiled at the old butler's face, which seemed tense, then his face brightened up. Did you enjoy the fireworks? It certainly starts earlier than the last festivals. Yeah, well, I didn't even get a good look at the fireworks because of fighting with Leonard. But I couldn't bear to tell the truth with a look of anticipation. The Duke has ordered you to open the door whenever you want to climb the attic. Really, that's good news. Of course, I don't think I'll ever climb there again, and I answered without a soul. Then the butler went further and delivered a shocking sound. And Master Derek also makes sure that you can have a luncheon together whenever you want. That's enough. I called you today because I had a question to ask. I hurried to block his words. It was also something that would never happen again and again. What do you? The butler looked puzzled. I asked what had been bothering me since I had cleaned up Leonard yesterday. How's Eckles doing? I think I asked the butler the other day. If it's Eckles you mean the slave you bought? Slavery, the naturally flowing title, hardened my face. You don't call him that in front of anyone else so far, do you? Oh no, I made a mistake for a moment. I'm sorry, miss. The butler shook his head hurriedly at the cold voice. Yesterday, I, well aware of what he cared about me in many ways, decided to be generous with a minor slip of the tongue. Where is Eckles staying now? He's staying at an apprentice's quarters next to the Secretary of State. Who was teacher assigned to him? The apprentices who enter the family's knights are assigned teachers to serve as seeds. Based on what happened yesterday, I guessed that the teacher of Eckles would be Leonard. But I was dumbfounded by the words returned of the butler. He cannot have a teacher, Mississippi. What? Why isn't he a slave? The butler just opened his mouth after a little bit cold, as if he had thought of my reaction since the lady insisted strongly that he would become your escort. The little Duke made him as an apprentice to the family, but it meant that it was more difficult than impossible. I felt empty and leaned my back weakly on the chair. There was nothing wrong with what the butler said. I paid a price and bought Eckles from the slave market, not from the order. How can I dismiss his slavery? My question made the butler look perplexed. There's a way to buy a new identity, or to be recognized for its brilliant work. But neither will be easy. He's from a defeated country. I was at a loss for words due to the remarkable identification gap I felt. How did Eckles become an official knight in the game? I mused up the contents of the game. Eckles got to the position of the sword master with a bloodied effort, but he had to hide it and stop at the escort of a fake princess because of his origin. But after the appearance of the FL, she becomes increasingly disliked by Penelope, who bullies her. And he is freed from slavery in recognition of his contribution to stopping a wicked woman who was trying to kill a woman in her bed and finding evidence of it. It was the highlight scene of Eckles' route when the two made a vow of loyalty to the FL at their own inauguration ceremony, and then the FL handed him the ancient sword after killing the villain. He reveals that he is the sword master with the full support of the Duke, and proudly honors his knighthood from the Emperor. Thinking of Eckles' success story, I suddenly frown. Then when did he become the sword master? Originally it was the Duke who brought him. It was bought at a slave auction because it was noted that his swordsmanship was outstanding, so even though Eckles was very good, he could not have reached the level of sword master alone. Then the Duke, who knew his potential in advance, trained him as hard as he could. Thinking that far, I suddenly opened my mouth to a creepy family. Then I'm in big trouble. She brought him here to use him as an escort, and left him alone without knowing if he had a teacher or not. And she's the one who made the crazy guy got bullied. Crazy, my God. I was overwhelmed with astonishment. If I were Eckles, I would have made dozens of promises to kill myself. Oh, Miss, the butler suddenly looked at me as if I was strange, blushing. Butler, I pressed down on my trembling stomach and asked. How does the butler see Eckles these days? What? In what way? In many ways. How is he training, adjusting well among apprentices? How do you feel? To my question, the butler answered as if he were pondering. He hasn't changed much, so I don't know how he feels. But he seemed to be doing well, really. Well, it would be much easier to get by than the cramped cage that holds the slaves, and he'd be very grateful to you. I was visibly relieved by the butler's answer. He said the right thing for the first time in a long time. I have seen with my own eyes the iron bars that kept slaves in captivity, as if they were keeping animals in the auction house. Yeah, it's much better here than the auction house. I nodded, but my happiness circuit was that far. Of course, there are some complaints or suggestions from other apprentices. What complaints? Listen to me, miss. When he was first assigned to the quarters, there was a friction with the slave about not sharing the room. What? I screamed at the butler's subsequent words. But that's inevitable considering his origins. Lady, the other apprentices have been removed from the family of the household gods. The butler calmly explained the reason, but I could not hear a thing. The pupils shook like an earthquake. Damn it, I'd been busy in my own way and never imagined it was happening to Eckles. If this continues, I will die in his hand first. I quickly ordered the butler, please get ready to go out right now. Yeah, what kind of outing are you talking about? Shopping. The butler, who was embarrassed by the sudden remark, made a dazed sound. It must have been a very solemn tone. Yes, lady. The butler hurried out of the room with a bow. Being fast and quick was one thing I liked from him. I also called Emily urgently to get ready to go out. What's the matter, miss? Call the maids and make as much effort as you can. Yes, quickly. Yes, Emily was also embarrassed by my out of the blue and hurried to pick up the skillful maids. I had to break away image an owner who neglected her people. Left alone in the room again, I looked into the air with blazing eyes and muttered in a dreary voice. Today's operation is someone's got my baby down. You're so beautiful, miss, you look like a goddess who just came down from the way you dress up. The maids made a fuss again, this time as expected, whether they could not dislike the beautiful face decorated even if they hated the princess. This time I asked, exhausted for giving up everything the swings did without stopping. Are you done? No, I haven't touched your hair yet. Have a little more seat, miss. I was forced to sit down by Emily's shoulder, and it was a long time before I could get out go the torture. How is it, miss? Looking at me standing in front of the full-body mirror, the maids looked very excited. I looked closely at my reflection in the mirror. When asked what concept I wanted, I asked them to do enough to make a stone go away, and they faithfully fulfilled my words. A style of half-braid with light makeup and finely braided sides. Ruby earrings and necklaces that are the same color as crimson hair. Wearing a white dress with gold threads tightly carved on my shoulders and chest, I was really pretty, like a doll God had put his soul into. It was embarrassing to say this with my own mouth, so I laughed. There was an exclamation from the maid's side. The cold impression of the woman disappeared from nowhere when the smile came on my face, and a new image of a charming woman appeared. I like it. The one word was nothing, and the tearful girls burst out laughing again. Once again I turned to Emily and said, "Good work, Emily." "But where the hell are you going, lady?" Emily whined, "Take me," with a sad face. I told him my destination with a fresh face. "Military field, let's go." Try to cheer him up. The sky was sunny, it was the perfect weather to go out, seducing ML. Arriving at the military field, gently waving the fan Emily had brought, I did not go straight in and checked it far away. Eckhart, the sword of the Empire, could not interfere with the knight's time because he considered it very important as the title. I don't even want to get stabbed like last time. Fortunately, this idea was right. Training was done under the Maritime Affairs Department. I hid among the trees and peeped at the military field. There were also groups of people training in pairs, and some of them dragged heavy metal blocks around the military field to death. He also held a wooden sword and practiced cutting a scarecrow. Most wooden swords belonged to apprentices. I looked around there for Eckles. And when I finally found him, my expression immediately rotted. Why is he alone in such a miserable mess? Unlike other apprenticeships lined up in a row, he was training alone in a faraway place. I expected that he was being ostracized, but when I saw him with my own eyes, I felt mixed up. Watching him train, however, made me think so. The men who had just become boilers practiced stabbing and hitting the vital points of the straw scarecrow. But unlike them, Eckles was not just stabbing and hitting, but almost mopping up the scarecrow. Part whole perch, every time he swung a wooden sword, a scarecrow as big as a human was chopped up like a radish. The straw powder splashed in all directions. He didn't cut it with a sword, but it seemed to break off because he hit it with force. Is that the quality of the sword master? Of course, I just admired that I didn't know much about swordsmanship. It wasn't long after I realized it was a long way off. The pole revealed by the completely dug straw and the blind sword wielded by Eckles touched. With a loud rupture, the wooden sword he was holding broke in half. Eckles looked stunned at the two pieces of wood standing still. "Hey, it was then. How many times do you break it? Damn it, are you going to pay for the wooden sword, you son of a bitch?" Someone came up quickly and kicked Eccles's belly mercilessly. "That bastard's trying to shorten someone's string." I managed to squeeze myself out of the way. This is because I decided that it would be better to watch the situation first than to go forward recklessly. Indeed, like an ML, Eclipse did not fall backward. I just took a few steps back, but the guy who hit him seemed to be even more annoyed by the look. "Hey, aren't you going to get out of here right now?" "I'm sorry, I'm going to be more careful in the future." "Did you break it once or twice?" "Every time I order a new wooden sword, I know how much you can see. Forget it, stretch out." "Get out, you bastard, it's training time now. I will take the punishment after the training is over." Eckles replied, bowing his head down. It sounds to me that the quarrelsome man was an engineer in charge of managing public items for training. Eccles's words were valid. It was common for training tools to be broken. Therefore, people usually buy and use cheap products in bulk. Therefore, it was very unfair to embarrass everyone and discuss punishment in front of them for breaking that cheap wooden sword. However, Eccles's response to punishment after training seemed very familiar. Looking at his expressionless face, I just thought, it's gone. "Look at this son of a bitch, you're a slave. You're not training, don't you get out fast? Why, you're a believer, aren't you?" Perhaps he is getting more and more angry because of Eckles, who doesn't listen to him. He now slapped Eckles on the cheek with his hand that was hitting his shoulder. "You got the wrong line, you piece of shit. I thought you caught it. I thought you were a rotten bastard. If Our Lady Yvonne come back and kick that fake girl, do you think she will care, a mere slave? I don't think you can handle your future properly. Don't insult my master." It was that moment Eckles, who had been staring at the ground all the time, raised his head and said. The man who was hitting him burst into laughter. "Why, I even swears at the country when he's not around. Can't you just put yourself in here and swear at your master who doesn't show any sign in front of you? If you're an article, you shouldn't insult the lady. Yes, thank you for the loyalty confession of a tearful slave. Forget it, stretch out quickly. Fuck you, you're still holding out. Hey, get him," he shouted at the other knights who had already gathered around him. Those who watched with interesting eyes as if they were all in one group caught Eckles. He did not rebel. I'm just looking into the air with dead eyes. I noticed why Eckles did that. I told him to make everyone admit him to staying at the dukedom. If he rebel here, he afraid I'll hear that he caused trouble. That's why he worried about going back to the slave market. The men who caught Eckles knocked him to the ground violently. Several others dragged the jackstones from somewhere. Hey, step on him, step on him. I moved at the point when the first one to pick a fight shouted with excitement. The only weapon I had was a fan. Coming up silently, I folded the fan I was holding and hit him on the head. Damn it, what kind of son of a hello? My voice rang low on the noisy field. Heat Princess, the eyes of the man who had just giggled with a despicable look have become big enough to roll over. As soon as he shouted for the terminal, all the drivers holding Eckles stopped moving. Some people who found me late opened their mouths. My gaze, which had been scrutinizing those funny things, touched Eckles, who was lying on the dirt floor. I was surprised to see him myself, but his gray pupils slowly grew bigger. Favorite 27%. I was relieved to see the rising favorability. It seemed to show up on time. Checking all the faces of the men, I opened my mouth with an indifferent look. You're having fun with my escort? Someone explain what you're doing. Naturally, no one was willing to answer. The field, which had been noisy a while ago, quickly calmed down as if it had poured cold water on it. I could feel even those in other areas looking at me with a pause in training. I pointed to the guy I just hit in the back of my head with a fan. You, what's your name? Well, do you mean me? Yes. What part of you do you belong to? 1st Division. I'm Mark Albert, the 2nd Platoon of the 3rd Division. I burst out laughing at his answer. I said, how high? Because he's catching a child like a rat? In the capital, where there was no chance of war, the 3rd and 4th Divisions were like guards guarding the house. It means he's a nobody. You explain this situation. Yes, as I watched, you seemed to be the first one to start. Well, that's when he heard I was watching. He was in a daze. It was nowhere to be seen, sarcastic, calling me a fake. From the tense images of the nights I noticed yesterday, that news about Mrs. Donna had spread throughout the mansion. What are you doing? Why don't you explain it quickly? Yes, to the slave. No, Eckles had an accident during training. At my urging, he opened his mouth. What accident? He broke a wooden sword. The price of a wooden sword has gone up a lot these days, and he had broken it once or twice. So, well, I was admonishing him, but then he suddenly came up against me, a senior, and it was. Really? Yes. He broke his head and nodded hurriedly, as if he had gained hope that I had been convinced by his gentle voice. But what if there is? Yes, in the absence of it, you are insulting the country, and also the masters, and if there is. His expression was dazed. I rolled up the corners of my mouth and smiled brightly. Is it okay if I kill you right here now for blasphemy? A chilling silence fell upon my words. The guy in front of me just stammered with his mouth open. Princess, in a chilly atmosphere, one of the less than expected articles stepped out. Compared to others covered in dirt, he seemed to be more of a superior than a small group. First of all, calm down. I'll bring the captain right now, and then I'll take care of him. Eckles, I called. Eckles, without even listening, his eyes, which still sat on the floor and looked up at me, changed. Kill this bastard. I pointed at Mark with a fan. At that moment, Eckles sprang up from her seat. Princess. Mark was bewildered and called me out loudly. But when there was no answer back this time, he chattered to Eckles. What's wrong, Eckles? Perhaps he felt unusual coming to me. He looked around asking for help. A superior stepped forward again. This time other articles also joined forces. Eckles, stop it, it's an order. Yes, I was just a little too much, I'll apologize. But Mark finally couldn't talk. This is because Eckles, who grabbed the back of his head, quickly pulled him toward me. Embracing the blinding Mark in his arms, Eckles began to strangle him dreadfully. Mark's suffocated eyes opened wide. Eckles, what are you doing? Stop it, the knights called him in full of astonishment, but Eckles remained adamant. Even though they saw a slave strangling his colleague, none of them rushed forward. Even though there was an order from me, but a great deal of life was leaking out of the slaves, had ignored. No, meanwhile, Mark's tongue stretched out of his mouth. The saliva ran down his chin. Dirty fluid soaked the strangling arm, but Eckles didn't budge. Princess, you can't do this. The knights, who were watching their breathless colleague, eventually boiled their knees in front of me. We're sorry, I'll report this to the leader without fail, and all of us will volunteer to receive a reasonable punishment. Dear Princess, murder is strictly prohibited within the Knights of Eckhart. I poked at my ears, wondering where the dog was barking. It was something I learned from Leonard yesterday. Princess, when Mark's eyes finally turned upside down. Stop! I raised my hand and ordered him to stop. Eckles, who seemed busy strangling him, immediately unfolded his arms as if he had waited for my hand. A man who fell on the floor grabbed his neck and coughed violently. I was inwardly surprised as I looked down at it with an expressionless face. Because I didn't know Eckles would immediately fulfill my orders. I thought you tried to kill me the whole time. Of course, I didn't mean to kill Mark. It was an order issued with the determination to use a ruby ring on my left hand. After you've strangled the bully, I won't be offended by using the controls. However, Eccles's unexpected departure from Mark was immediate. I put my orders before my personal opinion. I was more than satisfied with it. Didn't you say that if the Real Princess come back she will kick out the fake and can't take care of him? I glanced around the frozen area. The expression of the knights, which had already been hardened, became more rigid in my words. But would it be faster for me to be kicked out, or would it be faster for you to be fired? I laughed as if I were joking around, stretching out the end of my words. It was then. The dukedom has reputation due to deteriorating relations with the neighbors. A system window popped up before my eyes. Unfortunately, fame has fallen. But the knights were not the targets, so it was none of my business. I turned to the real target. Eckles, come here. He came up to me immediately. Let's go. I held Eccles's wrist slightly with his unarmed hand, and led him out of the military field. Favorability 32%. It was still an inorganic look, but the rising favorability was just like a shaky dog's tail. Lady, when I went to the front door of the mansion with the Eckles behind me, the butler who was waiting with the carriage welcomed me. You are very beautiful today. Are we ready to go out? Yes, I have prepared a carriage with defensive and tracking magic. You've already got the escort. The butler glanced sideways at the Eckles behind me and continued. I've assigned you a magician of the Mabuman clan. In case of an emergency, we'll teleport you to your mansion. Like Vinter, the wizards did not reveal their identities well. Therefore, the price used was very expensive. It's rare for a royal family to use a wizard as a horse when going out. Are you sure you're a duke? I was delighted with the treatment that was getting better, but I pretended to be insignificant. Good work, butler, and this whether there was anything left. The butler took something out of his arms and handed it over. The duke told you to have a good time because it's been a long time since you went out. It was a blank check. I looked at it in surprise, not knowing that the duke would care so much about yesterday. If you knew I was on my way back from throwing a bomb at the military field, you wouldn't give me something like this. I hesitated whether I should take it willingly. It was the butler who instigated me like that. Take it, miss, you haven't even called the merchants these days. Yes, well. I can't help it. I gave up my hesitation and gladly accepted it. Tell him I'm very grateful, of course. I turned around and walked to the carriage that stopped. Eckles, who had been standing without saying anything until then, suddenly followed me. Standing in front of the open carriage door, I reached out to him silently. He just stared at my hand. Maybe it's because he's been left unattended for too long since I brought him here. Eckles didn't seem to even think about escorting me like a real escort. Fool, this is when you have to escort, lady. I winked at him, then the gray eyes shook slightly once. But I'm a slave. No, I corrected his words immediately. You're my escort now. Then what should we do now? I gently waved before him. It was a left hand with a ruby ring stuck in it. Suddenly Eckles smiled quietly. He held my hand and leaned slowly. He kneeled on the floor with one leg bent, and even the butler did an amazingly perfect job. And looking through my eyes, he said, Please crush my leg and get onto the wagon, master. Lady, can I take you to the dress shop first? When Eckles already sat on the wagon, the horseman asked. No, go to the arms dealer, I answered indifferently with my chin resting on the window frame. Soon the carriage started. The magic is on. The ride was as good as a car. I was looking interestingly out the window that passed by quickly. Why, suddenly I heard a small murmur from across the seat. I turned my head and met Eckles, who was staring at me. He looked at me with unknown eyes and opened his mouth again. Why haven't you been looking for me all this whole time? It was an unexpected question. I looked over his face wondering if he was blaming me for something like today, but I couldn't figure out what he was thinking. Are you upset? I asked openly. In that case he intended to apologize, but you promised what. I hope you will come to me often as a hard-trained ward. Oh, I managed to swallow the groans that burst. I forgot why I didn't find him, the memory of the rainy day, the eerie. I've been waiting for you every day. Not knowing what I was thinking, Eckles muttered in a whisper. Would it be because of the mood if the expressionless face just now looks a little sullen? I tapped on the window frame and picked an excuse that didn't find him. I'm so disgusted. You lied to me, Eckles. What? His eyes were round except for the look of a dead body. He looks so fine that I thinks he's a well-made doll. You said no one was bothering you, but you had this on your pretty face. I reached out my hand and stroked his cheek. He flinched noticeably and bit his upper body backward. As if embarrassed, I smiled briefly, looking at the fluctuating gray eyes compared to other times. At that time it was really not there. Eckles made an excuse in a rather hasty tone. There must be quite. I inwardly denied his words. You wielded a sword as if you were going to kill someone and nothing happened. The more I saw him, the more awkward he was. Anyway, you didn't tell me about this first, so the prize is invalid. But I'm here to give you another prize, so don't whine and wait a little bit. I tried to appease him by blocking his retort. Eccles's cheeks blushed faintly, perhaps because my words "don't whine" were shameful, and favorability 33%. I was astonished by the slight change that I would not notice without careful observation. How old is Eckles? Just by looking at his face he was like a much younger and naive boy. I thought over the game. I couldn't remember his age easily because I couldn't memorize each character's profile. However, normal mode was set to take a year to finish all routes after the return of the FL. And Eckles marries the FL after an adult ceremony in an epilogue that comes right after the ending. In this game, adulthood means that 18 years old past their birthday. Then now Eckles it means you're at least 17 years old. I was originally 20 years old, so I was tailing to seduce a much younger spirit. But why does it seem like I'm being seduced? It was when I was looking closely at Eckles, whose redness had already disappeared. Lady, we're already arrived. The carriage stopped. It was time to reward the promiscuous slave. Welcome. As soon as he found a carriage with the patterns of Eckhart, the owner of the arms dealer jumped out and bowed 90 degrees at the entrance. Is this where they sell the finest magic sword in the Empire? Yes, lady, our shop handles all kinds of rare weapons as well as swords. Just tell me. Eckles, come in with me, I called him. Standing by the carriage, he hesitated as if he had decided he could not go in with me. Welcome. When I urged him one more time, he also stood right behind me without further delay. Do you have a wooden sword with an enchantment? I decided to buy the most urgent thing first. Then the arms dealer looked like he heard something strange. You mean the wooden sword? I have a wooden sword, but I don't know how to strengthen it. No, I frowned. I was recommended by the butler that he was famous, so I thought he would do a great job. While we can make customizations if you want. The arms dealer, who saw a disapproving look, hurriedly added. But it's very rare for anyone to go that far with a training wooden sword. When you have a certain basic posture, you're usually supposed to use a real sword. I coughed in vain, feeling embarrassed. He showed too much of a sword in it. We don't have any enchantment magic at the wooden sword, but there are many things that are never broken because they are made of old wood. Just show me around first. After a while we entered a room with only wooden swords everywhere. Next to me I was looking around when I heard the owner talking non-stop. To be honest, no matter how much I look at it, was just different in color, but it was all from place to place. Do you like anything? I handed the option over to Eckles, but he shook his head. I don't know. Is it bad? That's not. It looks the same as the ones on the military field. I can just use them, master. No way. Listening to Eccles's words, the owner shouted hastily. Everything here is strong enough to compete with the real sword. Especially the polona trees that grow in fairy forests are sharp enough to cut rice straws. No matter how good it was useless if the person receiving the gift was not even choose it. I can't help it. I let it out like a sigh, and the owner thought I didn't like it. He stopped the act of recklessly taking out the wooden swords. Well then, go to the real sword, not the wooden sword. What are you talking about? Yes, from here to here. I recited from the entrance to the very end of the room with my hands clasped. Send them all to the Eckhart mansion. It would be nice to buy a lot of strong ones in case they break. Next was a training suit, perhaps because he was tall and handsome. Eckles' new look was absolutely stunning. That's good. I snapped out, looking around him once an excited arms dealer spat and flattered. Of course, these are the best items in the capital city. Do you like it? Ignoring the opinions of the parties involved, I asked belatedly because I thought I had too much of my own way. Eckles stared at me and asked me back with an expressionless. What about you, master? Is master like it? Somehow I had a hunch that if I did I would say no right away. I only chose what I liked, and of course I like it. I'm asking how you are, Eckles. It wasn't empty words, so I added with a small smile. I don't have to wear them. If master like it, then I like it too. Really? So I was overjoyed at Eckles' hearty answer. Send me 3 of these in all kinds. Yes, of course, that's what it is. The arms dealer's mouth opened wide at my words. Then shall we go shopping for the real sword for the last time? I clapped my hands lightly and turned around. The arms dealer rushed after me. It was then. Master, this is enough for me. Eckles came up with a quick step and blocked my way. Why, sword is the most important thing for knights. What I wanted to say was replaced by a rich arms dealer. I looked back at him with a nod. There should be sword. Is it because you feel pressured? No, I'd rather. Eckles hesitated to answer. I don't think I'll ever use a real sword. I don't want to keep the gift from my master for nothing. Why do you think you won't ever use it? After the basic swordsmanship, you'll also use the real sword in sparring. Yes, you're right 100 and 1,000 times. The owner nodded his head too much to my question. Eckles did not hesitate to answer. It's just like a thunderbolt. Slave can't be a formal knight. So all I need is a wooden sword to train. I was so embarrassed that I couldn't say anything. He knew he couldn't be a knight, but I was the only one who was under the premise that it would happen someday. Come to think of it, it's all because Penelope died that Eckles became a full-time knight. I was in a situation where he was bullied, but I was in a hurry to pay attention, so I couldn't even think about the game. In order for me to live, maybe Eclipse shouldn't be a formal article. Perhaps he thought I was reconsider buying a real sword when I was lost and thought. The arms dealer hurriedly added. What are you talking about? Still, sword is a must as a guard to protect his master. My body is enough to escort my master. The arms dealer was frightened and immediately shut up. In fact, it was so true that I had nothing to say. Considering his brilliant track record, he was like a weapon all over his body. First of all, it's okay if you think so. I nodded my head in a coolly way. It was also not good to force the burden on those who had already given up. I'll have to look around a little more, so go outside first and wait. At my words, Eckles turned his back immediately. I shrieked at him, walking along without even saying hello. Who's your master? As I've felt before, Eckles never stepped forward and set an example unless I pointed out. He was such an impudent fellow for a slave. Well, do you need anything else, miss? Just tell me, the 2 men asked me, looking at my wits. Now that you're here, let's go see the magic sword. Yes, this way, please. The arms dealer was pleased with my words. It was worth it because it was the main item for sale. Certainly the place where the magic sword was displayed was much larger and wider than the others. The number of swords on display was also enormous. I looked round the swords with admiration, from small daggers to large swords the size of my body. There were many different kinds, but the decorations, cuts, and handles were all splendid and magnificent. It's just too conspicuous. Is there anything simple? Then please wait a moment, miss. Somehow the arms dealer searched the corner of the display case with a grim face. How about this? After a while he brought a white box of dust. It was too small to have a sword in it, like an accessory case. What is this? The sword of the ancient wizard. He unlocked the box with a package of keys. As I was about to feel bad when I saw dust piled up, I became a little interested in the word ancient wizard. The arms dealer who pulled out the lock opened the door. Inside the open box, with a rusty sound of key kick, what's this? There was a rugged iron necklace with a tiny sword-shaped ornament about the size of a sword. Are you trying to play with me? Give me a simple sword or a necklace with a sword ornament? Moreover, the sword-shaped decoration did not have a single jewel attached to it, far below the aesthetic standard. I frowned violently, then the arms dealer waved. Oh no, no way, then what is this? Here, if you hold the handle of the sword and blow in your mana, the sword-shaped decoration turns into a real sword. The arms dealer handed me the handle with his index finger and thumb and urged me to hold it. I couldn't believe it was easy to turn sword like a baby's toy. I asked, still with a doubtful look. Then it doesn't mean that those who don't have magic can't use it. The long-trained knights are bound to operate mana little by little. Otherwise, you can't use the magic sword. He also made it obvious that he didn't know much. I quickly turned the subject around with a dry cough. I don't know if Eckles has magic. Don't worry, miss. I've been selling weapons in the capital for decades, I assure you that, slave. While he was talking in a sly manner, he changed his words in a hurry at the sight of my eyes. Not but the spirit of the escort was great. I've been running the arms dealer for 30 years. But I can't believe I've ever seen someone who's been spouting such a horrible aura. Really? Yes, of course. I was itching to brag he's going to be the sword master, but I held back. In fact, this sword is so rare that we've been trading on the black market for a very high price. But it's also too expensive, and knights usually look for fancy swords first. The arms dealer whimpered, my poor baby. Although this sword doesn't have any special enhancement magic, it is made from a rare mineral. How the hell they make it was made of steel from the mines of the extinct dwarfs a long time ago. Is it good? There is still no way to make it same. It's their secret. This is good one. I didn't understand the half, so I just nodded silently. In addition, when it gets smaller, the size of the mana engraved on it becomes smaller. Even if you're in a place where you're not supposed to be armed, no one will notice you're carrying a sword. Even in a palace, for example? The arms dealer nodded and looked around for no one, then whispered secretly. That's perfect for assassinations. It was too much in common sense who would assassinate with a small, growing sword other than a poison or a citation. I didn't show up my though because I like the sword itself very much. You can't show it to anyone else, but you can always have a sword. I actually thought of a small type of dagger, but I thought this would be better. If Eckles is anyway, it will be used as a weapon as soon as it is lifted, whether it is a magic sword or a toy necklace. Well, I'll take this. Thank you, miss. I can't believe my baby finally found such a worthy guest. The arms dealer immediately asked with tears in his eyes. Do you want to send this to the mansion together? No, give it to me now. After a while, as I was about to leave the arms dealer, I suddenly stopped walking on the glistening thing that caught my eye. What is this? To be sold at the top of the weapon, it looked quite glamorous and elegant. There were letters carved inside a circle as small as a token, and there were glittering jewels in between. It was the first time I've seen it. Oh, it's a kind of amulet. Amulet? Yes, it's a hunting competition soon. It is the most popular product among women these days to give as a gift to lovers and family members who participate in hunting. Really? What effect does it have? The magic is automatically activated in case of an emergency because we have a magic stone embedded in the original sheet. What kind of magic? That depends on the order. Most of them are defensive magic, but some teleport to a safe place. Oh, that's good. These days detachable magic is built in, so you just have to stick it anywhere on your body. The merchant, who recognized that I'm listening with an exciting face, immediately threw the bait. Would you like to take a look? I nodded. Not long after I came out of the top, I had Eckles' necklace and 3 colorful amulets of gold, silver, and bronze. Did you have a good time? Instead of the reticent Eckles, the horseman rushed in and took a shopping bag in my hand. It was an amulet. I hid a present for Eckles in my inner pocket. Where shall I take you now, miss? I heard there's a quiet lake on the west side. You mean Lake Kalia? I'll take you there. The carriage left without a sound. Actually, I was thinking of buying a lot of new dresses and accessories since I came out, but I was already tired because it's been a long time since I went out. I wanted to go back to the dukedom, but I still have a present to give. I should give you what I promised. I was going to put an end to the grief and resentment accumulated in Eckles' mind today. Miss, we're here. Soon after, the carriage stopped. I got off the wagon with the help of Eckles. He naturally stood a few steps back. It was to fulfill his duty as an escort. Please take a walk with me, wouldn't it be lonely to walk alone? I looked back at him like that and reached out my hand gracefully. Eckles hesitated for a moment, and then slightly caught the edge of my hand. It was such a feeble force that I didn't even feel like I caught it. I kicked my tongue and I clasped the hand first. I felt his twitching fingers. I glanced sideways and saw him bow his head down. Unfortunately, however, the favorability remained unchanged. We held hands and walked along the well-made promenade for a long time without a word. We finally arrived at the observation deck built on the lake. It's a place like a dating spot, but there weren't many people because it was daytime on weekdays. He laid his arms on the railing and watched the view of the lake for a while. There was a gentle breeze from afar accompanied by the scent of water. I glanced back at the man who stood there, either looking at the scenery nor trying to talk to me. Are you feeling better? The gray eyes that were facing to the air moved toward me. As if to what he was saying, he was wondering. You've had a bad day since this morning. Eckles did not answer immediately. In the end, he answered my question? As if he was reluctantly making excuses. It wasn't a big deal, I asked as carefully as I could because I had committed a crime. How many more things like this have happened? It's the first time. Eckles, I called him out like a sigh. Don't try to trick me with a blatant lie. I told you make everyone admit you staying at the mansion. I'm not going to scold you for not doing it right now. It's beyond your control, so I'm coming forward. Does Leonard take the lead in harassing you? Eckles looked at me with a strange look and silenced. I was getting more and more upset. Tell me how Leonard has been doing to you, I'll figure it out myself. How Eckles, who had been silent until then, tilted his head sideways. What can the master do to the knights? I lost my words for a moment. It seemed sarcastic about what you could do with your subject, but there was no expression on your thin face like a wax. No matter what, nothing will change now that I'm a slave master. If it's for me, just pretend you don't know because I don't care. I was embarrassed by the unexpected answer. However, the hidden meaning behind it was not immediately understood. I'll stick with you, so don't make me get kicked out for nothing. Unexpectedly, he may have adapted to the dukedom's mood faster than I thought. And that's how much you know about the princess position. Agreed, 33%. I glanced up over his head. Only 33%. It has barely surpassed the basic level of favorability given at the start of normal mode. Eckles was a tough opponent even in normal mode, where the difficulty was easy. I thought it was because Penelope had a little loyalty. Now I get it, his original personality. Was the truth just a close tug-of-war for one's own survival? Seeing the favorability of over 30%, I seemed to be feeling better without even realizing it. After the morning incident, frankly, hope has swelled. At this rate, I thought I would be able to see the ending quickly, and I felt funny when I was dragging myself to the arms store. Yeah, you're right, I don't know how hard the reality is, I replied in a weak voice. Now you know my position in the dukedom. Why didn't he think that while I was weighing all the bread for him, he was also measuring whether I was a lifeline or a rotten rope? I don't have the power to dismiss you right now. As long as you're a slave, there's no fundamental solution to bullying. There wasn't much I could do, as Eckles pointed out. You can go to the Duke and say that bullying is rampant in the Knights, but you have already put the wrong button for the first time. A Duke who's not happy with what I brought would never care about the bullying of slaves. I gave up the idea of trying to calm him down. But I'll keep you on the knighthood. I gazed at him with a blank face, and my brain was as arrogant as usual. Your sword must be worth a little bit to catch the Duke's eye. So bear it, even if you're sad. Note, keep training and improve your skills. Sometimes I'll go and play with you like I did today. Even if I could step on the little ones, I couldn't handle it to Leonard, who led the bullying. So I didn't say any more things about the solution. I was also walking on thin ice day by day in the midst of their leading abuse and contempt. You and I, we've had a nasty life. Suddenly a laugh burst out. How could I choose ML, who is at the bottom of the line, even if he was all out? Come to think of it, I'm the one choose this situation. I knew that it was easier to win favor of the one who had nothing than the one who had a lot of things. Come on, take this. It was impossible for me to give a surprise gift with a lovely face like a woman in normal mode. I relaxed my grip on the necklace and held it out to him. It's like a toy, but it's a sword. Hold on to the handle and give it a try. Eckles looked down at the necklace that came out of nowhere at me with a puzzled look. I couldn't believe it was a sword. Quickly. At my urging, he reluctantly lifted the sword with his thumb and index finger. It was that moment. A bright light came out of his hand, and at one point Eckles had a long sword in his hand. Eckles looked at the sword protruding out of nowhere with his big eyes. Unlike other swords, it looked rugged without a single jewel or ornament, but the light flowing through the blade was unusual. I thought I could get a 10 times refund if I got cheated, but it was real? Whether it's because he is an ML Eckles, wearing a new training suit and standing with a grand iron sword in one hand, is quite stylish. No one can imagine him being a slave. I could feel the occasional crowd around him glancing at him. This is why Eckles asked, looking down at the sword in his hand. The voice from him sounded somehow clogged. I opened my mouth with a hint of his majestic iron sword. In the Inca Empire, it was unreasonable for a defeated slave to wear a sword. But if you don't change your mind to take me as your master, the article I'm going to keep next to you're the only one. Eccles's pupils expanded even larger than when he found the necklace turned sword. What will you do? Originally I was not planning giving him sword and threatened him like this. Like the FL of normal mode, I intended to recite a touching line, saying, "No matter who you are a knight to me forever." I'm so touched by my subject that I'm frozen to death. From the time I brought up the subject of bullying, I swallowed my tears in a tumultuous atmosphere, culminating in threats. Choose whether you'll get the sword I give you or keep being enslaved. Eckles only glanced at me and there was no answer. I had given up halfway. If he didn't take it, I was going to take it back and give it to him as a Duke or Derek as a gift. It was then suddenly the sword with Eccles's was lifted high, and the sword was thrust into the wooden board floor. "What are you?" The moment I stuttered at his sudden action, he slowly boiled his knees in front of me. And he rudely grabbed my hand, which had been lying at random, and clasped it tightly in his grasp. "As your only sword, I pledge eternal obedience and loyalty." Eckles bowed slowly, muttering the words. The dry lips touched the back of my hand. The first touch with ML was a slight temperature that was neither cold nor hot. But I didn't even feel him right. "I swear eternal obedience and love as your only sword." Wasn't it too early for the two for a loyalty confession? In normal mode, Eccles's vows to the FL were distinctly different. Anxiety swept over. But favorite 40%, the soaring popularity weighed down on the unknown anxiety at once. The situation is just different. So comforted, looked down at Eckles, kissing on the back of my hand. I could see the neat top of the grayish hair. "Don't betray me, Eckles." I mumbled my heartfelt words for the first time to my naked man. Betrayal only mean death. Everything bought from the arms dealer was delivered to the dukedom. The next day, when the workers saw the boxes piled up like mountains in front of the gate, the employees opened their mouths and signed. "Lady Penelope, well, what's all that?" It was only after I just got up and washed my face when the frightened butler hurried to the room. "What, you said you'd been out for a long time, but—" The butler was unable to speak at my question. "What weapons did you buy? So many? In particular, there are more than 60 boxes full of wooden swords." "Well, it doesn't seem enough." I shrugged, recalling what happened yesterday. The butler was silent for a moment. He looked at me with a look as if he were looking at an immature child and sighed, and then he opened his mouth again. "You have such a beautiful mind for worrying about the knights, Mississippi. The Duke don't spare money on the knights, and so are the wooden swords. There's still a lot left, so you don't need to buy a new one. Who cares about who listening to him?" I tilted my head. Meanwhile, the butler added with a look of regret, "It's been a long time since you've been out, and you should have bought more jewelry than that. Or a dress or something, butler. Something must be wrong." I corrected his idea with a frown. "They weren't bought for the knights of the family." "What then? It's a gift to my escort." He stammered back to see if my big actions were unbelievable. "Well then, all that stuff the butler must have heard about yesterday's commotion." The butler's face, which had been stained with embarrassment by my words, suddenly darkened. "Well then, people who swear at me will say I somewhat pretty and ask to buy weapons?" I snorted inwardly at his reaction. And I drove a wedge so that there would be no one in vain. I bought it for Eckles because he didn't seem to have enough training items to use, Why, there's no room to store it. No, the butler shook his head in a hurry. It was ridiculous that there was no place to store them in the dukedom where there was space left. Of course, the butler would not be at all embarrassed by it, but I answered deliberately by distorting his question as something else. I meant not to ask further questions. I'm sure Lady got an idea. Soon the butler nodded slowly and agreed with me. Unexpectedly, I thought you were going to complain one or two more words. I reminded myself of my position a few times, but the attitude of treating Penelope as an ignorant had not changed. I opened my mouth with a curious look at him, who had clearly turned into an apology 2 days ago. I'm good enough to care about him, so I don't have busy butler to pay attention to him, then just watch as you have been. Sometimes when something like yesterday happens, you inform it to me. Okay, I'll arrange the gifts you bought in a warehouse where only your escort can. Thank you. I smiled briefly at him, who responded politely. It felt good to communicate with each other in this house for the first time in a while. Some time after the butler left, Emily came to visit with breakfast. Miss, I heard the morning stuff was your escort's gift. She chatted wildly, setting the tableware on the table. Rumor spread quickly you should take me with you. Emily made a pretty sad appearance. A maid in charge of the nobility is an inseparable. Since the trust of her owner leads to the power of her servant, I understood her grumbling that she decided not long ago to become my hand. Take this. I handed her what I had taken out beforehand. It was an amulet of the same color bought from the arms dealer. Emily didn't take it easy, but she just looked down at my hand with her big eyes. What are you doing? Not take it quickly. What is this? What is it, miss? It's your gift. It protects you from unknown dangers. Amulet's gift to Emily was not so valuable because the spell of vision was so comprehensive and vague. But it's a universal gift for dear people. I have a lot of enemies. You're now my person, and you never know when or where bad things will happen, so keep them in your body all the time. As a way of venting my anger the other day, I had a word of apology for Emily. Moreover, she had once refused the expensive jewelry I gave her, so I honestly didn't want to test it. If she refused even this, I thought she might have another plan. Miss, but Emily, who raised her head, cried and called me. Well, I've never received a gift like this while I was working for the Duke. Really, it's so pretty. I'll treasure it. That's a relief. I will serve you harder in the future, really. She swore her allegiance several times with a determined look. When I saw it, I felt a long way off when I first came here and was stabbed by a needle. It was then. Has gained a reputation for +5 due to improved relationships with his neighbors of the Duke. A white square window popped up in front of my eyes, and my reputation, which had fallen not long ago, was restored. Thank you, miss, thank you so much. I thought about it every time, using Emily's back-stretching voice as the background sound. If it's going like this, how good it is. Once in the morning, the butler visited my room again in the afternoon, with a message that the Duke is calling. My father? Yes, I was in agony for a moment. I was not the agony of why the Duke called. Because there's so much things to call about. It's because I haven't prepared for the biggest fuss yet. The fight with Leonard? Or the one with the military field assaults? Or is it because I bought me a bunch of weapons with the paper check? In fact, the second one was the most suitable. Leonard wouldn't have told him that he had a fight with his sister at that age. I used the money I gave you as I wanted, but I was wondering what to say. You don't need to feel so bad. Perhaps my thoughtfulness seemed to be worrying, the butler insinuated. He gave me an indication of the status of his work. Let's go for now. I got up without thinking more about the words. Father, I heard you called me. As I entered the office with a light tension, the Duke, who was sitting on the sofa, welcomed me. Yes, sit down. Pointing to the opposite sofa. What changed so much after I became a princess in the game was that the Duke no longer condescended me. That means I don't have to kneel down and beg. Without hesitation, I walked and sat opposite the Duke. He took out the cigar he was smoking and asked, "Would you like tea?" I'd appreciate it if you'd give it to me. Shortly after the Duke rang the bell, the maid brought a simple refreshment and a light steaming tea. That's enough. Get out of here. The maid, who was about to pour the tea in front of the two of us, bowed politely to the Duke's dissuasion and went out. Again there was an awkward silence in the office. Come to think of it, it's my first time having tea time with a character. Every time I came, things were clear. to save lives and leave this place quickly. But apart from my innermost thoughts, no one treated me as an equal person. Now a slightly better attitude was reassuring, but on the other hand bitter. During this thought, the owner of the mansion took the initiative and poured tea into the cup with a kettle. "Thank you," I mumbled my thanks but didn't willingly lift the teacup. The Duke, who took a sip of peppermint tea with a pungent smell, took a little pause and opened his mouth. "Penelope, yes, father, there was a commotion on the military field. As expected, the reason the Duke called was because of assault. Is it fortunate that they didn't call me because I fought with Leonard? Yes, there was some friction with the knights. I'm sorry." I nodded my head gently, and put my apology in my mouth, as I used to say. The Duke put down the teacup and shined his eyes sharply. "Explain the whole story, I'm sure it's just what you heard." I didn't want to make a mistake explaining things that were not related to my life. The Duke's eyebrows wriggled as if my answer was not good enough. "I know what I've heard. You mean that I showed up on the military field without any hesitation and made Eckles strangle a knight?" He recited in a trivial way. It was obvious without the military's eyes that they would have given testimony in their favor, leaving out all my faults. "Of course she's an adopted daughter, but how can she say we got caught cursing in front of the Duke? If you called me to check if it's true, yes. It's true, I proudly declared the Duke face to face. As a lady, I'll accept your orders for self-reflection because you can't stay quiet for this matter. I won't participate in hunting competitions either. Unusual, I didn't say I was wrong. It was because I did it with my full will, and I didn't think it was very wrong. Instead, I secretly revealed my purpose. Let's avoid the hunt if we can. Having fully established Eckles' favorability, I was not going to participate in the hunting competition and decide to imitating the FL at normal mode, and was going to raise his sense of attraction or popularity. When I heard about the hunting competition at the luncheon, I didn't think deeply about the situation. It is customary for all proud aristocratic men to participate at the hunting competitions. So it's a day when all the men get together except for Eckles, who is a slave and cannot participate. No matter how hard I tried to avoid it, the forest was too dangerous. It's a perfect episode to die without knowing the reason or the cause. Moreover, it will be held in the royal palace, so with a high probability it will be linked to the crown prince successively. He was so interested in me that he sent me invitations separately. If you're setting fire to the curiosity guy who just went out hunting and barely turned it off. No, I screamed with a shudder. But I never think I was wrong, father. A cold silence swept through the office. The Duke asked back coolly with a lower voice. You asked to kill the family guard and you've done nothing wrong? Yes, I answered straight away without changing my face. Then the Duke sighed shallowly. Okay, then why did maid you escort to do that? Why are you asking me so persistently today? I tilted my head. The Duke had a very high status and trust in the knights. Ignoring Eckart's articles is ignoring Eckart. I'm ready for some punishment, as I've done the ignorant act for strangling the knight. I thought you'd get mad like a thunderbolt if I went out shamelessly with I didn't do anything wrong. I, in need of spirit, was considered a surprise to the Duke's reaction. Don't you think what the knights say is more reliable than what I say? Penelope Eckart. The Duke called my full name with a serious look, overshadowed by his agonizing words. I am asking you why you did such a thing with the surname of Eckart, so be sure to answer with caution. You wouldn't say you was bored for no reason. You who have never been in the direction of the Secretary of State, have never been in. The suspicion of the Duke was justified. You know she's a mad dog's bitch, but she wouldn't go and fight with the knights who trained for no reason. And before you went out I asked the butler in detail about the treatment about your issue in detail. Well, that's I raised my head in amazement at the added Duke's words. As soon as I tried to ask how he knew, reflexively I closed my mouth. The butler is the only one who asked that question, so of course it's him who went out of his mind. Such tactician, I resented the butler for misbehaving. The Duke, who recognized my hesitation, looked at me. Do you have any thoughts of speaking now? It's all my fault, father. I just went to the military field with a simple whimper and I didn't like the way the knights greeted me. The stories of the knights will determine the punishment of the slaves you brought along. Will you speak, or I'll kick the slave out of his position as an apprentice, who caused the disturbance without knowing his subject. I was rapidly depressed by Duke's voice, who became increasingly angry. Even with the words simple whims didn't made him believe it. It seemed to him that there was a different reason. Tell me every detail of the day, otherwise I'll hold the slave responsible for all this commotion. I couldn't help but open my mouth at the mention of Eckles. I took my escort from the field to go out. I've seen a knight named Mark punish him too much for breaking a wooden sword during training. It was like a childish child complaining about nothing. The Duke's eyes were grimly frowned upon. He shouted as if he had intuitively guessed that was the reason. It isn't uncommon to see severe punishment in the top-down relationship of knights for military purposes. I'm not old enough to say I don't know it. In the meantime, he insulted me, the owner of Eckles. What when he heard my answer, the Duke, who was in the rain, who was going to scold me again, groped his words with open eyes. As expected, it must be the boat they were talking about. My escort was furious, and the top knight was trying to beat him up with his colleagues. So I told Eckles to fight the knight who defiled ladies' honor. I meant to kill him, to be exact. I was not foolish enough to confess such vulgar words to the Duke. The Duke kept his mouth shut at my words for a long time. I looked down at my teacup blankly without a bite. The contents that were steaming up suddenly cooled down. Neither the Duke nor I, however, tried to pour a new tea. I'm sick of it. While glancing sideways at the hardened Duke, I suddenly felt that this situation was boring. How many times do I have to repeat this until I escape? The Duke made a deep, deep-seated sound after quite a long time. What did they insult you? They say I'm a fake, that I can't even cover him if I'm kicked out, so he told him to realize as soon as possible that he's serving a master as a rotten cord. I recited it without a single exaggeration. It wasn't because the knights who had reported their atrocities were reprehensible. If I had known now, I wished I would have cared about whatever I did. But the slowly distorted Duke's face was unexpected. Why didn't you come to me and Derek immediately and tell them? He asked, breathing loudly as if he were enduring something. Obviously Penelope would have stormed into the Duke's room and yelled at him first, saying the knights had despised her. I pondered for a while and just told the truth. I punished him right away, but I thought he was not worth it. What do you mean he wasn't not worth it? The answer was terrifying, and the Duke burst out. How worthless is him to dare to be a knight, and tell the vulgarity that insults the lady. I couldn't see why he was so angry, so I opened my eyes round. They're articles loyal to father and family, not to me, are they? I thought it was all over when I brought in the escort myself. I don't want loyalty from knights who don't recognize the princesses. This was not only for the knights but also for all the employees. In fact, compared to starving with rice just around the corner, that kind of curse is nothing. If Eckles weren't involved, I would have just walked by. Penelope, but the Duke didn't seem to think so. He looked at me with a vague look as if he didn't know where to start. All of the articles of the family are your articles too. It's going to remain unchanged as long as you're a member of the Eckart. Eckles is enough for me. I'm not just talking about escorts. I'm telling you he's my article too, father. I didn't want to lose to the Duke, so I went on. I told you the other day that I don't want to take those who don't want to protect me. But nothing has changed except that Eckles was placed as an apprentice for dry-dressing knights, not as a servants who do chores. Yesterday, on the first day of the festival, there was only one article that kept me safe. It was true I was not defending him. Those who did not respond or even pretend dry by insulting human would never been my knight. The Duke breathed a deep breath with a dim face, as if he could not think of any more to persuade me in the sight of my eyes reciting. He asked quietly, rubbing his eyes as if this conversation was a little tiring. So did you buy 600 wooden swords for yesterday's work? There's 600. I didn't know because I haven't counted every single one. It was a bit funny because I thought I could see why the butler came up to my room in the morning. I've decided to imply that I'll have Eckles as a knight. I felt sorry for him, so I bought him a magic sword. Penelope Eckart using blank check for such a place. Don't be so hard on me, father. I stuck out my lower lip, interrupting the nagging. You gave it to me to relax my feeling. To look like a lovely youngest daughter. It was an imitation that I tried because I didn't want to hear any more nagging. After adding coyly, I gulped down the cold tea because my mouth is dry. You're not going to make a fuss about me stopping you, are you? I used to be a sucker for acting cute. But if the Duke was so angry about yesterday, I was going to give him a present and act cute. There was something wrong with the order and the situation. Why am I always like this over the teacup I was holding, swallowing my tears? I looked at the Duke's countenance. You won't catch a cold, so you drinking cold tea. When the tea comes warm, drink it again. Fortunately or unfortunately, the Duke might look at me disapprovingly drinking tea, but he was not angry anymore at me for telling him to stop nagging. He soon called the maid with a calm face and ordered her to heat up the kettle. That's a way to work. I was relieved at heart. Last time, I'm glad I thought of a contingency plan after the conversation with Leonard, which can't be resolved even with an apology. After reflecting on the FL of normal mode several times, it was not the answer to just apologize like a pushover in every situation. The difficulty of hard mode is getting harder. From now on, I have to differentiate myself according to every situation. It was when I was lost in such thoughts. Penelope, the sudden call awoke me from my thoughts. Yes, father, I don't think so, but the Duke grazed his brain. It can't be slaves. Yes, even if he gets his status confirmed, isn't he from a defeated country? What I stuttered with embarrassment at the unexpected remark. However, the Duke that connects the words was serious about what he was thinking. You don't know what greed he's hiding behind his fair face. I think there's 1 or 2 people who's after Eckhart's only princess. Father, I called him one after another in embarrassment. You think I'm keeping Eckles to be a government? Then it was a very serious misunderstanding. He might kill me at any moment. What a fair face! Every time I lose his favor, my heart falls with it. Embarrassment quickened my speech. I know I'm not as good as the rest of the world, but I'm not that thoughtless. I'm saying this just in case when I see his face as fine as a girl. It's not a novel. What kind of escort would want him to be? And I'm not the type of person who attracted to people younger than me. After all, the MLS owner is FL. Besides, I'm going to see the ending before he even reaches adulthood and leave here without looking back. The Duke was embarrassed and coughed in vain to see if he felt something amazing. Yes, I'll believe you say so. Don't worry, father. It'll never happens, never. Vain expectations and useless feelings will only hinder the escape. I don't miss this moment and push ahead. If you're really worried for the time being, I will not going out anywhere, and I'll on probation in the room. Since you've been proficient enough, make sure you participate this hunting contest. What? But don't just stay in your room, take this opportunity to get along with your peers. Reduce that nasty temper a bit. The Duke clapped his tongue. A sudden surge of resentment rose. He think I'm stuck at home because I'm happy to see someone. I couldn't get over my last lingering regret. But father, yesterday it was very big. I've caused a problem. What's the problem? It not going to change. Alright, then let's stop talking about it. The Duke gritted his teeth and then suddenly stopped talking. I seemed to be self-conscious as I thought he would curse badly if I did more. First of all, I've asked to strangle a precious knight, and it's not going to be a good thing to change. That's too much. I pouted my mouth. Nevertheless, it was sad to have to thank the Duke for stopping his anger at this point. I was given a terrible punishment to participate in the hunting competition. Take this. It was then the Duke suddenly leaned over and lifted something from the floor. It was a big, luxurious wooden box. I didn't know it was there because it was covered by a table. As if quite heavy, it made a heavy noise from the box on the table. Looking closely, it was not just a regular box but a box for storing something. It was because there was a handle and a lock button on the top. Then the Duke, who unlocked all the locks, opened the box and turned it toward me. I was surprised to see the stuff in the box that was showing up in front of me. A magnificent silver crossbow, which is seen in medieval movies everywhere, was placed on a fluffy cushion. It has shiny color like a new one. The elaborately carved patterns and glittering jewels in places looked expensive even at a glance. It's your crossbow that I left for care. My eyes suddenly brightened. Reward 1 magic crossbow has tamed. Reward what? When I looked at the square window that suddenly popped up, I suddenly remembered that I had forgotten it. In compensation, Reynold's affection plus 3% and a crossbow. This was the crossbow I got from a quest with that damn Leonard. I was so dumbfounded that I could not help but sigh. But the Duke said triumphantly whether he took it wrong. This time I've done more for safety. I looked down at the wooden box again at his words. The crossbow was more like a magnificent ornament to hang on the wall than a weapon. You said it was for safety, but do you made it impossible to shoot at all? By the time the thought had gone so far, the Duke had reached out and picked something up as if denying it. It was a black pocket that had never been seen before, attracted attention by the colorful crossbow. Look at this, Penelope. The Duke untied the strap in the pocket and opened the entrance. Inside it was full of iron beads the size of a thumbnail. I asked with a face that I didn't know what was going on. What is this, father? I replaced it with a magic bead instead of an arrow. Magic? What kind of? When hit the beads burst, and immediately the brain metastasis, causing you to faint for a while. It's not strong enough to be put to death, so even if a person is hit there won't be any serious injury. I see. I answered without sincerity. Then later, I felt a little sorry for the Duke, who worked hard to explain it. But I couldn't help it because I've lost all my interest since I couldn't avoid participating. What's with the hunt? I'd be glad if I can hide so well from the Crown Prince's sight so he wouldn't notice me. When I didn't seem to be interested, the Duke's face hardened a little. And there is one more thing, he added with a darker voice than before. The magic of losing your memory right before you get hit by a marble. What? The magic of losing memory? What does the crossbow have to do with the magic of losing memory? I looked at the Duke in a daze again, unable to understand the language. Then he opened his mouth with a look of reluctant talk. If you really want to shoot, lure it to where there's no one around. Yes? I opened my mouth wide. What the hell are you talking about? The Duke's words sounded like he was allowed to shoot people. Father, what does that mean? I stuttered and carefully asked if I understood. Then the peacock kicked his tongue loudly. Don't try to blot out like a fool in front of everyone else's eyes as before. They'll lose memory after they faint anyway, so don't just leave a witness who said you shot them. Do you understand? He seemed to be trying to appease his immature daughter, who was about to get into an accident. I heard I were banned for a year because you said I'd shoot and kill with a crossbow? But instead of telling me not to do it, he even changed the arrow into a faint bead and cast a spell that makes people lose the memory. My God, the Duke is so powerful. Or should I say, he thought that Penelope, who has reached a point where he can't control her that much, is great. Why aren't you answering me? The Duke looked at me, who was silent vaguely. Yes, I mumbled back in a dazed mood. I couldn't bear to say that I wouldn't hunt people and stay calm. The participation in the hunting competition I wanted to avoid has been confirmed. Okay, father, I'll use it well. I'm all right if you get it. When he answered again in a sullen manner, the Duke coughed his words. I was trying to give it to you after hearing the whole story from your side, not to scold you. It was an unexpected consolation. I opened my eyes wide and looked at the Duke. If you understand, let's stop here, go up to your room. We've had a long conversation. He smiled a little awkwardly and hurriedly arranged his seat, as he himself didn't know how to say such a thing. He ordered the maid to bring the crossbow to my room without a break. I hesitated for a moment, looking at the table that had become neat in an instant. The Duke looked at me with a puzzled look, still sitting. I don't know, I'll give you what I brought. I have something for you too, father. I plucked out what I had roughly covered next to my skirt. It was a box wrapped in luxurious velvet, contrary to what was given to Emily. I opened it and carefully stuck it out before the Duke. A brilliant silver lining embroidered the Duke's big eyes. He was very surprised at the sudden gift. Isn't this amulet? It's engraved with an order that activates emergency teleport magic. This? Why are you as expected? The Duke's reaction was like that he had never received a flower in the garden from his youngest daughter. I shook my head to the foolish Penelope and explained in a gentle voice. These days it's the most exchanged gift among the nobles who attend hunting competitions, father. Gift? Yes, I heard that this hunt will involve guests from other countries and release the rare animals they brought. Yes, that's right. Just in case, I want you to keep it with you throughout the competition. Who dares to attack me in this empire? There no one dare to attack, but we don't know what kind of forces will approach Eckhart's political position. In my reply, the Duke looked at me as if he were looking at a strange creature he had never seen before. The silver-colored colorful amulet I gave him was engraved with an emergency teleport order, so the price was quite high. In fact, actually, I was thinking about the one with the defense order engraved on it, but this one was better. It was Eckhart who did not participate in the war, claiming to be a neutral faction. But if you kill or attack a duke, even Eckhart will be turned into an enemy and war will recur, so no one will do such a stupid thing. But you can kidnap him and threaten him. If something unfortunate happens to my fathers, I'm sure there will be forces trying to get him into factional strife. Yes, you have such a brilliant idea, the Duke muttered as if he had been shocked, and then he looked at me and said, No. Well, yes. I'll keep it with me. He replied with a puzzled look, like me who just received a crossbow with a magic that makes the person who was hit lose his memory. It seemed totally unexpected that he would receive such a meaningful gift from her reckless foster daughter. Then I'll go up. Originally it was a gift that was brought to avoid his anger. It was given regardless of the purpose, but the gift delivery ceremony was over anyway. My heart was itchy for no reason, so I shook off my seat and quickly got up to the door. It was then. Penelope. Suddenly I heard a low call from behind me. Yes, father. You've become quite mature these days. The Duke stared at me with an unknown look and said a word. It was a nice compliment, but somehow the words choked me. I didn't know why. Just at that moment my mouth moved. After a long time the Duke's blue eyes were slowly growing. I can't say I've never resented. But is this for poor Penelope? Or I've never felt ungrateful for bringing me here? Am I saying this because I'm miserable, because I'm not even treated like an immature fool like Penelope? It was that moment. Improved relations with Duke Eckhart have increased its reputation by +15. Either way, I felt like crying a little bit. The hunting competition is just a few days away. I called in a butler in the morning to get a blunt wooden bolt for practice. This is because expensive marbles with double magic could not be consumed for practice. Lady, and this the butler didn't go out immediately after handing me a bunch of bolts. He hesitated and gave me a paper bag. What is it, I wondered? This is because after the successful meeting with the Vinter, I have ordered the butler to burn all the invitations that's sent to me. It was a letter from the palace, so I couldn't take care of it. Palace? The butler's words wriggled my facial muscles. What reason is there to send me a letter from the palace? The golden wax engraved with the yellow dragon looked ominous. I don't want to read it. But I had to read it to prepare myself. With a deep sigh, I opened the envelope with a paper knife. And I took out the contents and started to read them. Dear Princess Penelope Eckhart, several months have already passed since the meeting in the maze garden. In the meantime, every time there was a big or small banquet in the palace, I told them to send an invitation to the princess, but princess never participated. Are you still stuck with the iron poison? Fortunately, the hunting competition is coming up soon, so I will be able to meet you again soon. Princess must have heard that the woman entry ban has been lifted, right? I raised my voice and agreed for my sick princess. So I hope you get well soon and meet me during the day. You didn't forget the promise you made with me, did you? You'd better remember, princess. I've been looking forward to your answer to me, and I've been patient for a long time to get better with that damn iron poison. Callisto Legolas. Crazy. After reading the scrawled signature in strong cursive handwriting, I crumpled the paper I was holding, shaking my teeth. Why haven't you forgotten yet? I shuddered at the stubbornness of the crown prince. I couldn't understand why I was possessed by a love simulation game, and should be receiving threatening letters, let alone dating. Miss? The butler looked surprised at me. What kind of letter is that? Yes, a threatening letter from a man who has nothing to do. Butler. I chewed the voice up and bit it. When is the training time for today's nights? I know it's until 6 p.m., but why do you ask that? Originally I was going to shoot it once or twice when I had time. It was to gauge the level of vitality of the body, to what extent it made the fuss last year. But I changed my mind. I'm going to use the field today. There is a reason why I desperately need to deal with the crossbow. After confirming that there was no evening training from the butler, I looked at the book and waited for the sunset. Phew, I'm possessed in a game, and I'm practicing shooting a crossbow that doesn't exist anywhere else. It was annoying and unfair, but there was nothing I could do. Having received a threatening letter from the Crown Prince, I need to know how to defend myself for my own life. The good news is that I've got a very good product. I won't shoot women who get my nerves like what the dukes worry about, but I'll shoot men who trying to kill me and knock them out. Especially the most dangerous and most demanding prince. If I shot him wrong, I'll be a dead ending because I'll be a royal prisoner. But fortunately the iron ball bursts, and the impact rises so there is no evidence left, and even the right memory is lost. Perfect. I stood up and clapped, imagining the skeleton of a prince who fainted with a bubble. This is a defensive measure. It's never a mixture of personal feelings. I tried so hard to justify myself. After a while the sun sank out of the window. I changed into my hunting costume and got ready to go out. The aristocratic women of the Inca Empire had no separate clothing because they rarely hunt. So I wore a pair of tight tights and suspenders. After wearing a leather vest and tie, I stood in front of the mirror. I thought it would be ridiculous to wear men's clothes, but when I saw the reflection in the mirror it completely disappeared. Wow, it looks great on you. Indeed, crazy looks were not entirely dependent on costumes. I looked like a female warrior who was used to hunting like goddess Artemis when I even put head together and turned it up. I smiled and even took out the crossbow. I thought it was heavy on the outside, but I was surprised by the light magic. At this time a year ago Penelope used it often. But the sense of grip was not low, as if I were really familiar with it. After finishing the final inspection I left the room with a bundle of arrows. Every employee I meet today took a breath and looked down. Every time I walked in the hallway I was nilcarly caught in the eyes. My figure with the crossbow and arrows seemed quite hideous. I'm going to have to carry it and walk around often when I going stride. Thanks to it I was able to get out of the mansion safely without a distraction. The road to the field was calm and silent. It's no wonder that they deliberately set the time, for all the articles disappeared. But the idea was soon shattered by a figure walking from the other side. The sunset-colored pink hair was unusually red, to the point where it looks almost like my hair color. However, I tried to turn around in a hurry because I recognized the 17% favorability written above his hair color first. But at that moment our eyes met. I stopped with a thud. I'm doomed. I was deeply sighed that I had somehow come to face each other in a vague way. I can't believe I bumped into you, the number one target to avoid. How could I be so unlucky? What should I do? It was ridiculous that I fought with his teeth exposed just a while ago, and now I'm greeting the guy, Leonard. But isn't it also funny to turn around in an eye contact situation? So I just brazenly decided to go head to head. What are you going to do? If I had any shame, I'll ignore you, but Leonard was much more shameless than I thought. For the first hunt you look like a country bumpkin. Just as I was about to pass by he was sarcastic. Are you going to embarrass yourself going to the field with that shit? I looked around quickly first. Fortunately there was no stone in sight to fall and hit my head. So I just tried to ignore it, but now you've decided to ignore what I'm saying. I couldn't go further by a quick front blocker. I raised my head with a low sigh. Do you have something to say? In my question Leonard looked at me with a look that seemed to have a lot to say. Okay. Let's hear what else is going on this time. I looked at him and waited for him to speak. But he just stared at me and said nothing. If you have nothing to say, then don't talk to me. I tried to pass him again, only then did Leonard hurriedly open his mouth. The training isn't over yet. I've been training late for a few days, so if you go now, you'll run into the knights. I didn't want to talk to him anymore, but I'm in trouble, as I was told. Come to think of it, the news that I had an argument with the knights has already reached his ears. But what's the matter? If there should be a void to the one should avoid me. I gave a lukewarm reply. I don't care, I've got at least a target to use. If you done talking, then I'm going. And just as I was about to pass him by. If you want to go up to the attic, go up. An unexpected remark caught my ankle. I don't care if you go or not now. I was just listening to what he was saying and suddenly I burst out laughing. You sound like you're doing a charity. Penelope might be attached to the attic, but I wasn't. How do we know if I'll get interrogated about making a wish while climbing up and seeing if it's a fire or not? I answered right away without thinking twice. No, why? Because I don't want to bump into you. The blue pupils became bigger, the white letters on his head blinked. He looked at the series of processes with an expressionless look. Favorability 17%. It wouldn't make much difference even if it dropped by 1 or 2% at this rate. I focused more on the less finished training story he told me than on his flirtation. So is Eckles still here? My plans to raise Eckles' favorability a lot during the hunt have failed, so I'll put it up before I go. It was then Leonard's lips, which had been hesitating for a long time, barely opened. At that time I did. What? I was distracted by other thoughts and missed what he said. When I looked back at him and asked him again, he snapped his lips. I'd been talking a little bit. Nevertheless, I couldn't understand what Leonard said. Because he mumbled in a rumbling voice, but I had a hunch what he was going to say to me. If you're going to apologize, you have to do it like a real man. Kicking my tongue inside, I bit back. What? Did it? I can't hear anything you said. When I looked at it, I noticed a shy tone. I knew this was my bad idea, but I couldn't stop thinking about what I had been getting from him. It was that moment. I'm sorry I was a little harsh at that time. Leonard suddenly raised his head and shouted. I heard a startled bird flying from across the bushes. Did you eat a boiled train pot? I frowned, touching my prickly ears. Then he grumbled with a red face. Other times I came here first and talked to you, but why are you getting so long this time? Anyway, girls, I gazed at such Leonard. It was just a grumble, but the relationship between him and Penelope seemed to be evident. If it had been a normal game route, how would it have progressed here? I'll have to accept Ronald's apology, and thank you for apologizing first. But well, why do I have to say something? I don't even like to say thank you every time. Leonard, at my call, he gave me a rude answer, glaring at me. What's your apology? I accept. I didn't do anything good either. I'm glad to know. Perhaps it hurt his pride to apologize first, and Leonard's crumpled face straightened out. As if it was only natural for me to accept an apology. But you know what? It's the first apologize I've ever received from you. I'm not going to thank you for the red-handed apology. You've slashed me with your tongue countless times, and I've forgiven you countless times without your apology. I mean, I'll forgive you again this time. Instead, he smiled brightly. I laughed so hard that you didn't apologize, but you thought I was just accepting you. Due to the inverted position, the glow of the sunset over the ridge poured over my face this time. Small hairs were scattered in the swirling wind. It was when he raised his eyes again with one hand with his side hair in his ear. Leonard's face looking at me was a little strange. His eyes were confused, as if he were out of his mind, and when his eyes met, the redness was spreading from the bottom of his eyes. Yes, he stammered with an instant red-hot face. I don't need any forgiveness from you. I've said everything I need to say, so I'm going. And he turned around and disappeared like a shot without a moment to answer. What's wrong? Left on the forest path, I frowned at the back of the man who was going away. At that moment, the top of his head was shining big. Favorability 22%. I had to check several times to see if it was right, until the white writing that was getting smaller and smaller was completely gone. Leonard was right. When I arrived at the training field, the atmosphere was chaotic, as if the swordsmanship training had just ended. Fortunately, there was no archery training, but the target site, which was far from the training field, was empty. I trudged around the field to avoid the crowds of knights. It would be faster to cross, but it was only a short time ago that I had a face-to-face encounter with the Duke. For the time being, it was better to stay calm without causing more trouble. Finally, standing in front of the target, I mounted an arrow on the crossbow and pulled the protest to hang it on the hook. Then I turned the crank and posed. I believed in the owner of this body who used the crossbow for a year. What's wrong with it? But I also felt that the end of the bow toward the target was unstable. When I was just standing there, I felt light, but when I aimed at something, my arms trembled because it was heavier than I thought. Didn't she actually shoot? I couldn't stand it, and dropped my arm again to vent my complaint. I can barely load it, but I have no idea how to hold it and shoot it. After shaking my wrists, I raised the crossbow again. This time I was going to shoot you quickly before my arms shake. If you hold it like that, you can't aim. Suddenly I felt warmth behind my back. At the same time, a gently hand stretched out to support the stone arm which was trembling in the air. I tried to turn around in a fit of surprise. Master. However, it was thwarted by a solid body that touched my back. Eckles, it was only then that I realized that I was completely trapped in another person's arms. What is this? You have to look ahead, master. Embarrassed, I wriggled in my arms and Eckles whispered in my ear. The prey is going to run away. I stopped moving at his voice. My back was completely on Eckles' chest. For some reason my mouth dried up and I swallowed a dry saliva. Let go of your left hand, hold the trigger with your right hand and hold it close to your chest. He gently moved his right hand, which had been supported the crossbow, and held it on top of mine. The back of my hand was covered with hot heat in an instant. But more so than that, the neck of his breath was on my neck. Put your left hand under Tillerson, now look at the target. This time his left hand first wrapped around my hand and moved smoothly. With his help I take my position again, and the pose is much more stable. Breathe, master. I heard a shallow laugh in my ear. By the time I felt that the red spot on the target seen beyond Tillerson was suddenly ascribed, the trigger was pulled. When I came to my senses, I found an arrow in the center of the target. Good job. The overlapping warmth swept down the back of my hand. The hard arm that had been locked up in a tight way went down. At the next moment, Eckles, who was close behind my back, fell neatly and stepped aside. But still the back of my hand was as hot and stuffy as it was covered in something. I took a slow breath and lowered the crossbow I was holding. Is the training over? And when he heard face toward me, the unknown tickling had all disappeared. Eckles looked at me with strange eyes and asked, Since when have you been here? Not long ago. You're not looking for me. It was a tone that seemed to complain why I didn't. Were you upset? I smiled briefly because it was funny to hear such a sound with a face as expressionless as well. You're not supposed to call me during the training because you seem to hate me. Were you worried? Sure, I'm always worried about you. At that moment the tip of his lips flinched a little, and favorability 44%, the soaring favorability, made me feel alright. I could feel my smile hanging around my mouth, getting stronger than before. Now it's quite obvious. Do you like the new training suits you bought? Clearly Eckles' old grubby looks disappeared and he was very cute. At my question he gave a slight nod. That's a relief. I turned away from him with a slight murmur. Even if he didn't like it, I didn't care. I've done enough for you. I picked up the crossbow again. This time I posed as he held me. It was much more stable than when I got my own way, but it still wasn't easy to get an accurate aim. Perhaps because of the poor arm muscles, my arm quickly fell asleep again. You can help me again after seeing me whimpering? The slave master, who had no clue, suddenly asked while watching me. Is it because of the hunting contest? I couldn't stand it in the end and nodded, lowering the crossbow again. Yes. Then he breathed shallowly and muttered, I'll win first place and make you happy with the prize money. Of course, I didn't really have anything to do with first place. It was a whole practice for my life. But the sound of the wind blowing quietly came back. I glanced back at him. Eckles was still expressionless face, but a faint smile shone on his pupils. I was a little puzzled, perhaps because I had never seen him smile properly. Are you laughing? He shook his head with excitement when I asked. It's hard for the master to shoot the crossbow well. Why, it's too. He lowered his eyes and mumbled something in a small voice. I can't hear you. Small, what do you do? He asked back, but the other answer came back. If you don't get the right posture, it's going to be hard to stand up for a rebound. If you do this, your wrist may be strained and your bone may crack. Really, it's a catchy word. If it's like that, it's good. Then I wouldn't be able to participate in a fucking hunting competition. Without realizing it, my heart flowed out. Then when I saw Eckles' eyes were round, I hurriedly turned back. But how do you know so well about the crossbow? At this time of the year, Eckles certainly didn't learn martial arts formally. However, it was strange that Wallman was quite skilled at handling it. In Delman, he paused while answering my question, then he corrected his words again. In my hometown, I learned my bow as a basic skill. Eckles' native name was Delman. It's information that didn't even come out of the game, so I put it in my head. What's interesting is that he who will later become the sword master learned the bow before the sword. Not a sword? Yes, I see, I added with a nod. That's great, then you can get me in position so I can win first place. He shut his mouth for a moment, and a long time later I asked back in a slightly murky voice. Just like before? Yes, as if he didn't know anything. His head blinked when he answered back. And favorability 49%, yeah, that's it. I grinned at the rising favorability. I'm glad 100 times I've come to the field. Eckles, who had been hesitating for a while, immediately came up behind me and stood close. An arm wrapped around me on both sides. It was about the time when the hand that stretched out from behind overlapped over the back of my hand and raised the crossbow to aim. Now what are you doing? Suddenly a frosty voice fell from the left. At that moment the body swished violently. It wasn't my will, but it was his other intention, because it was Eckles' moves. Feeling the spirit of others, he turned almost reflexively and aimed the crossbow at the uninvited guest. In my arms. In an instant I could see a stiff black-haired man in a reverse view. The little Duke? I was very embarrassed. Why is he here? Except for Leonard and Derek's combination, meeting with two male players at the same time was a rare occurrence in the game. In the midst of a flurry of unexpected developments, he recited in a lower voice. Penelope Eckert. A cold chill swept over the back of the neck. It's not very good. Whatever it was, I had to break this situation down quickly. I hurried out of Eckles' arms, however the hot palms that lay on the back of the hand did not budge at all the time. Eckles? I twisted my wrists again, calling him. But the more I struggled, the stronger the power of clamping down. Eckles, let go of your hand because it hurts. I finally tilted my head to the top and looked up at him. The gray eyes rolled toward me. After meeting my eyes for a moment, he finally loosened his grip on me. The hands that fell off were cooler than before. I hurried out of his arms and paid a silent tribute to Derek. What are you doing? But the only thing that came back was the cold gaze. Why is he so angry? Not long ago he finished his work with the Knights well with the Duke. A few days later Derek didn't say much, and then I didn't do anything to be blamed. I answered obediently, tilting my head against Derek's bad spirits. I was practicing the crossbow with my escort. The archers of the family are obviously left behind. The cold gaze went beyond me to Eckles behind me. You can't bully soldiers in training, I added, shuffling in front of Eckles as if I were protecting him from Derek. And my escort knew about the crossbow well enough to teach me. To teach you? I saw a blue spark splashing in his eyes as to what had hurt his sarcasm. His head began to blink dangerously, but I felt more scared of his face, which was turning violent, than his favorability gauge. Derek looked alternately at me and Eckles with a contemptuous tone. You don't have the basic common sense to point you bow to your peers. What can you learn? I don't have any common sense, so I'm just trying to learn a little bit before I go to the competition, little Duke. I don't feel much of a blow because I didn't do what I did, but I couldn't help but sighing at the sharp response. If you don't like me using the field, I'll go somewhere. Let's go, Eckles. I took Eckles and tried to hurry out of my seat. I was about to pass Derek, where I could not move further by the grasping grip of my arm. Looking back with astonished eyes, he was covered with a blue face. I'll teach you myself if you need such instruction. Yes, you. He suddenly turned away from me and looked at Eckles. If you don't have any further training, then go back to your quarters. I couldn't say anything about Derek's haughtily giving orders. No matter how much I said I'd bring him and make him my escort, but thanks to the tacit permission of Derek, the leader Eckles was able to participate in the training anyway. As with any army, the Knights of Eckart were very thorough in their top and bottom. So I thought he'd go back to his quarters. But instead of leaving, Eckles gently wrapped around my wrist, holding a crossbow opposite of hand Derek's caught. My master wants me to teach her. And he answered with a crooked tilt of his head. What's wrong with them? In a situation where my hands were held together, I just looked at them with shaky eyes. Derek's face turned violent when he saw the rebellious Eckles. Who dares teach whom on the subject of slavery? The Imperial Army also suffered a devastating defeat in the Battle of Levius by Delman's court-martial. I opened my mouth at Eckles' direct reply. This was a clear check. From some point on I felt a sting in my skin. I didn't know who it was coming from. I'd like you to let it go. I tried twisting both wrists, but neither of them budged. Delman Derek, who was staring at Eckles without saying a word, suddenly laughed at one corner of his mouth. A country of shallow savages that was betrayed by the small countries that had been deviant and erased from the map without a break? Soon Eccles's grip at my wrist was tightened. You're going to get into a fight. I looked at the two men in a whirlwind of eyes, unable to groan. Frankly speaking, I had a big wish that Eckles would stop saying anything. In any case, there is a huge difference in status with Derek in the Empire. But contrary to my earnest wish, Eckles opened his mouth, glaring at Derek. Then let's take a look at it today. How that shallow savage teaches the only princess of the Empire how to hold a bow. You cocky little. Derek's face was horribly distorted in a sarcastic tone. Their heads began to blink dangerously. Anxiety crept up over my body. If it's one of the episodes that they're fighting at this rate, I'm sure I'm the only one who gets swept away. I was holding my breath to see if my back would burst if I stepped out for no reason, but I couldn't. Stop, stop, I shouted loudly, shaking off the wrists held by the two as hard as I could. I was able to retrieve my wrist safely thanks to the carelessness of those who were staring at each other with a ready-to-fight spirit. I put my hands together in front of my chest just in case I get caught again. I'm off. I suddenly don't want to practice. Then I turned to Derek first, and then hurriedly notified him. I have to get out of here right now. I left them alone and tried to get out of the targets. Perhaps embarrassed by my behavior, the two immediately tried to catch me. Penelope, master. Even Eckles, who seemed unlikely, came close as if he were racing. I narrowed the gap between my eyes and beat him coldly. Don't follow me. I'm going back to my room alone. I think I told Eckles, but it was actually meant for Derek. He may follow me to the mansion. If you're going to fight, get out of here, and just two goodbye then. I hurried out of the field in case two people chased me. I could feel the stinging eyes on the back of my head. The faster the walk got away from them, the more I ran. My gosh, just entering the forest road, I breathed softly and glanced behind me. Fortunately, no one was following me, only then did I slow down my speed. I almost died in it for nothing. Anxiety is always right. The chill I felt earlier came back to me and my body trembled. In the midst of that chaos, I muttered helplessly, laughing at the way I had brought the crossbow. But I'm glad I ran away. Well, it was not known whether the two lost and started to fight. Even so, it didn't matter now. I think I'm not going to lose my favor because I'm not even in the right place. I'm just going to ask the Duke to have a separate archery teacher, so I'm going to practice alone in the backyard. I started walking again, vowing many times not to approach the Secretary of State for the time being. The damn hunting contest is just a day away. I was awakened by maids from the dawn of the day and forced to get rid of the dirt and polish. It was because of the Eve festival held at the hunting ground inside the palace. This time it was going to be even larger than other times because a large number of royalty and aristocrats from other countries also participated. Secondly, pickled in flavor oil, I complained with sleepy eyes, leaving my wet hair in the hands of the maids. Why do I have to do this? I'm going to tie my hair up and wear pants when I hunt tomorrow anyway. So you should dress up more beautifully than anyone else today and get the most prey from men. Emily responded briskly. Then the maids who had stormed into my room since morning responded. Sure, miss. This time you will be the queen of the hunting festival. That's right, last year Lady Kellen won the first prize in the case, and her kids were so proud of her. Finally, the chattering maid suddenly shut her mouth. Emily's glance at the maid reflected in the mirror. The atmosphere in the room quickly subsided. Now that she has spoken of her master's dark history, she seemed afraid that she might lose heart from me. Well, I'm not the one did it. I generously passed the maid's slip of the tongue, and thought about the hunting competition they were looking forward to. It didn't come out in detail in normal mode, but the hunting competition here was open to all regardless of gender. On the last day there was something unusual about selecting the winner by the final number of game. Even if you don't hunt yourself, you can win the first prize if you have a lot of people. Of course, hard-to-catch prey such as bears and tigers were scored separately. Therefore many men would hunt hard and offer their prey to give the woman they liked the honor of winning. It was a kind of courtship. While hunting competition is just like a women's game. Are you a manito of love or what? Countess Kellen won the hunt last year. It was thanks to Penelope, who had a hard time with her. The man in attendance drove the game away because of the sympathy that she almost got hit by the Duke's mad dog, or the chimpanzee's crossbow. I think that's what the Duke used to tease do with. Sadly, I was not interested in anything but protecting my life. At that time one head was pulled. Thanks to it I was awakened from my thoughts. Are you hurt, miss? I'm sorry. A maid was fixing it by holding my dry hair up. At my brief groan she hurriedly let go of her hand and stepped. That's enough, go on, I nodded and urged and muttered to myself like I was talking to myself. Don't worry too much everyone, I have an idea too. What? I'll catch it when I get a chance. The sudden words puzzled the maids' faces. What, miss? The woman who has the most prey if you watch it in moderation and shoot the woman on the last day with a crossbow and take away the prey. Lady, it was a joke to lighten up the mood, but the maids' faces turned black at once. Emily panicked and hurried back to the topic. Please don't say such a horrible thing now. It's all over now. All you have to do is put on makeup. You've got a long way to go, I mumbled in a lump but closed my eyes gently as they told me. Being pretty is a good thing anyway, so the early morning makeup didn't end until late afternoon. I wore a set of white pearl accessories chosen by the maids and a red dress like blood with deep clavicle. As expected, this look suited this face. Evil things were bound to be beautiful. The image of Penelope reflected in the mirror was dangerously fascinating as it was set as an image intentionally opposite to that of the normal mode. The big tail of the eyes, slightly raised like a cat, is strangely colorful. Red and covetous more than anything on the surface, but actually like an apple full of poison. The maids brought black enamel shoes to match the dress. I couldn't get used to wearing high heels after a long time. As I staggered, Emily quickly grabbed me and asked, Do you want me to help you to the first floor, lady? No, bring Eckles in. What? Why is he? As if wondering, Emily asked back. I responded lightly. Of course he's going to escort me. Well, yes, then wait a minute, miss, I'll call him now. Emily hurried out, nodding her head with a quivering face. I understood her doing so because slaves cannot enter the palace. But the reason for calling him wasn't actually because of the escort, to see if Derek and him really had a fight after I went. And I'm also, now that I've been carefully dressed, it's time to raise his favorability. Soon after, the door opened with a knock. Lady, I've got your escort. Come in. Following Emily, Eckles entered the room. Master, he suddenly stopped walking when his eyes met with me, who was looking at him in a drowsy position with my chin on the table. The gray eyes shook violently once it was clear that it was because of my appearance, dressed up to the most favorability, 50% unlike before. I immediately smiled with a slight rise in favor. Emily, you need to go down first with my crossbow case. Are you going to take it today? I thought I'd better put it in cabana in advance. Yes, I will, miss. After a while she left the room with the crossbow case. Come closer, Eckles. I tapped a few fingers on the table. Stiff with a blank face, he managed to pull himself together and walked slowly toward me. Eckles stopped with a few steps left from the table, closer. Once again, as he lifted his head, he narrowed the distance without a word and came close to me. Kneel down. Despite a rather abrupt and coercive order, Eckles boiled his knees before me without delay. I reached out my hand and gently wrapped it around his chin. I didn't even bump into Derek a few days ago, so I needed to check in detail. Fortunately, there were no scratches on the smooth skin. Are you hurt anywhere? Contrary to the rude touch of turning my chin around, I asked in a gentle manner. Because you can see the face, you can swoop over and pat yourself. Eckles, who looked at me, still nodded slightly when I finally stopped moving. You didn't fight. I guess the master left, and then the leader left. As soon as he noticed what I was curious about, he gently confessed what happened afterwards. Were you worried? It was the same question as before. Then I gladly answered yes. Perhaps I liked it quite a bit. But the gray eyes stared blankly at me. The look seemed to force me to answer yes immediately. But when he showed unexpected hostility, my heart was pounding, so I picked up a whip instead of a carrot. From now on, don't be so reckless. A harsh voice came out as if to scold the dog for committing a mistake. You said you could do it, but you want to be kicked out before you're even admitted to stay here. He's the first one who. What do you mean, him? I warned coldly, raising the hand that was holding his chin. The first brother is the one who will let you pass. Do he look as generous as I am to you? Eckles' eyes, which were refuting as if they were unfair, dropped a little. An expressionless face was the same as usual, but a subtly sullen face somewhere. Of course it may be an illusion. I looked at the white writing clearly floating on his head and said in a relaxed, soft voice, I want you to stay with me for a long time. Eckles should not be kicked out of the dukedom until his favorability is complete so I can escape. Then you'll have to exclude him from your personal hostility. It means don't vent your resentment toward the Empire on him. It wasn't just that Derek and Eckles might die in the struggle. How that shallow savage teaches the only princess of the Empire how to hold a bow. As soon as I heard Eckles say so, I suddenly remembered clearly the memory of a rainy day. He who wields a wooden sword in the air, as if to kill anyone, and his sword which was pushed close next to my neck. Eckles seemed to be in awe of me for bringing him in and taking care of him, but at the same time vehemently loathed that I was being rolled into the clutches of the Empire. For a successful escape, Eckles should not continue to harbor such a treacherous mind. I have to make sure that I have a whole crush on him, so I needed to remind him once or twice. Do you hate me for buying you? Do you think an auction house would be better than staying here and being looked down on? I need someone useful to me. If you don't like it, and I'm forcing you, I'll give you this ruby ring. You can leave any time. I always acted as if I'd taken out a ruby ring stuck in my left index finger right away. It was a super stronger. If he really goes, then you have to change your posture and apologize. But playing normal mode, I knew it well. He accepted Penelope's odd exploits and annoyances, but stayed with the Duke until the end. For there was no place for the slaves of the defeated country to go, nor to feel as peaceful as the dukedom gave him. Master Eckles' pupils shook once as I pulled out the ruby ring and handed it over. As expected, he did not receive the ring. Instead, I'm sorry. He rubbed his face against his ringed hand and begged. I'll never be reckless again, Master. I'm sorry. Please forgive me just this once. A big hard ruby clattered over his fluffy skin. I wish I had the ring and had the nerve to stick it up with the iron plate. Then I will be free from anxiety about the restraint that I might choke on. But on my cold face, Eckles simply fluttered his tail. Is he naive or sly? Looking at him, who was filling his neck with his own leash, I put the ring down on the table after he struggled to tear off my rubbed hand. And whimpering and covering his face with empty hands before Eckles' inorganic eyes and eye contact, I asked calmly, from the moment I gave you the sword, you're my knight. I'm your only lady. Don't forget that fact all the time. He was quick on the wits, so I folded my eyelids gently and smiled so he couldn't tell if I was being empty or serious. The gray eyes toward me at once became hazy. Yes, Master. Favorite 54%. The favorability has risen sharply. Finally, it's finally over half. I smiled contentedly and straight down the hand that was holding Eckles' cheeks. Okay, well, now we'll have to do your part as a knight. Then I put the ruby ring I had left on the table back on my index finger, then stuck it out to him. Please escort me to the first floor. Eckles held my hand as always. It was when I came down to the first floor with Eckles' escort. I ran into a grown duke and a butler who were just walking out. Father, on their way to the front door, they found me walking down the stairs and stopped walking. Good afternoon, I smiled and said hello first, but the Duke just stared at me and he did not answer after quite a long time. Father? When I called the Duke again with a puzzled look, he then coughed and opened his mouth. What's that about your dress? What? I was offended by the way he pointed out, not the answer to greetings. What's wrong with my clothes? It's because I dressed as quiet as I could to avoid splashing after I was possessed, but this was originally Penelope's favorite style. The Duke added a sound, kicking his tongue to what was so unpleasant. How can a noblewoman who hasn't even had an adult yet? Good afternoon, miss, you're so beautiful today. Especially the color of the dress you're wearing goes well with pearl earrings. At that time the butler abruptly cut off the Duke's words and recited them as expected. He was a brilliant man. Really, I picked it out of consideration, but I'm glad the butler said that. Do I look okay? I smiled like a blooming flower. The butler responded, perfectly, of course I'm blinded. Thanks, butler. Because of butler, I'll be able to spend the rest of the day in a good mood. The Duke showed discomfort in the pleasant conversation. Now you'll greet me gently again. I snorted, inwardly glancing at the Duke secretly. Perhaps he noticed my pledge. The Duke turned away. Why are you coming down with him? This time the target of the blow has changed. The eyes of Eckles were not good. I shrugged my shoulders. He's my escort. I asked for an escort to the palace. What escort? It's been a long time since you've been with your family only, so stop passing it on. Your brothers has decided to escort you in person. With family only? Yes, at the answer of the Duke, who confirmed the murder, my smiling face hardened. I'm going to be doomed from the start. It was already suffocating to think of the four of us riding a carriage to the palace. It's been a long time not knowing how I felt. The butler clapped his hands and added, "But you're wearing high heels today, so it's going to be uncomfortable. Why don't Duke escort you to the carriage?" "It's a hassle. I'm all right." I tried to refuse with a moderate smile, but the Duke popped out, "What are you doing? Don't catch me. I don't have time." Then in less than a second he is waving his hands and pushing back. "No, you said it was a hassle. I don't know which rhythm to follow." I was dumbfounded, but I couldn't help it. Eckles. I felt a little sorry to have called him in a long time, so I looked back at him and whispered quietly, "Stay well until I come back. Listen to me, and I'll make you a prize money." He looked at me with an equivocal face without a particular answer. Then after a while he let go of my hand, which he was holding, with a slight nod. Favorability 55%. It was strange to see the favorability that rose only 1%, and the eyes that were nailed to me until the end. Somehow I seemed to be laughed at while I was touching the Duke with my hand. I suddenly thought of it. It was when I had just climbed onto the carriage under the Duke's escort. It had already been after I took one seat inside. "Why are you two sitting together? Why are you sitting like that?" I was frustrated to see them sitting face to face. The Duke's carriage was spacious enough to leave seats for all four of us. But I had to sit next to one of them inevitably for coming out late. I looked at the two alternately and agonized for a moment. Favorability 22%, favorability 25%. Strangely enough, Derek's favorability, which was 20% until recently, rose 5%. Is it because of the aftermath of the crossbow practice? It seems that running away without taking Eckles' side was a boost. In addition, Leonard unexpectedly caught up in favor, a 3% difference. Just sit up quickly. My troubles were not long at the Duke's urging. I quickly sat next to Derek. Apart from feeling sorry for Leonard, favorability was also a top priority for me. Two pairs of blue eyes were directed at me in a minute. The faces of the two were subtly different. It was that moment. Favorability 1%, favorite 21%, favorability plus 2%, favorite 27%. Their favorability has changed at the same time. 1% off was Leonard and 2% up was Derek. "Hey, what's with your clothes?" Sure enough, by the time I were staring at each other's heads, Leonard started a quarrel as soon as I sat down. I asked back in a sour way, "Why? A girl who's not even dry in the head has learned bad things. Why don't you just take it off? At the last banquet I thought you were a little old, and you're still the same." Following the sarcastic Leonard, even Derek recited in a disapproving voice, "Why are you arguing about nothing?" I lowered my head and checked to see if my dress was that serious. But the V-neck only revealed some clavicle, and it wasn't all right either. "Stop it!" As soon as I opened my mouth to refute the injustice, the Duke climbed onto the carriage. "It looks good on her, but why are you so criticize her like that? Are you serious, father?" Leonard laughed as if he was dumbfounded by his sudden rise to my head. Of course, so was I, who was the first to hear a criticize from the Duke a while ago. "Excuse me." When he looked at the peacock with an amazing look, he turned his head, kicking his tongue. "Let's go," and casually knocked on the carriage wall a couple of times. It was not long before the magical carriage left without a sound. As I expected, stifling silence occupied the carriage. "So let's go on our own." Why, I sighed, clinging myself close to the window so as not to touch Derek. It seemed to remind me of the nightmare of the past when I had to only look at the window without budging until I arrived at the palace. It was unexpectedly the Duke who broke the silence that had lasted for a while. "Didn't you guys get a milestone for the hunt?" The sudden noise drew everyone's attention to him. Leonard asked with a puzzled look. "What milestone?" "Well, don't you have anything to offer in hopes of safety? Like this, the peacock Duke with his collar. The eyes of the sons have blossomed over there. I also look at it without much thought and stare at it. That's why amulet." Derek, who had not said a word so far, opened his mouth. I was confused with embarrassment. "This is because the silver amulet I gave as a gift a few days ago was stuck proudly on the Duke's chest like a medal." "No, why would you? No matter how easy it is to detach and attach. Who puts the talisman on top of his clothes?" the arms dealer said. "It is more popular for milestone, which can be attached secretly to the body." The Duke, who seemed to boast, was so absurd that I puffed my lips. In addition, that was for a purpose only to be secretly given to the Duke. Of course, there was nothing for Leonard and Derek. But isn't human psychology the case? If I don't get it, of course I'm annoyed and sad if you're going to brag about those in front of these fucking bastards. The Duke, who didn't know how I felt inside, tried to explain with an excited face. That's what I'm saying. A few days ago, Penelope, father, I stopped him in a hurry. The eyes on the Duke glanced toward me. I laughed awkwardly and squeezed out the reason why I called him. Who gave it to you? It really goes well with you, really. The Duke twitched the corners of his mouth, as if he were pleased with my words. I sighed and circumscribed and exhorted, but for safety reasons you didn't attach it to the inside of your clothes. What if someone sees it as bad thing and talks about it? For example, Eckart's head is a coward who attaches a magic talisman for fear of anyone hurting him in a hunting competition. Leonard spoke spitefully, as if he understood what I had said. I know it would be honorable to hear rumors that you were too old to join government. If they want to gossiping so much about them, just let them be. At the moment, the Duke roared. I'll have to see what wicked man is talking about the lover gift from his only daughter, and I'll have to see them at my day off. A cool silence fell, as if someone had poured cold water into the carriage. I'm screwed. I just laughed out of my mind. Did Penelope give it to you? Derek asked with a lower voice. For some reason I trembles hearing his angry voice. The Duke, who not sensible enough, smiled and raised the drug to the ground. Even you guys should be nice. You're not popular with women because of your personalities. Leonard laughed as if he was in a good mood. That's when Derek, who was silently looking at the Duke, turned to me. An unknown feeling was palpitating in the blue pupil. You to me, he tried to say something in a suppressed voice, but he closed his mouth again and turned his head and favorability -1%, favorability 26%. Come on, why did I give him the amulet? I was so resentful of the favorability of hard mode which fell so easily. The carriage slowed sharply as it approached the palace. As I glanced out of the window, I could see the carriage of the entrance western site stretched out. Why is it taking so long? I was curious that at the last banquet it was passed quickly without any strings. It was the Duke who gave me the answer to my own words. It is to check if there are any magic weapons, demons, or wizards. Inspections? Yes, it's a hunting competition hosted by the Crown Prince himself, and if he thinks his life is precious, he'll search it thoroughly. I wondering soon nodded and agreed. The Crown Prince, a war hero, had many enemies not only inside the Empire but also outside. Until he ascend to the throne, he will probably face constant checks and threats of life. I'm sure he'll break his personality. I was convinced of his crazy personality. However, I was never sympathetic. I felt the most sorry for myself here. But if you're also checking if it's a wizard, can't even Vinter get in? Not long after, the Duke's carriage was at the checkpoint, so the idea didn't last long. Of course we passed easily. Although my crossbow beads were caught in crystal balls that red mana, it was no problem because they were obviously for hunting. The palace wizard checked and returned my crossbow case to Emily in another carriage. What else are you going to do this time? You've prepared a lot. Looking at it over the window, Leonard was sarcastic. Derek also gave me a light sigh, shedding a piteous look as if he sympathized with me. The Duke, who had prepared it with his own hand, let out a dry cough, as if he were at ease, and I felt guilty again. The eve of the festival was a spacious garden just a short distance from the hunting ground forest. Indeed, the royal palace was well decorated even though it was outdoors. Fine fabrics and ribbons decorated to further enhance the beauty of the flowers and garden. The colorful lights on the wall of a tall bush that secretly surrounds the banquet hall so that you can't peek inside. As many people had already arrived, the servants were busy wandering between round tables prepared for each family. Upon arrival, the Duke and the two brothers went to inspect the cabanas and horses to use for the hunt. Because of that, I had no choice but to enter the garden alone with Emily behind me. Where is he? Hasn't he come yet? I wandered among numerous aristocrats and looked around frantically. It was to find out the location of the Crown Prince first. My heart fluttered for no reason because I didn't know where he would pop out. Maybe I should have followed the other family and come here together. He's a madman, but he won't try to kill me where all the operatives are. I was disappointed with my belated regrets. I began to hear mugwort which suddenly irritated my ears. Shameless, no matter how much the participation ban has been lifted, she still don't know where this place is and where the daylight is coming in. That's what I'm saying. How can Prince Eckhart order his children to? Ma'am, don't say that. Where is the heavenly heavens going to be educated? Whoever heard it was a sound of swearing at me. I frowned and looked for the source. But I couldn't find it because everyone in the garden was staring at me. Well, it's understandable since last year's superstar appeared. I thought so, but I couldn't help being annoyed by the insult. I realized earlier that I was not in a position to understand or convinced how the prince's personality was destroyed in a calm manner. Penelope also had enemies both inside and outside, therefore there is a reason why she has come to the path of the wave. If you look at that vulgar dress, she didn't even ashamed for being lady who hasn't reached adult yet. Emily's face was sullen when she decided on a dress to show off Penelope's beauty with the maids. I was already being reprimanded for my clothes for the 4th time today. I heard that if you put up with it 3 times you'll avoid murder. Now that it's been over 3 times, can we make a fuss? Emily, I sang the maid in a low voice that everyone could hear. Go get my crossbow. Emily's eyes shook once. Yes, miss, I'll get it right away, but soon she answered much more loudly than I did before turning around. Please don't make such a terrible sound out of your mouth any time when you writhe. When I saw her disappearing toward the side of the cabana, I laughed. Unlike a little while ago, when the chatter was rampant, the hall quickly became quiet. Just one more word. I raised my chin haughtily and glanced around. It was funny to see them turn their head in a hurry after a noticeable flutter in every pupil I encountered. Even the only maid disappeared and was left alone, but no one hastily tried to make fun of her mouth. You don't want to be hit by a crossbow shot by a crazy chimpanzee? I first put off the idea of identifying the location of the crown prince. Fortunately, he didn't appear yet. If he were here, he wouldn't be the one to stand by and see myself like this. I moved to the table of the House of Eckhart in front with a little relief. Then I flopped into a chair, crossed my legs and sang a passing bell. Hey, yes, bring me a drink, not a glass but a bottle. Finally, when people peeked at the specimen of the rascal in their preconceptions, the sound of resounded everywhere. Madam, some time later Emily came with a crossbow case. How hard she had been running, she gasped as soon as she delivered me the crossbow. Good work, Emily. Emily smiled with a wry face under my face. It was a nasty smile I saw when you woke me up with a needle before. I put the case hard on the table and took out the crossbow. Then I began to insert marbles into it as if they wanted. Crack, click, clang, clack. Only the sound of iron beads mounted on the crossbow echoed in the tranquil banquet hall. My God, somebody try to stop her. Don't we have to bring in the guards? I heard whispering somewhere. It was when he was turning the crank without caring. What are you doing? Suddenly there was a wind blowing when I looked up. The Duke and his sons were there. Their appearance gave them a noticeable sigh of relief. Around them, you look like you've been waiting a long time. Listen to the chimpanzee. Are you ready to shoot them? Asked Leonard as if he was dumbfounded. Finally loaded, I carried the crossbow around my back and answered him without even looking back. Don't mind, don't you see they're all staring at you? Knowing what else I'm going to be ashamed of because of you. Leonard, the Duke warned the growing voice. Leonard looked around for a moment, and then curled his brain. Do you want to sit in that funny face, you crazy little bitch? The voice of clenched teeth and whispering swear words was eerie. I thought it was ridiculous to see myself surrounded by a magnificent crossbow on a colorful dress. But I didn't answer anything because he wouldn't believe it even if I said it was a measure to protect myself. Penelope Eckhart. There was one more person who looked at me like a crazy bitch. It's the ban that's been lifted for a year. You'd better not be rash. It's what my father allowed me to do. I had no choice but to make an excuse that would work best. Leonard asked glaringly. Really, father? The sight of the Duke blaring his eyes gave me a slight prick. Fortunately, he would have kicked his tongue disapprovingly but wouldn't say no. Isn't there any reason not to carry hunting weapons at the banquet hall? Don't be so loud and sit down. But father, this girl already have a clear criminal record. You don't trust your sister that much, she said. He deeply regretted it, so watch over her. And Penelope, you too. The Duke looked back at me and threatened me. If you make a fuss again this time, I'll let you go, whether you're in a palace prison or not. Yes, believe me, father, I grinned. Leonard had a face full of things to say, but in the end he'll shut up and sit on my left. The eyes staring at me smiling hatefully were fierce. Oh my God, if you don't like it, just buy all the amulets. Then I was very pleased with the power of amulet giving them a lot of trouble inside. I'm glad I gave it to the Duke. By the time I was giggling, someone was sitting on the right side of the empty space. I felt it. Be nice to yourself, he turned his head along the cool voice. Before I knew it, Derek, who took my side, recited so low that I'm the only could hear him. If you do another disgrace on the family, it won't end up in jail. As the Duke sat across the street, all the members of the Eckhart family sat down. As a result, I got caught between two male men who hated me. Why, embarrassed by the unexpected situation, I took turns looking to the side. Why is it left and right? The Crown Prince would not want to kill me because they were on both sides, but I was not happy at all. Not only the crossbow, but also forks, knives, and hunting rapiers worn by men. There are dangerous things all over the place that might kill me like this way. I can't believe the bastards are taking both sides. It's not good from the start. It was when bad foreboding was climbing up the ankles. The Crown Prince is entering. A bad feeling has come to reality. When I turned my eyes to the loud sound, I saw a big new model that walked quickly through the red carpet in the middle. Favorite 2%. The golden hair curled brightly under the dark night sky. I always saw the white letters first, but I had his shiny hair first. I used to stare blankly at shiny blonde hair. He suddenly turned his head to the side as if he had noticed I was about to make eye contact. I leaned down like I was lying on the table. I felt left X right X looking at my journey as if they were wondering, but I couldn't care less. Game Master, please tell me I didn't make eye contact here, please. It was when I was praying to the game that I used to curse at every day. The Emperor has gone south to take care of himself, the prince's voice echoed in the distance. I'm going to hosting this hunt. The opening of the company has begun. Unexpectedly he spoke as decent man. I raised a prone upper body as if nothing had happened. I could see the prince sitting proudly in a golden chair on the podium. And underneath it sat people in strange clothes. It seemed to be royalty who had been in another country. The Crown Prince's gaze fortunately did not reach me. I was relieved. This hunt is attended by VIPs from friendly countries, so it's going to be a more intense battle. There are many unique animals brought from other countries, so enjoy yourselves. As if to his character, the Crown Prince tried to leave right away after briefly reciting his opening speech briefly. But one table grabbed his ankle. Your Highness, I have a question. I glared furiously at him because I thought some bastards would dare catch the way to the Crown Prince. Marquis Ellen, long time no see. The late Marquis Ellen was the mother of the Empress. Still, it is possible that there would be an honor to those who were excluded from his maternal grandfather, but the Crown Prince openly bowed down. What's the question? Why didn't the Empress and the second prince participate in this hunting contest? Come to think of it, there was a seat for the royal family at the top of the podium, but only the Crown Prince was sitting there. A dangerous smile hung over the prince's mouth at the young question of the enemy of the late Marquis Ellen. The Queen seems to be as ill as His Majesty, seeing that there was no response in the invitation. She was fine when I saw her a while ago, and she suddenly feels sick? I don't know, she must hate to see myself hosting a hunting competition, so I guess she is sick. Callisto shrugged his shoulders and cocked his head nonchalant. The day of the Marquis of Ellen was quickly solidified. Well then, where is Prince 2? My only brother who went to South during the hunting competition is likely to miss him, he said, and sent him along with crying. A young child who is complaining about not wanting to fall should be around his parents. Isn't it? The prince was of an age when even empty words could not be called a child. I knew it instinctively. The Crown Prince repaid the humiliation of the second prince's birthday party. That's right. Then a loud laugh burst out from one side. They were families who attended the war in support of the Crown Prince. The prince, who laid down the silence in front of all the people of other countries, was a complete predator. Originally, the imperial fight is as fierce as a dog fight, but this is a love simulation game. Besides, these scenes didn't come out very well. I felt so strange when I became one of the characters in the game and experienced it myself. It was the moment when I was staring up at him blankly. He suddenly moved his red eyes and there was no escape from eye contact. I tried to snow in a hurry, but it was late. The corners of the mouth of the man who found me went up fishy. Favorability 3%. The Crown Prince's head twinkled. Its anxiety that was climbing slowly hit me all over. The Crown Prince, who was making eye contact with me for a moment, turned his head and looked at the Marquis of Ellen. I think I've given you a good answer, Marquis. The silent pressure not to get any better has reached this point. Yes, thank you, Your Highness. The late Marquis Ellen bowed her head with a face of great shame. Now that everything that was holding the Crown Prince's ankle was gone, I thought he was going to leave. No, I was eager to float, but I was supposed to just finish my opening speech. I changed my mind as if he had found a funny toy. His red eyes glistened. Let's keep the Eve to the end, left X right X front Prince. I wanted to stop and crying after finishing his opening speech. The Crown Prince descended from the podium. He seemed to be in chat with the aristocrats who supported him. But I couldn't help feeling that somehow he was steadily closing in on my side. Just in time, the Duke also left to greet the other nobles. Miss, are you feeling sick? Did I show too much anxiety? Emily asked with a worried look. I'm all right, I tried hard to answer back with a face that didn't bother her. Then I changed my words immediately. No, Emily, could you get me some water? The glass of water was empty because I was burning my stomach and drank water. I could have called a passing bell, but I was afraid that even the action would catch the prince's eye. I'll go ask if there's a chamomile tea, Emily whispered quietly. Chamomile was a soothing tea. She said that she would be my limb, and it seemed to me that she was really paying attention to my complexion. I'd appreciate that. I nodded, dressed faintly. A corner of my heart warmed up. It was not long after Emily left the banquet hall. Leonard suddenly rose from his seat. Where are you going? I grabbed his sleeve without realizing it. He frowned down on my hand. Say hello to friends. Do you have to go? If you're just with me, are you crazy? He freaked out and pulled the book from my sleeve and left the table at high speed. Favorability 22%. The distance glistened above his head. The favorability that had fallen slightly earlier rose again, but I was not happy at all. This resulted in the disappearance of 2 shields. My anxiety was heightened. Now you're the only one. I turned to the right with an earnest face. Derek was the only one left on the table. But while I was holding on to Leonard, he had already been all set to leave with someone. So I'd like to talk to you about the business we've been working on the other day. All the members who gathered at that time were also present. That's right. Derek followed the man he was greeting and went away without looking back or turning back. No, please don't leave me. Unlike Leonard, he didn't even have time to catch. I was left alone on the table. In an instant, all the useful shields are gone, and I'm exposed to death. Looking around, everyone was gathering in 2s and 3s to make friends. No one but the Crown Prince was coming to me. What do I do? It was when I was looking around with a vague face. Suddenly there was something that caught my eye. It was a group of women dressed in a unique style, not in the usual dress format for aristocratic spirits. Some people were dressed in sexy clothes that seemed to show their insides, while others were covered with dark cloth from head to toe, revealing only their eyes. On the other side, there were also women in costumes with an oriental feel. It was royalty and aristocrats from other countries, to be exact, a country that lost the war and became a subordinate state. Then one of the women dressed in black pulled out a white ball as big as a soccer ball from a small cage. What's that? It was as opaque and smooth as a puffy bubble gum, with large eyes covering half of its face. Moreover, it was a strange-looking bird with no hands and thin legs like a chicken. They said they'd release animals from other countries for hunting. Is it one of them? It was a strange creature that I had never seen before, but it looked very cute to walk around. The cry of the strange creature escaped through the dainty fangs that protruded out of its mouth. How cute! I felt that I was the only one who thought so, and the eyes of other children were slightly drawn to it. It was that moment. Main quest. Let's be the queen of hunting offers. First, save the neighbors from danger. You will proceed with the quest. Compensation: all male protagonists. Favorability plus 5%. Fame plus 50. Accept, reject. What is this? I was embarrassed by the white square window that suddenly appeared. I had no idea of such a quest because I did not attend a hunting competition even in the normal mode. As soon as I was thinking about what to do, new letters were added to the white square window. Since this is the main quest of it will be accepted automatically in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3. At the fast declining countdown, I pressed refuse with no more thought. The white square window disappeared immediately. But instead there's long time no see princess. Red eyes were in place. Crazy. I managed to swallow the almost reflexively scream. His eyes shook like an earthquake. Just where in the world? It was only for a moment, when I was checking the system window, that I took my eyes off the Crown Prince. He came without a trace in that moment. The Crown Prince, who bent his upper body with his arms folded across the table, smiled at me with a beastly look at his prey. A white tooth appeared through the red lips. It was a scene that was scarier that I was suffocated. I meet the little son of the Empire. I squeezed my trembling voice hard. It's hard to see your face. In the meantime, the iron poison made your fever boil. Are you feeling better now? Instead of receiving my greetings, he said something else. It was a tone close to ridicule. It was true that I had been suffering for several days after I got a throat cut by him. I wanted to shoot him because I wasn't okay, but I was in position where I thought my life is precious. Thanks to your concern, I've recovered completely, I answered, pulling the corners of his mouth desperately. Then the Crown Prince let out a blasphemy. If you had told me to come to visit you, I would have left everything behind and ran. I've been waiting for a few days, but I haven't heard anything from you. What, how come you make such a terrible bullshit? I shook my head frantically and shouted desperately for an insincere sound. How dare I tell the Crown Prince, who is in need of the Empire, to come and see me? I'm really okay, Your Highness, really this is upsetting. I think I can do that much, knowing that we're going to be a lover in the future. Yes, I realized what I was like to faint this time. What the hell is he talking about? I put aside my smiling face and barely opened my trembling lips and asked. Who with who? Of course you and me are, Princess. I heard a thundering hallucination in my ear. The wedged Crown Prince walked around the table after he raised his upper body. And he flopped into the seat where Derek was sitting without stopping. I froze stiffly. He stared at me like that with his chin languished. You haven't forgotten your promise with me yet, have you, Princess? What? I'm sure you'll explain in detail why, how, and why you came to like me the next time we meet. At the end he recited all the lines he said while releasing me. Of course you've prepared an answer, haven't you? Come on, say it. The Crown Prince nodded and urged an explanation. At the same time the brilliant blonde top began to shine. Favorability 3%. It was only 3%. If you misbehave you'll be decapitated by the knife he wielded, and you'll be overloaded with games. I felt as if my eyes were white as day. There's nothing to be ashamed of, so feel free to tell me. Because there's no rat around anyway. As he said, there was no one within a 1-meter radius of the table. All were far away, just looking at the meeting between the Emperor's eldest son and the Duke's mad dog with excitement. Say it to me quickly, the Crown Prince hastened me once again. That squeezing desperately for words to say, I shed tears of blood inside. Even if I was afraid of dying, why did I say such nonsense? No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't think of anything to say. I've only had 2 encounters with him. Besides, the only good thing about him is that his hair color stands out, and people doesn't have it even after washing their eyes. Princess, the Crown Prince called me again. His voice had sank quietly. I'm sorry. I closed my eyes tightly. I don't know anymore. I don't like Crown Prince anymore. What? One of the Crown Prince's eyebrows shot up. I was afraid when he would pull out his sword I was thundering like a quick-fire gun like rap. I realized earlier that folding an inalienable love is a courtesy to the other person. I'm so sorry to trouble you with my one-sided feelings, Your Highness. I'm going to look for a more realistic person for my situation. I was completely distracted by the terror that struck me in my head. I was sorry then. I'm sorry. Mumbling at such a thing, I finished my presentation quite successfully without more stuttering. I'm sure everyone heard about it, I cried out loud while I was speaking. Originally, love changes no matter how unruly the Crown Prince is. How could he hit and kill a princess who apologizes in front of all the nobles? No matter how groundless the game is, he wouldn't have said it as such a man. But that was just my misunderstanding. The Crown Prince, who seemed to recall my words without saying anything for a long time, burst out laughing. You've got another one? Yes, who's that bastard? Suddenly he jumped up from his seat and pulled out the knife he was wearing on his waist. Indeed, he was a man who wore a sword for combat at a hunting competition. This time tell who the bastard you, whispered that one mouthful of the raving. The red eyes glared at me. There was an eerie example at the tip of the knife, as if it were aimed at me at any moment. What the fuck is wrong with this game? I cried out. I'm not very patient, Princess. So you'd better answer quickly. Oh, I haven't someone to date yet, I replied reluctantly, sweating profusely. Favorability 4%. I think it was a very good answer because the favorability increased by 1%. But I wasn't happy at all. Unlike above his head, the Crown Prince wriggled his eyebrows anathema. Is the love that a princess says so easy and light? Yes, afraid of getting caught again, I answered quickly. I usually fall in love quickly. That sounds like there's a better man in the Empire than I am. It was true, everything was fine except you. But for some reason, if I replied, I thought I'd be in big trouble. When I was glancing over his head and couldn't say anything, the Crown Prince overpowered my chest with the hand holding the sword. That's too much, Princess. I've been looking forward to this day, staying up all night. The long sword was in danger, as if it were about to cut his face. It was when I was staring at him as if he were a madman. Now what are you doing, Your Highness? Someone appeared as if to be a savior. Brother A shield that had left coldly arrived. There seemed to be a halo behind Derek walking this way. Why didn't you come soon? I hid behind him in a hurry, muttering my inner cry. Oh, isn't this the little Duke? I tried to stare at myself strangely, but I pretended to not know later. Derek was unexpectedly hostile to the Crown Prince. I asked you what you're doing, Your Highness. I was having a close conversation with your sister. With the sword out? This the Crown Prince smiled sideways at the sword he had taken out. It's nothing, maybe it's because it's near the forest, but the flybugs keep buzzing around. Then he swung a couple of swords in the air, as if he were catching a fly, and quickly put them in the lock. If you looked at it from a distance, he might look like a pretty cool stunt, but in my eyes he was just a maniac. Did Penelope do any disrespect to you? I wasn't the only one who thought so, but Derek looked at him coolly and asked. Excuse me, the Crown Prince seemed to be agonizing over his chin, and then clapped his hands and chatted. That's right, she had done a very big disrespect. What I was so embarrassed that I tried to shout out without even realizing it, but I quickly shut up. You're the one who came and touched someone who was just stay still. Upon hearing the prince's answer, Derek immediately turned his head toward me. The cold blue snow nailed me this time. Suddenly his head glistened. Favorability -1%, favorability 25%. I was frustrated with the falling favorability, shaking my head desperately, and saying with a strong look of eyes, No, I didn't do anything. The warning seemed to be a vivid reminder in my ears, saying it would not end up in jail only. Derek stared sharply at me, shaking my head, and soon turned his head with a light sigh that only I could hear. My sister is still in a state of insanity. Not long after she woke up from her bed, Your Highness. I don't know what kind of baptism she have done, but please show her your generosity. The princess deceived me. I opened my mouth wide. Stories about me that only I didn't know were coming from his mouth. She didn't keep her innermost promises, and she trampled and played with my mind without hesitation. I was in a hurry to correct his groundless. What does that mean? But Derek was one step ahead. His eyes were already frowned upon. The Crown Prince shrugged at the sight. Don't you remember? I'm still remember very clear about what the princess whispered to me in the maze garden. Your Highness, I didn't know, but I interrupted him with a shriek. The Duke and the two brothers only thought I had been decapitated by the mad prince for no reason, because they had no idea that I had said such nonsense. Oh no, you son of a bitch, I'm gonna have to hurry up and drag him to a deserted place and knock him out to the crossbow. I was so determined to spit it out, I think I made a slip of the tongue a little while ago. I just need to talk to Your Highness, so let's us get moving for a momentarily. I couldn't stand the absurd remarks anymore, and I was about to drag him and disappear in front of Derek. A burst of loud roaring sounds and a tearing scream rang out. Everyone's eyes, including myself, turned to that direction. What is that? A huge balloon was popping up in the corner of the banquet, high enough above two-story building in modern life. A giant rubber duck came to mind as it passed by the lake. At that moment the balloon howled loudly. I realized only then. Oh my God, the rare animal that was pulled out by a group of women from another country has become huge. At that moment the balloon monster screeched and wriggled. Save me! People around it screamed and scattered to avoid a monster like a big chicken feet. The look and the cry that I thought was cute now felt eerie. At that time one of lady who was running away from the sudden appearance of the beast fell down. When the shadow of a balloon monster resembling chicken feet sank down her stomach. Shit! Derek, who was next to me, bounces forward like a curse word. Oh, he's gone! He pulled out his sword from his waist as he ran and quickly reached where the beast was. And he put a knife into the bottom of a huge chicken foot that was trying to crush the woman. Before the foot of the beast trampled on the ground, it narrowly stopped. The knife bent dangerously as if it would break soon, but Derek's a woman who's lying face down. But it was enough for Derek to grab the woman's arm and drag her out. The lady who was in his arms seemed to have fallen into confusion. Shortly after they got out, Derek's knife was completely crushed on the foot of the beast with the sound that overwhelming. Guards call guards! The monster was raging more wildly than before. The outdoor hall that was quite a while ago became completely mess. The crown prince is there in the midst of the chaos. I could clearly hear someone shouting loudly. I looked there with my eyes wide open. Kill him! A group of black-clad women who first pulled out the old beast earlier was pointing to the crown prince and chanting a spell. Then the rampage turned like a lie crazy to the side where I and the crown prince stand side by side. It wasn't this kind of game. Why did the monster suddenly appear in the love simulation game? I was dumbfounded by this absurd development, so I was just stunned and hardened. In the meantime, a new order has been given. I rolled my foot on the ground. It was a gesture like a bullfight that would come at any moment. To your brother, that woman seems to be more important than his only sister. It was then the crown prince, who was standing calmly because of me, even though the horse was running wild, suddenly stepped forward and talked. If I were him, I would never have left you alone with a guy who almost killed my sister. Even more so in this dangerous situation. What if I get caught up in the conversation a little before and throw you as a bait and run away? I froze at the words. If he really does, I'll be crushed to death by this beast. As soon as he stood firm without me answering anything, the crown prince grinned. I'm joking, so relax your face, princess, or else everyone will see. It's the seed I sowed, so I'll reap it. I was about to ask him again if that's a joke. He shot forward, pulling a knife like Derek just before. Just in time, the beast also stopped stamping and began to rush. The ground vibrated. The crown prince, who was running at a tremendous speed, leaped into the air just before the battle with the beast. Then he put the sword in the big eye of the beast. The beast ran wild with a painful groan. The crown prince's body fluttered like a sheet of paper in the air. Well, he's going to fall, but such worries were also brief. Holding the sword with one hand, he managed to balance it, and soon, with the sword down, he fell hard down. When his feet finally touched the floor, the movement of the beast stopped. And the huge new beast collapsed just like that. With only the top of the head barely glued together and broken in two, the image of the balloon monster flowing down the floor was really like chewing gum. I blinked blankly. Everything happened in a flash. The crown prince, who finished the monster in less than a few minutes, looked somewhere with bright red eyes. That's strange. It was a group of black clothes that controlled the beast. They had already gathered in a circle and were wary of everything, each with a shiny crystal ball. So that the nobles with weapons can't approach Derek, who was standing with a broken knife near them, could not approach them hastily, perhaps because it worked better than expected. The woman who had been rescued from the beast and held it in her arms had already disappeared, and the prince spent the whole time watching the surroundings. Why is it so quiet here? It's about time the guards come, the words were whispered by the nobles who had fled far away. Come to think of it, it was true. If it was this much of a fuss, they had no choice but to know that the guards was going to be called. But it was strange, there's still no sign of it. Moreover, if the support forces were slow, this was the perfect time to slaughter people, except for a few young men like Derek and the crown prince, who had unusually brought weapons to the banquet hall. They were all empty bodies. If you thought this is over, you're mistaken, Callisto Eckles. At that time, one of the groups dressed in black screamed. It was a husky voice. I thought it was a woman in her small frame, but I guess it wasn't at all. You will never survive here today. These are the remnants of the Layla New Kingdom. Oh, I didn't know you'd use a set of girls disguised in a Satina costume. Satina was a small desert country far from the Inca Empire. The crown prince identified them. Whether what he said was true, a group of black clothes faltered. I don't know, but it seemed to be one of the losing countries. It wouldn't have been easy to get through the security check. Who helped you? You must never be an emperor if you are such a wicked man. When the answer to the question came back completely out of the question, the crown prince tilted his head. Why? He really didn't seem to know why he shouldn't be the emperor. The sight must have irritated the crowd of black clothes. Tens of thousands of lives and blood has lost because of you who started the war. Aren't you afraid of heaven, you son of a bitch? Well, I don't think that's what you guys who used humans as food and subject for the experiment should say. Shut up. And recently you kidnapped and abused children with magical powers. That's all commanded by the great goddess Layla, and only when the filthy people who are against God disappear will the true emperor. It was a glaring remark because I heard it from Vinter the other day. Some argue that the true emperor of God's choice will be born only when all the sorcerers disappear. Then what Vinter said about was this group? The Crown Prince asked back in a derisive voice while closely watching the black clothes. If so, what do you think of the Jers clans who are grateful on what I gave, destroyed your unauthorized possessions? How dare those little bastards make our holy kingdom? Well, that's enough of an answer. Suddenly the questioner raised his hand and stopped the conversation without hearing the answer. You'll all be slaughtered in my hands like that beast you brought with you today. With his eerie words he held his big sword close, flashing red eyes. The Crown Prince gave a chilling gush. I guess war heroes aren't just words. He was ready to shoot out and wipe out a swarm of black clothes like he did when he was cleaning up the beast. I knew he was a madman, but he seemed more dangerous and great than I thought. With a little bit of glances he looked at the sheep was doing. You're the one who's going to be slaughtered. At that time, because of some courage, he had a black-clad man talked meanly. Look at the back. As soon as he lifted his finger and pointed, a clear noise rang out. What's that? Someone shouted in dismay. The sound drew everyone in the hall to the point of the black clothing. The head that barely attached, and the eyes that was splitting because of what the Crown Prince has done before, was increasing. The beast, which had been increasing for a long time, was finally completely separated. Two beasts have sprung up. How is it that beautiful life force God has given you? The black clothes giggled at the shocked people. No matter how much you cut, it's no use, it's just going to stretch. I've never seen such a beast in my life. When the Crown Prince killed the beast, the relieved people screamed again and became confused. The only entrance was crowded with people, but no one could escape outside. This is because people who bounce off the entrance continue to bounce, as if they are blocked by an invisible membrane. In addition, the thick walls of the bushes tightly wrapped around the garden were high and slippery, making it extremely difficult for anyone to climb. In the meantime, the two beasts began to walk after the fleeing people. Giant chicken feet trampled on the soft lawn and ran again. The Crown Prince and Derek exchanged glances silently. Each took one and ran away. Other aristocrats armed with weapons also attacked the beast. Leonard was also included in the pack. But it didn't work. The more the beast was cut, the more it was constantly. There were a number of injuries. The banquet hall where the dormant rest came was in chaos again. What the hell is going on here? I looked around with bewildered eyes. I don't know where the Duke went, and everyone was running away as if they were trying to avoid the beast they were chasing. In the middle of the mess I couldn't feel the reality, as if I was the only one floating in the ocean. Between all the screams and groans I found someone standing alone like me. Vinter, the question of how he was here, the wizard, was unheard of. Save me, it was because there was a demon running over a man near him. Why don't you avoid it? At the same time as I thought, I recognized his one hand in his arms. He was pondering now. I don't know whether to take out the cane in his arms or not. At the risk of being found to be a wizard, whether to use high-altitude magic to save people or not. How is that possible? There was nothing good for him if he revealed himself. Moreover, even the cause of this turmoil is the work of the crowd of wizards. How good is it? But do you need to take such risks for others? His hesitation made me feel a little strange. From the top of the White Rabbit I remembered the children wearing masks. I thought it would be better not to reveal that he was just a wizard until the end. But contrary to my opinion, Vinter seemed to have made a decision. As soon as his hand in his arms was about to slip out, Penelope, I heard a violent cry for me. Maybe I heard my name, but suddenly I made eye contact with Vinter. The blue pupil that found me grew slowly. I eager to see him, only then did I realize something was wrong. I turned my head and I saw a balloon monster rushing toward me. The ground vibrates. Penelope, run! I saw Leonard running along the beast and shouting at me with blood close to his neck. After that, Derek and Callisto, who were dealing with the beast, turned this way with pale faces. It all passed slowly like slow motion. It was that moment my eyes suddenly brightened. Main quest: let's be the queen of hunting offers. Will you proceed with the quest? Reward: all male protagonists have a favorability plus 5%, fame plus 50, accept, decline. The quest window which I once refused came up again. I was dumbfounded and burst out laughing. In the end, it had to be this way. As soon as I had a cynical idea, a new letter came up. This is the main quest and will be accepted automatically in 5 seconds. 5 for even when playing the game, the main quest was a bit forced to proceed through the episode. But you have to go through this. In reality, you've become indescribably dirty. If this was just a real game, and I was playing beyond the screen, it would have been a simple end with a defeat, all the evil notice after acceptance. In the simulation games played by illustration scenes and dialogue choices, there was a limit to implementing such violent movements. But again, this was not a game screen but a reality. I had no other option. The monster was just around the corner, and all the rewards and prizes were watching me. Except I managed to accept the quest just before the monster trampled on me. And at the same time the body moved on its own. The crossbow, which was carried behind the back by the right hand at a tremendous speed, was pulled forward. After supporting the tiller with my left hand, I immediately pulled the trigger. I heard something banging on the bottom of my hard feet with bumps. The horse that was about to step on me fell back in an instant and convulsed. It was not long before the beast drooped. Even its rubber-like transparent body melts down like melted ice cream. What is that? A group of black-clad men were agitated at the sight of a fallen beast. Not only that, I could feel everyone, including the men, looking at me with a puzzled look, forgetting that it was an emergency. Hey, what's this? Of course, I was the most embarrassed among them because I was so distracted I completely forgot that I was carrying a crossbow. Princess Eckhart has made a beast when the shock slowly begins to creep in everyone's eyes. My body moved again. It was by no means arbitrary. In a hurry, I turned down on one knee and aimed at the crossbow again. Subsequently, near the glade, a beast trying to hit a man collapsed and convulsed. It could not be confirmed if it melted again this time. This is because my body quickly rose, turned to the other side, and shot the crossbow again. Every shot was surprisingly right on the inside. The monsters chasing people began to fall one by one. In the meantime, I was constantly swayed by the game system. Well, kill that bitch first, come on! A group of black clothes pointed at me and shouted. The multiplied beasts scattered here and there began to come near me, only aiming at me. This piece is better than I think. I didn't have to turn around in a lot. How crazy did someone shoot the crossbow like that? At the end of the last 2 that were running at the same time, I annihilated all the monsters. I guess it wasn't as much multiplication as I thought. In addition, each object was so large that it was easy to hit. My gosh! Breathing heavily, I lowered the crossbow I was holding. Both arms trembled uncontrollably. I didn't hold it properly even when I was practicing at home. I felt like dying to hold it by force for so long. Is this a quest? It's torture. I looked around, swallowing up a peep of tears. Before I knew it, there was a silence on the banquet hall. Everyone was staring at me blankly, even the remnants of a new country that has committed all this evil. Haha, you've become a superstar chimpanzee again this year. I laughed with resignation in a fitful wind. People shuddered, and then I heard a clap of hands somewhere. It was led by thunderous applause. My God, Princess Eckhart saved us. My God, what would have really happened without the princess? Thank you very much, Princess, your savior. The pouring cheers just stunned me. It was then. Main quest: let's be the queen of hunting offers first, save the neighbors from danger. Quest successful. Reward earned: all male favorability plus 5%, fame plus 50, fame total 80. My reputation, which I don't need, has risen vertically. I wish you could give me a lot. However, it was not bad to pay for all the hardships. The prince's favorability, which was more dangerous than anyone else, has gone a long way from death. Although I was exhausted from being swayed by the system, I was quite generous. I could see the white letters floating on their heads even among the crowd around me. Favorability 27%, starting with Leonard, who ran all the way to the nearest place. Favorability 30%, favorability 9% Derek and Callisto, favorability 20% to the Vinter. Unlike other extras who thanked me and praised me until their mouth was watering, the men just stared blankly at me and didn't readily approach me. If the FL was like this in normal mode, their eyes would have become hearts and run straight. Come to think of it, not only the brothers but none of the else would protect me. But I didn't feel particularly sad or tired, I don't need it. Favorability 60%, I've already had a man who's confirmed my end. Why are all kinds of support forces deployed only after the emergency situation is over? I watched the guards flock through the only entrance. There were 3 or 4 people in golden robes mixed among the silver-colored packers. It was the wizards belonging to the palace. They quickly identified the half-melted object and confirmed its death. They're vulnerable to magic attacks, so they're rarely used for combat purposes. Listening to the end of the story, it seemed that they brought an infinite variety of beast-breeding objects that were specialized in arms force, aiming for the participation of wizards in the hunting competition. Few aristocrats showed up with weapons like me in a banquet hall dressed elegantly. More and more people with magical weapons have been inspected once. This is because the pride of the nobles who participate in hunting competitions every year is to win the championship with the senses and skills of a natural hunter without the help of magic. Therefore my crossbow attack, which is possessed by a forewarning spell, was the only thing that worked. It was quite a convincing development whether the game had such a story or not. But how the hell did Vinter get involved? Again I had such a question, but there was no room to find out. The rebellion of the prophets, and the remnants of the country with all their efforts to control the monster, was not stronger than expected. The rats trapped in the jar were soon overpowered. Let go of me, aren't you afraid of God, you bastards? Because I wondered what kind of people they were, I looked a little far away. The crown prince grudged off each of the cloths covering the faces of those who were struggling. Do you think it's over, Callisto? Legolas? The head was an old woman as expected. It then revealed the faces of the other 5. Surprisingly, there were 3 skinny girls and 2 young boys about 10 years old. God is watching your cruelty. We must tear your limbs apart and reclaim the trampled new country. The old woman cursed the crown prince to the end. Despite the eerie words, Callisto remained grave. Rather, he waved his hands with a rather bored look. The old woman and the women, the head of the village, were dragged out by the knights. All that was left was 2 children who had a sulk. The knights tried to drag them away, but the crown prince raised his hand and stopped them for a while. He looked back at the guard and asked, "Why is it so late?" "Well, that's a powerful restraining spell hung around the banquet hall. I rushed to summon the wizards to release the formula, but it was so powerful that..." The captain of the guard was so sorry that he couldn't speak. The crown prince raised his chin unconcernedly. "This is what they did." As if to notice the reason, the crown prince's ignored enemy plan directed at the remaining children. Now that all their identities have been revealed, normal children should have been frightened. However, the children were not agitated by the attention they focused on. The empty pupil staring into the air was a little creepy. Search the body at the order of Callisto. Knights ragged off the clothes the children were wearing. After a while, the knights searching for their bodies shouted, "We found a mana amplification device under the children's ears where attached something like a small black square chip." If it's a mana amplification device? Are they a wizard? The palace wizards carefully ripped the chips out of the children's bodies. The 2 children who did not rebel until then fell down like a doll with a rope as soon as the device fell off. I flinched in surprise at the sight. However, the crown prince had no mercy to a child. "Take them to the underground prison." Yes, the faithful knights clenched the children by the collar. It was the moment when the shark was dragging its feet. Wait a minute, someone popped out among the knights. It was none other than Vinter, who had scattered silver hair. "What's going on, Marquis Verdandi? Your Highness, please leave these children to me." In a hurry, Vinter, who stood in front of the children, bowed his head. The crown prince tilted his head. "How come?" "It's clear that these children have been brainwashed through hypnosis for a long time and are unable to think normally. So I can do brainwashing. It would be more helpful to recall the memory and identify the remnants than to just kill innocent victims, as in the previous kidnapping at Hale abduction case." Vinter explained why he should take over the children's recruits in a calm tone. But I could easily notice how desperate he was now. He is a man who has been intimidatingly threatening a young girl to protect the young children from an anti-magical group. It's just different from what happened in the Hale, but the crown prince cut off Vinter's suggestion like a knife. "The attack on the banquet hall in the palace, those involved will carry out summary executions for any reason. But your highness, even my intentions are not reflected. It's too harsh to be treated the same as the main culprits. When give a little generosity, stop, go ahead and take them. As if he didn't want to hear more, the crown prince cut off his words and ordered. Vinter looked at the children being dragged away with a stunned look. Why is he doing that? Suddenly such a question occurred to me, however, when I remembered the children who were gathered on the face with an animal mask. I couldn't despise him because of the excessive setting by the time the knights began to drag the children through the crowd. I moved my body lightly to stand in front of it. I agree with the Marquis Verdandi. The low voice drew people's attention to me. Other than Vinter and the Crown Prince, the rest of the ML stairs were included in it. The blue eyes that glared towards me felt particularly stingy, as if it touched my skin. Derek's got the cool stiff pose and Leonard's frowning as much as he has. I felt the pressure of don't step out and stay still, but I ignored it and opened my mouth. Leave the children to the Marquis, your highness. What? The Crown Prince wriggled his eyebrows as if he had heard something he couldn't hear. He slowly opened his mouth, glancing upward over his blonde hair, which began to blink little by little. There are clear signs of abuse, and it seems too much to be executed. And I pointed to the children who were held by the collar in the hands of the knights. The neck, which was clearly exposed by the stretched clothes, was full of bruises and scars. The crowd then opened their eyes and chatted, wondering if they recognized it. Sympathy toward the children began to boil. The Crown Prince smiled coldly, flashing his red eyes, as if it was very unpleasant for me to step forward. Since when did the princess come to talk about the country's masses? But I shot and killed them all, can I say this much? I looked around and asked. It was seen that the servants were cleaning up the remains of the melted demons throughout the banquet hall. It was embarrassing to say this myself, but the evidence of my tremendous performance was clear. The Crown Prince stared at me with his mouth shut at my question. You've got nothing to say. His head blinked dangerously. I quickly bowed my head and repeatedly forced myself to pretend to ask a favor. They're kids. I ask for your generosity, your highness. I didn't mean to help Vinter. It's not even more like because I'm such a good person. It's just, being used as much as you want, thrown away like garbage and put to death. It was hard to sit idly by, so I did this. Not like me. I could feel the stinging gaze from the bedside before long. Seize and put them the wagons of the Marquis Verdandi. The Crown Prince finally gave his consent in a disapproving voice. I looked up immediately and checked his favorability. Fortunately, nothing changed from 9%. At the same time as relief, a white square window popped up in front of my eyes. Reputation has increased to +10. I didn't mean it, but my reputation rose. Looking at the system window with puzzled eyes, I didn't know that the princess was so compassionate. The Crown Prince was sarcastic to the most. I tried to give you a reward, but now I don't have to. Then he just walked past by me. Chuck, you little bastard, I don't need your reward. As I was gazing away at the prince, I soon felt strange. Favorability 10%. The prince's favorability rose by 1%. Anyway, did this episode end safely? It was not a bad result as a result, although it almost got dark due to the sudden appearance of the beast. The unexpected rise in the Crown Prince's favor, and, in any case, the hunting competition was likely to cancelled of the next day. Please just go like this, and please don't let the main quests or anything else come out. Even if it come out, I won't do it twice, regardless of the discomfort that the body does not move on its own. This is really not something to do. As the Crown Prince disappeared and the tension eased, the whole body ached. I need to lie down right now, otherwise I'll die. Looking around, things seemed to be getting sorted out. There were some injured people carried on stretchers, but fortunately there were no fatalities. I need to get to Emily as soon as possible. I don't know which side the cabana is on. But that didn't mean to wander around looking for the two brothers who had disappeared. I had to go outside to meet Emily because access to the banquet hall was strictly restricted except for guards due to the attack. Other aristocrats also gave brief testimony and confirmation to the guards and wizards and left the banquet hall one by one. It was also a moment when I walked around the crossbow to follow the current Lady Penelope. Someone called me for some reason. I wasn't surprised because I thought it would be like this in the storyline. I slowly turned around. The Eve festival, which began at sunset, was already painted with a dim darkness. Of all the broken lights by the beast, some light glimmered on the face of the man who called me. Favorability 20%, but I was able to distinguish the MLs even in the dark. Marquis, it was my first time calling Vinter like this, so I felt very strange. I was talking down to you like that a while ago. Now that the masquerade was over, it was a big deal. While I was practicing my unspeakable, the Marquis Vinter walked quickly and arrived in front of me. The color of his eyes is not unfamiliar to him, unlike his title. You helped me today, thank you very much. He paid me a silent tribute while I was expecting this. Now that I have quite a hard mode hit bar, I replied without a big deal. I didn't come out to help the Marquis, so you don't have to thank me. Smooth honorifics flowed out compared to the awkwardness I felt. That's right, but you've saved people by force, including me. He looked up and glanced at my hand, which had been lying gently. Following the gaze, my eyes slowly widened as I inadvertently lowered my head. It was only then that I noticed that my hands were shaking intermittently. I know I overstepped myself with this low body. I didn't have enough arm strength to shoot the crossbow. But it wasn't just because I was overdoing it, was too much. I tried to pretend to be calm, but in fact I was more scared of the situation than anyone else. The shadows of the huge chicken feet that were held high to crush me, and the countless monsters that ran toward me only. The body and hands that were moving frantically out of my control. As the spine-chilling scenes rose again, my eyes closed without realizing it. I didn't show up as much as I could, but I held my trembling hands back and hid them. I'm sure anyone else would have do that. I don't care. No, Vinter denied his desperate pretense of nothing. No one would have been as courageous as Lady despite being such an easy-to-deal beast. He suddenly stopped talking and frowned at the burrow like someone who's suffering from something. Do you feel guilty for hiding your magic and not doing anything? I didn't quite understand the plight of Vinter. What's wrong with being selfish for own safety? In addition, he did what he could. Just as I saved my life by leaving myself to the system and saving the lives of extras that the game had arranged. If each of us did the best we could do on the spot, that's it. I shrugged back casually. I could have done nothing without the crossbow and been chased by the beast. Marquis also tried to save the children's lives as much as you could. I can't stand in front of the prince because I'm scared. It was a bit funny because it was perfectly true, even though I said it out loud. I would have never happened to interrupt the prince's orders as before if Vinter had not gone first, and I had never had a ball to shoot and kill. At that moment, the dark blue pupil which was staring silently at me, giggling with a smile on my face, shook violently. And favorability 24%, his head twinkled. 4%. I was belatedly awakened by a fairly large increase. You'll turn around when you see the FL soon, so it's no good to keep bumping into him. The laughter that had been in my mouth died. Thank you for the compliment, then I'll go first. I hastened to finish the conversation. In fact, I was too tired to stand any longer. So the only one who thanked me for saving their lives is Vinter only. Since he is a normal ML, I knows he is not, but he still has lingering feelings. I was about to turn around with a short bow. Lady, the hot palm grasped at the arm in a hurry. I turned my head angrily, and Vinter stared at me with an unknown look. The reply you sent was well received. The lips that had been hesitating for a moment opened, and he whispered in a small voice so that only I could hear them. May I too reciprocate your help today? It was then Penelope. Someone from the side called me in a stiff voice. Favorability 27%, his darkness around him more likable than he looked, however. I could immediately tell who he was by hearing his uncomfortable voice. Excuse me, what are you doing to my sister? Leonard. Indeed, this time Leonard appeared as if it was the day of the gathering of the male owners. I thought you were going first. He was a man who showed up at an amazing moment, when he left cold-heartedly even when I grabbed his sleeve. I was embarrassed by the way pink hair came out with frowned eyes and stared at the empty space. Come on, Penelope, Leonard called me on the edge of his guard against Vinter holding my arm. But Vinter wouldn't let go of my arm. Leonard's spirit turned sour at the sight. Why do I feel a sense of déjà vu? A such incident occurred to me at the field a while ago. I was caught between them and looked around and soon shook Vinter's arm gently. Marquis, unlike the other MLs, Vinter was a guy with power, was not too strong for me. It's not too strong, just like I did with Derek and Eckles, as I can just use full strength. But I didn't want to go that far with the only ML who was courteous to me. Marquis, nevertheless, Vinter remained stay still. I looked up at him with wide eyes. Leonard's voice grew crooked. She told you to let go, don't let go after all. When Leonard, a hot-tempered man, gritted his teeth and strode to catch me. Finally, the arms that were caught were loosened. He seemed to give up, as his touch had no strength. As soon as Vinter's bondage was lifted this time, Leonard snatched me away as if he had been waiting. And he pushed me hard behind the lantern as if he were hiding me. Now he had nothing more to distance himself from, and with a twisted smile he was sarcastic at Vinter. Excuse me, Marquis, you're trying to do something about a naive kid who doesn't know anything, but think about your age, huh? I opened my mouth in consternation at his rude remarks. I unwittingly raised my fist and slapped him on the shoulder. Are you crazy? It's not like that. You keep quiet. You're really not afraid of anything. Leonard shouted. At my response, my annoyance soared to the top of my head. If you're gonna say that, let go of this. I'm going alone. After reciting it coldly, he twisted his caught hand wildly and shouted hurriedly, wondering if he was embarrassed. Anyway, you don't have a choice. Don't get near him anymore. You're really let's go. No, I don't like your temper. As if he were going to go, he went ahead of me and complained. Who's the one to say that? I was suddenly filled with swear words because I weren't there because of his temper, but it fell down. This is because I still felt a keen eye on the back of my head. Tuttle half taken away by Leonard, I glanced back. Vinter, who was still standing there and looking at me, flapped his lips when his eyes met with me. I look forward to your reply, lady. I was surprised by his persistence when I looked at him with big eyes. Suddenly my steps stopped sharply and I heard a mountain-breaking sound coming from the front. Come on, there will be no answer, so don't waste your time. No, I'm fine. He hurriedly cut off Leonard's words and gave me the answer with his own mouth. Fortunately, the mouth of fear was closed, perhaps because of the word of denial. I told the Information Guild that I would not receive an answer to return. I laughed again and again, laughing at what I had said to him before. When I put on a mask, I couldn't even smile. And I thought again, looking at the blue pupils shaking once again. Favorability 26%, as I have done before. I'm surprised that I'm getting a boost from the firm refusal. It was when I was dragged out of the outdoor concert hall by Leonard. Lady Penelope, Emily, and the Duke, who were nervously standing near the entrance, saw me and ran with joy. Are you all right, lady? Are you hurt anywhere? They took turns looking into my body. I replied with a puzzled look at the unexpected hospitality. I'm fine, I'm not hurt anywhere. You don't have to worry. Maybe it's because you didn't see this girl wiped out. Leonard, who was trying to be sarcastic as a habit, immediately shut his mouth at the sight of the Duke glaring his eyes. The expression of the disgruntled frown was a little worth seeing. I turned my head and looked at the Duke again. Is father okay? What about Emily? I had to stop by the cabana in the middle of the party, so I fortunately avoided the mess. I'm fine too, thanks to your errand, thank God. What about my first brother? He went to interrogate the criminals with the Crown Prince's Highness. I didn't really care where he went, but I asked him out of courtesy. I'm glad you're not hurt. Do you know how surprised this father was when I heard the news? The Duke gave me a steady answer and looked at me with a worried look. The Duke's reaction was unfamiliar. I smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry to worry you, it just happened in the blink of an eye. How dare them do that to me? Feeling relieved to see that I was all right, the Duke burst into a fit of rage. When I get home, I'll have to release the soldiers right away. After I capture those remnants, I break each limb one by one and dry the father. At this rate, he was likely to stand in front of the banquet hall and lead to an explanation of his plan on how to wipe out the remnants of the new country. So I cut him off in moderation and called him gently. I'm really tired, I want to rest quickly. Yes, I suppose so, let's go, don't keep it heavy, give me the crossbow. Fortunately, the Duke hastened to my words. But I didn't really mean to let the crossbow be lifted by the Duke. I'll hold it, miss, give it to me. Just as I was carrying it, fortunately, Emily reached out. Thank you, Emily, it was so heavy that I almost died. I untied the crossbow string with a playful smile. I didn't know when I was carrying it, but after I handed it over, I felt really relieved. Penelope, Eckhart, never come forward in this kind of mess again. The Duke glanced at me and kicked his tongue. Stay hidden until the guards come. Young lady comes forward without fear. I thought I was fainting when I heard about you from the nobles who came out first. But I did a good job, Dad. I poked out my lower lip at the Duke's disapproving nagging. I've worked so hard on the teacher my father gave me, that's why I shot them all. The reality is that I was helped by the system, but I was today's hero anyway. Praise me for what I did well. How long do I have to live as an impudent? I was dissatisfied. But I didn't expect much. People's perception doesn't change that easily, and there are people who can't trust me even though they see me right. I'm sure some people think I got lucky. Well, it's a little bit luck too. No, I think it's a system. That's right, but the Duke's face looking back at me with a sudden stop. I am very proud that you are my daughter Penelope. An unexpected pleased smile hung over his face. It was strange to tap one's shoulder as if it were encouraging and praising. So I felt so strange. There were a total of 5 cabanas installed at the campsite in Eckert. Indeed, the Duke's rent was as high as a sumptuous large tent. However, no matter how convenient it was, the campground was a temporary place. It was very uncomfortable for a woman to live in, so the Duke offered to provide a residence in the palace if I wanted to walk all the way. It's all right, Father, I refused. It was a hassle. This is because the forest where the hunting ground is located is quite far from the main palace, so it was necessary to travel for a long time in a wagon. I wish they'd let me go home, but the interrogation of the attack hasn't ended yet, so they haven't decided whether or not to hold the hunting contest. Mr. Game, please let me cancel it, I prayed earnestly, cause from the night before I had been struck by the else. The shape of the cabanas gathered in a circle centered around the flaming bonfire, and flaming bonfire reminded me of the camping ground. At other time I'd have looked around a little more, but I wasn't in this good condition, as I would fainted right away. Father, I'm going in first. Yes, go ahead and rest. Entering the campsite, I had a glimpse of the Duke. Come this way, miss. The princess quarters were located in the innermost quarters. As I was following Emily, Leonard greeted the Duke and moved together. Is he on the next tent? If hunting competitions were held unchanged, it was clear that I would mostly often run into someone who was busy. Sarcasm when he saw myself. I once again wished it would not happen, but even though I had reached the entrance to the tent for my use, Leonard did not stop following me. I turned around with a slight frown. What is it? Why do you keep following me? What the who's coming after you? He shouted in a fit of rage at my question. This is my lodging, you know. And pointed at the cabana that was built next to mine. Concerns have become a reality, I gave a lukewarm answer, kicking my tongue inside. Good night then, and I was about to turn my back and walk to Emily waiting. Hey, wait, he stood in my way again. I frowned. Why, what is it this time? Why are you so impatient? Is someone's going to eat you? I'm tired. If you have something to say, hurry up, I was irritatingly urging, but he just hesitated and didn't immediately tell me why he stopped me. What's wrong with him? As if she had read the unusual momentum from her brother and sister, even Emily had sensibly avoided her seat inside the cabana. Watching Leonard, who was still silent, I turned back. If you don't have anything to say, I'm going. There's a scar here, you little bitch. Then Leonard snapped at me and nervously pointed to my neck. Scar? I was puzzled. Then Leonard carefully touched my neck with his pointed hand. It was touching almost like a hand rub. Here it stings. I felt a slight pain that I had never felt before. Is it hurt a lot? The groan of surprise and reflexively protruding raised Leonard's hand against me in a flutter. It didn't hurt so much. If it were a big wound, I would have felt pain earlier. While dealing with the beast, I seemed to have been slightly scratched somewhere I didn't even know. It's okay, it doesn't hurt much, nothing really bothered me, so I told the truth. But for some reason Leonard's expression was distorted, as if I were sick. Wait a minute, he plucked something out of his pocket. It was a small spacious barrel. What is this? The medicine. His belongings were too unexpected. Do you carry all this stuff with you? I went to the clinic and got it. I rolled my eyes at the sound. Come to think of it, neither the Duke nor Emily nor Derek didn't come with me. Only asked out of courtesy, but only Leonard said nothing. I asked him belatedly, looking at his countenance. Did you get hurt earlier? He said, what am I doing with this? He looked at me pitifully, and one more time with a deep sigh. It's because of you, you idiot. What? I hold on. Leonard opened the lid of the medicine bottle, then he dipped his finger into it, and scooped up the medicine. The green liquid was thickly smeared. There was a bad smell. He took a back step to avoid it. Leonard strode toward me like that and spat out bluntly. I said, stay still or I'll smear it on the side of your head. The words stopped me from moving. He bowed to me and he began to rub his finger on my neck with a lot of sticky medicine. The scar he pointed to before Leonard's face drew nearer. His breath was felt near my nose and lips. I stiffened myself with a puzzled look. Cold liquid clattered on my skin. I have a bad feeling. Did that bastard notice that you're hurt here? He doesn't know, right? He asked me out of the blue, applying the medicine directly on my wound. I answered a step late, which had been hardened. That bastard. The old guy from before. I thought of the age of Vinter in the game profile. 25 or 6. In fact, he wasn't that old, but it was true that he was the man who had the biggest age gap with FL. But it's only a relationship with FL. When I think of the future, I should not have been very close to Vinter, nor should I have built a relationship that pretends to be. What kind of rudeness is that to the Marquis? As I recalled the shocking words of the former Leonard, the scolding popped out. Leonard's fine beauty in front of her nose was frowned upon. What disrespect! What were you doing there? Not shooting those bastard. He's not that kind of person. Is there anyone else who's not like that kind of person? Men are all the same, you idiot. He pulled the side of his head in a nasty way with his unglazed hand. I gave him a short scream and gave him a fierce look. Do you want to die, how? Very much the same. I didn't know my true heart was out, but Leonard wasn't angry. He lifted up his upper body, which had been bowed, with a grin on his face. The breath that tickled the tip of my nose ran out. Tell your maid to wind the bandage, he said with a glare at the affected part. It seemed that treatment was all over. As I live, I have a day like this with him. Not long ago we had a fight, showing our teeth and growling. The fact seemed so strange that I couldn't help but laugh. Thank you, brother. He was mean, but it was true that he was helped me anyway. I expressed my gratitude purely in favor, but at that moment Leonard's face became blank. Then, like when I encountered a sudden apology on my way to the field, I thought his eyes were burning red. Yes, I don't need any thanks from you. Leonard, who had kept his mouth shut, suddenly screamed and turned around and walked quickly to his cabana. What's wrong with him again? It was then the rough, scattered pink hair glistened. Favorability 31%. The startled eyes slowly widened. Since Leonard's long-distance favorability has exceeded the basic favorability given in normal mode. Yes, we were gathering in the Duke's cabana for breakfast. I crumpled my face at the news of Derek's return from questioning until late in the morning. Why it happened yesterday, and why is it still going on? How can Empire cancel the competition when the dead are not from here and even people from other countries are present too? Derek, answer me bluntly. What's so important about the prestige of Empire when the beast appeared and ran around? I was dumbfounded, so I kept on twisting my lips. That's good. We'll only be looked down by the little ones if we show ourselves backing away for nothing. The Duke nodded earnestly, and sympathized. This is not what I think. I thought I'd sleep just one night and go home, but I didn't know I'd really continue the damn hunt. I bit my lips and came up with the best plan. I don't think I can attend the competition because I'm not feeling well. Yes, you were overdoing it yesterday. Fortunately, the Duke gladly accepted. On this occasion, Penelope, you'd better get a new place in society just in time. Countess Dordia sent her maid early in the morning. What, the Countess? They asked you to join the tea party at the opening ceremony? I was puzzled by the invitation because I had never participated in a private tea party here. But the Duke looked at me with a proud face for some reason. You'll be bored if you're stuck inside the cabana. Dress up nicely, and join the tea party, and get along with your peers. He only brought a bunch of hunting clothes, father, instead of eating. Leonard laughed and chatted. How did he know? I didn't feel bad because it was true. How annoying would it be to come all the way to the woods and wear a fluffy dress? Therefore I had been instruct Emily to pack only simple clothes, including hunting clothes. Unlike me, who looked at Leonard with a puzzled look, the Duke lashed out at him in a disapproving voice. That would be better these days. Enterprising women are the trend, you stupid. And added, choking to the tongue, that's why you're not popular with women. Who's unpopular? Leonard countered in a fit of rage, but the Duke had already turned his face toward me. I couldn't help but sue him when I saw a man who couldn't argue more. Don't you know? What kind of thugs who, in contrast to your bravery of yesterday, will be the queen of this hunt by biting their prey? Father, that's enough. Until then, Derek, who had eaten, silently sighed with a shallow sigh. Even if you've been acting arrogantly with such a vague expectation, it will lead to a worse rumor than before. He moved his blue pupil to me for a moment, and then said, Now only a little of people will speak about it, isn't it? Undeniable. The Duke resumed his meal again, murmured something. I was beaten dumbfounded. It was even more offensive than Leonard, who was busy sarcasm when he saw me. A vague expectation? I don't want to be a queen. I was dumbfounded and glared at Derek, but there was no eye contact. Unfortunate man, you're out. Holding my trembling fists under the table, I vowed revenge. Miss, are you sure you don't mind going like this? Emily looked at my clothes with a bad look. Well, whatever, it's a hunting competition, you don't have to participate, but you have to keep up with the assortment. But she looked at me with eyes full of things to say. I checked the mirror once again. I had my hair tied together in a hunting suit I used to wear whenever I practiced the crossbow. The crimson hair curled over my back, the newly tailored dark gray jacket and shorts with the patterns of Eckles matched the hair very well. It's just pretty. I hold a crossbow equipped with beads in advance and set it around the back of the back. Why are you taking the crossbow again, miss? You said you weren't feeling well, Emily asked with an anxious look. It seemed like she wanted to stop me. I heard there's a separate area for women and children where they can set up their own animals. I'll be there later. You're going to hunt yourself? It's boring to just sit still at a tea party, I answered back with a clear answer. At the same time, I thought of someone I left at home. I came out talking big, and if I don't get a rabbit, I will lose my face. The sound of the wind blowing low, the gray eyes with a slight mixture of laughter were still evident. You laughed at me, didn't you? Just wait, this Nuna is getting your muffler in order. It was when I was firmly reciting myself. Hey, are you still not done? Outside the tent a call came from Leonard. I hurried to greet Emily, squeezing a cloth and a velvet box of crossbow bullets into my pocket. I'll be right back. Coming out of Cabana, the dukedom's men were already all set. Why are you coming out so late? Leonard was angry at me. Normally I would have ignored him, but I looked him up and down. Unconsciously dressed in a dark brown uniform, he looked very stylish. So was Derek, wearing an elegant all-black uniform next to him. As the ML, their tall height and good looks stood out even more when they met with their nice hunting suits. I think it's good enough to offset those nasty personalities. I would have cheered more if I just watching the game. I have to say that this is a grim reality. Dress up nicely. Why don't you dress up prettily? The Duke frowned at the crossbow to see if he didn't like my appearance very much. As someone said, I don't want to have a false sense of expectation. I glanced back at someone. The person involved did not bat an eye, but the Duke coughed greatly in vain to see if he was being stabbed for no reason. Didn't you say you wouldn't hunt? I'm not feeling well either. Since I'm here, I'd like to see some animal hunting grounds. The Duke flinched at the words and suddenly bowed down to me, and whispered secretly to his sons so that they could not hear. Do you remember what this father said? Yes, if you really want to shoot, go to a rare place. I remembered the conversation I had with the crossbow the other day. Not an arrow, but a magic bead. Do you understand? The blue eyes urging an answer shook with distrust and anxiety. It was similar to Emily's eyes when she saw me carrying a crossbow a little while ago. I answered with a smile, of course. Many aristocrats were already gathered when I reached the entrance to the forest where the ceremony was held. I'll be back after I see the horses. The Duke and the two men disappeared among the crowd. I moved to a gathering people who were seen off, avoiding the crowds preparing to go hunting. Most of them were women sitting under the sunscreen. The calm atmosphere immediately buzzed when I showed up. I could feel the eyes that were beginning to blossom toward me one by one. I didn't mind already, cause what I went through yesterday. The evil girl is a superstar wherever she goes. But not long after, I noticed that the chatter toward me was not just about curiosity or contempt. Looking around, I could see why Emily looked at me with that grumpy face. I'm the only woman in a hunting suit. All around was a feast of colorful dresses. Young girls my age or noble ladies like a peacock blowing its feathers. It seemed to be a race to see who was blowing its skirt more abundantly. What they had in their hands was not hunting weapons but fans and parasol. In the meantime, I was forced to see myself wearing a hunting suit and carrying a majestic crossbow. The pupils shook like an earthquake. It's a hunting competition where you can participate regardless of gender. But why am I the only one like this? I had a belated regret that I should have listened to Emily. No, they don't even get around as comfortable as I do. I tried hard to think positively of my outfit. When you're ready, gather at the center. At that time, a loud shout came from the podium that hosted the competition. Before I knew, it was close to race time. After the dot sword, the nobles began to gather one by one. I could quickly find the Duke. It is because even the lightest ones in line are made up of sequences and were at the forefront. Sitting on a horse with a majestic, colorful harness, as the head of a family, he was busy talking to the person next to him. The two sons did not seem to have come yet. I unconsciously looking for Derek and Leonard. I soon opened my eyes wide, checking out the man next to the Duke. Look over there, it's the Marquis. He didn't attend last year, but I think he's going to hunt this year. He's carrying a bow. It's so cool. I heard a thrilling noise from a nearby place. Not because of the Duke, but Vinter. The Duke, long time no see. The Marquis of Verdandi. Long time no see. He drove the horse and pretended to know the Duke, who came next to him. Isn't it your first hunting contest in nearly a year? Come out more often. I'm going to forget your face. Haha, hunting doesn't suit my aptitude. You'll get better as you go on. The Duke liked the polite young Marquis. He lost his father and became the head of the family, but he was a talented man who was able to lead the latter even at a young age. Now he'll be perfectly seated with a woman who can stand by him. There were some aristocrats who treated the young Marquis as a favorite because he had not yet married. The Duke, who had been close to the latter from the previous generation, was troubled by the inability to sit next to the vacant branch even after the year passed. Did you get any presents from the ladies? Maybe it's been so long since I've been out, but unfortunately, I don't think I have a share to come back to me. Vinter replied with an awkward smile. It was a sound that would make the maids burst into anger when they heard it, which had been swarming since the morning into the late rider's campground. Not knowing that he had refused all the gifts with a single stroke, the Duke kicked his tongue with grief. Well, you're just like my sons. You should get married and start a family. The Duke must have received a gift wishing at this hunting competition. Vinter added, glaring at the Duke's left chest. The amulet you're wearing on your chest stood out from afar. I think it was made by a great craftsman. Is that so? As expected, the Duke's face lit up at once to see if it was a topic that was brought up for nothing. He stretched his shoulders so that the amulet attached to his chest could be seen better. My sons don't know if they have their eyes on the back of their heads. You have a good eye, sir. No, it's a decoration worthy of the Duke's dignity, so everyone but me would have noticed it. Haha, this guy a Budo. The Duke grinned and bragged as if it weren't. My youngest daughter has a rather high standards. At that moment Vinter's hand holding the reins flinched. It was such a slight disturbance that no one would notice. Is this a gift from the princess? Well, even if you don't need this, you're forced to take care of it. Who in the Inca Empire can touch me? Something expensive with teleport orders on it, you know. In a subtle tone that does not know he is boasting or angry when hearing it, the Duke repeated that it had been engraved with expensive teleport orders several times. With a loud voice the surrounding nobles glanced at such Duke and his chest. The princess really have an eye. As if he had been agitated when Vinter suddenly drew a polite smile that seemed to have turned his mask upside down. It's a meaningful gift from the princess. You think so too, don't you? The middle-aged man's mouth immediately opened wide, overshadowing his anger for giving it to him. Yes, of course, Vinter gave an answer that he might want. The Duke, who was smiling happily after showing off his daughter's gift, looked at him belatedly to return his praise. Just in time I noticed a sparkle on the sleeve of the latter piece of clothing. Your cuffs look pretty good too, the color suits you very well. It was a cuff with a dark blue turquoise, which resembles the eye color of a vacant lot. This time Vinter's face brightened up. Really? I got it as a gift, and I'm glad the Duke recognized it. You didn't get any share from the ladies? I think you've got a partner in the meantime? The Duke asked back with astonished eyes and soon asked with joy. What families is she from? Come on, be a man and speak it out. Now it's time for me to see. As your father, we're not in that relationship. Vinter replied with a vague expression. It was true. However, the Duke seemed to have no faith at all. You're not in that relationship. Seeing that you're wearing it all the way here, it seems like we're not on a normal relationship. Give me a hint about who it is. The Duke's eyes glistened with curiosity like a young lady who had heard rumors of scandal. The assumption that she might be the youngest daughter of her own did not seem to be at all. With a perplexed face, Vinter wondered how to avoid the situation. It was that moment suddenly he could feel a glance on his face. There were countless glances here, the eyes of the nobles, who were curious about the actions of the only Duke of the Empire, and the young children who looked at the Marquis with a look of envy were drawn. By the way, it was strange, as soon as he casually raised his head, he could find it immediately. She has dark pink hair and blue-green eyes that stand out among many people, and is staring at him. She's a girl with a bad smile. Unconsciously a tit came out asking for a duke. She has bad smile whenever she run into me, she always keep her distance and say no. It really was, maybe it's because she don't like the impression of the second meeting. Vinter recalled the end of the meeting not long ago. Well, is there anything else we can meet again? Her voice, which left little room for him, calmly said goodbye. But she doesn't know who he is, the magician wearing a rabbit mask. No, it's okay, I told the Information Guild that I wouldn't get an answer for his return. So as yesterday, even in the later meeting, the reason for drawing the line coldly was not explained. People were always easily attracted to his polite appearance. Young ladies in particular were bound to blush and laugh shyly at the slightest courtesy. It wasn't that different when it covered its face with a rabbit mask. But that woman, it was only then that Vinter realized that he was quite concerned about Penelope's attitude. She never smiled. The princess, who was driving a lush rumor, was much colder, sharper, and more beautiful than the rumor. So again today, with a sullen look, a faint smile stood around his mouth. Sometimes that smile, it seems, is precious to me. It was around the time when my eyes met with Vinter's favorability 32%. I opened my eyes to his sudden glittering favorability. I blinked my eyelids several times because I thought I was mistaken, but it was the same. What's 6% because we made eye contact? It's not even normal mode, and this damn game couldn't have been so generous in hard mode. I looked at the two men and turned dumbfounded. The Duke, who was listening to what Vinter said with a serious face, suddenly smiled broadly and tapped the shoulder of the Vinter vigorously. Juhi, you're into it, he seemed to speak in a loud voice, but the surroundings were so noisy that I heard it cut off and off. What the hell are you two talking about? At the Duke's words, Vinter just smiled a knowing smile. It was when I was tilting my head at the favorable impression that he had risen for no reason. Oh, look over there, it's the little Duke of Eckhart, and the second Duke. One of the women right next to him exclaimed and pointed somewhere. Turning my head unconsciously after them, I found two men heading toward the Duke. I guess ML is a real ML riding on black and white horses. They were more imposing and dignified than any other nobleman. A low sigh came as I see their appearance. Oh my God, how can you be so dashing? If I give Derek an embroidered handkerchief, will he accept it? I prepared a guardian bracelet for Leonard. The ladies around made a sick sound as they looked at them. The girls, who had been making a fuss at that age, soon approached them carefully. Looking around, there were many women rushing out of their seats as if it was time to deliver gifts. Most of them were headed toward Derek and Leonard. Even after learning how dog-like their temper is, will they be able to make a dashing sound? I laughed coldly at the figures, then I thought it was and wrote it down in my pocket. It was a small velvet box that came out of my hand. I looked down at it and thought it over. Who should I give it to? Previously, there were a total of 3 amulets bought from the top of the weapon. Emily's and the Duke's, and the other was the extra for a possible situation. If I didn't attend the hunting competition, I was going to give it to Eckles, and if I did, I thought I would have something to use as a part of my life. However, I also thought it would be better to give it to one of the MLs. I kept thinking about who I'd give it to, but Derek was dropped out of the game because of his bad talk in the morning. I was just going to give it to him right away because I was a little touched yesterday. But when I saw the branch next to the Duke, I was worried again. Favorability 32% and favorability 31%. Vinter and Leonard's favorability was a slight 1% difference. The plan to give gifts to Vinter here, no longer be involved, was scrapped. Do you think about taking risks and using them as insurance once again? Or do you hear more often of Leonard's mocking medley? It was then, is it my gift, the hand that suddenly came out of the back and snatched the velvet box like an eagle, who snatched the prey. What I flipped my head back in surprise. The golden hair in the noon sun shone brilliantly. Oh, its amulet, far from being a subject of concern, a man who had not thought a bit about it was proudly opening another person's gift box. You must have prepared it for my hair color, the crown prince, seeing a golden amulet engraved with a defensive magic spell spoke with a wry mouth. What the fuck is he talking about? I stared at him with a curl of mouth and soon frowned. Please give it back. I reached out to take the box back. But at that moment he flipped his arm. It was almost as high as it could reach. Oh, you son of a bitch. I tried to snatch the box, hopping on my feet. But as soon as he was about to snatch it, his hand went up again. I tried a few more times, whimpering, but I couldn't catch up with his huge height. I've been jumping into place in the whole time. You hopping like a child. Suddenly a small wind came out of my bedside and tickled my forehead. It was only then that I stopped getting the box back and looked back at the Crown Prince. The red eyes, mixed with mocking machines, were bent to the full extent of half a month. The top of the head was swamped with heat. Your Highness, what are you doing? It's mine, isn't it? Why don't you stop being so shy and admit it? But that's not yours. I wanted to shout out loud, but I had to endure it. Favorability 10%. It was a precious 10% gained from dog trouble during the main quest. It was sign that was not still away from death. Thank you very much. I bit my teeth tightly and smiled desperately. It's not a gift for you. Well, who the fuck, little bastard, were you going to give it to? Yes, tell me which little bastard. I'll deliver it for you. I was horrified by the red eyes of him looking around, saying he would deliver it. Perhaps it was a habit. His right hand touched the handle of the sword on his waist. If I told him who it was, he would immediately pull out a knife and kill him. Whether it's me or who I'm talking about, it wasn't supposed to be this crazy in normal mode. I replied with a hard swallow of the leaking sigh. I was going to give it to my second brother. Sorry, Leonard. I sold the Leonard, apologizing inwardly. It's better than a random man. Fortunately, the prince did not pick up a sword and rush in, as the excuse of family worked. Sadly, your second brother doesn't care about your gifts. However, as if to tease me, I glanced at the side where Leonard was. As I turned my head along that side because I didn't know what it meant, I immediately frowned. Leonard and Derek's surroundings were bustling with ladies approaching to give gifts. Look, father, who say I'm unpopular. In the meantime, Leonard, who was able to refute the beating he heard in the morning, was seen calling the Duke with an excited face. The Crown Prince was right. It was questionable whether I would be able to break through the crowded women and deliver the gift to Leonard. I don't want to give it to you as to go so far, however. It was certainly not that I felt that I should give it to the Crown Prince. Your Highness have a lot of other ladies to give you gifts, don't you think? I like this one. He took the amulet out of the box and attached it to his chest. Say it's a token of affection for a person who was once deeply attached. Well, token of affection. I stared blankly at him with a wonderful face. I just told you it was a gift for my brother. Or consider it a tribute to the Crown Prince as the people of the Empire. He suddenly threatened with red eyes. If it is not a gift, it will be taken away in the name of a tribute. Do that then. What am I supposed to do if you want to have that amulet? It has not been decided who will be given anyway, and the Crown Prince was also ML. I muttered shiveringly, looking at the golden amulet perfectly attached to the Crown Prince's chest. Your Highness looked good with it. It was a grudging, right-mouthed remark. But the Crown Prince grinned as if it was very nice to hear. Is that so? Favorability 12%. At the same time, favorability rose by 2%. Isn't that a bad result? It was then. A loud angular sound rang out from the platform. It was a signal that hunting was about to start. He jumped on the big red horse that the Crown Prince had dragged, and looked down at me with arrogance. In return for the gift, I will personally hunt for the princess. Oh no. You don't have to. You can look forward to it. Before I could say no, he drove his horse to the front with the Duke and two brothers. I'm just grateful if I didn't face you. It was a time when he was vaguely reciting words that he could not say. Hello, Duke of Eckhart. The Crown Prince greeted the Duke in a loud voice. Before I knew it, there was a lot of tension around the participants who were about to hunt. Therefore, unlike before, their sound was well delivered to where I was. I see the small son of the Empire. The Duke paid a silent tribute to the Crown Prince. He looked closely at such a Duke and smiled cheerfully, and opened his mouth. The Duke must have received the same gift from Princess as me, yes? So I didn't ask me what effect my amulet had. What spell is the one the Duke wore engraved with? That crazy bastard! Shut up. I opened my mouth at the tremendous noise I heard. Duke, Derek, and Leonard, the eyes of the three turned toward me at the same time. And favorability -1% now, favorability 29%, favorability -1% now, favorability 30%. Derek, who was 30%, and Leonard, who was 31%, fell one by one. If the Duke had a favorable gauge bar, he would have fallen as well. It was when I was shaking with anger and staring fiercely at the Crown Prince. Feeling my eyes burning, the Crown Prince looked at me and waved his hand with a brazen face. Should I hold the middle finger and shake it to your face at that moment? I was genuinely conflicted, but even before I realized my conflict, the sound of a horn sounded to announce their departure. The aristocrats on the horse rushed to the forest. By the time the cloudy sandstorm had died down, the center of the full vacant lot was empty. After all, I couldn't say hello to anyone but the Crown Prince, no matter how hard I tried to avoid the MLs. But I never intended to diminish the favorability. It was when the ladies stared blankly at the side, where they disappeared, and were overwhelmed with a sense of shame. Princess Penelope Eckhart, suddenly someone called me. Turned around, a woman I had never seen stood with an elegant smile. I was afraid you wouldn't come, but you accepted my invitation. I'm so happy. I immediately noticed who she was. I thought about how to answer for a moment. I was higher by status, but the woman looked older than me. Moreover, the Empire had an implicit custom of treating those who married rather than single as superiors. Hello, Countess Dorothea. After thinking about it, I bowed slightly and bowed politely. If it were really Penelope, I would have said arrogant things like, "Who are you?" Or I'm honored to have responded, "You'd better take this opportunity to establish a new place in society." This is because I suddenly remembered the eyes of the Duke, who looked at me with his eyes leaning on me during breakfast. "Thank you for inviting me. Thanks to you, I can have a pleasant afternoon." I didn't really want to accept the invitation. However, I did not have to say that I would not go, since I met the organizer in person. Countess Dorothea's eyes were slightly bigger than the rumor that she was a crazy dog of a writer. After a while, she erased the look of surprise and gave a strange smile. "The tea party has already started at noon. Everyone is gathering. Would you like to move away too, Princess?" Countess Dorothea turned around and began to guide. Following her, I just remembered the strange smile she had made. It's a little uncomfortable, but well, there aren't guys trying to kill me. What's the big deal in a place where thin women get together and chat? If it's not fun, I can come out right away with a proper excuse. I shifted my steps with a slight thought, and as usual with this game, of course something happened. What was your favorite part of this video? Let us know in the comments. Thanks for joining us. If you enjoyed the video, please like, share, and subscribe. Click the bell icon for notifications.